Did you hear about Kim Jong-un blowing or attacking South Korea communication?
Yeah, I heard about that.
You know what that was about?
No.
They were sending in balloons. They were sending unflattering messages about the fucking Supreme Leader. Imagine that,
They were using
Yeah.
They're just sending over messages on balloons.
And balloons.
Pop.
Yeah, they were doing like engagement party, like they're doing like gender reveal tactics.
They're all big.
Yeah. They did it. That's why he bombed them, being like they're fucking disgusting pigs, and that's why they're interfering with like the Supreme Leader. That's what they get. Which is kind of funny too, to be like trying to handle the in and outs of like just running a dictatorship. Like, what are they doing? God fucking, will this shit ever fucking stop? Can I not just be Supreme Leader?
Everything fucking chill. Blow them up.
Yeah, dude, blow it up.
Find out where they sent them.
They're sending pamphlets. They're sending pamphlets to be like, you know, that guy's not the Supreme Leader.
Yeah.
Check this out.
Also, pamphlet beer over there. You just ate your third kid.
It's that. It's like propaganda against Kim Jong-un not being the Supreme Leader. And then it's like, also, check out Anaconda 2 on Blu-ray. And you're like, say, what the fuck is that?
That is truthfully, yes, it's like the Soviet Union. We have a little rock and roll.
Yeah.
I need to see Anaconda.
Deep Blue Sea, and they're like, whoa, this shit was fucking sick. Is that LL Cool J X?
Is that rap? Is that rap for? What up, boy?
Damn, dude. I lived behind this fucking wall of depression. I didn't know that LL Cool J X.
If we could censor it in North Korea. Yeah, that would be
Send a casket. I don't know. It's true. I respect what Kim Jong-un's doing. I'm like Dennis Rodman. I don't want to start. I don't want to be a cultural imperialist and be like, hey man, that's just what he does.
True.
I don't want to try to like instill fucking enlightenment values over there, like fucking white supremacists. It's like, dude, do you? What? What's that? What's wrong with that? That's that right. I was in school. I would be like, well, here's what I don't understand. Like logically, this doesn't make sense. Yeah. Like logic's a tool of white oppression. It goes back to enlightenment values. Be like, no. I swear to God, they'll argue. This is like people don't understand. Like everyone laughed at Peterson. Like, that's the discourse we're having in school.
Yeah.
You pay thousands of dollars to send your kid to go get educated, so they can come out and be like, well, I learned that logic's just a tool of white oppression, so I'm not really supposed to like think logically on things. I'm supposed to just like honor people's emotions and be like, hey, you're probably right. It's like, what the fuck? I'm telling you, man.
Who told you? Oh, my white professor.
Yeah, but of course. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, it's like.
Also, isn't that a little fucking racist?
What?
Like, well, logic was invented by white people, so can't do it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, we obviously invented logic.
Yeah, like, well, that's dude, exactly. It's insane. You're like, wait a second, that's kind of weird. Like, no, you said that. You're like, no, I didn't. I'm telling you, man, it's shaping now. Again, it could be argued that what's driving a lot of human desire is this idea of like quote unquote making it showbiz, blowing up. That's now tied to, I would say, what's developed into a kind of toxic ideology. So people's innate human drives is being filtered through this weird new religion. And dude, it's going to fall apart. It's going to 100% fall apart.
Yeah, I was talking about it a little bit on stage, but I was talking about how it was about art, not Dalia, but I was like, people are like, can't believe he used power to get pussy. Yeah. Really? What do you guys think the point of power is?
Yeah. No, that's it. That's what
people are doing.
Yeah. That's the essential point. And then it's like, dude, nobody wants to talk about this again. I'll say it again. If any of my boys is a pedophile, I'm going to fucking come kill you myself. I don't like that stuff.
Absolutely.
So when the conversation moves towards like, I'm trying to think of my boys. I would kill all my boys if they were doing any kind of pedophilic stuff. But to be like, oh yeah, like the other ones that are coming out where they're like, you see the shit coming out where they're trying to say like, oh, this guy's cheating on his wife, and they're doing that, they're doing this. It's like, I thought we're rolling up fucking pedophiles, dude. Now we're like, rolling up adulterers.
Yeah, adulterers.
Yeah, we're like,
wait, he fucked all these chicks and didn't want to date them. Get rid of them.
Again, so it's like we've come full circle. We've been like, fuck religion, God's dead, we're doing it, and then all of a sudden it's like,
and now trade the sanctity of marriage. Cancel.
Yeah, it's insane.
Who knows, bro?
Yeah, that's. I mean,
How are you doing? What's going on with you?
thriving, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
Every day, I'll give you my day to day. This is the other thing too. There's a whole. I mean, this kind of dovetails into my whole idea of personal cognitive fusion, where it's like, your thoughts that just come through your head are just thoughts. They don't define you. And then it's like, but then we have this thing that's the media, where it's like, these are just stories and things that are happening. Obviously, they have real life implications, obviously. But it's like you also can totally push away from the media narrative, this whole idea, and just focus on just killing it yourself.
Yeah.
That's all I've been doing, man. I've just been doing the stuff I should be doing. Everything's been awesome. Everything's been going good. But as soon as I try to touch this fucking spiked barb that is discourse around entertainment and politics, I instantly just walk away from it like I got stung by a bee. My blood kind of runs cold. I'm like, oh God, what is that? It's horrible. Meanwhile, you can totally live a perfectly fine, fulfilled life and totally ignore all this shit. That's all I've been doing. I wake up every day. I play with my daughter. It's the most I've been having. I tweeted last night. 2020 is kind of sick, actually.
Yeah, I saw it. It's good. I love that your podcast has my name. Your Twitter has my name.
I'm talking about Twitter.
Every time you tweet something, I guess I'm co-signing.
What's funny?
I did.
What's funny too is people are like, "Chill, you can't say that." One guy was like, "We just had a daughter." That's a pretty momentous thing. So it's like any belief now is being filtered through current events. Where it's like 2020 is actually pretty good. It's like,
what are you racist?
You love it. And it's like, no, I had a daughter. It's pretty special.
You love the cops?
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, it's and I think O'Connor's wrong. The thing that needs to happen where it's like, all right, we get all this, but let's try to take some of the emotion out. We have to take the emotion out of this.
O'Connor's.
Imagine if a surgeon of saying you have to pick your side. It's like, no, it's bullshit. It's designed literally to keep people apart.
Yeah, his is the lesser of two evils.
It's bullshit. We've gone from feudalism to capitalism. You could do another major shift. It's just no one's sticking up and thinking about it. But you can even stay within capitalism and rearrange the political framework where you can be like, all right, let's have a third party that people will stop being like, oh, what's the point? We'll just, whatever. I don't know. I'm out of my depth.
For sure.
But yeah, man, you can totally cut off from all this stuff. I forget my point. I got lost thinking of all that stuff. But
how are you doing? What's going on?
Chilling, man. Dude, absolutely chilling.
I got to meet your kid.
You stole mine.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Sweet.
That's the whole point of it, dude. I'm serving life right now. It's like anything that's involving human beings and actually helping them versus being like, remember that guy who did the thing in 1984? Also retweet my thing. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. I think Hollywood's going to explode all this shit. Because the idea of being entertainment, you don't need to be greenlit, but you don't. It's less and less needed by people. I think it's going to be just a flash in the pan thing where it's going to be people media plays. Be kind of like, oh shit, there was the guy from the Weird Funny Dance that you have to do a show. Yeah, it was kind of cool. And people just keep getting called out. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I was happy. Stand-up was sick. Doing stand-up was nice. That was fun. I mean, it's weird when it's all spread out. That was awkward. Yeah, but it was good.
Yeah, what was that like?
It was fun. So on Wednesday we went out to the show with Jay, and it was like that was fun. That was the first time I was up there, and there was literally a moment where I was like, oh, "Shit, this is cool." Yeah, you know what I mean? This is fucking sick that I get to do this. There's time I was like, I can't believe I'm doing this. Yeah, I haven't done it so long. I was like, this is weird to do. It's a weird profession.
How do they do the mask? Do they take the mask off and drink and put it back on?
No.
So they're done with that.
They had a fucking thermometer at the door. Everybody came in. Spread it out.
That's what they said too. They're saying people who are asymptomatic typically don't spread it because you have to cough or sneeze to spread it. To put something in the area.
I read that, and then that was an argument in the car as well.
What?
Whether that's true. And I was like, I don't think we know anything about COVID. It's like, I think in the first week, because I was looking up Notre Dame, and they're testing, and anybody that tested for it has to quarantine for 2 weeks, and then they're gonna have practice. I was like, wait, is the 2 weeks thing real? I remember that was day one shit.
Yeah.
That was like in the first week of this disease. They were like, 2 weeks is the incubation period.
Yeah, well, there's
It's like, wait, do we know?
Yeah,
What do we
the
know?
virus cuts off and like it's like, all right, wait for it, midnight, we're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the yeah, they don't know, man. There's people who like walk around me who like keep a mask around their chin and then they walk by me, they'll be like real quick, and I'm like, dude, it's not how it works. Like it's been according to it's been spreading as you breathe or talk.
Yeah, and now I mean, if it is spiking in these states, and I'm doing stand up, there's a decent chance I get it.
You also might not get it. That's the thing. You might also might be. There's no one has any idea.
Yeah.
And then it's like this is where the new stuff loses me. When it's like you're like, dude, stay inside. Louisiana man goes to a barbecue and infects 8,000 people, and then they have like thousands of people in the streets demonstrating, and they're like, the epidemiologists are like, right on.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you're an epidemiologist. It's like, let them do that, and then also be like, oh, by the way, news about the virus. Not be like, oh, it's weird, the virus stopped. Oh shit, it's back. It's like, get the fuck out of my face with that shit, man.
Still good. Everything's.
It's not though, dude. As soon as if you just completely are like, all right, fuck this shit. What do I need to do in my life? You can stop watching the
Of course, I'm saying all of that is.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
John, wait, you're talking. You gotta be careful. Rogan almost got canceled for saying masks or for bitches.
No. Yeah, they tried to get St. Rhodes. They couldn't. Out there, though.
Well, it's weird. Like, I'd be curious to see if someone studies what makes them actually stick versus what doesn't. They've been trying to get Rogan's
Power,
Yeah.
and if you're a white guy or not.
Yeah. True.
That's usually it.
You ran the meta-analysis.
Yeah, it was pretty easy. True. That's the only way you can do it.
Hart, they took Hart's the Oscars they took.
Yeah, I was Jumanji 8.
Yeah, they put him up in there.
Or if it's sexual, then you get it. Then you get the X.
True.
But it has kind of only been white guys that got that.
Sexual.
Kel's barely, and that was like a decade of it.
Bill Cosby's the only person in jail.
Harvey.
He's not in jail. He got like sentenced, but he's not in like jail yet. He's not in jail.
He's on harsh house arrest.
Bill Cosby's the only one that's in jail.
Yeah, and maybe R. Kelly too, actually.
Well, I think he's the only one that committed a crime of the people we're talking about.
Who, Cosby?
Yeah.
What was didn't Harvey go to jail? Did he get found guilty of rape?
He's going to go to jail if he's not already.
True.
I thought he was in jail and people were saying he got COVID in jail.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, Lemaire. Fuck.
So I need to know how long. I think he
tied. We're tied. Louis can't go to jail. He committed a crime.
Yeah. Michael Jackson's dead.
Michael Jackson's dead. R.I.P. the king.
Yeah. I think you might be right.
It's funny how we gotta stop with the pedophile jokes. I gotta chill on that.
King of pop. Yeah, I just it's just weird. It's weird when
that was a theory that was bouncing around your head for a while. You were like, damn, they only arrest black dudes that get canceled.
Yeah, for a long time.
Is it true?
It was true until like this year.
Oh, who else would have gone to jail? Who else should have gone to jail of the honkies that got canceled?
Matt Lauer, because he like trapped it. He had like a lock in his desk to like trap
with a mouse trap.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah, he also apparently was like, show me your tits, and she was like, okay. And according to the thing that I read, show me your tits, and she was like,
I do think we might have a little trap.
Well, apparently that's, and again, it's all
security measures. I heard that.
It's all circumstances. Apparently that, I was what a fucking freak. He had that installed, but apparently all the doors had that. So it's like, and then think about it this way again. I'm sending Matt Lauer this exercise. I'm telling people to exercise their critical thinking skills. So you're getting fed this thing from the news. You're going, yeah, that's exactly what happened. The guy's probably a piece of shit. But it's like you're about to tell a chick to show her your tits. lock the fucking door. Not gonna be like, play this one fast.
No, leave it open.
Yeah.
You know, this close? No, keep it
And it's like, what was the report before that? Were they fucking around?
Were they giving each other sex toys for Christmas?
Well, that's the other thing too. Nobody talks about the legion of women who send naked pictures of themselves to these people continuously all day, every day. That's, you know, it's like, if that was the other way around, you know, like if women were getting as many dick pics as they are. But it's like, famous women, you think famous women are getting tons of dick pics?
I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know. I can't speak for dick pics. I don't get it anything.
I think guys that are famous guys get more nudes than just regular girls
Get dick pics, yes, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, no one wants to talk about that thing. You know, no one wants to take total pictures where it's like, you know, it isn't like, are you blaming women? No. It's like, but if you're a dude, you're rolling around and you're just every day, you're just getting these pictures, unsolicited pictures of naked women, it's going to distort your thinking process. Then you're in the office, you're like, I think I can fuck anybody, really. You know, the guy, it could distort your thing in a way that makes you act like a piece of shit, or, you know, however you want to put it. Like, you know, like Matt Lauer, like, show me your tits, you're fired, and like lock you in the space.
Yeah, and I think we also, fuck Matt Lauer, I don't care at all.
No. But again, this is the problem, this is exactly what I'm saying. You can't even start to try to, like, what about this? And they're like, fuck you, dude. Blah, blah. And someone's like, that's what they said, and they misinterpret what you're saying.
See the Johnny Depp
What?
sexual assault. Yeah, since the last episode, Bieber, he got brought down, but Bieber had the receipts. He had the receipts from the other hotel he stayed at that night. Just like, shut the fuck up.
Hold on, what happened?
Girl accused him of sexual assault, and then he posted pictures of the receipts of the hotel that he actually stayed at, I think. She said it was in this other place.
Well, can he have been there?
I don't know.
You can have like 5 hotel rooms at once.
I don't know. I don't know exactly.
I'm not saying Bieber did that. So that's all. If you just so basically,
exactly. You're supposed to figure receipt.
If you have receipts, you'd be like, actually, check that out.
Yeah. But it was funny because if that is true, Bieber's just totally like, this is where I was. Everybody was with me.
Yeah. Sure, that's
Then it's like, what happens to the girl who did that?
It's like, and there's no like
video cameras. We were driving here. It's like the mob literally just like, get him. And it's like, turns out she was lying. All right, who's next? Piece of shit. Fuck me. It's like, there's no
they turn on that person that's watering down the seriousness of their
that and being like, well, maybe we just tried to kill that guy.
Yeah.
There's no like self-reflection at all of being like, well, that was a false accusation. And with the one false accusation, we were like, fuck him, I never liked him, kill him.
Yeah.
Now, again, it sucks we even have to do this, but it's like, we're not defending anybody.
Yeah.
We're not like, but
that's kind of the condom we have to put on everything nowadays.
Yeah, when I was making fun of using power to get pussy, not for minors.
Yeah.
I feel like that would go without saying, but
for sure, obviously. Well, dude, riddle me this. So there's like, I was reading an article the other day about, there's this guy, he's a psychologist, he was talking about how it's kind of weird to try to, to the left especially, to try to like get Rogan out of there, since he's like, bringing on like Bernie Sanders, endorsing the left political candidates. But he was basically saying like, all this shit does is water down racial accusations. So it's like, you have guys going after like, say the Bieber, excuse me, Bieber did that.
Dude, he was like singing like a hate song.
Yeah, he was
like an ancient Southern hate song.
He was.
Where the fuck did that come from?
He somehow, like, he had a pretty
got
good financial apparatus behind him. Just watch that. But so it's like, why it seems to be like all of the.
This was crazy. I remember seeing it.
Forgot about that. He had that one fly under the radar. But it's like all of for me, the stuff that I've seen, like the most concentrated hatred tends to be for like racial or like perceived human error slights, seems to be at people in showbiz, where it's like there was just you read about the fucking army guy who like sold out his entire troop to like a band of neo-Nazis and tried to get his own troop killed. Because he was like, he was like a neo-Nazi that also loved ISIS or some shit. It was bizarre. You'll get his whole point was like, you're having people trying to. people are like, you guys are so busy trying to like convince people Joe Rogan is at his core a racist human being, when it's like there's like they used an example of some guy who was in Congress who like did something that was like fundamentally horrific and like heartedly racist, and then when that comes time to like get that guy, all these people will be like, they fucking say this shit about everybody, and it's actually counterproductive.
Yeah.
But it's also like, why is all this like that shit will happen? It's like, all right, some weird guy, but if it's an entertainer, that's what it's like. Because there's like, I should be that. There's this weird, disgusting human aspect of it where it's like, I should be there, not him. It's like when the military guy sells out this entire platoon to like neo-Nazis through fucking like a encrypted app, which I don't know how they got to that encrypted app. I'm curious about that, but when they sell them out, and everyone's just kind of like, it's like, should you be most mad at the actual the neo-Nazi who came out and publicly was like, yes, I know what I was doing. I hope they fucking die. Fuck you guys. Hail Hitler, and they're like, and then like, clip that.
I'm gonna take 90% of the page this month, and we'll work from there.
It's like, why are people so
crazy how easily you'd be like, all right, clip that.
Oh yeah. Well, this is what people do. Again, this is calling for a lot. This is what I've been stumbling over the whole time. And it's like, if you're secure in yourself, you're like, dude, I know who I am as a person. I know what I want out of life. I'm happy with life as it is. Whether I get more stuff or less stuff, you're immune to all this shit. You're just like, yeah, whatever, do whatever the fuck you guys want. But again, if it's like, if you're striving for more, everything can just be taken. That's terrifying, man.
There's something I want to do especially.
Yeah.
So I am worried about shit.
Sure, absolutely. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it sucks.
And even if you're secure as a person, there is a thing where an accusation can just be brought up. Like we just saw with that dude that I'm friends with.
Yeah.
It's like his crime was just like, oh, he fucked a couple. He fucked too much.
Yeah. Yeah, like
now, don't get, again, fuck it, whatever, I'm not going to do it. There were people that were like, whether or not this is true, he's a piece of shit. It's like, you're just going to tweet that? Okay. And then there's like a mob that's like, yeah, fuck him.
Yeah, it's like,
it's fucked up.
For entertainers now, they've entered into this like moral NASDAQ, where it's like, you're a womanizer, and then it's like, your ticket sales dip a little bit, pop back up, or like, Black Lives Matter, like, fuck yeah, dude, you're fucking stopping it, flies back up. It's like, it's just fucking bizarre. To me, it's bizarre. Right? There's people are being encouraged to kind of connect with false selves, basically, of like scared personalities and like, it's just fucking weird, dude. It's weird to me. It's old OJ, but what do I fucking? I don't see it at all.
Ending well? What do you mean? I think it'll just end.
No, because
it'll go out quiet. I bet it'll be quiet. It'll just slowly. We have canceled some for a while.
Yeah, it'll keep popping up, man.
Yeah, I think it'll be a long time. Like I remember when people were like, hopefully when COVID happens, this whole thing. And I was like, I think it'll just get worse.
Dude, think about the landscape. Think about since we started versus now.
Yeah.
It's like completely the shit that we thought we were dealing with in the Philadelphia comedy scene has transformed national politics, global politics. So it's like, I used to think that too.
It all started there, dude. That's Wuhan. Good was a bunch of bats. Good had a couple bats.
He also was so sick we took him to refugee from Good Bears. They fired him.
I actually was mastermind behind the Bear. I was the best. When I got banned from the comedy club because the comedy club found out that I had a show on Compound and
clip that.
And then I they put out a statement that was like, anybody that works there or even goes on a show as a guest is banned?
Yeah.
Wasn't that exactly what they said?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
They put out
that was the ultimate
Facebook post.
Yeah.
So that day I had 2 black guests and a female guest.
Sure.
I took a picture with them and put it on Instagram.
Well, Mayor, how's that feel?
It's okay. I'm fine.
There was I know. There was a regular on the show, but it was fun to get like a female and two black dudes and be like,
It's hilarious.
you guys have to cancel them. You guys have to cancel them now.
I mean, dude, it's a brilliant stroke of strategy.
Yeah, anytime there was so many leaks in those groups, like you find out one of them was talking shit on like digital graffiti, I would immediately book them. Be like, you want to be on the panel? Yes.
Oh yeah, man.
You fucking losers.
Yeah.
Little weasels.
Yeah, man. I mean, dude, we're in the midst of like historically of like hysteria right now. Like they'll look back when people
People talk about hysteria. Yeah, I told you about that video. This I don't want to assume it's sexuality, but he talks away.
Sure.
His sexuality has nothing to do with this. I apologize. This gay black dude followed this lady up. This white lady, I guess, cut him off and gave him the finger.
Yeah.
So he followed her back to. He accused her of following him at first. And then I guess he followed her back to her house. Got out of the car, started filming her, calling her a Karen.
Yeah.
And she exploded. She was like, it was literally like he was holding a gun to her. He was like, I'm gonna kill you. He was holding a phone, be like, look at this fucking Karen. You think you can just treat me like this? She was like, like full, like covering her face, like screaming, like,
You're trying to kill me? You're going Karen viral.
Then he was like, here's her license plate, everybody. And she like dove to cover it. It was like, no. And it was like, you were literally trying to kill this lady, though, for flicking you off. He tossed in, she called me the N-word once. And then he backed off that. I think he was lying about that because he really was focusing on, you think you can just flip people off?
Yeah.
Versus the one, he was like, she called me the N-word. Anyway. So he didn't catch.
He tossed it in the video?
He did toss that real quick, but the majority of the video he's screaming and she flipped him off.
Yeah, that would be the first order of business.
That would be number one if you were trying to carry
but you flip me off, and not to mention,
which I think they were in different bars. If she cut him off, that'd be tough to.
You might also assume.
Especially Mario Kart, yeah, went out. Like it was a fucking banana. I don't know how he got hit by it. But
I think you saw it coming. It was like an upside down question mark box. Bitch.
Yeah, but it was like, and it was just like, yeah, dude, you can't threaten somebody with literally destroying their life.
She laid down like a fake Foot Locker that he drove into. I was like, motherfucker. I stand by it.
Oh, that's really funny, dude. Well, yeah, I got it. It took me a second to question mark.
Yeah, question mark. No, sweet. Oh, fuck.
It's like a Wiley Coyote Foot Locker. It's actually a brick wall.
Fake sponge. Yes, fake Foot Locker.
Yeah. That's good stuff. Fuck it, dude. This is a tough episode. It's good to hit something funny.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's like the hysterics of the lady. For something that she was in like a Geo Metro. Things weren't. She wasn't killing it, dude.
That could be an N-word movie, right? Did it smell like cigarettes?
I'm not denying that she said it.
Yeah.
Especially if she was like cutting somebody off with the middle finger. Especially. But I don't think he caught it. He was alright. I'm thinking back, now that you mentioned it, you are right.
Yeah.
He was correct to be like, she called me the N-word.
Yeah. I mean, right now, no one's talking about there's white ladies and gay black dudes are in battle right now. There's the gay black dude with the dog. That was the thing that happened.
True.
There's this guy. I mean, they're enemies, bro. Gay black dudes are white ladies.
Well,
and like white trash ladies.
Right, and also mainly because I think white ladies really appropriated the fuck out of gay black dudes culture the last couple of years.
Big time.
You know?
Yeah.
Starting with like Madonna and Vogue.
What was that?
Bro, I studied homosexuality in college.
For real?
Yeah.
What was the class called?
Homosexuality and food.
Swag?
Fuck my haters, dude. You guys had no idea how well versed I was on this shit.
So what happened? Break it down.
Well, voguing, I think it was popularized in New York City. It's where you fucking strike the pose. It's just gay drag shows. And then Madonna comes out with the Vogue. This straight white lady wants to jump in on this fucking cool ass shit we're doing.
Of just like being hot, like
Yeah, Vogue. She came out with a song called Vogue.
Yeah.
And it's just been since then. There's been a ton of that. Also, Abe Lincoln was gay. True. That's what I learned.
That's the total class.
Yeah.
Madonna's a
appropriator. Abe Lincoln was gay. The professor's son was gay and had AIDS.
Really?
Yeah, and I was a professor thinking I had AIDS. No. It's pretty cool.
How do the professor wasn't gay?
He talks about it.
For the record, I'm teaching this class, but I'm not gay.
He's like, number one, I love getting pussy. Yeah, me up.
He's like, yeah, they paid me that like $2.
But yeah.
I don't. Have you ever wanted to the class? Like, you know, how much?
So now you see some of these moves are actually pretty cool. That's a good move right there. Yeah, we watched. I remember watching we watched drag dance offs. That was like a class I just did. Oh, yes, honey, bitch, like all that. All of that. It's basically fucking what's it called? That show. Broad City.
Oh, yeah.
Just think of Jewish chick and a white chick. They're like, bitch, fuck you.
Yeah. True.
It's like, all right, so you just stole gay black culture.
Yeah.
And then, look, it's kind of rhyme all right with appropriate. As you can tell by the clap watch. That's, I think, how everybody works as humans. But when you appropriate that hard and claim to be the liberal righteousness, that's when it's fucking fake. It's annoying.
Yeah, dude, again, this battle of like, I am morally flawless and I'm gonna hold up your stuff while not doing mine. It has to be screen by screen. If you're gonna call someone, you have to think also, here's my fucking internet records, here's all my tweets, go ahead. You should not be able to do that without having someone. People do a full investigation.
Man, that kid that was talking shit on me, he deleted his Twitter. It's great. He was a comic that talked. He was a guy I kind of knew. And he just wouldn't fucking, like, I'd see it pretty often. Like, he was always like, piece of shit, he's a fucking dumb redneck, fucking idiot racist, like, pretty often. And then he came at the lady from NBC for her thing. Yeah. And immediately, people went through his shit. Yeah. What the fuck was this? I posted a couple. I was pretty excited. He had one tweet that was, something turned him on when, he was like, it's weird that it turns me on when the Asian girls say the N-word. Wild. And then his pinned tweet was Bruce Lee and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He was like, Asians and Black Power forever. It's like, bro. Yeah. I thought that turned you on.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, it has to be so fun.
And I get it. Look, he was joking when he said all the fucked up things. So I'm not like, if he wasn't constantly talking shit on me, I would never, ever be like, ooh. But it was funny to see it.
It's to the point where I've honestly started to, maybe I'm just something of a psychological pervert.
Yeah.
But I've been starting to kind of enjoy like the spectacle now. That is like Jimmy Kimmel's going down. We're taking Rogan down.
Everybody enjoys it. That's why it's so popular. Everybody, as soon as it gets on, it's like, oh shit, you see they're getting this guy. What do you do? Oh fuck, everybody enjoys it.
Yeah.
It's a fucking public shaming. Everybody likes it.
No, I don't like it. It's just
you enjoy and it takes me a second every single time.
Yeah.
To be like, all right, fuck, I gotta stop. This is fucked up. Like you see somebody getting destroyed, it's like, oh shit, he did blackface. I will say that when certain things are funny for reasons dudes are getting canceled, like something that's like kind of silly, it is funny.
Dude,
the guy, dude, if you did blackface in 1980 and you're getting canceled in 2020, it's like, it's fun.
Yeah, man.
Stern Man got it pretty hard. Did we talk about that last week?
He came down on it.
Howard Stern?
What do you hit him with?
First off, obviously.
Yeah.
First off, obviously, every single day. I remember being like talking to people, be like, is he just on NBC?
Yeah. You can do those shows. That's the thing. Nobody cares.
Yeah,
but if you're doing like The Voice, they're like,
I was still surprised Howard Stern got as far as he did. I mean, obviously, he's incredibly talented and one of the best at radio ever. But by today's standards, I was surprised. And what was funny is there's a clip of him on The View.
Yeah.
Being like, they were asking about having Daniel Carter on.
Yeah.
That dude who was like literally Klansman that would come on and be like, wake up, black people, which was funny. They were putting him on and be like, look at this fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You know, they would put him on with like Trick Daddy. And Trick Daddy would be like, I'll beat your white ass. He just had gold teeth and glasses, just sitting there like not paying attention. Daniel Carter would say something like, shut your bitch ass up. Hilarious. But in this clip on The View, Howard Stern's like, I've never said it. He was like, they said it, I never did it. It's just the worst. It's the worst clip of any clips. It's him. First off, he's dragging down old Ted Danson. Ted did black. So Howard Stern was doing a character of Ted. He was pretending to be Ted Danson. So he went full blackface. But
It's imaginary, or actually blackface.
he blackface. Or Stern did. And saying wild shit. It was a long time. I'm not shitting on the guy, but he was trying to imitate what Ted Danson was. He was calling it Ted Danson racist by being racist, and was doing it like he dropped a couple ends.
So he was almost doing like a blackface inception where it was like the dream within the dream.
Yeah, but it was just, you know.
Well, it's also, again, that's why he didn't get canceled, because he's doing the voice. If he was doing, like, if he was prime time, I guess this kind of prime time.
I think he's good. Well, no, he can't. First off, he's all of Sirius's money.
Yeah.
He's literally, he goes down, Sirius XM is gone. So they're just going to have to be like, yeah, fuck it. He's with us.
Well, this is the question, and this is the thing I wonder. It's like, if you are, is it even possible to do if you say like you want to do a special? It's like, well, does that entail like having like a network, or is that just like recording and put one out? Like, is one better than the other? And like, how does that work?
Well, recording and putting one out like on YouTube, that's a definite option.
Yeah, but
for sure. But you don't get paid for that.
Right. That's
So I'd like to secure here. I'd like to get paid for my job.
Yeah.
Heard that. But the good part is if you put out a good special on YouTube, more people come to your shows, so you get paid.
Yeah.
So there is that, and plus, if I did a special right now, I'd get like 40 grand. Awesome. But I think you can make that with ticket sales off a YouTube video if it's good enough. So
you still get more team. I don't know how that works, but it's like
you definitely,
my point is like,
40 G's.
my point is, can you ignore those large bodies that are perpetuating any kind of like gatekeeping based on this, in my opinion, kind of nonsense?
I think I don't want to go too far into what I want, but I'd rather be able to ignore them and get it.
Yeah.
Like get into the industry in there despite that.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not trying to get on that fucking stick. I'm not trying to.
You should though.
I'm not trying to be like
so sick.
I really don't want that.
That would be tight.
Take the money, but that was never the goal. I just wanted to be a comic.
Yeah. Do stand up.
And if
did you ever foresee all this?
Fuck no. Well, yes, literally from day one. I was like, if I guess we're dead.
Yeah.
But no, never.
Well, I also
never thought that.
The way I look at it, I'm just a fucking hippie loser, but it's like, I'm always like, if I can just not have a 9 to 5, I'm waiting. So I look at it through that.
Oh, true. Dude, don't get me wrong. There's always a point where, like, even when I was just doing stand-up for like a fucking 20% full room in a mall, I was like sick. This is a cool thing. But yeah,
that's the thing. I feel like it's almost, again, I could be paranoid, but it almost is like the perception of like network making it on, now no one can say. To me, seems like a little bit of like one of those little animal traps where you have like a sting and a stick and a string, and you're like pull it. And once you're in there, like, oh, you can't do it. But so it's one of those things where
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
it seems like an immense amount of pressure that once all that stuff happens, and it's just like that's just more scrutiny, more this.
yeah, but nobody's gonna go through your shit if you get a special.
Yeah,
No one's gonna be like, we need to cancel him for this. If you're just doing like a whatever special. So I'm not worried about that. And even if I got canceled again, so you got people there.
Yeah, you did it.
Yeah,
Put the ball over the end zone.
if I got canceled, yeah, you get canceled twice. That means you're doing something pretty good.
True.
Like if you got canceled and then came back, and then he's back. I mean, the more cancels you get, literally the more talented you are. The fact that you can survive with one.
True.
Like, shout out Mel.
Dude, Mel
just gets canceled.
he's a cockroach, dude. He gets canceled. Yeah, he gets canceled for like he also pluralized it, he's credit for. So it's like when you shoot 10 people, he got like he pluralizes. They gotta give like 10 counts at the end.
Because he said,
so that's like, it's like shooting at 15 people.
that was a tough one though, because that was a private recording. What he said was so atrocious that it does kind of cancel out the private recording. But there's kind of a part of me that's always like, it's private recording, man.
Yeah, or you even allowed to.
Although I think it was a voicemail on someone else's phone.
I think he left a voicemail.
So he recorded, he was like, fucking press record.
I legitimately didn't know he was Australian.
Neither did Billy. I had to tell Billy last week Mel Gibson was Australian.
I had no
And Russell.
I think I knew Russell Crowe. I had no idea until today that Mel Gibson was Australian. I watched part of an interview and I was like,
Fuck, was he doing a bit?
this guy's fucking Australian?
Oh, maybe that's why you liked Mel. Every time he said something, you're like, he's doing the Australian accent. He was clearly fucking kidding. He's like, the Jews are bad. You're like, he's joking. Oh, that reminds me, speaking of Australian accents. You see the new, did I tell you about this? Did we talk about this? No, the new Hannah Gadsby. No, fucking rules. It's fire. It's rules. First Hannah Gadsby was, be right. Second one is, now I'm retarded.
Really?
Yeah. People were like, how are you going to top? I'm gay and I'm right.
True.
No one thought you could do it. Boom. I'm also retarded.
What's she claiming?
She's claiming autism.
I think. Did she self-diagnose? Because I think that would exclude her from autism. She's like, no, I looked it up. I'm autistic.
No, an autistic guy like, let's get back to this rest. Oh, the trains. Yeah. No, I'm not saying she's not, but it's funny to be like, new comedy special.
Go ahead. Can I be black? They're like, no. What if I just
guarantee she's done 10 Ancestry.coms.
Oh my
god. Like the test was wrong.
It's like a chick with a pregnancy test was like trapping dude. She's like, fuck.
That's Hannah Gadsby.
True.
23 of these.
Like 97% white.
Yeah. Impossible. Yeah. That was a fun special.
Was it good?
Yeah. The confidence that she has in the gay special is unparalleled. So it just comes out. She's like, you have no idea how good this is about to be. Step one.
Scoring some autism.
She's like, I've got a Louis C.K. joke coming right at you. At the end of the show, you're going to want it. Also, did I mention
and she drops the bomb right away. Did she talk about how she got diagnosed? She just comes out and she's like, by the way, this is what it is.
Or yeah, I think I stopped that kind of stuff. I didn't get to the Louis C.K. first, but she did that first special, claimed she was retiring from stand-up. I think even in the special, she was like, this industry is disgusting. I don't want anything to do with it.
Yeah.
I'm out. Fuck you. And then she was like, blew up. She was like, all right, I'm going to have to tour. They were like, all right, here's $20 million. She was like, all right, I'll stick around.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's that much, but because I can't imagine how it could be. But she then changed her platform to, as long as somebody like Louis C.K. is still in the business, I have to.
She's Batman.
She is Batman. She doesn't even want to be doing it. She's the reluctant fucking hero, dude. She doesn't even want any part of this, but she has to. she has to tell you about her problems.
So she got the tour money, finally got health care. Like, oh, so blood pressure looks good. You're autistic, and
Oh, she must have. Fuck yes.
yeah, I don't know how that works. How do you get diagnosed as an adult? It was also like crafting comedy special and doing this. And that seems very strange.
I don't know.
I don't
want to fake news her on that because that is her journey.
True.
It's just funny to continue when you put all your chips in. Is you use your victim chips on the first one.
True.
If that's your brain, like I'm a victim. That's what I'm doing.
True.
It's a tough one.
That was her close.
It's like
Yes. Yeah, man, that's.
You know how to say that.
I think you can say it now, Jones.
Retard. Australian and Alex Jones was the same.
Retarded.
Oh, bad news for you.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Where are we at?
we're pretty much done. I think we ripped a. Oh yeah, we were running for a while now.
What time is it?
6:30.
Oh man, you got a mic.
It's 6:23. Well, Mary, I appreciate you stifling your laughter for this episode. For us.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. Oh yeah, fuck, we could have used your laugh a lot more in this episode. Did that get in your head at all? It does get in your head, doesn't it?
The guy told me to shut up.
Yeah. It's very fucking annoying.
Well, Mary, I want to hear your laugh. Yeah, man.
We need your laughter, especially
And thank you guys.
an episode like this. No one said shit to you. You were awful quiet.
True.
No. He's trying to be funny. I watched him think of something funny. I was like, don't do it. There's gonna be penis again.
Yeah,
It's pretty funny.
I'm curious. I'm curious what's going to shape out of this, but I do think there'll be a sizable chunk of people just being like, fuck this shit. It's happening, bro. Big things happen. I'm learning some underground movements right now people don't know about. Big time.
Like what?
Big time.
Oh, yeah?
I'm actually doing stuff, bro.
Your underground movement? What is it?
Free therapy for all. Doing all that. I'm working stuff. That's what happens when you ignore the thing and you're like, I'm not going to push and buy into narratives. What are some problems at hand that I can just jump into and actually fix rather than being like, it's just me and a prototype. It's like, yeah, cool. There's fucking 9 million others. Go do something.
Yeah.
Run for fucking office. Go do something rather than sitting on Twitter and being like, I went on a date with a comedian and he told me to suck his dick and I was like, okay, but I totally didn't want to. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, man. Thanks.
And it
Contributed fucking deal.
just sucks when there's so many of those, and there's definitely people with those real stories.
Yeah.
And then you've got all these people just like, he was mean on a date. Get him.
Who's
Like,
worse?
wait a second.
Who's worse? A guy who's mean on a date or some attention-starved psycho that when discussing rape and pedophilia is like, oh, also, he was kind of a dick to me. Don't forget about it. And it's like,
True.
get the fuck out. Get out. You're literally clogging the airwaves with your weird, crazy bullshit.
Yeah.
Nobody gives a fuck. He cheated. Look at this. He tried to cheat on his wife. It's like, I'm not talking about that, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it's
Sure, that's not great, but
also, let's lay it down. Adulterers, if you get caught being an adulterer, you're fired. I'm fine. I can get behind that. Canceling adulterers is so fucking.
it's early in the marriage.
Bro.
That's early to be like, no problem.
No, dude.
I know that's fucked up. I'm sorry.
Disgusting. No,
Sorry, it's
sorry.
make that joke.
Sexual hilarious.
I promise.
That's a cancelable offense.
I
Insinuating that I'm a fucking
That actually is a
adulterer,
fucking
a
dude.
filthy fucking
What
adulterer.
do you mean filthy? What do you mean? I adulterate.
No, you weren't even married, dude.
I can't. I'm not even in a relationship. I can't.
You just have sex out of wedlock. You just have sex with people you're not married to, which should be a cancelable offense as well.
Sex
If we're gonna do adulterers, we should do premarital sex.
Sex sucks. I grew up fucking listening to all these dudes brag about how cool getting pussy was.
True.
Now I'm like, yeah, I want to do that. Yeah, or it was like, that's actually evil.
Yeah.
Unless you're a rapper, then we all think it's cool.
And it rules as Drake skirting Delilia's level.
Yeah, we covered that. Drake has 2 minutes.
Yeah, a couple. Yeah, but it's like, again, we'll say we're right now.
Jeff Ross hit fucking.
I heard he got hit hard.
He got hit hard, but also he swung back.
What do you say?
I forget. I think he said she was crazy. uses drugs. He like literally smoked back like bitch is lying. She's fucking crazy. Husband, yeah.
Screenshots?
I don't know. Again, I didn't look into it. But it is, dude. It's such a serious accusation.
What was the act?
His was like he fucked a 15-year-old.
Did it?
That was the accusation. I don't know.
Did it just try? There's you like he fucking me.
Lemaire, you got any info on this?
So he said the story though.
We don't need it. I don't want to
drag Jeff Ross. Well,
I don't want to.
that's the other thing too. It's like I don't have any quarter for pedophiles. I don't want to be a pedophile excuser.
No.
But it's like also though that's the thing, dude. The only ones to talk about it. It's like this was the I believe all everything. It's like okay, so 15 broken down like this guy fucked me when he was 15. When I was 15, it's like she might not be lying. So good. These are the possibilities, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, it's like so. I believe all women. All right, so if a woman says this guy fucked me, did some sort of sexual thing, I automatically assume they're telling the truth. And I believe it. What if a woman says like, "Oh, I saw that guy one time, and he stole something from my house"? Do you believe her when she talks about stealing stuff? You know what I mean? It's just weird. It doesn't really.
It's true. Should we believe all Karens?
Exactly, dude. When she calls the cops and it's like, "Oh, there's a black guy who's attacking me in Central Park."
We believe all Karens as well.
No, and that's all it is. It's different. It's like a situation comes up and you have like 9 different rigid frameworks.
Sorry, not just because I know exactly how he feels.
Believing all Karens?
He hates Karens, dude.
Lemaire, dude, why you hate Karens?
No, he hates. In Lemaire's defense, Lemaire has had a strong anti-white people in general stance since I met him, particularly white women.
I respect.
So I do respect his stance on this.
That's my thing. Maybe I'm fucked up, but it's like my favorite. I love watching like Farrakhan. I love watching black racists.
I'm so glad I have this seat. I get to watch. You have no. I get to watch this. Like first off, you close that curtain. He's been like this the whole episode. Hearing it, and whenever it's really funny. Whenever we say anything about race,
You look to Lemaire.
it's good to have like it just. I know. I'm not stupid. I know Lemaire doesn't speak for all black people.
What?
I know.
That's not the deal. Lemaire, that wasn't the deal we struck. Like, look, we need someone to speak for all black people. Can you do that, please?
Yeah, you want black person, well then we think you're all the same. Black people don't do this. Black people do this. Like, do what? Yeah, how dare you? How dare you in this entire totally diverse race? They're capable of anything. Anime, who would have thought that? You asked me fucking 10 years ago, be like, are there going to be black doors? No. Impossible. They're capable of anything.
Dorks. Yeah, there's these. That's the thing too. You don't realize how many black dorks there are until you like are involved in the black family like directly. You're like, oh, got a heavy nerd ratio going on.
There's a strong. I'll venture to say there's an equal nerd ratio within the races. I'll say.
True.
I'll say.
Well, it's also nerd culture glorified by white people for a while. Where it's like, oh yeah, all those movies that came out, they're like some guy in varsity. Yeah, some varsity guys.
Football players are losers, right? That must have fucked kids up in high school. Coming into school like with like a slingshot, be like, I got you, jock. Like, I set up a booby trap for the jocks today. Because first off, all nerds aren't smart.
No,
most nerds are just like retarded. Sorry, retarded.
I learned that the hard way one time. I cheated off of a guy in college.
He had aggressively got it.
Aggressively.
Only guy I know is taking on his glasses fucking bored.
True.
Literally the dumbest guy I know.
You ever see there's like extreme level of nerds where they like sit with like their feet like locked under them in a chair and you're just like, wow. Dude, you gotta be smart as fuck. They'll like sit with like their feet, their heels will be up by their back and you're just like sitting in class, like I'm definitely cheating on this guy. I fucking cheated on his test. Then afterwards I was like, you got a 16. I'm like, dude, didn't you study? And he was like, yeah. I'm like,
you just absolutely.
You're a freak. I thought you were a nerd.
True. That is the subculture. The freak nerd. A lot of the freaks.
True.
Freaks ruin the nerds. Good name.
I like a good fruit though.
You see a kid like hugging his books when he walks down the hallway. Like, perfect.
I know him like a shark. I'm like, I like didn't study at all for this. It was like college
was like that wild. His book bag was all of his books, and he's still holding something.
It was just manifestos.
Hands up too high, the khakis up high. Not too high. That's a stereotype. But like he walks fast. The nerdy you are, the faster.
Walks faster on the balls of your feet. You don't touch your heels, touch the ground.
Like loafers.
He's a Jan 40. He's like 40 pounds of manifestos. He's like, nah, that one was last year's. I'm just the updated.
And the freaks and nerds split when we were there. Same with when our parents were in high school. The gays and nerds split. Because they didn't know gay people existed. They'd be like, look at how he walks down the hallway, fucking nerd. And then they were like, you know, guys fuck each other. Like, what? That's what those dudes are doing.
Fuck. That's so funny. Yeah, man, that's you don't get fooled, man. Don't think you cannot study for an entire semester and be like, here's the weakest in here. I'm just gonna copy. I'm gonna copy.
Girls are tough because there's horse girls and there's smart dorks. True.
Horse
and
girls.
both of them are linked by like mustaches. Mustaches and like hair down to their ass. Like they all have like Amish hair. And like one of these is smart. One of them is a literally retarded person.
Yeah, one of them is just here for a little bit, then they'll be right back working with horses. The dad's like, all right, come on, help me go.
Dude, there's a girl. Yo, this is fuck, I don't know how old she is. Never mind. Never mind.
Are you in communication with a horse girl?
No, I could be fooled, dude. I've been tricked. But I told myself I was going to stop doing this. Remember Bad Baby?
Yeah.
I thought she was hot. And so I was like, you know, she's like 15. I was like, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
I think she's 17 now.
Still, it's been I thought she was hot, bro. Look, I didn't think she was hot. I didn't think she was hot. Like, I wanted to fuck her like that.
Yeah. Do you want to just inbox her, talk to her for a while, gauge her temperature, wait till she's 18?
Is that wrong?
That's called grooming. I hope my thighs are showing on there.
I know, me too.
My pants been creeping up high.
Yeah, mine too. Dude, the gamer chairs turn you into dorks. Gamer chairs just transform you.
I think they just pull your pants up in a way that like cut your testicles off from like reducing sperm.
Gamer chairs were a mistake. My ass has never been hotter. Every time we do this, it's just a swamp ass. But there's a girl who's been acting like a dog. She's been crawling around like a dog. She's like a horse girl. It's a dog girl.
Yeah.
About it. There's something there.
Someone
Look, I'm not saying I'm jerking off to it.
Of course, dude.
Nothing like that. But I was supposed to. I saw this video and I was supposed to hate it.
Who sent it to you?
It's kind of been circulating. Has anybody seen this girl acting like a dog? She's like drinking out of a bowl in the mall.
Okay.
Wild.
Yeah.
Find out how old she is before we continue now.
We're talking about a girl who's acting like a dog, dude.
Yeah.
Although to cover bases, we should ID the thing.
We should ID this.
Oh, you pretty much already told it yourself.
I certainly did. No, I don't remember. No, I don't remember how I felt when I saw the
If you saw a woman acting as an animal,
yes,
and you were saying if you were a dog too,
his eyes went up.
fuck, he's 12. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Yo, here's what no one wants to talk about. If she's a dog, then does her age multiply by 7? You're looking at her dog years.
I did give her the dog years because I accepted her. So she identified as canine.
Exactly.
And today's standards, believe me, I've left. She's 49. She is fucking geese. You gotta kill me.
I think I found her name, but I'm not sure.
No, not her name.
Oksana Malaya.
Sounds like a dog lady.
Different dog lady?
Yeah, and she's 36.
This is not her. This girl is definitely like, really?
Yeah, your puppy girl channel on TikTok.
Has to be her. Does she have a fat ass?
She's ugly. No way, you better be right, dude.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it's her. Yes. Safe. Slides look up. Look at the up.
God damn, thank God. I had so many perverted thoughts about this.
Please.
Man, dude. Again, imagine, now that we know she's of age, we can talk about it.
First off, she's not that. She's not. I was saying she's. What I was getting at originally was this classic horse girl. Horse girls are the ones that like run around acting like horses. At recess.
Yeah.
You know, they're literally back like nay and fucking run. This girl's doing that as a dog, and you're supposed to not. It's like a furry. She's like a furry.
Yeah.
Where it's like, why is this being sexualized? You know, you see furries.
Hot ladies licking water out of a bowl.
Well, she's not that hot. That's the thing. It's just the act of what she's up to. What do you think? You think she's hot? Say that on the mic. Say that on the record. She's pretty hot.
Do you think that the fact that she's pretending to be a dog makes her hotter?
Well, that's what I was trying to get at. I was trying to examine.
Sure, that's a
That's
fair
why I
point.
bring it up, Matt. Go ahead, take a look.
We have some video.
I mean, this, what are you talking about? She's hot. People think she's hot. Other guys, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? How is that a question? This is overtly sexual.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, Shane, you're 100% right.
But the dog bowl in the mall was very, very disgusting.
Oh my God, dude. I really hope my crotch is being shown. That's overtly sexual. For a girl in yoga pants to like, I mean, just
You're weird.
Fine. For her to say, for that to be a question, I didn't know you were talking about that. That's porn, dude.
Yeah,
That's pornography.
Yeah, but what's funny about it is it's just a girl acting like a dog.
Yeah, but her fucking ass.
Yeah, yoga's very stick with that ass.
Yeah.
That's the point of it. But it's dorks. It's two nerds being weird. Sure, it's working.
Oh yeah, I mean, dude, there's a, you know, you're talking about like horse girls, band chicks. Man, there's like band chicks.
That's exactly the energy. That's the total energy is band chicks.
Yeah. The oblivious, hairy leg, sluttiness, and you're like, God, that's kind of fucking hot.
Yeah, they wear stringy hair.
Yeah, dude.
Sweet. That stringy hair. What do you do with these two again? Horny back then. You made a conglomeration back then. The two boys are whispering to each other.
Oh my God. I'll fucking jerk you.
Thank God we pulled this episode out. You gotta, when we get to the serious stuff, it bothers me.
It sucks.
It's just uncomfortable because I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
And it's just uncomfortable. Just
It sucks.
It's always, especially because it was in the back of my mind. It's just everybody being like, fucking retards. And then the other side of it, like, look what they did this week.
Yeah.
Of course you can't let that affect you, but it does. I'll be honest.
It's like, oh, we're going to talk for 2 hours. What's the
Yo.
thing we've been thinking about for fucking...
Yeah.
It's like,
How are you?
How can I portray these thoughts that I had in a way that I can't
I'm
control?
going to sleep, big dog.
Like,
You took too long. You said you needed 15 minutes.
to even think about, like, look how scared all these comics are. Like, I'm kind of worried that just accusations. Enough people that
I can see that.
Yeah, man, it's bullshit. But again, all I want to do is think about good stuff.
think about cool stuff like badass badasses.
Take care.
Horse girls that are hot.
Yeah, hot horse girl.
Hot horse girls. Major come ups. You can get a hold of one, they're rare. Because typically there you have like just loaded horse binders, mustache. They always look to me like Napoleon Dynamite with a long ponytail. They all look like Napoleon Dynamite. But
I also wonder if that was part of Gatsby's assessment. They're like, how long did you pretend to be a horse girl? She was like, half my life. And then I became a comedian. I was a horse girl turned a comedian.
the horse girls, they all die. They are dead.
You think they
Horse
died?
girls die or something. None of them.
I don't know. There should be a good rom-com like a horse girl, like There She Is, that movie where the girl comes down the steps. She was like,
She's all that.
hot. Some dude just climbs on top.
Oh man, that dog girl definitely. Ew. What? She definitely makes like dog noises when you fuck her.
I mean, dude. Noah, you better have it. Noah, for the record, if you did not get her age right, we're fucked.
If you did not,
For the record, if you somehow saw a year and do some bad math on us,
honestly, we're definitely going to Google her age as soon as this is done before we upload it.
I mean,
Throw
it out, and then if we're wrong, we commit super family. On camera. We cut off our boners.
Yes.
We cut off our boners on camera. That bonus we didn't get to Dog Girl, by the way.
The boners were not from Dog Girl. They were pre-existing from...
I like to say for the record, the boners were not from Dog Girl, they were from Kick-Ass Women.
Yeah, the boners were actually from when we were shaming accusers.
I want to know. I need this broken down logically. It's like, all right, so if we're in a world now where anyone on Twitter can come out and be like, well, the guy was a piece of shit to me. Like, hey, dude, like the foreman's like, hey, McClinchy, get out of here. You're done. We're through with you. It's like, all right, live in that world. It's nice to kind of come up with some sort of vetting system. That's all, you know?
Yeah, man. I gotta listen to it again. That book, John Ronson. John Ronson, So You've Been Publicly Shamed.
Yeah.
There's a good chunk in there about, like, literally, like, the historical context of people doing this forever.
Yeah.
Like, we've done this. You put people in the stocks.
Yeah.
You just put somebody up in front of everybody in town. Like, bitch. People came by like cabbage at you. I mean, it's the same thing. And then they stopped doing it because of how fucked up it was.
Yeah.
Like, it was traumatic enough that people were like, I don't care if you whip me or I get flogged for this. Just don't do it in front of me. I mean, I know I've said
the only way to that is through like a nuanced discussion. Like, I'm not saying I don't believe it, but there are other things. Nothing's like completely conventional, and it's like, no. If a woman says something, I believe it. That works. It's like, yeah, it works for you in terms of you don't get any sort of weird backlash in the short term. Then, like, if you're thinking actually like how many lives are being unnecessarily ruined, blah 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 blah, potentially. Yeah. If you're like, well, I don't even want to think about that. It's like, all right, get ready for fucking a hellish nightmare.
Yeah.
We're all running on this weird fear program where it's like, let's just kind of ignore the reality of situations and just like not try to get called out. It's like, dude, good fucking luck.
It's coming for you.
Yeah, dude.
Like, and unfortunately, like I laughed at some of these. I've already got the book. I'm immune to it at this point. Technically,
you can kind of laugh.
I could get a worse strain. There's one more strain that's worse than the strain I got.
Yeah, true.
Come on. Actually, there's two more strains. I'm thinking about some strains. But all these comics that are like, yeah, fuck him, piece of shit, all that. It's like, dude, get ready. It'll be your turn.
Yeah, dude. It's a hornet's nest. You're just kind of like, oh, fuck yeah.
But like, why is it comics that are getting so bad? Because typically comedians are fucked up. I'm not saying their behavior. I'm saying like all these like people that are willing to backstab each other immediately and so excited to drag people down. It's just think of the open books. All those people are, first off, most of them are retarded.
True.
All right.
Yeah, if you want to base on that,
there's literally like horse girls. There's dudes that are horse guys in there. Think about the Grinch. That's a horse guy. That's what I think.
Oh, dude, there's no bigger den of psychos than an open
den of fucking not just like pussy psychos too. Yeah. That are little like dudes that weasel in to get pussy.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, we saw all that, but again, it's like
people like that's what I mean. Like online, people like, man, I can't believe how bad comics are. It's like no, it's just we're probably the only profession where all of our coworkers are delighted to do this to us.
Yeah,
they're so excited to publicly do this, and they all are the same people that think they need to speak out. These are fucking people that couldn't do anything else.
Yeah.
That are like, I need to speak.
Well, it's also the job entails taking verbal risks. Like you don't say, like I would go and say something like horrible about myself, and people don't laugh. I'm like, shit, that's out there now. So it's like, it's also the job is going out and saying like the most wild shit you can think of. This part of it, like, how am I going to elicit a visceral reaction out of a bunch of strangers who are expecting me to elicit a verbal, like a bodily reaction out of them? So, you know, you're bagging tricks, you start noticing this fucking works. You start throwing it out, you're trying to make people laugh, and it's like everyone's watching each other go through that process, and then being like, I remember something you said that wasn't very nice.
To say bad words to listen to response.
Yeah, it's like,
but not even that. I'm just saying the fact that like they're like, how again, they're like, I can't believe all comedians are scumbags. It's like, well, I think they're probably a little more so than others because it's mostly drinking in your bars every night. So think if you drank every day, how many mistakes you'd be making. But I mean, you're going to be making a ton of mistakes. But also, the absolute losers in this profession that can't do it. So literally the only thing they can do is voice. All of a sudden they're politicians.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm into politics now.
Did you guys
really?
vote?
What do you do? So like, do open mics.
Yeah.
Is that how you help?
Yeah, man. No, it is. It's a comedian. You know, again, it was a role typically reserved for being like, nobody's talking about this thing. I'm going out. I'm talking about it. People are so like, oh my god, I think about this, but I can't say it. And they all laugh. And it's being gutted out to like anyone who doesn't absolutely bend the knee to an absolutely idiotic ideology is getting systematically kind of this is what it is. So it's like you're going to have one of the apparatuses of like, you know, massive self-reflection. You know, I'm not saying like every person talking about their dick is like totally necessary for society function, but it is one of the places where you can go. Like, you know, you're in an office, talk about like cancel culture, like, oh, it doesn't affect the world. If you're in an office, you can't talk about like anything ever. So now it's like comedians are being almost like corporatized in a way where it's like you have to abide by like almost like a corporate policy. That's what it feels like. I remember going to an office and like bragging about how I got pussy the night before, and they were like, yo, bro, you can't talk about that.
Yeah, but it's being corporatized in a way that applies to only certain companies. The rules aren't written for everyone. You can go in and if your joke is, you know, it depends who's saying it or how. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll be curious, man. Again, I'll be curious. I think as soon as Trump gets out of office, once they have like him out,
They can't. It's their entire identity.
I know if he's
Might
out,
lessen if he's out.
I think it will. I think it'll lessen more.
Yeah.
All right, like, you know,
I can't wait to. Oh man, if I was gonna sing Hallelujah, Justice Trump. So that was the one thing I was like, please let me
that'll be fun.
on SNL. But I can't wait to talk about how they killed Trump. Yeah, if he loses, just like, you killed him. He was trying to save us. You killed him. He was the best.
Also, dude, that's going to be awkward. If Trump loses, there could be like moral white riots, like, you know, hitting like Bassmaster Pro Shops and shit. Field and Streams, like, no, fuck no.
Dude,
Field and Streams is putting up boards of like all lives matter on it, like lambs. Please don't fucking
Please don't get us.
Please don't fucking do that.
Yeah, that would be hilarious if the looters hit fucking. Dude, the Mecca is that pyramid that fucking. There's a Bass Pro Shop in Memphis. I told you about this. I drove past it all the way back to Stanhope's. Dude, they used to have it was like their monument in the city. It was this pyramid on the river. It's Memphis. It's an Egyptian name for a city, so they had this pyramid on the city, and then they sold it to like Bass Pro Shops. Now the main monument in their city, like the biggest thing in Memphis, has just a giant Bass Pro Shop on it. Pretty great. That's where we need to go in Trump. We need to loot the fuck out of that
For sure, 100%. I want to hit dicks. Get one of
Go
those
to
punching bags. Fuck it, I'll get this.
Yeah. All right, we gotta wrap this up.
Yes, dude, I have to pee so bad.
Get your
What
wisdom.
you got going on?
I got cool things. I just booked one. I forget. The 23rd, 24th, and 25th of July, I'll be at Hilarities in Cleveland. The 30th, 31st, and 1st of August. So the end of July into August 1st, I'll be at American Comedy Company in San Diego. 6th, 7th, and 8th of August, I'll be at the House of Comedy in Minnesota. But all of these are, very subject to change.
Yeah.
14th and 15th of August, Comedy Connection, Rhode Island. 27th, 28th, 29th of August, Laugh Boston. So
You're on the road again, bro.
I'm back.
You're on the road.
We back.
Oh, yeah.
I got one more week. I got a couple more weeks here. Not much. I got to hit Williams Grove. I got to hit the Speedway as soon as I can.
Gotta get it in.
Lemaire, do you want to come? Oh, Wallace is blowing up, dude.
Oh yeah.
You got to be a part of this.
Who's Bubba Wallace?
Like extra.
Black man.
Oh, that was you were talking about him earlier.
He got a rough.
Yeah, man.
He got a rough time. Fuck. I know you want to leave today. I'm sorry.
Does he wear like cowboy gear at all, or like what's he rocking?
You always see him in like NASCAR.
Just
He's wearing like a NOS hat. Yeah, so he's wearing like a fucking Restream hat. But
that's so fucking sick, bro. Dude, it's over when black dudes get into NASCAR.
well, when you see him, he's not quite there yet.
What do you mean?
We're not there yet. We haven't reached that level.
Oh, dude, if you drive around
This is
676
grip level.
what's that?
You don't have like grip. This is
Russell Wilson?
yeah, he looks like Russell Wilson. He looks like, actually, he looks exactly like every black dude that would have been accepted during the civil rights. Like he's just light enough where white people are like,
I could be in the house.
Oh,
yo, I did not say that. I just meant like early black
so
celebrities.
basically, black people are dipping their toes in NASCAR.
He's pre-Blade Black Hollywood.
Gotcha, yeah, gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like where it was like,
See, he's a light skinned black.
Like a
He's a
white
light skinned black.
yeah, okay. But it's something just
What the fuck's up? He doesn't have like blue eyes or something.
no, he's not like
He's mixed. He's like mixed.
Okay. Excuse me, Omer. My daughter's mixed. I appreciate you not saying that tone.
yeah.
I'm sorry, mulatto.
That's what my wife calls her. My wife's like, my sweet little mulatto baby. And I'm always like, yeah, our sweet little baby.
Oh, that's gotta be tough. Of course, it's just funny.
It's such a construct, bro. The Cusker family's eons beyond it, dude.
You should have seen the Gillis family this weekend. Also, eons beyond it, dude.
It is what it is, bro. They're trying to separate.
They're trying to separate.
What are we doing? Just merging worlds is what it is.
Absolutely, completely diverse worlds being merged. I'm trying to right now bring a black dude to a sprint car race. We bring people together.
True.
Yeah, I don't think we have time to get it. Bubble Wall, somebody put
The news in the garage.
which is it's funny because people are trying to hit him with the Jussie Smollett like immediately. That like was trending on Twitter where he probably faked it. Yeah, and it's like I think it was in fucking Talladega. Yeah, it's a NASCAR event on the heels of them banning the Confederate flag, and he had a Black Lives Matter car.
It's just getting banned.
Yeah,
Confederate flag now for NASCAR.
yes, just got banned.
Hilarious.
Yeah, you realize bring that to the stage.
It's my favorite flag.
Yeah, and then also, dude, somebody. So people that were hitting it with the Jussie Smollett equation, which I would never even question. But also in that same race, somebody like hired one of those beach advertising planes. You know what I mean? With the, what's that called?
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about the string.
Yeah, it was like this flag rules. It was a Confederate flag that flew it.
Someone paid to have like
Yeah,
massage bars.
they basically did a Confederate flag flyover before the race. People were like, they're like, yeah, if there's going to be a noose in a locker in any sport, it was Talladega on that one.
For sure. Well, I also don't think a guy who's like Jussie Smollett was definitely like liberal activist. I don't think like a wanted like someone who's like staking their life on like liberal activism. So like I'm gonna get a NASCAR.
Yeah, and also to even have the idea to like think like I'm gonna be an activist in this. It's gonna work. You just have to be nuts.
I mean, that's a tough sport to take in me.
Although it was
We
later.
got a lot of Dodge truck drivers fucking buzzing the car.
After the event, Bubba Wallace ran over the fence, and it was all black people. Not all black, but a lot of black people, like Black Lives Matter. They were at the event, and I just saw the end and thought that was the guy who won. So I thought the guy who won the race like was running over to like a fence, dudes behind the fence that were all black. They were like, "Yeah, you fucking." I was like, "Damn, dude, NASCAR is getting wild." I'm like, "This shit's what the fuck?" Like, I didn't know.
How did he do?
14th.
Not bad.
But I think he was leading with like 20 laps to go. Like he had a good. It was really good. He did well for.
What's he pushing?
I don't know what his team is, but they ran out of gas.
Did they really?
Yeah. That's why he place high. Anyway,
I'll be sure for you to follow.
Is it, why the Black Lives Matters car have to run out of gas?
They probably didn't fill it up.
Because they probably stop at the pit stop every time. Like, yo, let me get $5 on.
Yeah. It's probably
Let me get $5.
This is too easy.
$5 bucks.
Don't hit us with this. You literally just threw me,
They stop at the pit stop and gave him a bunch of orders. And
He got pulled over during the race. There's a ton of these. He bought a black and mild at the pit stop.
oh, fuck. His muffler fell off through the race.
Yeah, he's the only guy that's ever stopped on the side of the race and just sat there on the median and called someone.
He stops the pit stop and just zoop, zoop, there's ties. Zoop, zoop, zoop.
Look, we don't stand by anything you just said. To think what you just said means to believe it. Just so you know, to even say those sentences.
Oh, fuck that. Yeah, Lemaire, that's like a half an hour.
Yeah,
I can do a whole lot.
Don't ever do that.
That was a fucking trap.
It's fucked up. There's so many you can do. It's so easy. Come on. Alright, we should go. Wait, what were you thinking? What did you think was going to come out of it?
No, I just thought you guys were.
We just thought we
Lemaire, great alley, bro. That's fantastic.
Someone who was on that. That's what that is. That's a quarterback leading a wide receiver across the middle. That's going to get lit up. But it's his job to go catch the ball. He's got to go.
Yeah, I made sure my feet were in. I was like,
Exploded across the middle. We had to go.
oh my god, dude.
Alright, that's it.
That's fantastic.
We should go.
I think it's sick. I think it's the way of the future. I
It's the
think
way of the future.
going live is the way of the future. It's the only thing you can commoditize anymore. It's the direct experience. Recordings all get sent to the cloud. We are approaching the singularity. The only thing people can have is it's the only thing left to sell. Your direct experience.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why stand-up's not going anywhere, dude.
True. A lot of people, a lot of talk. That's it. A lot of talk saying stand-up's dead.
Nothing beats being in the room.
Well, the only thing
I've
that's
seen a lot of shitty comics seem really funny by being in the room.
true, but the only thing that sucks is your special, your people's hopes of working on a special dashed by one dude who counts and records 20 minutes of your set.
True. But, I don't know. I listened to most of Louis' special before it came out.
True.
When it came out, I was still like, oh yeah.
True, and if you saw it live, that's what. Yeah, that's the only argument. I think stand-up will evolve to people doing 20-minute specials once or twice a year.
I think so.
Hot 20
45 to an hour is a little long.
It's a little long, dude. A little laborious. It's just rip a hot 20, chuck it out, keep everything on the web. That's just me. That's just me. Matt McCusker, futurist writer, whatever. You know what I mean? That just is what it is. For sure. How's the sound levels in there? Any shit talking? Any fucking whiners? Bump it a little is not bad. People can hear it. You get guys who are like, dude, I run 17 jackhammers on a fucking helicopter. It's like, yeah, bro, I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry, all right? Doing the best I can. Jesus Christ. Got a lot of hate in this bill, dude. Really? A lot of motherfuckers hating on me.
What were they saying?
People loving on me. A lot of people loving on me. A lot of people hating on me.
What were they saying?
Bullshit, dude. I did the Patreon. I did the Patreon with the guy. Again, I don't divulge my sources, but this guy seemed like a pretty learned dude on foreign affairs, informational warfare, which I didn't know. I didn't know we were in an information war. I mean, I suspected it, obviously, but I didn't know. What's that going to do? Lemaire, thanks. Lemaire, do you have a mic? Jesus fucking Christ.
We are live. So what happened? You put on a guy that everybody shit on or something?
Well, not everybody. That's the thing you're gonna have to. That's the thing you have to deal with. Doing online stuff is ambiguity. You'll get three people, but this fucking rules. One person, this is fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Fuck, this is dumb. And you look it up and you're like, nah, this fucking rules. But the funniest part was I people will be like, dude, I knew everything. It's like,
Yeah, great.
don't watch the whole thing. I have never watched something I knew the whole thing of and waited until the end and be like, dude, I knew all this. It's like,
Yeah.
turn it off, bro.
Well, I was
Turn it off, more refresh.
I was a real snob during the grant on the History Channel.
Oh,
I was a real snob.
Did you hit
I was
any?
like hitting facts before they said them, and just looking at my parents like, everybody knows that.
That's awesome. Dude, there was one thing I didn't know. Mother Jones, apparently, according to a Russian defector, Mother Jones was Russian propaganda. It was started as Russian propaganda. People are like, you didn't know that? It's like, well, the fuck no. I mean, I suspected it yet, but I didn't fucking know.
Don't know shit about Mother Jones.
It's like, yeah, it's like a left-wing blog. So this guy defected, a high-ranking KGB official defected and like told a bunch of secrets. One of them too is another thing I had no fucking idea. Did Billy ever tell you about like the third world dictator who ordered COVID tests and like tested a tomato and it came?
I think it was in Ghana.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this Russian guy defected said one of their ways of getting out like weaponized information is to hit up a third world contact and then go, I'll secure the bag, push this story out in Ghana, and fucking gives a shit. So they're like, we tested the fucking COVID thing on an apple and it came up positive, and then Russia's press can be like, oh shit, you guys see this thing happen in Ghana? They can throw it back in without being as obvious. Didn't know that. It was exactly what the story my old brother told me. Damn, dude, there's an informational warfare tactic right there.
There you go. Now everybody knows. And now,
well, everyone already knew. Excuse me.
Yeah, true.
It was like, dude, I'm like, but it was fun. I had a good time. I like, I do like that. People were also mad talking about China. The guy was like, yeah, China like eradicated a lot of its poverty. They're like, fuck that, dude. China did it. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm just talking to a guy. I can't sit here and tell you exactly what China's poverty is like. I'm suspicious of the fact that you seem so, like, oh, dude, bullshit. It's like, hit me with some facts, bro.
Yeah.
Don't just hit me with, but again, that's just what it is. You put your heart, you put your blood, blood, sweat, tears into the thing. People are gonna shit on you.
I support it. I'm happy for you. I supported you.
It was fun.
When I got wind of it, I was like, oh, it's a sick episode.
It was fun, man. It was fun.
Yeah.
The guy was very sympathetic to Chinese interests, but again, he stated his.
I don't like that.
What part of his job?
For the record, I was not on that episode.
Oh, you did.
I would have crushed him with that Chinese bullshit.
Well, here's the
around
thing.
here. You see that?
A Ringo flag.
It's Ringo from battle. True. With a closet.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ringo with the battle of like 7 years in a closet. But no, dude.
It's so funny. Someone just had a squished flag in their closet.
I'll never say it.
It was Billy.
I won't say.
Billy's not a patriot.
Wow. It's maybe. I mean, honestly, it's
The wrinkles on the wall.
true. You would think he would have came and steamed it out, but whatever. But yeah, that was fun, man. You learned a bunch of cool shit about. Well, that was the thing too. This guy had to get into enemy. He was like, in order to protect from threats, I have to get into enemy mindset. So he's like, I'm like going through the culture, I'm going through the history. I'm trying to understand how a threat, why it would go the way it would, to try to predict it.
Yeah.
He's like, here's some shit we done in China. People are like, shut up, pussy. Fuck you. Fuck you. Hong Kong rules. And I was like,
Hong Kong is number 1.
Hong Kong rules.
Taiwan, number 3.
What?
China.
I'm all about Hong Kong. China's ass.
China number 1.
China's fucking ass.
Yeah, man. Good. Well, good you're addressing your fucking haters. It's important. It's important to respond to those fucking.
That is my favorite thing. You like, you didn't say like the first half an hour. It's like, dude, I blew like 3 fucking informational warfare tactics out of the water, dude. It was just fun. It was fun. It does make me laugh. People are like, fucking do all this shit. It's like, dude, fuck you, dude.
Yeah.
The best when I catch myself on Patreon being like, I'll like check and be like, lifetime support, like $140. I'm like, fuck you, dude.
Yeah, I gotta address my haters too. Fuck you, Dad.
Oh, what's he doing?
He was complaining about the podcast, dude.
Oh.
He's like, I tried to turn it on. It's just you and your buddies talking about wiping your asses for 10 minutes. It's like, what are you, 30? Grow up. That sparked the rebellion in the house.
True,
I came back with some vicious hatred. I was like, oh, so I walked downstairs. My sister's getting her hair cut by my other sister. Classic bowl cut in the kitchen from the Gillis sisters, Slam and Sarah and Fart McGuire. Just shaving a bowl cut into Fart McGuire.
You get a bowl cut?
We all have the same hair. Yeah. I can't do it anymore because it's receding, but we used to all have straight bowls.
You can bowl out?
You can't. I could go to like the Hispanic bowl. You know what I mean? The one that's like at the top, like a yarmulke.
Like St. Francis.
But she's been heated. So, she's got 2 kids running around, so its tensions are high. So I came down the steps. Oh, I was called to hold her kid while she was getting the bowl cut. I was in the middle of the orcs where the greenskins were attacking my Draculas.
Yeah. Is this when your dad approached you when the greenskins were attacking your Draculas?
No, I was summoned by Fart McGuire to come downstairs during her bowl cut. While the greenskins were impeding onto my fucking sacred land.
Can you pause?
You could, but I was in the middle of a battle. The computer was running hot when it's in a battle. So I had to finish the battle. And it took long because for some reason the fast forward button wasn't working. So I just had to play it. So it took like maybe 20 minutes.
So who watched the kids while you were battling the...
I just made Fart McGuire. I had to tend her up. So pretend I'm not here. And then I came downstairs and I couldn't divulge that it was because the greenskins were attacking my vampires.
True,
that was a secret information. I was like, I was working on something. But that started, there was a lot of tension. And then Phil came in from working outside and hit me with the fucking, I just listened to your podcast. It's you and your friend talking about wiping your ass for 20 minutes. You're not allowed to take mom's car anymore.
Damn.
So he hit me with the "you're grounded." Because the cruise was in the shop.
So you're fighting the greenskins.
So I had to take
you're fighting your dad.
I got the greenskins coming down from the mountains. I just united all the vampiric clans.
Yeah.
All right.
True.
The last thing I need is more stress.
True.
And getting my mom's CRV taken away from me. I needed my mom's CRV. So as soon as Phil hit me with you're not allowed to use your mom's car because all you guys do is talk about wiping asses, the sisters, Slam and Sarah and Fart, were just...
We keep ripping. The live stream will just...
Well, is it still recording?
Okay, are you plugged in?
Why would it not be plugged in? What do you mean you don't know? We're going on Wi-Fi on that?
You have your mic?
Holy fuck,
Right,
dude.
Lemaire.
Lemaire, what is happening?
What's the internet? Or can people even hear this right now?
Radio brings you a brand new history podcast.
You having the right hole? Alright, we need to call Louis J. Gomez, see how he handles this kind of stuff.
He just screams at them and they wait a half hour. And every single stream is a half hour late. And this is why. Because if you think the guys who do podcasts are losers, imagine the people fucking working behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, we gotta address that.
So are we? What's going on here? Where this is still on YouTube right now. What happened during the incredible story I was telling? Was that everything's still on?
Everything's still on. Everything's still on. Everything's still good.
Great.
I mean, we're breaking the fourth wall like all the fucking right now, dude.
It's good. It's good for these people to see it.
True.
But yeah, I had to address Phil for that.
Yeah.
Can't have that.
Did you make it up? How'd you guys?
It wasn't that hard of a beef, but everybody wanted it to be. The women in the family were like, oh, they hit me, tried to gas me up. You know what I mean? They're like, damn, Phil just crushed you.
They're piping up Big Phil.
Yeah, they're like, Phil's the fucking man. He just dunked on you. He walked in the room with dunk. He did, though. I mean, hitting me with you're not allowed to take your mom's car anymore. It's such a fucking dick move. He knows my car was in the shop, but
Was he sweaty? He came in.
yeah, he's sweating. Tit sweat. He was just cutting along.
Oh,
Which I've been volunteering. I've been saying, let me cut the lawn. I enjoy cutting.
you gotta hop on the tractor early when
Phil's been taking it.
You gotta hop on the tractor. You say, "Pop, I got this." You should hop on the tractor and crash it. I can't have mom's car.
It's a walking mode. It's good. Yeah. It's a good walk. I enjoy it.
Yes, that's big time.
But yeah,
You guys are in battle right now. I was on Battle Online. I was on Battle Online. Yeah, I was in Battle all week.
But again, in Battle, I got supporters. We had a very big victory this week on the internet because the sexual pest was brought to justice.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to.
I felt dirty.
It feels bad even weaponizing that bullshit, but.
It's against my chill ass vibe.
That guy deserved it, 100%.
True. I mean, it was sweet. There was some sort of like,
It was the only person that ever deserved it. I was like laughing the entire day.
True.
And then, well, probably for like an hour or two, and then I started to realize like, it's not great.
I just don't know how people rock like that. Like I was like, laughing, fucking around, and still I was like, this feels gross, dude.
Yeah.
That's the water people swim in. Being like, what are we doing?
Yeah. It's like, we're just taking an accusation we found on Twitter, and we're gonna try to really ruin this guy's life.
Yeah.
Get in.
I was reading a lot about the psychology groups, and apparently it's like you can just find a leader who will just not second guess themselves at all. People kind of get off on that. If people just go like straight in, like no, or some guy's microphone is going like yeah, and then blah, blah, blah. People, because when you're a kid, you get to feel this power of like being with your mom or dad. Like you're like, I'm a child. This person totally is taking care of me. Yeah. This is how they say hypnotism works. Because like it's not like a hypnotist tells anything to anyone. They just tap into the person's desire to kind of regress back to that like childlike state, where like completely abandoned like their sense of what's going on. So if someone is loud enough and sure enough of themselves, like clockwork, people just fall into it just to like feel protected. And then the acts that you do while under that, kind of like behind that leader, you're kind of like, that's how they explain the Nazis. It's like, you have Hitler going hard, and it's just like, fuck it, he's doing it. You start doing it. You don't feel like the same amount of guilt because you're like,
yeah. So this was us basically getting Hitler.
Yeah, we kind of said, we got Hitler.
We saw Hitler, we were like, all right, beat it, pass. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care that much. I don't know.
This is the short and skinny of it. If you were sitting around following the dude and doing all this, you don't really define yourself by someone else's fucking shit. So it's like, idiot, you got in trouble, and it's like, what am I doing now?
Yeah.
Whereas like, that dude would spend, he spent like weeks hiding that thing out. It'd be like months. But again, there was like,
here's also the seedy underbelly that gave birth to shame, and it was just an article about Legion of Skanks.
He tried to do Back to the Future, then he tried to do Back to the Future 2. He tried fucking. When you work for websites too, they do tell you like keep this going, keep going, So.
This is the problem with going live though. I think this is where we hit the old reset on a regular episode, but
can't dude. Showtime. Lights, camera, action.
We're just going. But they're still hitting buttons. Are you?
No, you secure him a microphone. Just pull this table near him, crank the boom on. We have some questions from there.
Yeah, this is.
Well, dude, did you hear about the guy who pulled a gun on the dude? He's like a Philly bar owner.
No,
pulled a gun on someone.
No.
So I think it was like. It was the place. I think it was a hookah lounge. The place was called like Elixir or something. It was like right on 2nd Street. Infusion, yeah. What was Philly Comedy?
Oh, nice.
So
Philly Comedy.
Philly Comedy.
The one with the hookah lounge upstairs.
Yeah. So now, now it's owned by a Patriot.
Oh man, second amendment.
So the guy was sitting there. The owner looks exactly what you would expect. The guy who owns it, just like a big dude, like big ass fucking head, beard, and all that shit.
I think I met that guy. I think he had a gun. Did he? Oh, yeah, we met that guy. He had a gun.
It has to be him.
And of course that's him.
It has to be. He's the only gun-toting dude.
There's no way there's another dude there. That was that exact description.
I'm almost positive.
It was him.
It definitely is.
That guy ruled. What did he do?
Okay, so that guy.
Did he rule?
Well, nobody knows. Okay, so here's what happened.
But he also was, I vaguely remember him bragging about having a gun at that point.
Yes, he trains. He like trains law enforcement, like tactical and security measures. So he owns like the Elixir Mega Hookah Lounge, whatever it's called. What's it called again? He owns the Infusion Lounge. So everyone is out eating, drinking, doing like their little outdoor seating stuff. And a black dude pulled up on a bicycle and was like, I don't see any masks on anybody. He started shaming everybody for not being social.
There's a black Karen?
There's a black Karen, basically. He pulled up and was like, I don't see anyone social distancing. I don't see you guys. He started going, shame on you guys. This is your MAGA privilege. Like, he started like saying shit like that. And the guy was fucking sitting. He comes out. Well, a bunch of the people who were eating there were like, shut up, go away, fuck off, blah, blah, blah. And the guy was like, dude, get out of here. He was like, yeah, that's your MAGA privilege. He went, Trump. Oh, this is the official account. This is the official account. The guy goes, the guy goes, he's like MAGA privilege, which again, whatever. And then
that's good. MAGA privilege is good because then the left will start using that. Because then they don't have white privilege.
It's MAGA.
The real thing is MAGA privilege. It's not theirs.
The privilege.
Democrats don't have it.
Yeah, the privilege of identifying with the president who you can lose your job in most settings. So he goes MAGA privilege, and then the guy goes Trump 2020. And according to the video just cuts into a guy with a gun out. He was pointing a gun at this dude. Back the fuck up, blah blah blah. The dude claims that he started reaching. He saw him reaching for a shiny metal object. It was a bike lock. So the girl who videoed this thing, on her friend's Instagram, is this girl being like, "Leave him alone! Stop! What the fuck are you doing? Blah blah blah! This is how people get shot." Whatever she was saying,
sure.
It's just a bike lock.
Just adding chaos, which is what women do. Whenever there's an incident, they're just yelling. She will do nothing but adding chaos, even though it does sound like she was saying the right thing.
Well, this is the part where, again, nobody was there. The guy claims that the guy was like, he was like Trump 2020. Saw the guy reaching to grab something. Which again, a lot of times people on bikes will grab bike locks and try to like weaponize them and swing them around. So he claims the dude grabbed bike lock. He sees a black shiny metal object. He's equipped, pulls it out, neutralizes the situation. He's like, dude, chill the fuck out. And then everyone freaks. Apparently, they're like, they claim that people formed like a shield around this man. I saw the video. It's just that one lady screaming, being like, "What the fuck are you doing? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Don't fucking do this!" She's like, "Dude, get the fuck out!" And then another guy was like, "Dude, get the fuck out of here." But she was yelling, he just has a bike lock. So I don't know if he pulled out a bike lock and he was like, "Yeah," pulled out a gun. And the lady's like, "Why are you pulling out a gun? He just has a bike lock."
Sounds like a black dork though.
Yeah, it's like a bicycle messenger.
It had to be a black dork.
Yeah.
Because a regular black dude's not going to be like, you guys are not socially distant.
Exactly. This
sounds like a black dork.
It's bicycle messengers. So bicycle messenger is like a very physical black door, and they make white bicycle messengers who are also at an equal level of like politically annoying dorks. They keep like the fucking thing on them at all times.
That was Claire's like best. She anytime you date a girl and you do stand up, they immediately are like, I can do stand up. And I used to always make her like, I'd be like, all right, give me one bit, like let me hear your best bit. And hers was about bicycle messengers. I forget exactly what it was. Did they do heroin? Does doing heroin make you become a bike messenger? Little chicken and the egg type thing.
True.
Do you have to become like a tatted up cross monk in order to deliver Grubhub or whatever they do?
It's like it's like the choice profession of anarchists. So like ride a bicycle a day and just like basically deliver messages for the
just be an absolute cog in capitalism. Just like literally.
They get to ride their bikes all day,
Yeah.
and then like if you're like a fucking obviously if you come across a fascist who like cuts you off, you take your bike lock and smash it in the mirror.
Fucking fascists. I got cut off by several fascists in North Philly on the way down here.
Did you really?
Fascists keep cutting me off. I didn't realize how many fascists lived up in North Philly. You see that fascist that hit those two ladies at the Black Lives Matter protest?
Oh,
that right-wing fascist?
Yeah, well, this is the whole point of the fucking.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, it's the same thing.
The patriot that held to the ground against fucking fascists like that.
Well, the problem is, it's like. So you go on to Twitter, there's a video of a guy just holding a gun at a black dude, like, get the fuck out of here. None of the stuff's like, the decisive moment is, did someone draw a bike lock first, or did the guy draw a weapon first? Because there's two completely possible scenarios where the guy was like, MAGA privilege, the guy just goes, Trump 2020 in an absolutely ridiculous response. And then, so there's two scenarios where a guy went Trump 2020, just pulled a gun out as he said it, like, what? Or the guy went Trump 2020, and the dude, the bike messenger was like, fuck you, and grabbed his bike lock. Or maybe he was just hockey. I don't know, I have no idea. But everyone there was like, dude, get the fuck out of here, you're bothering us. And then it's like, did the guy pull a gun? But the whole point is everyone is watching a 10-second video, and they're like, oh, there's a video of the guy in a gun pointing at a guy. This is obviously the story. It's like, You know, that was on.
We stand with our friend, our dear friend, the guy.
I didn't even know what happened. I can't think of it. Like this whole thing of just watching a viral clip and being like, what am I mad about today? It's like, you know,
it's all fake.
Yeah. Or again,
you just get hit with so many.
Maybe the guy snapped. Maybe the guy snapped.
Maybe he did.
Trump 2020.
But there's been enough of these lies.
Trump 2020, just fucking at the same time. Trump 2020. What do you think? Trump 2020.
2024. Forever. Trump forever.
Trump 2020. So it was like, did he say it? Like, which is a really funny scenario of a guy just being like, Trump 2020 and pulling out a gun, pointing at someone. You know, so
what if he had one of those Trump commemorative guns?
I think I saw it. It was black. It was like a black lock, standard issue. This guy's not flashy. He trains police officers. He claimed Fox was the only one who interviewed him. He was like, "I'm the victim here." It was like a local Fox. You know, like when they do like the high school homeroom show Fox. Like, what happened? He was like, "I'm the victim here." Like, well, all right, good point. He had a police lawyer dude came on and was just like neutralized the situation. Everything went away. The license gun owner caused the problem. So yeah,
the gun owner, the lawyer basically had to delete argument. Pretty like, maybe you think it's crazy, but it's legal, so fucking let him do his thing.
Well, this is a problem again with I sound like a broken record with the news. There's a guy who's minding his business about his day. He sees people sitting at a thing, and it's like, you guys aren't social distancing. Blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, if you're worried about the spread of a disease, get the fuck out of there.
Now, granted, he did get a gun pulled on him, but just hypothetical.
Yeah.
Say you saw a couple African Americans in North Philly, maybe hanging out, wherever, just hanging out. Now, let's say they're fascists from North Philly. Let's say these particular fascists are in North Philly. Sure. And you approach them and we're like, you guys are not socially distancing.
Yeah.
How do you think they perhaps, not that this matters, sure, but how do you think they might handle it?
Well, here's the $1 million question. Who would care if that happened and some dude pulled a gun on me? They'd be like, why were you up there bothering?
Of course, that's all I'm saying.
Exactly.
Literally everybody would be like, oh, you got your ass kicked. Oh, yeah, good. Why would you do that?
That was my dad's claim to fame when he was like, he came home the one day and he was like, I was driving through Chester and this fucking little kid told me to go fuck myself. And I was like, that was weird. He was like, oh, yeah, I told him to pull his pants up. And I'm like, oh, okay. So unprovoked, you were like,
he tried to fuck
pull your fucking pants up. The guy was like, go fuck yourself.
Your dad faked it.
He's like, well, you know, hey, look. Hey, pull your fucking pants up. Out of a diesel work truck. That guy must have been like, motherfucker.
I saw, oh man, it's funny. There's a black dude working construction at the top of my neighborhood.
Yeah.
He had his pants low. And in my head, just while I was driving, I was like, man, I wish we were close enough as a country that I could roll my window down and be like, hey, pull your fucking pants up. Nah, I'm just playing around, man. Have a good time. Just
like Hamilton.
Nah, you can't like fake racist.
You can't like pull those pants up.
You can't like be like, I'm being racist. No, it was a gag. I'm just kidding. Good luck, man.
True.
But it would be fun. Just, you know.
Yeah. I didn't know that makes sense. You can. I think you can do this.
You think you can play full racist?
You have to put on a Cosby mask. You like, just kidding. It's Cosby bit.
Yeah, I'm just doing Cosby, bro.
Cosby's trying to get out of jail on that bullshit Lemaire was saying that like Cosby's in jail because of systemic racism.
Yeah, Lemaire, we were talking about like people who had been canceled, and Lemaire was like, Cosby's the only one that's in jail for it. It's like, well, you don't really get canceled. As much as arrested for like 80 counts of rape.
Yeah, Cosby's, he's
the only one, if you get canceled, you're black, you go to jail, dude. Well, yeah, because it's so hard to get canceled as a black dude. You literally have to commit 90 rapes. It's impossible in Hollywood to get canceled.
Dude, his show's still on Amazon. BTW.
Is it?
Hell yeah, dude. That's the thing too. It's like
it's a cash cow, dude. You can't take that down.
Look, I'm not trying to be, on the bandwagon. I've never fucked with the Cosby Show. I always thought I was Urkel over Cosby all day, every day.
True.
Urkel fucking ruled. Cosby.
Urkel did rule. I was too young for the Cosby Show. I never really gave a fuck. And then I thought I literally have still never seen him do stand up. Ever.
It's just him being like.
I don't know if that's a good take. I've never watched Cosby do stand-up. I've seen like clips, and I've been like, all right.
You see the thing? Yeah, he does like I've seen
Oh yeah, he did one where he just sat in a chair. I saw that.
Yeah.
So that must have been his most recent one. Where he's just in like a living room on stage.
Really?
Yeah.
Put on house arrest.
In the house. Just move the house. One of those oversized clothes.
Brittany was watching the Cosby Show, and she's like, "This is so funny." I watched it. I'm like, "This fucking sucks, man. This shit is not funny." Just him being like, "You see, the thing about this is what you got to do." And it was like these guys are sexual predators.
Yeah, so any, you really, Lemaire, you still defend Cosby?
He has a special that didn't come out for Netflix. Netflix has a Cosby special.
They got to release it.
Do you still defend Cosby? What do you mean?
You guys love the Constitution. I plead the fifth.
Well, we don't have the Constitution. Silence is murder, Lemaire.
Yeah, silence is consent,
Silence is rape.
which is also Cosby's motto. That was easy. That's a hack one. Nobody's fucking even said one thing about how sick my polo is.
I think it's nice.
You probably thought it was the old one.
I bet.
Did you notice the subtle differences?
I noticed there's a
Normally
line.
there's a line right here.
There's just a little line over there.
This is the
It's a 2020.
This is the 2019 coach's polo from Notre Dame. I've been rocking the 15 or 16 for a while.
Really?
That might be a 15.
You're rocking that 15.
Dude, all my clothes are literally 5 to 6 years old.
That's a good sign.
Some of these are from 2012. Usually around 2000. I think that was the last time I had money. It was like 2012, 13. And then a dark period until now. Now I'm breaking out new polos.
The Amazon algorithm must be sick on you. It's
My
like,
Amazon
you didn't buy
algorithm.
anything. You literally didn't buy anything.
It's gamer chairs. I still get into with gamer chairs because one time I searched from here. And then coaches polos. I just bought a bunch of college shorts, which are sick. That's it.
That's all you
Just college athletic apparel and gamer chairs, which must confuse it a little.
What do you mean?
Not a lot of gamer chair users are fans of college football.
Probably think you got a kid you hate.
Definitely. Little they know I'm both.
True.
The man and the kid I hate, the child I hate that's upstairs playing Greenskins versus Draculas.
How fun was that, though?
It's so fun. Greenskins versus Draculas?
Yeah. What's your dad say about your video games?
He doesn't know, dude.
He doesn't
I think
know.
I'm a left field, see me playing Dracula.
I'm going to text him.
Dude.
What would he say if you walked in on you doing the Greenskins versus Draculas?
He would be upset, dude, because I put it in my room. I'm laying on my bed playing it.
Oh.
He would walk in and see me laying on my belly on a computer with feet in the air, kicking. He'd see me, and I'd have to end it, and I'm facing the wall. So the door would be behind me, so he'd open it, and I'd have to be like, "Get out of here, Dad!" Look, this is also shorts are all the way up. Like, Dad, get the fuck out! He's like, "It's dinner." I'm like, "I'm not ready yet."
You can see your
I told you I didn't want any. I had to make it. Look, this is a terrible confession. This is a confession. Any of my family members that are listening to this, please fast forward 15 seconds. Sure. 20, a half hour. Stop listening, please. I know my sister's listening. I know Far McGuire's listening right now.
She's turning up.
She's got her bowl cut. She's fucking fired up. Dude.
So she went in and was like, "Give me the second grade teacher."
Yes. And all the second grade students. Second grade teachers and students have the same hair. So I had a secret mission today. This was top secret.
Okay.
So last night, 2 nights ago, I masturbated.
Yeah.
It was pretty tight. It was sick.
Yeah.
I think it was a stepmom and son on a vacation. Turns out there's only one bed. We're gonna have to share it. What's the worst that can happen?
That's good. I
I'm
like
gonna have to get changed. I won't look.
How long of this build up did you get of them sharing a room?
I'm usually not watching porn very long.
Sure.
I'm fucking get the idea of it, get an image of it fast. I don't even watch blowjobs.
You don't even like. I need to see the actual.
Married pussy ass.
I need to see the trans.
I watch some BJs. In fact, I'm getting back into them.
Watching BJ.
Yeah, it's nice to watch sometimes.
I like to see I hear you. I'll watch a lot of the story, and then I have to before I watch Penn, I have to see the moment it devolves into a sexual act. Like I gotta see the first move. I
like to see the girl remove her clothing.
Pretty tight.
That's usually a fun moment.
Yeah.
Especially when it's like a casting couch situation. It's like, all right, just go ahead and would you be comfortable doing like bikini modeling? I'm like, yeah, she was. Anyway, so I had ejaculated, and there's a box of tissues next to my bed. You know where this is going. Plowed through the tissues again. This is box number 2 since I've been home. So, that was weighing on me.
Yeah.
Obviously, I got another empty box open.
Why don't you just rip into a t-shirt?
I'm gonna have to start ripping t-shirts. There's literally a box on my nightstand.
Yeah, dude.
Obviously, I'm gonna fucking use it.
I hate jerking off into tissues. It makes me stick to you. They break on you. It's disgusting. What is it about tissues that, like, I don't understand.
They're easy to clean up. It's sitting there.
Yeah, but a t-shirt, you can lay that out and you can just
But
spray.
I don't like coming all over my clothes like a pervert.
You just throw them in the wash.
So all of your clothes are just riddled with jizz, dude.
They were, and then I washed them.
You ever forget?
Yeah, I picked up a shirt, put it on. It felt like skateboard grip tape, and I was like,
But no, this is where I'm at as a man. I'm playing Greenskins Restream, and then I'm sneaking into other rooms to steal tissues to put in the empty box. Then
oh my god.
replenish the tissues.
So how many, did you do like 5 per room?
I took 5 tissues out of a different room's tissue boxes when I realized I was the only one home, and stuck one in the top of my tissue box. And I was like, can't use the tissues anymore.
Oh,
That's where we're at.
why don't you just put the one with like 2 tissues in another room and just take the whole other box? Maybe there's a different pattern.
There is a pattern. So then I was thinking, if I did that, I was like, nobody's ever going to remember the pattern on this box. But the off chance my mommy remembers the pattern of the box, and knows that her son is now not only plowing through tissues, but secretly conspiring. I was like, that's worse. The conspiring part after plowing through the tissues is worse.
Sure. Yeah,
You can't get caught doing
Well,
that.
if your mom has to start Sherlock Holmesing how much you're jerking off, that becomes kind of. Just be like, wait a second,
Yeah, well, I get greedy with the tissues.
how many you using per rip?
I'm using as much as possible. I'm getting greedy, dude. I'm not jerking off that much. I'm jerking off every other day.
Okay.
I'm literally every other day.
So you're like full mummy mode when you're coming.
But if I'm not, yeah, I'm just I'm walking to the bathroom. Anyway,
I've been getting into
Fart McGuire heard that.
when I fall.
I'm sorry.
That's it. Look, man.
It's part of nature.
Yeah, bees, exactly.
But it is. I thought you would enjoy me creeping around the house trying to find a different tissue box
Immensely.
to hide it, to hide my shame.
What time of the day was this?
This was this afternoon. This is before I left. This is like 11 a.m.
It was like early morning or late morning.
Yeah.
I was hoping this was like exactly at midnight.
No, you can't creep around at night. They hear you. They hear me. You hear me come up at night, like come from watching. I've been watching Sopranos for like 8 hours a night, and I like sneak up at night, and they're like, well, my mom will be like, why are you awake at 3 in the morning? I always have to be like, oh, I fell asleep downstairs. I can't face the shame of being like, no, I stay up till 3 a.m. every night doing nothing. You gotta hide that. That's shameful.
How does that feel? It's like sitting just chilling at home.
Chilling at home? That's my favorite thing in the world.
I freak out, man.
Chilling at late at night, like very late.
Yeah, for sure. It's awesome.
That rules.
But that would fuck me up for like 3 days. If I stayed up at 3 in the morning, I'd have a fucked up day.
All you have to do is sleep till 11.
I can't.
Well, if you stay up till 3 a.m., you can.
No, I have to be up at 6 in the morning.
Oh, well, you may not. You may not participate in this life.
That's what I'm saying.
You chose the way of the empire. I chose the fucking vampire clans. I'm part of the vampire clans.
I'm a green skin.
You're the empire. No, you are not a green skin.
Oh, you don't think I'm a green skin?
You far from a green skin. You're the empire. All right, you'll go find what the empire is. You'll say, "Oh, that isn't true." It's guys in like knights' clothing, being like honor and all that shit. Dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Green skin. Lemaire might be a green skin.
Yeah, really?
That's actually kind of racist. You might be. Lemaire has the build of it. Actually, no, Lemaire, you'd be one of the dwarfs up in the mountains. You think you'd be a dwarf or a green skin?
What is a green skin? Like
An orc. There's green skins. Also, you and Noah could combine to be green skins. There's green skins are orcs and goblins. And the goblins, Noah's a goblin. You gotta be like tiny and cunning. And then the orcs are like big fucking oafs. So you guys are greenskins.
Just absolutely building up the confidence of our staff. I've fallen. Well, this is the thing. I'm trying to cut through the dense fog of your sexual shame of being as a new dad. It's like I was conflicted about jerking off big time, dude. It's like you feel dirty or like there's not a good time.
There's nothing I don't feel dirty if I jerk off. I don't. 9 times out of 10. Every once in a while I'll have watched something truly heinous.
Yeah.
And then be like, all right, we gotta make some adjustments.
Do you ever get the thing from porn where like you play a video game all day and you close your eyes and all you can see is like a video game?
I've never watched porn that long. We've covered this. Like I'm quick. Yeah, I'll watch porn for maybe less than 10 minutes every single time.
Yeah.
Never more.
Well, yeah, because you're given it time. But I would, in the throes of my porn addiction, you start watching so much porn that you're like, you're not even horny. You're just like, I want to jerk off. And then you need to find the perfect
Can you tell me you were like watching it at breakfast?
That was way back when.
This is way back?
In college, I used to just, I used to jerk off as soon as I woke up. That was like a thing I did pretty much ever. And then it was like, I would go upstairs and then I'd be like, all right, I'm going to go to class. It's going to be like 5 hours. I should know what I'm going to watch. And I would just watch porn while I eat breakfast. And then I would just like, all right, sick. Okay. I would
You would put one in the bank.
Yeah, I would be like, all right, nice, leave it minimized. Leave it minimized. Like, I'll pop this right up. I also used to, when I lived.
That's fair, though. That's like an industrious jerker.
Oh, yeah.
You were like planning ahead.
Well, I didn't have the internet for a while. One place I lived in.
It's a classic. What's that story like the grasshopper and the ant? What's that fucking story? One of them gathered shit, the other one just hung out.
Jane Little, this guy's, the grasshopper and the ant.
Something like that.
I think I know what you mean. I had
one of them gathered all.
And the other one sat.
The other one hung out. That's how you are.
Well, I used to not have Wi-Fi, so I would go to someone's house with Wi-Fi and load up a bunch of porn videos, minimize them, take it back to the cut. So I'd have
that's not
7 of them loaded up.
That's weird to have 7 loaded.
Just because it was like I might not come back there tomorrow, so I would keep minimized porns that were already loaded on my computer ready to go. Pretty sick.
That actually is
pretty tight. But
I imagined you literally just watching porn, eating cereal.
I did. I was
just to watch it.
Well, I was watching it, enjoying it, but it was also like with the time of like.
With also the preparation for later.
Exactly. Some of I just watched, but that was cool. That's not what I want to turn to after.
You were very. Well, it's almost nice too that you were like, you wanted your nut to mean something. You wanted to be. You weren't just going to lose your nut to any garbage.
I just wanted
to find the right thing.
I just wanted to come as hard as possible. I wasn't trying to. I wasn't saving my. No, it's disgusting. It was disgusting, dude. But now I've been getting into like, well, look, you can't just this whole like I'm just going to no fap. I tried it. There's like biologically speaking, there's a level of coming I need to do, just like for standard operations.
Dude, we talked. It's like, dude, if I don't hit it, the next thing I know, I'm literally DMing chicks, like just some of the worst choices possible.
Oh yeah.
Well, that as soon as you nut, you're just like, oh, why the fuck would I do that?
Yeah, why? That's not
what the fuck am I thinking?
Yeah, well, I'm talking about like I'll get like a random dick pain. I like won't come for like an entire week, and I'll be walking like, oh shit,
really?
Just feel like that,
I never had that.
Yeah,
and I've gone distances without the nut.
It hurts me, dude.
Really?
I'm not made to store it up, dude. Some people are made for the distance. I'm made for like 4 or 5 days. You sure about a green skin, bro?
You are a dude. No, greenskins. True, that's very greenskin. But greenskins don't raise the kids. They're not.
True.
Greenskins are not in the philosophy. You were a greenskin. Perhaps you performed.
True.
You were definitely a greenskin. And they talk like, oh, me, boy. Yeah, maybe you used to be greenskin. Beezer's a greenskin. No, Beezer's a vampire.
Well, dude, so then I've been like, so when it comes time for me to be like, all right, like this is happening, I have to just get this out of my system and get testy. I like hard will skip a beat. If I have too much cum in me, I'll do push-ups. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. I feel like I might have a fucking heart attack.
I think you're self-diagnosing to come on the heart attack thing, on the heart palpitations.
Dude, it happens whenever I did NoFap, I would, it's like, dude, I can work out. I just do like 10 push-ups and be like, oh, Jesus. Like I have too much energy. I need to get it out. I think it's like with breastfeeding, the more, like as much as you're taking out, your body's sending signals like, oh, this is how much milk we're putting out, so we need to make this much milk. I think cum works the same way. If you're cumming a lot, your body's like, you need to make a lot of cum, your body starts making a ton of it.
Yeah.
So I probably have cum that's coming out of me from like 2000.
It's like a star. It's like you're seeing cum that was from By the time you see it, by the time it reaches your belly,
But dude, this is what I got into, which I think is pretty sick. Now I told you before I was into watching girls watch porn.
yes.
Now
I never watched. I looked for it and it didn't do it for me, but hearing about it did it for me.
dude, watching girls watch VR porn. So it's like so many levels.
It covers up their ugly faces.
I mean, this girl seems like she's alright, but no, it just covers up their. Why do you think she's ugly? Being mean, dude. What do you mean? Have some respect, dude. This is have some respect for the
If a
Russian.
girl's doing weird porn, she's ugly.
Have some respect for the Russian sex slave that I masturbated to.
What do you think she was looking at? Freedom? What do you think was in her VR? Her hometown of Smolnitsky?
She was just watching like Ratatouille. Some guy was like beating his own feeling. But no, it was this lady watching. I don't know what she was watching, but she had a massive dildo. So I was watching this. I mean, I was like, you know, it's like, what POV am I? Am I the guy creeping over the ledge watching? Am I the girl? Am I in the girl's brain? So I was like thinking, like, damn,
Am I the girl?
I can jerk off thinking about what a girl's masturbating to, thinking about the girl thinking that up. I was on some like
Inception.
shit.
Absolute
I was like, all right, what is this girl watching? So I'm like figuring out. So I'm projecting my own porn in my
So
brain.
you were jerking off thinking to what makes a girl horny?
So yeah,
So
or
you're
like,
kind of jerking off to the sexual, like you're jerking off to men.
this is where it gets hazy.
So you were like, oh, girls think this is hot, and you were thinking like thick dicks.
Pretty much, dude. I was sitting there. It only lasted like 4 minutes, so I had to get this out. But it was like as I was going on, I was fully.
I was never gonna be able to use my mom's car again.
I'm fucked. I was fully female. I fully left my male body and I was basically like the end of the Little Nicky video. I was kind of like Kevin. And I was like, explore my body. Yeah, dude. I was full girl.
Space.
That's what dude, obviously the color of the dildo too. It was a big black dildo. So in my head, I was just going through like all the black videos I'd watch. I was like, no, it's not that one. No, it might be that one. Might be the substitute music teacher.
But those two boxers.
I had to do that. Yeah, I had to.
Those boxers. Those two boxers had their way with that reporter. And boy, did I enjoy that.
I had access to database, dude. I was like,
Yeah, Black had some good ones. Hers put out Black.
I think it's the same company as Tushy.
Probably.
It's the same. Tushy has this one French guy who comes in all the time and kind of bothers me. He's like,
Yeah, I've seen that frog.
Fuck out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here. Give me a black.
Yeah, let me find us who owns Black.
Kanye West. Yeah, I bet my money Vixen also owns Tushy from there. I'm gonna set up one of those desks. There's that guy who does the podcast, Steven something. He does Prove Me Wrong.
Oh yeah, Steve Crowder.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna do a Crowder desk down on Drexel's campus. But Black is owned by the same people as
Crowder, they were very good to me.
Crowder?
During the SNL thing, they like reached out pretty often to get me on there.
Did you go to Crowder?
What's that? You're correct.
Tell the production quality is fucking
Very. I like it. I like the way they shoot it.
same exact way, same exact story. They come on, it's really good. But again, so that was my experience the other night. So just like fully Avatar realm, just like
This is what's bad about being live.
Why?
I should have never told the tissue story.
Why?
Because
I just talked about jerking off to inhabiting a female body.
your dad and sister aren't listening to it, and you live with them.
It's true.
I'm literally gonna get somebody at dinner.
No.
No one's gonna say a word until we're sitting down at dinner, and someone's gonna be like, "So, we're not tissues again, are we?" I know how this goes. I'll get eviscerated, and then my mom's gonna be like,
What?
"What does that mean? What's that joke?" I try to tell them, but they won't. Like, would you? If you knew you could destroy someone over the meatloaf, just sitting there with meatloaf and mash, just be like, "How would you do?" Just be like, "I'm about to fuck your shit up, dude."
Yeah, but if you fully embrace it, you're like, dude.
Yeah, but wait,
It's all entertainment, dude.
Dad, are you fucking gay for listening
Oh,
to your son talk about coming? Ew, are you gay?
Exactly, dude. Exactly. We need to strategize around
How I'm gonna fight my family when I get home?
Or just start asking your dad as soon as he does it. Start asking him uncomfortable sex questions. Like, I'm tired of the era of sexual repression.
What do you watch?
Yeah. When's the last time you've ejaculated?
True. Thank God I don't. Like, I am I am glad that I live in a very I come from a very sexually repressed family. Like, where if you bring up anything sex, everyone's like, ew, yeah, shut the fuck up, disgusting, ew. It's always weird when you meet families that aren't like that.
It's really
Like,
weird.
where someone will make, like, say, blowjob or something at the table, and it's like, ew.
Dude, I was with my friend's mom.
I think that's how O'Connor was raised.
Not like being like, his dad was like,
oh, Chris.
I was sitting there with my friend's mom, his girlfriend, and we're talking about how like needles. I was like, I hate getting needles. His girlfriend in front of his mom was like, well, women get penetrated, so that's why. And I was just like,
Who said this?
it was my friend's girlfriend, ex-girlfriend, obviously.
Girlfriend.
She had a potty mouth.
Girls usually.
Girls like to push the
Girls
sexual
don't mind saying the sexual stuff in front of their parents,
Yeah.
in front of their families, which is weird.
It's the opposite way. It should be dudes should be more power drunk sexually in front of their moms and
I
dads.
should be able to talk about my conquests. I should be like, Mom and Dad, I fucked a chick this week.
Well, you should. That's always a weird thing too. When moms get real into their son's sex life, better be careful. Don't tell me all the details. It's like, ew, it's fucking weird.
Yeah, that's
I-
gross.
I've
It sounds
seen
very Italian.
Oh, dude, yes.
It's definitely the
It's
wops.
exactly what they know.
It's definitely the wops.
They get real into knowing about their little prince's sex life. They're like, it's
God,
natural. It's what is natural.
How did that group just, they suck so badly? No, I'm in on the wops, dude. I've been watching Sopranos. I love the wops.
Fuck. Oh,
Man, are they your least favorite whites?
yeah, Lemaire, break it down. What's the worst whites out there?
Yeah, rank the whites. The mic's not working? Oh, great. All right. It's good. We have you. Never mind. Don't talk to them.
We'll work on it for the Patreon. For the Patreon, Lemaire, we're going to kick off by you ranking white people in best to worst.
All right. I'll go ahead. Let me hear. I'd like to hear.
Number one, best?
Or best?
Black people sweat Italians, dude. I swear to God.
That's like that.
Black people think Italians are cool as fuck.
That's like when somebody's making fun of you or meeting you, you like them the most. You know they hate you guys the most, right? All right, so where do you rank Irish? We're up there. We don't like you guys. Who could possibly be above us other than Wops? You rank Jews above Irish? Did you not listen to Deshaun Jackson, dude? You see what Deshaun Jackson said?
Yeah, he was doing Farrakhan stuff.
You get fired up, dude. Deshaun's on that Black Israelite tip.
Yeah, man.
Which I love. My favorite thing about the Deshaun Jackson quote is like, white Americans are going to be beside themselves when they find out they've been lynching and hurting the true children of Israel. It's like, do you think the people committing lynchings are going to be like, holy shit, these guys are black and Jewish?
Yeah.
Oh, no. They'd be like, holy shit, this is great. True. Anyway.
Yeah, that's I saw that. That was a clip. I think the rest of the book was scribbled out too. It was just highlighted. That's a classic one where someone there's like a quote saying like, we're going to use up America, spit it out, and then,
Oh, by the way, O'Connor was quick to point out that was exactly what the cook in St. Louis was saying about Hitler while I was on stage. He was quoting Hitler was right about the Jews in America. Basically, the Black Israelite version of that.
Yeah.
Being like, the Jews are, I forget what the fuck it is. But that's what
up to
he was
no
saying.
good.
Yeah.
He was saying Jews are up to no good.
And the real Jews is Deshaun Jackson.
Is he really a Black Israelite? I think he's just a fan of
Obviously, he's
Farrakhan.
tossing shit like that. Or
No, he's a fan.
he's dabbling.
Farrakhan does not like Jews.
Do the termites? That's what he's called. Yes. They rot countries out. He calls Jews termites.
That's funny for a guy like Farrakhan to be going and doing his thing, researching, and like someone shows him YouTube, and he's like, "Behold, troves of information." The Anunnaki.
It's like, the library of Baghdad is here. It is upon us. What is this, YouTube? Quick, give me a microphone. Jews are termites. My brother. Deshaun Jackson's just running a fucking...
You ever watch, like, he'll give talks. He's a fantastic speaker.
You've told me, you've brought Farrakhan. You've been a stand of Farrakhan.
Watch Farrakhan on Donahue in the 90s it's one of the funniest, it's on YouTube, it's one of the funniest moments of TV, because back then it was like white people felt perfectly comfortable being like, go back to Africa. People, like this country, go back, like just crossing the crowd. Like it's just Farrakhan and all of his acolytes and like the fucking the bean pies.
Ridiculous outfit.
They stand up there, it's like sit down, relax. They don't know what to do. But he slammed the lady at the end of it. He slammed. It's not even that bad, but he crushes this Jewish. This lady's like, I'm Jewish, and you see him. He's sitting cross-legged up to the stage. He's like, I'm glad you brought that up. This was before YouTube too.
Just before.
Yeah.
Hanging gardens, Babylon.
But he was real into Islam too. So he gets emoji, Black Islam. Probably ran it up to J-Tom pretty hard. I'm pretty sure they're not in there. But like, the whites this, they're doing this, and they're like, hey, Jews are chill.
No, the Jews are the frauds, dude.
According to
They're the lost tribe. Although, actually, shouldn't that make them like the other Jews? I thought the Black Israelites just thought that they were a lost tribe of Israel. So those were also the white Jews are just other tribes.
I think, yeah.
Not
You're getting into the descendants of Noah. This gets like when you talk about, Japheth and all those dudes who like came off the ark. It's tough.
We need to really get into Black Israelites.
We should get one on.
We've discussed this
True, yeah.
a while ago. We'd still like to. Black Israelite would be the best one. For a while, we were trying to get that one preacher, that one white fucking the God hates fags guy.
Right.
But then we realized that probably wasn't the best look.
He'll probably devolve pretty quickly. Yeah, being like, why did you yell at me?
Yeah, no, let's be like, actually, that's a pretty sweet idea, dude. True.
I do think you should sit down with your parents. This is jumping back, but I think you should have. You start doing a thing in families, Birds and the Bees 2.0.
Where you tell your parents about stuck porn.
Yeah, where you're just kind of like, hey guys, I just want to see where your head's at on this. Man, you guys fucking butt stuff. Like, what's going on? Start bringing up.
True. Now that we're adults, us millennials, we should bring all the cool sexual experiences we have that our parents they weren't lucky enough to have because of restrictions. Now we should Birds and Bees. We should be like, Mom, Dad, why don't you guys take a seat?
Hold their hand.
Just hit them with like.
Both your buttholes are on the table. There's nothing gay about it. Just mess around, see what's going on. You should hit them with that.
If they try to come at me for the tissues, they will unleash hell.
That's it. You're fun to be like, when's the last time you came, Dad? I'll be like,
Dude.
oh, dude.
Please I'm coming. Is anyone in this house fucking coming? I come.
They're like, Dad, they can't.
They run upstairs to the dragons. And the Draculas. Please stop fucking coming, Dad. Run up the steps. He's so loud, they're huge. Running up the steps.
Oh my God.
Yeah, dude, being a kid at home is. I'm about done. It was nice for a while. I'm about done.
Yeah, I mean, dude, it's like, again, I always say this.
This has been some nice things. We've been watching TV shows together. Me and Phil watched John Adams together. Show rules. Me and my mom watched Chernobyl together. Show fucking rules. So there have been good things. But yeah, it's definitely Phil fucking hates me a lot of times. Like on Mondays, he doesn't really drink, so he gets fucking fired up, dude. He runs around the house.
He gets everything
He's
done.
pissed. And then, I'm chilling.
Yeah.
Well, no, yesterday hit the Peloton, then went and swam, and came back and chilled. So he was like, oh, we out swimming all day? Having fun?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
That's true. That is kind of annoying. I get that. Bernie will be like, well, it doesn't seem like it's work because you're having fun. It's like, it took about fucking 15 years to raise that. But that's
and 14 of those years sucked.
Yeah, exactly. So, but no, I definitely feel your pain on that one. You should fake work, dude.
I can't even fake work.
Wow.
Oh yeah, sometimes I deal with the dragons or the Draculas.
We're just
Sometimes up or down, like I just had some shit to do, and I was actually like, bringing siege ramps, some battering rams to the gates of the fucking dwarf armies. I got crushed by the dwarves.
Did you really?
Yeah.
This is all computer, no, this is live.
No, it's just computer. I just got crushed, dude. I brought all my vampires and skeleton warriors.
Doesn't that fuck you up when you're sitting there playing against like just a complete non-entity? That's just like a program.
When I was a kid, I could handle that.
Yeah.
Very easily. And just be like, use my imagination. Be like, oh, cool. Like even when I'm playing like if I play like NCAA by myself, if I play a football game by myself against the computer, it's a little like I'm just figuring out the algorithm to beat it.
Yeah,
It's not like
I get it. Like that was what happened to me. I would go down in the morning. We lived on Mount Vernon Street. And I would like, go to practice Madden. I'd play against the computer. I'd lose. I'd be sad that I lost. Then I'd be doubly sad that I lost to like the
it's just a machine that was on a desk.
Yeah, just like exactly a server somewhere responded to all of my moves. You know, fuck. I felt like you see when you like watch a cat like with a laser pointer.
Yeah,
It feels like I feel like it's like extremely pointless when I play against a computer.
yeah.
It's weird.
Tillot's been acting up.
Really?
Yeah, he's been killing birds too often. He goes outside, then there were nests under the deck. There's a bunch of nests, and he keeps getting birds. They scratched the neighbor. The lady came out to pet him, and he scratched her, and he ran. He's an outdoor. He's getting wild, dude. Last night, he felt to put flea medicine on him. That was pretty fun. And we're just having fun at Gillis' house. Then Tibble was running from him, and he felt bad. You can tell Phil felt bad. Come here, Tibbs. Come here. He likes Tibble. He pretends he doesn't. But when he did him wrong last night, he put flea medicine, I guess it burns Tibbles' skin or something. Really? Which is funny to watch a cat. Like, if you ever see a cat like get hurt, it's very, they're very weird. Like, especially because you put it on the back of his neck where he can't lick it. So he's just like, he's just walking around the house. He'll fall sometimes. Anyway, what do you got? These are your notes?
Yeah.
It was making me laugh earlier. Joe Biden weed.
Yeah, oh yeah.
What's the note there? I'm sorry to fucking process.
Yeah, it's just in case you've ever hit a snag.
Which is what we just did, yeah. Just talking about putting flea medicine on the table. Had to look around. I was like, all right, Joe Biden weed. Go ahead. We're gonna pass the ball.
Well, I was reading an article about basically they were kind of pressing Joe Biden on where he stands on legalizing marijuana.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, dude, what are you doing? It's a political slam dunk. The whole country. There's even Republicans that think, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
So for some reason, there's this move that if you run the polls, will play out well, no matter who does it. Like, fuck it. Total legalization. And these geezers won't do it. And Biden came out and was like, all right, I need the medical research to state that it's safe. There's just tons of fucking research that, comes out and says it's fine. And since it's Schedule 1, it's hard to even research it properly. You know what I mean? But again, they're setting that up now and all that stuff. But so to me, it's just being like, it's just a racket. It's like if you and all your boys could only sell weed due to licenses and shit, you're not fucking legalizing. Because in Pennsylvania, you need $250,000 just to apply to get a permit to grow and sell weed to a dispensary.
Really?
You need $250,000, and then you need to be able, on top of like $250,000 of that, you have to be able to, obviously buy a greenhouse. You can't grow.
What the fuck is that?
Because it's like an income cartel where it's like, this is how, instead of, all right, we'll stop it, locking people up for it, now we'll just own it, dominate it, being like, having weed's illegal, but if you're rich, you're allowed to grow it and make millions of dollars off of it, but if you're not rich, you're a criminal. And it's like, and the other thing too is you can only grow it in green skin, you can't grow it. It's bullshit. So this is, dude, I'm surprised nobody fucking harps on this with all like the Marxist shit. It's like, in order to legally grow weed, if you have enough money, you can legally grow weed. Not only not get in trouble for it, but make millions of dollars. Like so much money. Spud painted for one of these dudes who was like at a dispensary and said it was actually a third of the amount of cash. So now I'm put in banks. So there's all day long driving bridge trucks and trying to dump cash places and figure out where to put it. Damn, so much money. So instead of having like in Philly dispensaries were out of weed like for a while, last season. So instead of doing that, you just have it has to all be grown indoors too. So you need this big facility. You're using all this energy, but in reality, you can just fucking grow weed. So you can plant the fucking ground. So my proposal would be that you let people do micro permits where like individuals can apply for like a 20 plant plot, where it's like the dispensaries now have like hundreds of brands. And you just kind of think you have your little plot. That way now like everyone can grow the weed. Everyone can buy weed, grow weed, sell to the dispensary. Everyone gets that money rather than one company who grows weed in a fucking warehouse and just uses all that energy. But Biden's fucking pussy. Everyone there is like,
Hilldog did the same thing.
What?
Said no to legalizing weed.
They're saying I need to see the medical research. It's like, dude, but they're like, what about alcohol and tobacco? They're like,
well, alcohol's been part of our country
yeah, dude, it's
for 100 years.
But that's the thing, man. Biden, I mean, again, but he said he's going to knock it down from 71. He said,
Yeah.
So it's like, this is the bullshit, dude. And I'm talking, you watch this and you're
They
like,
just can't win. The Democrats literally cannot win.
yeah.
It is impossible for them to win.
What do you think this election?
Well, I mean, they should win.
Yeah.
And it's almost like they're trying not to.
Fuck it up, yeah.
And they're gonna,
Well, I love how Biden's like, I need to see the medical record. It's like, dude, you can hardly talk, dude. You're telling me.
Yeah, you want to look down and you want to take a look at some fucking graphs. Yeah. Speaking of graphs, I've been struggling with this new COVID outbreak.
What you thinking about?
Because I have shows coming up in Ohio and California, and I know I'm going to get shit for it if I do the shows. And chances are I'll probably get COVID and then look like a dumbass. You know? If you were like a podcaster that said it wasn't that real, and I got
job that counts. You think they claimed COVID? They were coming under heat. They might have been like COVID, timeout, COVID.
True. You think they were fake?
I think they cried. And they're like pussies. They're like COVID, like bitch, like fuck. I mean, they both went on and were like, I don't know what to say. I have nothing to say about this. Okay. So I think they just were like, all right, phase 2, COVID.
Yeah, we have COVID. I don't know. I am worried about getting COVID. There's got to be 100 clips of me being like, it's fake. The Democrats made it up. So I hope I don't get it. If I get it, I'm just not going to tell anyone. If I get it, you'll see if like in August I'm just off for a week or 2 weeks. That's
right. Kim Jong-un.
I'm absolutely going to be like, no, I was actually in a temple with 30 hot chicks. I'm going to do it. Who was that guy from like Laos or Vietnam or something? Thailand, I think.
You should just fake COVID and just like control the orcs and everything.
When I was younger, I would fantasize about getting sick, so that all I can do is play video. What do you mean? What do I do when I get sick? I'm on the exact same schedule. There's no adjustment. I just feel bad while I'm playing with the orcs. So,
what do you think about the graphs? What are the numbers?
Well, also, what's interesting about it is it's really hard to find the amount of tests we're doing daily, like a graph of that, because everybody's very eager to show you graphs of new cases. Not new deaths. I'll never show you the current deaths, because that's just straight down. It drops, but it's like that on the way down. New cases is fucking straight up right now, and it's really hard to find the number of tests. Not really hard, but there's no graph. It's not hard. It took like fucking 3 minutes to find an actual listing of per day tests that the United States has reported. And in April, when we were at like, the height of this thing, for the most part, we were testing like at most 200,000 a day, at most. Now, pretty much every single day, we're at least at 600,000 tests a day. So obviously the new cases are going to go up, right? And obviously, and now the deaths are dropping like crazy. I mean, the mortality rate of it is nothing now, because now it's just 21-year-olds that are getting it. Like in Florida, the average age of the person getting it is 21.
That's what they started saying, like it's infecting young people now.
Well, they're infecting it. Yeah, they're getting it, but nothing's happening to them.
Yeah, my cousin had it. Anyway, my cousin had it. It was like, but the
I mean, obviously it's real.
Sure.
Obviously the geezers got fucking
annihilated.
They got rampaged by it, dude.
Yeah, they got fucked up.
COVID just got the geezers. But there should be, like you were saying though, if you do want to eradicate racism, release the COVID. They should have had a graph of racism in the United States. You would just see in April, it would just be like,
that's the thing too. That's one thing everyone's protesting. Vouching all those guys with racism and serious public health concerns. It's like, all right, dude, let's take the mask off, bro. Like, come on, dude, herd immunity.
Yeah, true.
You just see Trump signs just fade from the fucking. Yeah, man. Well, in California,
Trump signs, dude.
What?
I was over at the compound this week.
Heavy with Trump signs.
We'll save that for the page. We'll save compound talk for the page.
We'll do the California, just like.
No, actually. Yeah, I'll say
the COVID thing is actually kind of funny. They were like, California's at record highs. California had, what did they say? It was like 14,000 new cases this day. And like California, the state was like, no, we don't. That's an error. You guys are just like, we had those tests, and like you guys didn't count them, and you just like lumped 2 days worth together. So that's wrong. And the newspaper was like, whatever, fuck you guys.
Yeah.
Dude, it's fucking crazy. The state of California was like, actually, newspaper.
Yeah, don't say that.
As the state of California, we're saying that's not the case. But now it's also like, dude, think about, the president now, the election is all going to be determined about this COVID shit, however it plays out, however people can make it seem like they stopped it or whatever. It's fucking bullshit. Think about all the the gubernatorial races and all those things. All the local elections now are going to come. Like, if you're in like a state that got fucked by it, now you look like a fucking asshole, and it's just a bunch of fucking people who are basically student council people just walking around jerking themselves off. What happened here? Who can we blame this on? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
None of them are fucking experts in anything other than just like going to people's doors.
Yeah,
Hi, Mr. Williams. Let me tell you about my plan about.
They're experts on shit, and they're literally basing their science on a party line.
Exactly.
It's like, obviously these people are not. All of them agree. And if you're right wing, you're like, well, the masks scientifically have proven don't do anything. It's like, what the fuck are you? Just wear them. I mean, I don't wear them. I don't wear them.
I do feel like
I wear them every single time. If I'm going into like a gas station, you gotta wear the mask, otherwise you look like an idiot.
Yeah, that's the thing. I pulled it down tough for a while, and then they mandated it, and I was like, fuck it, that was also the shoot. Food got weird, man. I was going to the food store, and like I'd have to order food online. Like you'd have to order like 2 weeks out.
You guys had such a different experience.
Oh god,
Your city living during COVID must have been pretty gay.
It sucked, man. It was like, so I'd have to like just start a cart 2 weeks out, because that was the only available food thing for 2 weeks. So I would just start a cart for like 2 weeks and then just wait, and as it got closer, I had stuff up. What time are you?
Yeah, that's right.
Slide in the page, bro.
Yeah, we'll hit the page. How are we doing on YouTube? Is anybody commenting, mean things?
To your question, or to your statement about the Bucks players and athletes, I love it.
Let's hear some comments. We'll address the comments before we get out of here. Maybe that's a new segment.
True, I think that.
Maybe towards the end of the episode, we'll just be like, toss us some comments.
Let's address it.
You can do it. You can read any of them.
You combat them, Lemaire? I saw you in there jumping in the ring.
That's good.
Hell yeah.
You're a good sheepdog. Nip at their heels when they get a little. Audio sucks still?
I grew up being a fan of the Rays. I went to those games as an 8, 9, 10 year old.
Wait, there were too loud? If people were complaining too loud on this?
Oh, come on.
What are we doing? Oh, yeah. I didn't even really talk about it.
Sex pest?
I don't know. Live by the sword, die by the sword. You're a sex pest.
I mean, what was he?
He was accused by multiple women of being a sex pest, and then one of the guys who tried to defend him was like, yes, Seth the pest gets a little handsy when he's drinking. He's no Crystalia though. Is what literally one of his improv people said.
They called him, right?
It's like, yeah,
a sex pest.
Yeah, he's a sex pest.
Well, I think
A lot of people call him rapist, but that's what happens. And it's funny to read his statement or apology. Well, his victim blaming 4-paragraph victim claim that he put out, which is outrageous by his standards. By mine, sick. Nice. Love a good non-apology. Good job, Seth.
I think he has cancel-matic immunity, where it's like if you are on the right side of politics, if you're like, these girls say you're doing this. It's the same thing happened with Clinton. Clinton had hard rape allegations. They were like, well, politics get dirty sometimes. It's like, what the fuck?
No, he's blogging. Yeah, blogging. Sometimes you gotta, But he just said that he's like, bitch is lying. I'm gonna go back to writing about other dudes' comedy.
Also, there's nothing to cancel. It's like,
there's nothing to cancel. He's fucking irrelevant. But And I would never do that to anybody else. Like, point that out and be like, oh, you're in trouble. Well, there's a couple of those pussies that used it. It's funny to use it against them. Obviously, the thing is like looking at it, seeing an accusation like that, which I don't know. I assume, I have no idea what she's even saying or who she is.
I don't know what the hell that is. Is it like someone who's like, yo, come on, please fuck, please fuck?
Yes.
That's like what it is, little mama.
I think the sex pest was definitely like what it is. And they were like, it ain't. And he was like, you sure it ain't? And he just kept being like, are you sure it ain't? The problem, Seth's problem is he's 5'4" and kind of a little bitch.
Yeah.
So him being called a sex pest is probably just anybody else flirting. But if you're that ugly and short and big of a pussy, if you like hit on a girl, they're like, ew, 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 ew.
Yeah, like stop.
Yeah. So maybe he's just a love fool.
We also probably could have been getting like drunk and been like
Definitely.
singing weird shit to them.
Yeah, he would get drunk and be like, I actually love you. And they're like, all right, take it easy, man. He's like, to sleep with you one night would be glorious. Yeah, listen to his, I've heard some of his poems that are like, if you laughed at one joke of mine, if you saw me the way I see you, like shit like that.
It sounds like Hero.
So, yeah, he got caught pesting. Anybody else, I'd say they're innocent. By his standards that he holds other people to, he's guilty. That's all it is. By anybody else's standards, I doubt he's done anything illegal. By his standards, he's committed a terrible offense. But let's hold him to his standards.
Dude, it also goes to show you, I mean, maybe this is because like the reach of certain things, but it's like, you know, if that had been, I don't know, saying Johnny Depp's in court right now, he's suing somebody, but say that was like Vince Vaughn, you know, like fucking Vince Vaughn, he's a fucking sex pest. Vince Vaughn is a fucking sex pest. But yeah, they tried to get one of the Afflecks. I think the Affleck was like, basically, you're not gonna suck my dick, get out of my house.
Sex pest.
He was like, suck my dick and get out, basically.
Yeah, I mean, this is whatever. Any other questions?
Dude,
Okay, so with that being said,
that's all you need to know.
that was back in
Perfect.
2000.
I'm going to get on Twitch and play NCAA with Dan Soder.
Before social media, right? And think
That'll
about
be
the
sick.
HG guy.
I'm just going to start a little online dynasty with me and Danny Soder.
Dude, could you play, if you had enough people playing remotely, do like an 8-on-8 basically? Where like someone's the fucking person, someone's the wide receiver.
Yeah. And you can definitely do that with like NBA. You can do 5-on-5 with NBA, which would be pretty funny.
That would be sick.
But we need to talk also, while we're on the gaming subject, let's go ahead and address Mortal Kombat and who is true king in this house. Although I only won.
I think Lemaire.
No, I won.
Lemaire deferred it. We didn't get that. We
didn't
didn't
even play it.
We gotta handle
I'm
that.
2-0.
We gotta handle
I
that.
handled Lemaire. I handled Matt's candy ass.
I tried a different character.
Uppercut, dude.
I'll get Luke Canning on break. Claim the throne instantly.
Look, I don't know. You went. What'd you do today? 1 and 3.
Yeah, I was trying, guys.
You only beat.
Kung
You
Lao.
only beat the goblin. Dude. You only beat the young goblin.
Yeah, but I tried different fighting styles for all my characters. I have, you know, I tried Modest Warrior. I usually don't go
You
Modest Warrior.
tried Scorpion against me. We did Scorpion Sub-Zero, dude.
True. That was
Hit him with
fast.
he fucking went behind me. Turn around uppercut for the fucking win, dude.
True.
It's been great.
That was good. It was good play. That was good play. That was good play. I was trying things. It was basically that was my spring. That was my spring training. That was your Super Bowls. You know what I'm saying?
No,
That was my spring
I
training. That
only
was your Super
I
Bowl.
knew one move.
That's what I'm saying.
Throw the ice ball.
I was
You were
spring
doing
training.
all the moves.
I was actually.
You knew all your moves. These are the same moves you've always done.
Teleport, back left, X.
I beat his ass so bad with Scorpion that he retired Scorpion. He was like, I just suck with Scorpion. I'm going to go with a different
I'm a
guy.
speed guy. I'm a speed freak.
I'm more of a speed
I
freak.
need to do
Alright, let's
slide to the motherfucking page.
yeah, hopefully I'm doing those shows in Ohio and San Diego and all those coming up. It's ShaneMGillis.com. You can go to that for the tour dates. Chance, I don't know. We'll see if they have it. I don't know. I hope they do. I'll do them if I'm allowed. Can you plug shows? Well, yeah, now obviously we're going to say yes. No, plug the fucking shows.
You don't have to.
July 9th through 12th. You can go see Lemaire at a bar in Delaware.
North Carolina.
North Carolina to Wilmington.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, sick. What are you doing down there? Who are you with? Just you? Oh, nice, man. Nice.
One night in town.
Like, honestly,
Is that part of the black business thing? Oh, I can we'll talk about that in the page. That's some hot takes on black business. Black business day. Got some hot. Nothing bad.
That's a good way to close out.
Some hot
Look,
takes.
join our Patreon. We have some very hot takes on black-owned businesses.
I have one next to me. I'm right now in battle.
You're down with the black-owned business?
I'm just fucking with
With the B.O.B.?
I'm just fucking with Brady. We have a black-owned vegan. It's a black-owned vegan restaurant. And I was telling Brittany, I'm going to start a white-owned vegan food truck next to it. Be like, what? It's friendly. We're Pasagenos. It's friendly competition. It's friendly competition.
Yeah.
You got that side, I got this side. Well, we have like a Pasadena thing. White-owned vegan food truck would be so fucking funny.
That has to be like one of the only black-owned vegan restaurants.
No, you'd be surprised. Dude.
Really?
A lot of Dr. CB's. You know, who's the guy, Dr. CB? Dr. CB. There's a lot of vegans. There's a lot of black vegans.
Wait, Dr. CB's?
Dude who was like claimed that he could cure AIDS with the alkaline diet. Alkaline
Oh, I thought you were talking about what's the fucking soap?
Oh, Dr. Bronner's.
I was gonna say, dude, have I been misreading that? Dr. Bronner's is black-owned?
No,
Because if so, that would.
true.
As soon as if you found out that it was black-owned, I'd be like, oh, Dr. Bronner's rules. Reading the label where it's like Christ is King and all powerful.
Dr. Bronner's does
It's like this is weird because I think if it's just white weirdos.
It is a white weirdo.
Yeah, if it was black weirdos, it'd be like, turn up.
Well, Dr. Bronner's was an immigrant who would show you. He had in commercials where he was like, "This is all I do. I don't even really shower. I just take a little bit of this, put it under my armpits." And you like pull his khakis down, like stick his ankles in the bathtub, and like go back out there.
It's kind of like stinks. But you know, I'm not getting racist and telling immigrants stinks. I'm just gonna be like, he's like, how do you think I smell? You smell great, doctor. Are you actually a doctor? Yeah, I make a soap.
I'll switch it over.
Into the page.
The page we go.
I say those words for you. I went to the first game, and I'm like, oh man, this is not going to be good. I think I struck out like 3 times. I'm just getting blown away. I'm like, oh, this is tough. But I stuck to it. I was like, you know, this is what I chose to do. And my mom, she gave me permission during that process that, hey, if you want to go pursue your dreams, like she encouraged me, but if you get hurt or you're not good enough, you're going to be going back to college. So that was kind of the process of getting drafted and choosing to play professionally over college. It was me wanting to go pursue my dreams and aspirations. So fast forward, I was 18 when I got drafted. Yeah. So I went to rookie ball, which was in Kissimmee, Florida. And that's when there was a curve of 42 were just way better than baseball. And you know what? I was told, hey, you have the proper mechanics. We're going to train you so much as a man physically and mentally and emotionally that you have the foundation. Just keep your head down. And so when I was not good enough at that time, I just was 18. I had something to kind of lean on and know, hey, I've been encouraged just to keep my head down, work hard, do my thing. And sure enough, each year I just got better and better. And next thing you know, like how I was, and literally I was the best. How I was the best in travel ball, and I was the best in high school, and I was professional baseball. I won minor league player of the year. And in a span of 3 years, I went from looking around me to thinking I wasn't going to make it because my injuries were to being where I was. I just always encouraged. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Derek Shem Kavod Machut Olei Lamed.
So super nervous. I'm a 17-year-old boy. New York Yankee scout comes in, just drilling me with questions. By myself. I had to grill it real quick in that sense. Luckily, I tricked the Houston Astros. Right? I must have been on my game that night. I must have been saying all the right answers.
Maybe not, but it was fun playing. Those are all just fantastic.
Just side questions.
Some of it had some singing.
I had a couple scouts tell me that I was faking an injury. And I was like, what are you talking about? They're like, well, we know all the good players in this area.
Please
Like, you
check
wouldn't
me out at
just become this
countyplus.com.
good
Sign up for
your
my
senior
newsletter.
year
Where's
if you've been
Willis?
hiding like an
Doing
injury.
that,
Like,
it'll
what
pop
you know
up
what I'm saying?
there,
They're
doing
basically
that.
saying that my growth from my junior to senior year, because I only had one college scholarship. So most guys who are getting looked at to get drafted, they could
Where are
pick
we at?
whatever.
Yeah, phone calls coming in.
Right? Like,
We're talking.
going
We got a
professional.
panel
College
of
is nothing.
abductees.
For
The ones
me,
left tonight.
I had one offer and I took it.
Philip
And
Kinsella,
so I jumped from being
Connie Willis.
a
Here we
good
are. We'll take
baseball
some
player
more
to
calls.
a great
But,
baseball player my
you
senior
guys,
year.
this is the last
And
segment,
that's
so
when
I'd like for
one
you
of the
to
scouts came
at
and was
least
like,
one more time
guys don't
tell
get big
people
that fast.
about your books
Where
and how they
I'm
can reach
concerned,
you, and then
like,
we'll
with all
get
due
back to
respect.
the conversation. Philip, you want to go first?
I'm a God-fearing man. Like, I give credit to God for giving me the ability to decide. I don't know what else to tell you. Yeah. So basically, okay. Yeah, so I played in Kissimmee. I'll give you the back. The next year, I
Playing these games. I'm just sitting there like, yeah, fat. Yeah, dude, you're like 13. It's time to stop playing video games. And I scurried up the steps.
Just run to the fridge and eat a bunch of cold cuts. You're like, whoa,
I'm Tony, I'm not him. Yeah. Also, Tony was pretty racist, which was
that is disgusting. Like,
self-cries all the
How
time.
do you try to identify as Tony?
I
Like,
see Tony do cool things, and I want to do those things.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna start getting shirts that come down to like here. I'm gonna get a bracelet and a ring.
dude, that'd be awesome.
Like every time I see his balding head, I'm like, all right, sick. Perfect. I can keep that.
Gold chain.
Yes.
Your wake up pattern's pretty similar. Come down at 10 a.m. Just kind of tired.
In a robe, start talking shit to people. Rob, say, who the fuck ate all this? But no, there was an episode that I just watched where AJ was like playing football, and then he came back to his house and he was like, why don't we play Mario Kart? And Tony was like, how old are you? When are you going to stop playing these games? I'm just sitting there like, yeah. Fat. Yeah, dude, you're like 13. It's time to stop playing video games. And I scurried up the steps.
Just run to the fridge and eat a bunch of cold cuts. Like, whoa,
I'm Tony, I'm not him. Yeah. Also, Tony was pretty racist, which was
extremely.
Lemaire, how do you feel about that?
Tony who?
Tony Soprano. In today's climate, when he's saying such,
I didn't watch The Sopranos.
you do?
Well, there's a part he has daughters dating like a black nerd. He's like,
And then he sees a box of Uncle Ben's rice and passes out. I do hate the black nerd.
yeah, he's kind of a weasel.
Corny,
He's a
dude.
weasel, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, I swear to God, it's black people give Italians a pass because they're like, well, the mob's cool, so you guys can be racist. That's been my experience. It's like, well, the mob's cool, so.
And Italians have some melanin, as the great Dr. Nick Cannon would say.
True.
Those with the closer you, the more melanin you have, the more human you are.
True.
Us whites, us
Neanderthals.
very pale pink boys,
Neanderthals, dude.
we're pretty much the closest thing to animals, as Nick Cannon would say
Yeah, on his new
on a
podcast.
podcast.
What's his new podcast?
I know there's a bunch of like fists behind him, and he's just like, listen, as the great Dr. Farrakhan said. Yeah. Yo, you know what was really interesting? Now that I'm on this fucking race kick,
Yeah.
it was really fun to see the way all the analysts on ESPN handled Deshaun Jackson quoting Hitler versus the way they treated Drew Brees, who was like, I don't know, I think he should stand during the anthem. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, what was how did they play out Deshaun Jackson?
Every analyst was like, yo, I talked to Deesh. He was trying to lift people up. So he just worded it wrong. He was just trying to lift people up. It's like, dude, he quoted.
It's like, check his bibliography, bro. Well, yeah, I guess you got to quote Hitler, right? Or you should have been like, guys, I know.
And he actually misquoted Hitler.
What he said?
He attributed a quote to Hitler that wasn't even Hitler. So everybody was using. Yeah, I mean, he literally posted a paragraph that said Hitler said. It just turned out it was wrong. So people were like, it wasn't actually Hitler. That's not true.
Who was it?
I don't know. It was weird.
He thought he was quoting Hitler.
He tried to quote Hitler.
In a good way.
Yeah, he tried to be like, Hitler was right that the Jews are trying to extort America. But he posted that online.
Yeah, the quote, I've seen the quote itself was about, I think, like one of the prime ministers of Israel saying, we're going to, like, bleed America dry and just toss it to the side when we're done with it or something. And he was like, it's probably Hitler. Hitler said that.
Yeah, it sounds like the big man. But it is really fun to go back and watch how they handled Drew Brees being like, I like
America.
They were like, piece of shit, get him out of the league. He's time to retire. Deshaun Jackson was like, yo, Hitler had some decent points. And they were like, my man's just misunderstood right now. Like, damn, all right, ESPN.
Well, Nick Cannon has lupus. You know that, right?
What?
Nick Cannon has lupus.
All right,
I did a little research on Nick. Weirdly enough, last week I did research on Nick Cannon. Yeah, he has lupus and he drinks 2 gallons of water a day. So he's doing his podcast on like 2 G's of water, dude. Having to piss every like 5 minutes. He's like, yeah, you got to see the thing about the white man. He's like, I'll take a break. I got to take a fucking 2 gallons of water to combat lupus.
I believe, I could be wrong. I think during the SNL thing, Wild 'N Out reached out and offered me a spot on Wild 'N Out.
Should have taken it.
So Nick Cannon is kind of the man.
He rules.
Like to see me going down and
He might have roasted you and battled you.
Join Wild 'N Out. He said no.
You should have
Even
joined
in my
Wild 'N Out.
darkest hour, I was like, dude, I can't do Wild 'N Out.
Dude, you would have crushed on Wild 'N Out.
No way.
If you got on there and started rapping, dude, that would have been the best fucking.
It'd be so, like, people are like, yo, if you do SNL, you're a sellout. Do you know how big of a sellout I'd be if I did Wild 'N Out?
There's no such thing, dude. If you do Wild 'N Out,
Would you see Gary Owen on Wild 'N Out?
yeah, dude, you could have been. You could have been.
He's like a 48-year-old white dude. The Nick Cannon stuff, just...
Yeah, man. I mean, dude, he's on fire this year.
He's been fired.
Crushed Eminem. Basically, Eminem left the battle because there was too much. The Cannon was bringing too much heat.
True.
Then he started a Black Racist podcast, which is power move. Sick.
Technically, we are allied.
Yes.
We are allies of Black conservatives, and we agree with almost everything they say, except when it comes to the fact that you and me are subhuman.
I'll give him that.
Yeah, I know.
I'll fully own my Neanderthal blood, dude.
It is true. Like when he's saying shit like that, I do have to analyze how I behave.
Yeah, or be like, I am coming from a place of abundance because of the Ice Age 15,000 years ago.
Yeah.
So now cops are
Send us into
racist. Well, dude, Brett Weinstein just had a roundtable discussion with like not all, but primarily black conservative intellectuals from like colleges.
They rule.
It was sick, but there was a couple people who were more like left center or whatever.
Yeah.
But it was funny because he had this podcast where it's just him and nothing but like black intellectuals, and he's like, "All right, guys, something weird about this. Let's talk race." You can't throw like 2 other white people in there to not make it look like completely bizarre. But it was funny, man. It was like,
good for them booking it like a fucking Touré show.
Yeah.
He had to come out and be like, "What's up, white people? I'm just playing, yo." Weinstein was at Warm Daddies.
He was. It was like if he built Warm Daddies and then hosted Warm Daddies, it'd be like, what the fuck are you doing?
True.
And then he started talking like, there was one point he was saying something like, like we can't, it was something about like making excuses for people who are, he was basically saying like crime is just from deprivation and it's a normal response. And then he kept alluding to the fact that people were, it's like the real problem here is not racial. He's like, there is a racial problem, but the real problem is the fact that there's people who are hoarding opportunity. He was saying rent seekers. So Weinstein was like, there's rent seekers. I still want to figure out what the fuck that is. I just thought that was like a sneaky way to say Jews. I didn't know what that was.
Rent seekers?
He started saying rent seekers. I'm like, I guess you can say that because Weinstein's Jewish. So he started saying, and people started like bringing up stuff like, well, if you say like, I don't know, it was just funny. They brought up
that's his globalist.
Black conservatives, their Achilles heel is they kind of all hate Jews a little bit. So like they started going into that territory. And Weinstein was like, no, Jews have been attacked like that. It was funny.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the Jews got on Deshaun a little bit.
Did they?
Slightly. Mitchie album, Tuesdays with Maury. He wrote a scathing article about
Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah, basically again being like, yo, Jewish people are pretty much black people, guys. Chill.
Come on.
It's us versus the white man. What are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Shut up, Mitch.
So he was basically like, we're allied in this together.
Yeah, he was just, actually, he was a little aggressive about it. He was like, you want to talk oppression? We've been oppressed since the beginning of time.
Yeah, it's like, so were the Hittites and the
Macedons. Shut up, Macedons.
Yeah, dude, the Macedonians. Yeah, dude, that was funny. I was watching that, and it was like, it was just kind of awkward. It was a weird dynamic, because it was just him at the top of like a Zoom Brady Bunch panel, and it was him like, Glenn Lowry, go. Thomas Chatterton Williams, go. And they would all do like a round robin and talk. It was pretty fun.
And they all agreed.
No, there's a little bit of friction here and there. Glenn Lowry he's like a bulldog black conservative. He was bullying people. He told one guy he was talking too much. It was so funny. He's like, "You're talking a little bit much, man."
Wow, I gotta get into Glenn Lowry a little.
Glenn Lowry,
take a look at his work.
Big time. He's a big time boss, dude. I put on my story all the time.
Really?
Yeah, I always post Glenn Lowry shit on Instagram. People are like, all right.
Nice.
How was the weekend?
Oh fuck. Yeah, I was up in the Poconos with my friends, with my boys, dude.
How long did you spend?
My boys from home. 2 days. Which was 2 days too many.
Really?
Well, the first fucking day I got there at night. So there's 10 dudes in a cabin. Not a cabin, it was like a fucking house in the woods.
Someone had coke. Just by law of averages.
No coke. No coke. There was no cocaine. So that was not many of them do. I don't think really
A group of 10 adults. There's always a group of 10 dude pack.
I was hoping there'd be something later. But there was nothing.
Maybe everyone was hoping someone else would have coke.
Pot was the big drug. There was no drugs.
That's good.
But the air conditioning broke, and it was raining all day. So the house was like wet from everybody walking in it. And so hot, and just 10 dudes farting. It was the worst. And I didn't have a bed because I got there like last. So I just sleep on a couch. Also, everybody woke up. They all have jobs, so they all woke up at 7 a.m. A bunch of them were like married.
There's a bunch of like aggressive stoners, dude. You were like went and slept.
They're not even like stoned. They're just getting drunk and playing golf. And like waking up drunk.
Yeah.
It was a frat house. Okay. Like there was pizza and wings fucking everywhere.
Damn, you were dude
just like wings in the sink.
You were dude on the couch.
I had a dude on the couch this weekend. But what was great is they went and played golf, and me and O'Leary just drove around and passed to them.
Nice. Oh, you didn't play?
Me and O'Leary didn't play. We just drank and drove in between the two teams.
Just drank and drove all weekend?
And boy, a couple of them didn't like it.
Really?
Yeah, there was a lot of friction.
Yeah, golfing is a heavy activity where it's like...
Well, I don't get it. I don't get the how serious dudes take golf, especially when they suck. All my friends kind of suck.
They all kind of suck. Yeah, everyone does suck.
And this is the only thing on earth they take seriously.
What do they shoot?
Yeah, I don't know. Individually, not good. But they all played best ball, both teams. So 4 of you hit drive.
Yeah.
Whoever had the best drive, all 4 of you hit from there.
Oh, so bumper bowling.
Yeah, they run the bumpers up. Basically bumper bowling, and somebody was in the back like, you guys suck. And they're like, shut the fuck up, dude. Put the bumpers on. So they all got hammered. So the first one, they're like shit-faced, playing golf. And like, so I was driving the cart, so I would hit reverse whenever they would be like in their backswing. They would get stupid. They'd be like, get the fuck out of here.
So they were actually pissed.
Yeah, a couple times they freaked on me. I was like, dude, you guys, what? Me and O'Leary were just dying.
How much do they pay to play golf in this place?
Probably a lot, but at the same time, it's like, I know these guys. They take nothing seriously.
Besides golf.
Like, you could be at your friend's funeral and they'd be like, yes. And then all of a sudden they're on the golf course and they're like, not in my backswing, dude. Not in my backswing. I'm very serious. It's like, you suck. You're hitting you're at 105. That's your score right now. Shut the fuck up. Anyway, so I think I lost all my friends from home on this trip.
Really?
Yeah.
Was anybody enjoying your pestilence?
I think of the 10, I think I got 40% people were happy that I was there.
They're fucking around.
But overall, I think a lot were unhappy at my even being there.
Just chilling on the cart and talking shit.
Yeah.
I mean, it is, and golf's an infuriating sport for somebody to sit and watch and not play. But dude, you fucking suck. You fucking suck.
Oh, for sure. But like, I would get out. I get out and hit a ball. And just, I'm terrible.
Yeah.
And I wasn't like, yeah, I guess I was saying you guys fucking suck. Dude, you guys are terrible. Also, it's fun to slam on the brakes in the cart. Like, while someone's in the backswing, to just like scream. It was great. So fun. And, yeah, my one friend got like shit faced and tried to fight like his whole team. That was fun.
On the course or
yes, throughout the day, dude. He fought them on the course, and then in the car ride home, and then he got back to the house, passed out, threw up and passed out, and then came down the steps like 5 hours later, just swinging again.
Yeah, golf. Man, I've golfed twice,
and also they all listen to this, so
hilarious.
Those little fuckers.
Well, dude, golf. There's like one of my friends from the neighborhood golfs, and it's like I'm always blown away by the amount of gear it takes, the amount of stuff, the time it takes. So like, dude, I was telling Brittany today, I'm like, dude, you're lucky I don't do that, because like, I'm not on top of like doing everything I do. I'm just gonna be like, oh, by the way, this weekend I'm gone. I'll just be gone for forever, dude, and I'm gonna get fucked up and hammered the whole time, and come home sunburned, pissed off, and just be like,
yeah, a few of them are married and their wives
hate it, dude.
Women hate. First off, when you leave the house.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's an issue.
That's how dog brains was invented. If you leave the house, they think you're dead. It's an issue. They like rip up a couch.
Yeah, man. No.
Yeah,
It's not a good any sport.
Golf's. I mean, it's fun for me. I'm single. I just go get fucked up at but having a bae to come home to, having a lady to come home to fight. Like having day drinking and dude, the sunburn and day drinking coming home and be like, you have to do this. You said you would do this today. God, like, I'm just trying to sleep.
You're getting yelled at immediately for like, because you have like your golf shoes. They have a golf cleats.
You gotta fight a lady in like polos, and a polo and khaki shorts, tucked in.
With like a visor sunburn on your head. You go in, you're like, whoa, just
my favorite part was me and O'Leary went to the car. And then came back, and there was like a putting green where like you can warm up, and we couldn't find our friends. They were camouflaged amongst every single. We had a group of 10 friends and couldn't find one.
Yeah,
because they're like zebras.
It's like
it was crazy. Like we showed up, it was just a bunch of like middle-aged, like nude being fat dudes. They're all nude being fat. None of them. It's so fun.
All dressed like they're on a yacht.
Yes. You couldn't tell one of my friends from just a random dude. It's fucking unbelievable.
It's just a dude with like a high, tight, square buzz cut in the back with just some like Oakley's on, kind of turning red, slamming a Coors Light.
All new to fat.
I think too, golfing is one of those things where I think as a dude, you hear about it growing up, you look forward to it, you're like, oh, this is my fun time. And then I think you start to do it and you're like, this kind of sucks too. And then you're just like fighting suicidal thoughts the entire time you're golfing. You're just like, nothing's really that sweet. Shut the fuck up, man. You don't know what I'm dealing with right now.
Yeah, it was funny though to be at the court because I walked in. The guy was like, "You gotta just pay a card fee if you're riding." Walked in. I grabbed the water. I went to go pay, and the guy was like, "Don't even worry about it, dude. Just you're good." And then I was like halfway out the door with the water. I was like, "Oh shit, I almost stole this." And he was like, "Nah, it wouldn't have been a big deal if you did. No problem." And then I was just like, "Dude, just white dudes rock. Just white guys being white out at this country club. Just like, don't even worry about stealing, bro. I got nothing. Just like, have fun, man. You and your boys. All you have to do is wear a polo shirt and khakis." And every white dude will be like, "Yeah, man, dude, whatever."
Yeah, it's all good. You don't want to play golf. You just want to get drunk and drive around a vehicle. Yeah. It's like you're gonna have fun. Knock yourself out. Yeah, that was the issue when I was watching the Black Intellectual Roundtable featuring Brett Weinstein. So fucking weird. But they were arguing about structural, like systemic racism and like all that stuff. And it's like, both things, but you'll bring it up to people and they're like, "Oh, it's fucking bullshit." And it's like, okay, you can make the cultural arguments, but then it's like, there's like, as recent as like 1995, early 2000s, there's a huge portion of America where like say a white chick brings home a black boyfriend, it's a fucking situation. Like that was a reality. That is like people don't. It's not like a serious deal now, but like that was a serious reality up until like maybe like Eminem. I think Eminem might have allowed black dudes to go home with white chicks.
Yeah, I'd say more recent than that. I'd say
depending where you're at. I'm talking large swaths of America. That is like, and that's like a thing no one can deny that. Everyone can be like, well, the job numbers, blah blah blah.
Sure.
But if you think that doesn't affect like upper management positions where it's like, I wouldn't let you date my daughter, but goddamn it, I want you to be the CEO. Like, they're mutually exclusive. They're not like. So yeah, that was funny watching people argue about that, where people will be like, "It's not real." It's like there's stuff in there, dude, of being like that would have been again that country club would have been like, his daughter's dating a black guy. They were like, what? Like, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm doing my back swing. So that was an argument I took away from the black intellectual round table. But I was
you gotta include though. Now I hear you where it separates is white people are the ones hiring the jobs. But being a white dude going into a black relationship is equally damaging. You know what I mean?
What do you mean, like
if you're the
Bernie
only
Mac,
white guy?
who's the parents thing you're saying? Like happy National culture?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean
it's there no matter what. That's not exclusive.
For sure.
It's not exclusive to the honks, but what is
for sure
the job market.
Yeah,
that's where things get weird.
Well, I mean, look, I've occupied. I've actually cultured out a lot. You know, you do that, and it's like, yeah, there's those people who aren't happy to see you at all. You go there, and they're just like, fuck, man. Like I've gone to a black church, and you can tell they're just kind of like it's like doing stand up, and you like see like an old dude come, you're like, oh, I can't talk about this. There's an old person here. So they're probably like going through their head, like, well, there goes that. I'm not talking about that anymore. But yeah, it was just funny, man. It was I don't know. I think we're struggling right now. There's like no ideological system that really serves people in a way that's kind of meaningful right now. I think we're struggling to come up with a new one. So that's the battle.
Yeah,
like systemic this and like, well, what about the crime statistics in it? It's just like
I found some meaning. I started betting.
Oh, there you go.
Big into gambling. That's fun.
Are you really?
Yeah, dude. Put a ton of money on Orlando versus Miami in MLS. Got the W.
Did you really?
Big win, and then immediately
beginner's luck?
Squandered it over the week.
So you won gambling
big early, and then literally up until last night was just blowing through it.
How much you win?
I won like $350, and then my UFC I can't bet. I'm 1 for like 9 bets in the last 2 UFC events.
Really?
It's almost impressive how badly I lose. Losing a UFC bet fucking blows, dude. Because your guy just gets the fuck beat out of him the whole time.
You just watch him beat your $350 out of the guy. He's like, there's $25, there's $50.
And like, just when it's like a dominating fight, like Masvidal fought Usman. Usman's this Nigerian like wrestler.
Yeah.
And he's nasty. I mean, he's like the best. And Masvidal, I was like hoping he could land like a knockout or something. He took the fight on like 1 week. He was just an underdog, so I was like, fuck yeah, $100 on Masvidal. And he just got like, did you watch Khabib versus Conor McGregor?
I saw parts of it.
He just wrestled him the whole time. Yeah, that's all it was. Usman just like grabbed him and stomped on his foot every single round. Just toast him.
Fights like my dad.
He hugged him against the cage. Yeah,
it's my dad.
Exactly.
Shit. Fucking fights. He stomps on your foot. It's bullshit.
So Usman just hugged this guy against the cage, hit him with shoulders, and stomped his foot for 3 minutes.
Where's Usman from?
He's Nigerian. I don't know if he's from there.
Okay.
But yeah, it really sucked to watch. Just sitting there, just like, all right, because I lost every fight going into that. And then I was like, dude, Masvidal's gonna win it back for me. Just slowly lost, just sitting in a fart house in the Poconos. a bunch of people who, by the way,
are mad at you right now.
Really carried over that hate during the golf course.
So what are they doing? Cold shouldering you?
Some slight cold shouldering. When I was trying to get the fights on the TV, they're like, no, we're watching something else. Like just like little snide, little passive aggressive. Like I was like, you guys don't want to watch? I'll pay for it. Let's watch UFC. They're like, no, we're gonna bet on Family Feud or something. I think they were doing. Really aggressively.
So you're up against, you had TV.
I watched it on my phone, dude. Oh yeah, I just sat on a couch and watched my money go away.
You autisted in the corner, or like, did you put headphones in?
No. Turn it off. Still established.
You took over sound waves? Damn, dude.
Yeah, it was
That's fucking a power. Autistic out at a function, just being like, and you're watching a thing on a different screen, like.
Also, dude, these dudes who I grew up with and are like some of my best friends. There's never a moment where someone isn't getting attacked. The whole trip.
PAs the entire time.
PAs the entire time. Like, there's 10 of us together. At all times, somebody was getting attacked. Yeah. It never stopped. I don't think there was one conversation. I don't think I had a conversation. Yeah. I think everything was just like, shut up, bitch. Just the whole time. There wasn't really a moment of like, how are you? Yeah, how you doing? I don't know any of their like jobs. I don't know what it was. Just PAs. Damn, dude. Yeah. Yeah, so,
that's hungover golf lifestyle, dude. Just PAs, like you fucking suck. That guy's fucking bitch.
It's like, no, dude, I'm tired of it. And then somebody takes a stand. It's like, you say it again, I'm gonna fuck you up. Yeah. And they immediately say it, and they're like, well, fuck you. No one's gonna fight. It's fun.
Yeah, someone just beat the fuck out of my cousin, dude. He got internal brain bleeding and shit.
Really?
Golfing all day, drinking all day, went to the bar. Someone fucked him. I was fucked up, man.
Yeah.
Shit out of him. It's like, yeah.
You know, yeah, you fucking, I mean, it's day drinking. Well, that's, dude, even if you're golfing, it's still, dude, anytime you day drink.
Yeah. That was me. My mom was like, yeah, no, they were golfing. I'm like, all right, so drinking since 10 a.m., continue. Like, yeah. And then you have Biden being like, well, we haven't seen that marijuana safe yet. It's like, dude, you go fuck yourself, man.
True.
He's so full of shit.
True.
I'm on a quest right now to legalize growing. So you know how they do the medical thing in Pennsylvania right now? So it's like basically you need, I think I said this, you need $250,000 just to apply, and then you need to have like an indoor warehouse, all this stuff. What I'm trying to do, and I think this is the time to do it right now, is start pressuring local people and saying like, look, so right now we're going to have an economic downturn. They always do this. They're like, oh, the state needs money. So we're going to just do this. Let 5 people do it, tax them, let 5 people get rich. It's like, why not do micro permits? Let like everyone grow 20 to 50 plants. You can apply for like a couple $100 permit, and then you go to the dispensary, and now there's like hundreds of brands that are kind of limited supply. So it's like, I'd have a brand, obviously, Matt Jane, Secret Podcast Coach. That would be out in the dispensary. You could have like
Secret Podcast.
Then you can have like, so you have a bunch of people where like the dispensary now is going right to the money, right going to like, smaller kind of businesses rather than 5 big companies that are already established in Colorado who are like, well, we have the money, we'll just come over to Pennsylvania and monopolize the whole weed market. And the state gets paid off of it, but it's like, you could let the people who live here get paid off of it, tax their money, the state would still get a cut, and then all of the citizens here would be getting a ton of money off the weed profit. I don't see why they don't. It's fucking bullshit. I don't see why they don't do it. So I'm going to start pressuring local representatives. So I'm going to start doing my thing I was doing when I do the journalist thing where I call and just let you know this call's being recorded and just start talking right away. And it's absolutely clouded. There's no reason why they shouldn't do this. And they're like, what about the black market? It's like, well, it eliminates the black market. If you let everyone participate in growing and selling marijuana, the black market fucking goes away. It's like, why would you take the risk when you can just do that legally? You know what I'm saying?
Tell me.
Dude, I'm telling you, dude, I might get into local politics. Just be warned. Just be warned.
I hope you get assassinated. I hope you run for like alderman and get shot in the head.
I'm gonna get assassinated by Cresco Labs. They might hotshot me. They might give me some sort of like, I don't know, maybe some like Patangi OG. It's fucking dusted with fentanyl and I fucking go down. It's possible. I hope Cresco or Terrapin could take me down.
Are those the weed? Are those the big? Is that big weed?
Cresco, Ilera, Standard Farms, kind of like a Terrapin. Not bad either. I've talked to them before. I called them. I call these companies and talk to them. Like, what do you put on this? You actually why this? Do you do this?
Why?
I mean, I think it's bullshit that there's only 5 companies. It's like, so in order to grow weed now, you have to. It's illegal unless you're incredibly wealthy. I mean, it's just like all of the people who are in jail for it, they're still in jail. But if you have a ton of money, you're allowed to do it. And so it's just bullshit. And they like, so it's like I could sit here and use. They're like, well, you need all this capital to start up. It's like, yeah, because you guys only do indoor grows. It's like, I have this sun. I can grow weed. I can put this in dirt, and it'll literally just sprout up. You do a little bit of work, but so they're making it so you have to grow weed indoors. You have to waste a ton of energy. When in reality, like everybody can just be doing this in their backyard. So like, it's not a criminal issue anymore. It's like, all right, you're letting rich people do it.
What are you gonna run for?
I don't know. I'm just gonna probably just bulldog reporters, and probably someone will give me or bulldog politicians. I'm just gonna bully them. Give me your fucking job. I'll probably bully politicians so hard that they're just like, all right, dude, you can just come into my life.
I'll ditch it. You're like emotionally. You're a strong man.
Yeah, I'm a strong man, dude.
You're coming in and be like, give me your job, dude. Yeah, trying to grow weed.
Let me get that.
Are you gonna? What's going on with healthcare? We're gonna get some universal.
I think so. Yeah, I don't see why not. Dude, I'm deep right now in a postmodern philosophy hole on YouTube. Dude,
what is going on?
Dude, so the other night I got jacked up on, I think his name's John Balajard. It's like John Balajard or whatever. Everyone on the YouTube thing too, I've watched a bunch of his videos. There's so many nerds who are like, great pronunciation of his last name. It's like, dude, shut up, you fucking dorks.
You know what? That fucking, that War on the Run book I'm listening to, the French and Indian War,
Yeah.
they get the pronunciation so accurate that I can't.
It's like, dude, I can't
It's
think
a bunch of French dudes.
Yeah.
So it's like, at which point, Commander Jean-Sibille ordered 3 balls into the. I'm like, I can't even.
Yeah, like, why
would you do that?
Yeah, this sucks, dude. Why are you talking like your tongue takes up your whole mouth?
I also have. Alright, sorry. You want to know what else is fucking me up? So I'm done with Warhammer.
Yeah, okay.
This is a big
Guys,
announcement.
you're done?
Yeah, I didn't really like it as much as I thought.
What happened to the vampires?
It was pretty gay.
Yeah.
It was fun at first, but then it's just kind of gay. And so that was my review. 4 stars.
4 stars. 4 stars.
Cool at first, then it's kind of gay. Downloaded 3 Kingdoms. Total War. Masterpiece.
Really?
You would love it. You would fucking love it.
I bet.
It's ancient China, and each character, like the generals, had like
Mongolians? The Mongolians?
no Mongolians.
Really?
You like that a little bit.
There's no Mongolians.
The Mongolians don't show up.
That's just you being French right now, dude.
It is. I'm pronouncing it exactly right.
Yeah.
But they do pronounce the Chinese names exactly correct.
Really?
Which really fucks me up. It's impossible to read Chinese names.
Yeah, that's pretty
Like
hard.
Liu, like Liu Kang. It's like Liu.
That's why it is.
Liu. EU.
Do you know any Chinese? And there's also, I think there's like 26 different pronunciations of like the syllable A.
It's all.
Well,
Yeah.
That means I can't speak Chinese.
What are you laughing at? You getting hit with some comments?
How's our sound, man? Would you tell us if it was bad?
Oh, dude, yeah. People are loving the sound.
Yes.
Shane, someone said no.
What, because of Mongolians?
I think you can say Hungarians.
You can definitely say Mongolians. Comedy Central airs a show that says Mongolians like every day.
What's up? True, yeah. Yeah, but South Park, how do they swim? I mean, I think
It's
their money.
the same reason these people don't get canceled. Like Jimmy Fallon, fucking all them.
Money machine.
They already have. They're established and rich.
Yeah,
Can't get. The only way you can get canceled is if it's sexual.
true. Oh, yeah. You get it. Right.
You have to.
It's a rape to get banished.
You have to do rape. Yeah, you can say Mongolians,
I think you say Hungarians.
but
I don't think there's not a lot of Hungarians who are gonna be like, yo, man, what the fuck? It would just be a
I wish
Chinese.
they would.
I don't wish they would. You're gonna fucking unite the steppe, dude. They're gonna come back at you.
The step is. That's what I keep trying to pick though, because you can pick a warlord from anywhere in China. I always try to get as close to the steps. Those dudes with like the fur.
Yeah,
Over
exactly.
there get me fired up. But yeah, there's I keep trying to say their names. It's very frustrating. I can't figure out the names of these fucking cities or whoever I'm fighting. It always says at the beginning, it's like, because it gives you directions of like what general might turn on you, who are you friends with and shit. I can't differentiate any of it. It's like Liu Biao.
You're like, wait, is that a good guy?
Which one's Sun Biao? Sun Biao or Sun Zhang?
Really?
I don't know. I'm having trouble with it. I wish they would fucking speak English.
You should come in like General Matthew Turner.
Yeah, I can remember that. It's like General Abercrombie and his men. Yeah, I can remember those guys. Anyway, sorry.
No, that's
Tell me
a
about it.
tough battle.
The new move, fuck Warhammer. It's 3 Kingdoms.
Did you ever hear about
Next
like?
week.
So I was reading a thing recently about the CC. Oh, obviously too. Our problem's not with Chinese Americans, with the communists.
Yeah, we hate communism.
Well, I was reading a briefing from the FBI, and the guy gave a speech. And he was like, "To be clear, we're not against Chinese Americans, but the Chinese government is an evil communist force." Blah blah blah. Did you hear about? I think it's called Operation Fox Hunt. I want to say. Where allegedly the Chinese government will find Chinese Americans and come pressure them to be like, yo, fuck you, dude. Come back. They'll try to blackmail like prominent Chinese Americans into coming back to China. No, that's what I heard. The FBI put out a thing being like, if you feel like you're suspect, if you're being suspect by Operation Fox Hunt or whatever. Let us know. We'll come be like,
So
yo, China, shut the fuck
What
up.
do they just like hit you up?
We'll hit
They,
you up.
they like find like Lucy Liu.
Compromise. Yeah, they'll try to like
They
compromise.
like Lucy Liu, like
Oh, stupid bitch.
like just some dude on a bike like rides by.
Yeah, it's like AZN identity or
True.
they'll come by.
Don't say their name, dude. Fucking that's a war I don't want.
I'm pretty sure I think it should be
No,
taken
easy
off.
identity rules.
I think they do rule. I don't appreciate them calling us pink pigs. I don't like that.
I do. Any ethnic group is like basically white power is so funny. Anytime it's like Asians, like Asian superiority, it's
It's
hilarious.
pretty fun. Would you hear or like lamenting who their women date? Like those fucking bitches dating white
They're
pigs,
whores,
those
'cause
pink
they're whores.
bitches. Dude, you hear about
It's capitalism.
Tucker Carlson's right hand man went down.
How?
He was getting wild in the forums, typing like all kinds of wild races. It was like that was like his top dog. Dude, they busted his like pseudonym or whatever he was using in these forums. Someone got the dots on him online. He would like leave writing things for Fox News, be like, America, think about this. And he'd go home and be like, these motherfuckers, these fucking black motherfuckers keep crying. Holy shit. He would leave a job writing like basically like shaping the national discourse in America and then just go home and be like, oh dude, black people say they're tired. Why don't they fucking try sleeping a little earlier?
Tucker's awfully tan. Have you seen him lately?
Tuck, yeah. Well, Tuck's going on vacation.
Tucker's definitely tanning, which is maybe he's just doing it to like imitate Trump. Like maybe he's like, this is cool. I'm gonna start doing this.
Yeah.
Wait till you see him, dude. He's like Jersey Shore level tan. It's like fucking
Well,
insane.
dude, he's about to go on
But he
vacation.
still has O'Connor's hair. Tucker is Chris O'Connor. It's fucking every time I see him, I'm like looking at a contact. In what world? Obama? He's his opposite, dude. He's Nega O'Connor.
Yes, dude.
How do you say that? I might have said that wrong.
Like a Nego prison?
No, what am I looking for here? Lemaire, please take a step. Nega. Thank you. Didn't want to get that one.
You're ice skating right now, bro. You're fucking teetering on
He's
these eggs.
Nega O'Connor. Still, doesn't sound great. Go ahead and stay away from that one.
The ice is cracking under your feet. It's like when you see a movie when someone goes out on the ice skate ball. Like, no, what are you doing? Don't go on the ice at all.
Try that
Just
word.
leave the ball. Just leave it there. True, that's acrobatics, dude. With one false like Freudian slip or just like a.
Especially we're live right now on YouTube. This is without a safety net.
Yeah, dude. But I was reading about the FBI now is declaring kind of like a soft war on China, which Spud brought up some valuable points from the when I had the guy on the Patreon. Spud's like, dude, we're done with ISIS now. China's our new enemy. This is what we're doing. It's fair enough. But they're also saying that they'll send students here, and like they'll get the whole time, according to the FBI, you get like a Chinese student who's like a transfer student, goes to Harvard, works like an American corporation, gets access to trade secrets, and just bounces. Right back to China.
They've always done. I mean, not just China. Everybody. Like, I think like Bin Laden studied it like hard. Like, they went to look it up.
They were like at McDonald's, being like, "So how long do you dunk these fries?"
Yeah, they for real. They go they go to American schools.
Do they do that? The drive-thrus over there? It's like Allah Akbar. It's like Allah Akbar. What can I get you?
I bet in some. Yeah,
They definitely do.
they taught. You have to toss in a lot.
Yeah.
What's funny is I was
We get the Baconator. Psych.
I sexted with a lady, and I was like, oh, like God. Like I said, God. I was like, fuck. Like, sent a picture. I was like, God, that's hot.
Yeah.
But it just made me laugh. Thinking like if I was Arabic, it would have been like, praise Allah. Like you get a nude and you're just like, Allah, inshallah, it's so fucking good. How great is Allah?
That's
Nice
a way-
pussy in the shower.
That's a way cummy a response to a dude. Be like, God.
I know.
That's pretty cummy.
It's tough to. It's like sexting's nearly impossible. I don't like it.
What do you mean?
I enjoy being a part of it, but I don't like having to say things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah,
via
stop.
text to be like, because you see it nude. It's like, how do you even? What do you say back?
Double tap is hard.
Yeah, that gets.
Or just shut it to be like, dude, what on earth? What would possess you to send you naked pictures of you on private to my phone?
kind of.
That's assault, brother.
I'm not gonna condemn these fine women.
I'd be like, knock it off.
What are you talking about?
Like, what are you doing?
No. Please, beautiful angels.
But I
It's all well, thank you very much.
No, I would be like, stop it right now.
I say thank you,
I'd report to,
please.
you can go to the authorities for that. Say the prophet. That's a misdemeanor, having someone forcing someone to view pornography. You could go to the authorities. You could be like, I'm calling the police right now. The cops would fucking laugh.
Some guy DM'd me a picture of like a dick that was cut open in half.
It's just up.
And no, it's just a random guy just sent me that, so he's definitely listening to this and laughing right now. Which is why they do it. Because it made me laugh because I was at the dinner table with my family. I think we were just like about to sit down. I checked my phone, and I don't know why. I saw an image, and it was like, click accept if you want to look at the image.
Yeah, I always
on Instagram, so I accepted it. Looked at the image. It was just a split open dick.
That was it.
Just put my photo on it. Ate dinner with my family, but it was funny to think of some dude. I was like, why? Like I was thinking to myself, like, why would a guy send me that? And I was like, literally for this exact reason. Yeah, where I'm sitting down with my family and I'm like affected by some stranger online. Just, I don't know.
Yeah, you're gonna get a bunch of like flayed dicks now.
Don't try to stop my angels.
No, I'm trying to keep law and order in this society, dude.
True, I am gonna get.
If you abolish the police, you know how many newts you're gonna get, dude? You're gonna be fucked up.
Gotta call the cops. True, I should start
You should
reporting.
save them all and go in a briefcase and be like, officer, why is nobody doing anything to stop it?
Oh man,
I've been battling back. We've been having a classic power struggle, which is it's been going pretty well. Dude, I've gotten really good at so I'm working right now. I've been working on this whole idea of just like combating non-biological fear and just like not giving things that aren't biologically based any sort of biological attention. So like if something like
someone sent you a split dong.
Someone's really split that would trigger biological systems. I'm talking more about but yeah, it's not a real biological threat. So it's like I whenever something happens that disturbs me, I try to Billy blowing his nose really loud.
Yeah,
I try to
war mode's down at the bullpen.
They're ready to
They're warming up. They're ready to get.
I always try to think, I'm like, is this an actual biological threat? If it's not a biological threat, it doesn't require a biological response on my part. So when Bay's she'll start hitting me like, dude, it's a classic conundrum, that whole toilet seat thing, where it's like, in theory, it just doesn't check out. It's like, all right, I'm going to lift it up so I don't peel over it
for you.
And it's going to be clean enough for you to just simply lower it. I have a theory, this is kind of Freudian, but I think when women have to lower the seat, you're triggering like penis envy. I think they're being like, I can't just.
I even have an extra contraption because my my inferior
I'm lacking. Yeah, I'm lacking.
My body sucks.
Yeah, from lacking. So I think, because I was like, look, I'm lifting it up, in deference to it. If I remember to put it down, I will, but you can't freak out if it's up, because it's like, I moved it up, so there's no pee on it for sure. All you have to do is just like simply drop, dude. I'll hear it from the basement. It'll just slam down, and it's just like, what's the rationale? Then we're talking, and then it'll be like, she's like, well, I had the kid more. It's like, dude, I hear you. I'm working full time, and she needs your boobs to eat. I can't feed. I don't produce milk. That's bullshit. Just because I'm a woman, it's like, well, you want that all the way. Don't be slamming that. And it's such bullshit stuff. But it's like, there's no reason that should be a thing that all women are just like, yeah, like it's ridiculous.
Wait, you don't think women should nitpick?
Yeah, I don't understand what the Z thing
I
is.
can't even imagine why they would pick something so
That's what I'm saying.
insignificant to try to fight you.
2020 in this political climate, dude?
I mean, as powerful and kick-ass as women are, a toilet seat pretty much tends to always defeat them.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't understand.
They're usually so unstoppable and kick-ass.
Dude, I mean, they're hitting it. They're going. They're all the power.
And then all of a sudden, the toilet seat's left up, and they're like, "Oh, my dick is ruined."
I can't understand.
Dude, I dump in truck stops consistently.
Sure.
I don't want to hear it about one toilet seat being left up.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, have you guys ever been in a fucking...
Hell yeah, LeMaire hit you with the...
I've been trying to get to the bottom. Most times guys are just like, oh, guy-girl stuff. Oh, you're sorry, man. I'm like, what is the hang up here? There's no pee on this seat. You have no problem lifting the lid. Then if there's my bathroom where I leave it up all the time because I'm like, I'm not using this one. I'm gonna go over here because I don't want to hear it. She'll put that one down, no problem. It's like, what is this? What is this symbolic battle we're having? It's like, so the power struggle has been nice. But the whole moral of the story is I've gotten really good at when I get confronted with these things.
Piss all over the seat.
I piss all over the floor. Sometimes I do accidentally piss all over the floor.
I piss all over the floor
Sorry, this is the worst.
consistently.
Yeah.
Like once a week, I'll take a leak that's like a large percentage of the beginning of the piss was just straight either to the back, like dude, I'll open the piss with just straight up, on the back of the toilet.
She had a basket behind
You
her.
do that at like a party, at like someone else's house.
What do you do?
Just piss all over someone else's bathroom.
I've done it. Yeah.
You gotta clean it up.
Oh, I thought you meant I used to go into public restrooms and pee entirely straight. I just skunked them. I used to go into a public restroom and pee as much stuff as I could and just walk out.
Especially if my friends were in there. Like you go to a stall, they're at the urinal, you just piss directly onto the
On their foot, we used to do it at basketball tournaments. We were playing CIO basketball, someone's in there, you'd pee on their sneakers.
I was laughing because the toilet dispute you guys have, I have a similar one at my parents' house right now. Me and Slam and Sarah. Slam and Sarah Sosa, who's bedridden because she's going through chemo. She has her bathroom back in her room, near her room, but it's the only bathroom on the first floor.
Yeah.
So obviously I'm going to crush it as often as possible.
Dump it on the first floor is nice.
You have to dump on the first floor.
Yeah.
I'm not good because the other one's just up in my parents' room.
That's saying parents' floor. Yeah. Sanctuary.
My mom's doing laundry on their bed. I'll come in and dump in that just to. It's funny.
So you're a proximity dumper.
I'll occasionally do that just because if she sees me going into the bathroom, she's like, "No, go, get away, go." It's very funny. But no, Slam and Sarah got hit with a hard one today.
So you hit a dump.
I hit a fucking. I fucking hit a spray on the back. You know what I mean?
This is number 2.
And I flushed it and it didn't go away.
So she had to deal with the
So I just left it. I was gonna clean it with the fucking toilet bowl cleaner because it is disgusting to walk into a bathroom and see someone shit faster on the back of the toilet.
It looks like you threw up.
But I figured she was gonna sleep for a while, and I laughed to myself thinking she's gonna see this.
Sure.
Well, while I'm in Philly, and it'll be funny. It was right before I left.
Yeah.
And she immediately, as soon as I got out of the bathroom, she walked in.
Oh.
She yelled. She shrieked.
What she said? She's like,
Ew! This is fucking disgusting. How do you always shit like that? I was like,
oh my god.
yeah, that's the dispute in my house. We both have toilet fights with women.
Yeah, man. It just it doesn't really.
It's just because I'm fucking painting.
I mean, if you bring up a gender-based rule in your house as a dude, if you're like, well, look, you're a woman, I'm a man, they're just they go full fucking Liu Kang dragon, dude, up in the air. But it's like, as soon as they're like, just put it down, it's all I'm asking. It's like, well, why? Whatever. It's,
True, dude.
and tales all the time. But that's my theory. I think it triggers penis envy. Freudian, they look at it, they go all the way through their steps. They're like, damn, I never got to bone my dad. That's the first step.
That's what I'm gonna do.
That's the electric complex.
They're jealous. You get to that, we get to bone our dads.
That's where Freud got it wrong. I was like, I'm gonna start telling people, I'll be like, dude, he's so crazy. He thinks we don't want to fuck our dads, our moms, and people are like, yeah, I know. I always want to fuck my dad.
I always want my dad.
I just want to bone my dad. Well, that's the theory that you want to bone your mom, but the price you pay if you're gonna try to bone your mom, your dad's gonna catch you and cut your dong off.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess. Yeah.
Would you risk it? If 6-year-old you. That's a sick theory. That the fact that a bunch of scientists at the end, in 1907, were like,
That checks out.
pretty good.
Damn, Freud must have been like a bully. He had everybody in the room be like, he's like, you want to fuck your mom, right? And they're like, yes, Dr. Freud. Yes, Dr.
He was a bully. He had to be bullied.
If you convinced a room full of grown men to be like, I believe the theory that we all want to fuck our moms and we're afraid our dad's going to cut our dick off.
That's his classic critique. That people were like, I don't. He had Jung, he had a bunch of these dudes who were at his disposal, and he's like, you guys are gonna carry my legacy, and they were like, I don't think this is all about coming near our mom. He's like, no, it's sense. He'd pass out. He used to faint a lot.
Good.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan, dude.
Freud.
I don't like that. It's just a wrong theory.
He got a lot of other stuff right. He got a lot of stuff really.
I know he did. He was the father of it.
Yeah, pretty much. But that was one he wouldn't like. They were like, just let that one go, dude.
Just let it
He
go.
was like, fuck it, I'm all in. So yeah, I kind of respect that. They're like, dude, all of your stuff's revolutionary. Just let this one.
But when I was a kid, I didn't love my mom.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing too.
When I was a little kid, I loved my mom.
Yeah, your dad noticed.
He probably, yeah.
He was probably like easy fucking give you.
Like a kindergarten, fucking pervert.
Oh yeah.
But now, no, I wouldn't. I mean, I'd miss hand stuff maybe.
Yeah, that's where you're standing.
But no, I wouldn't.
I don't think I would.
Shane, do people want an update on the Kleenex situation at your house?
Kleenex situation is unchanged. However, I have switched tactics now that it's been brought up by so many people and I've been critiqued. Also, my jerking off is slowed down quite a bit.
Really?
Yeah, just I wasn't home for like 2 or 3 days. So it's been a week since we discussed it. The tissues haven't been touched since my secret mission to throw 5 tissues in an old box. Tissues have not been used once.
You've been easy on.
I've been taking it easy.
Nice.
Yeah, I've been giving the Kleenex a little break. Is that it? Where do we have time-wise?
You guys have 55 minutes. If people want to know about Dog Girl,
Oh,
Find out. Say that.
we'll find out. There's rumors. We'll see.
We'll see. Say that.
Yeah, we'll see.
Keep your phone on you. That's
Just
all.
keep your keep your phone on you tomorrow or something.
Speaking actually of this can take us out, dude. Are you familiar with the anti-pet movement?
Anti-pet movement?
Yeah.
I was just thinking about it the other day.
Really?
Every time I go on Instagram, everybody's got a new fucking dog.
Yeah.
There's too many pets.
That's something you can out. That's like the new wave of what you can get on if you want to be on like the early train where like you can tell people that like owning a pet is fucked up and that like you're like you're telling it what it can eat, telling it when it can go outside. And in reality, this is what I was reading this one dude's blog. He's a vegan as well. He was saying that like he's like I have a couple rescue animals, but at the end of the day, if there's 2 dogs left in the universe, I'd let dogs be extinct before I kept them as pets. He's like, that's how strongly I feel. So there's a movement called, you can start calling people out that it's kind of fucked up, you go to an animal. It's pretty tight. I might get on that.
That's good.
It's kind of fucked up.
I like that you jumped to like instead of just like going vegan. Me, like I think factory farming's fucked up. You're just like, dude, having a pet is slavery.
Literally, that's kind of what they're saying. They're like, we are just in like a dark age where we don't realize what we're doing, but like the fact that we're just like having and housing dogs, like you like destroys them as animals. There is science behind like domestication, like absolutely destroys animals. Like
I had this thought yesterday.
Did you really?
I went over to Fort McGuire's to do Peloton.
Perfect.
And when I got done, I was just sitting there looking at Riggins. He's a big dog. Just sits in the living room all day.
Yeah.
He just sits there and he breathes hard constantly. He just sat. I was like, damn, dude, this is his. But he's a dog. It's a good life, dude.
That's the thing too. Like if there were 2 dogs
He's in an air-conditioned living room. And occasionally someone throws tennis balls to him. He's chilling. That's a dog. He's happy.
Yeah, I don't think
He doesn't want to be on the woods foraging.
it's kind of a non-starter. Yeah, I mean it is glorious for them to be able to run around like that.
Yeah, he's got a big-ass yard. He goes,
It's a hot take. Big look, if there's 2 dogs left, I'm not breeding. It's like, so you're like dogs become extinct? It's like, I'm a vegan, bro. What do you want me to do? But which is such a weird claim. But they've done studies, Purdue's done studies on chickens because they're trying to figure out how they
chickens are having a rough time.
Chickens are having a rough
They're having a negative experience.
Well, so this is what they tried to figure out. They're like, look, because they were trying to like, this comes from like there not being enough food, but they're like, well, if we, eventually they started making tons of profit, but they're like, we can take, so you study chickens, you track how many eggs they lay. So you're like, you would think in theory, if you take all the top layers, like all the hens that lay the most, and put them together in like a little box and put them in, they would then, the one box. If you put them all in a box, you would think if you screened out the top layers and just let the other like oddballs that just lay like 1 egg a day or like 1 every 3 days,
Those
losers die off. Then you would do it. So they did an experiment where they have like top layer, medium layer for the eggs, and like just like total oddball. Like some of them didn't even lay eggs; they were just kind of like just be freaks, fucking weirdos, losers. And then you do nothing but top producers. The ones with the like differing like layers of hens actually still somehow produce more eggs than like just nothing but top dog hens who lay more a day. So there's some function. A hen who doesn't lay any eggs plays a weird function in chicken world. So when you try to like mechanize nature too much, they're saying like it actually works.
Yeah.
So they have to like let looser hens live in like their little 3x5 cells, which is pretty fucking funny.
Dude, the first night in the Poconos, they ordered wings. I had 25 wings. Yeah, probably. Roughly.
It's like 12 chickens.
It's crazy how many. It's crazy. Every time I eat a plate of wings, I'm just every once in a while I have the thought of like, this is seriously a entire chicken coop.
Yeah, dude. It's a family.
Like an entire generation of chickens. And I'm like, oh, this one sucks. Do you like BC on yours? Do you like one boners or two boners? This is how I eat them. Look at that.
You get the one that like, there's like the drumstick shaped one. It's the weird like.
Yeah.
Ones that are shaped like I don't even know what they even look like, but like the ones you have to like split apart.
Yeah, two boners.
Two boners, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Flats is the correct term.
Flats, yeah. It's like I get that, but I'm like, what a fucking stupid part of the chicken.
You don't like two boners?
No, I don't like the two boners. I don't like the flats.
Dude, I love wings. I'm gonna order wings from
the other ones I can stick them in my cheek and just spin it.
Yeah.
And really suck all
Well, you
the
gotta
stuff.
get good with the two boners so you can do that.
Yeah, it's just a mess. I gotta bring my other hand into it. Like I can be doing something. I can eat regular wings with one hand.
Yeah,
They use genetically modified chickens to turn that part of their body just into like rather than having
100% are. They absolutely are.
Chicken that just had two like way like these.
Yeah, like dogs.
But yeah, man, I have a hard time eating chicken wings when I'm really stoned. That's when I start like feeling like I'm ripping flesh off of the thing, and like I have dead flesh in my refrigerator. Like it's gonna like I'll get into smelling meat. I'll take it out of my refrigerator and just smell it, even if it's fire high. Yeah, sometimes or just sometimes regular, and I'll just be like smell it, and be like, God, it's dead meat, it's dead flesh, and I was like, ugh, and I just cook it up, man, it's pretty good.
True, meat does rule. Every once in a while, I try to get like gay about being vegan.
Yeah,
and then I'll just think about how many wings, dude.
I mean, I definitely eat one. I don't like Hooters wings very much. We used to go there when I was younger because
Hooters
red blood
chicken fingers. If you get the buffalo tendies,
yeah,
some of the best.
What is the chicken finger? That's like breast, right?
I don't even know. I think chicken fingers are like hot dogs of chickens. It's just ground up chicken.
I honestly, for a second there, I was about to start trying to figure out which part of the anatomy of the chicken finger was. I was like, is that like their full wingspan? Like, what is that? What cut is that?
Fuck, I had one more thing. Whatever.
Slide in the page. I still have the DOS on Choco Jar, dude.
Really? Oh yeah, that's right.
Save it. It'll be a good page talk anyway.
The Patreon's about to be war mode.
Yeah, brother.
Boys, Billy and Spud are coming up here, so that'll be on the page. You got any sick ass questions on that there?
Yeah.
No, everyone was just really concerned about dog barrel.
Why? What do they want about dog barrel?
They just want.
Oh yeah, I got called a simp for. I'm getting called a simp for dog girl.
Why?
Enough of that.
What did you call a simp for?
Because I liked one of her pictures on Twitter.
You hit her with like a gorgeous?
I said, baby, you're beautiful. No, gorgeous. Anyway, I don't have to explain myself.
So wait, someone dragged the light.
Well, I don't want to be mean, but I liked the picture because it made me laugh.
Sure.
It was like her pantless with a dog over her vagina.
And you were like,
It was like, where did my pants go? It literally said, where did my pants go? Her username's like Jenna Dog Girl or something.
yeah.
Jenna,
People are trying to ship you guys. They're trying to ship Shane and Dog Girl.
what's that mean?
Like put you guys together in a relationship.
Is that possible?
I think that, I don't know. I think
Find out.
we'll see, man.
We'll see what's in
We'll
the air.
see how if love is in the air. Me and Dog Girl, if I can take a girl to the mall and make her drink out of a food dish,
It's pretty fun.
that does rule.
If your girl got off on just being like completely degraded,
Yeah, like bring her to Thanksgiving and put her under the table with the other dogs. Like, do you have dogs at Thanksgiving?
yeah, for sure.
They stick their head between your legs. Like, oh, you're eating with the dog. Like, you gonna fucking drop anything?
Yeah, I mean, I
I'll
wonder
put
how.
Dog Girl down with, like, there's the kids table, there's the
Yeah.
adult table, and then there's just Dog Girls under the table.
She's in like a
Fighting for scraps.
She's a pornographic. Oh, there's just dog girls there.
Just like three different things.
You have a wife and a dog girl?
Dog girls.
Dude, if dogs become, that's what I was vegan guys on to. He's like, look, if we extinct dogs, we can just have dog girls.
You have a bunch of thick ass dog girls.
That'd be funny too. Someone's checking out your dog girl, like, you gotta start feeding that thing, man. Thing's ass is nothing but bone, dude.
True. Your dog girl needs to be thick.
A little chihuahua. Yeah, you need a big, you need like a Staffordshire dog girl, dude.
You're a big man. Mastiff, the big dog.
Sorry, do you have any balls? Do you get some minis? Get
What
some.
if they have police dog girls?
Oh,
Like
dude.
bomb squad dog girls in Iraq just send out dog girls to defuse or snip out IEDs.
I would do that. You mind if my dog girl searches your car? I'd just be like,
True. True. How's that for questions? Anything else?
I think there's hornballs are just looking for dog girls. She does like porn shit, right?
Getting called a simp it's not fun.
You can call it simp?
Getting called, someone was like, yo, fucking simped it, our king simped it for dog girls.
Just because if you, how the hell are you, Shane?
I'm fucking ticked.
You know, I'm proud about that.
I'm mad, dude. Just
Think
lost.
about all the times you
Just
won.
lost NHL. Well, that was the first time I lost.
Yeah, but think about all the times you won.
That's not what a champion does, bro.
I stick to my theory because I've seen you just be dominant in video games every time I've seen you play. I think one of your ancestors actually did something on these grounds. I think there's a Gillis curse that only as soon as you walk in
How
there,
dare you?
they can't. You just
No, don't bring my ancestors. Because your ancestors were scum.
They weren't scum. They were hardworking.
They killed the children in the schools.
Something it was an accident.
They killed the children in
It
the
was an
schools.
accident. A kid slipped.
Look, I outshot Noah the intern 36 to 18. Time on attack 10 to 4 minutes. Face offs like 30 to 3. And he won 4 to fucking 2.
You know they don't count? Grit. That's what they don't count in that thing.
Shut the fuck up. Noah's an evil hippie. Officially an evil hippie. He spent the week camping and then immediately scored a goal in NHL and was like, fucking suck a dick. Absolute evil hippie. Spent a week in nature, fucks in a tent for a week, and then immediately he's talking shit during a video game.
Noah's T might be too high.
True, from the woods.
His T from the woods
And
and
his
his sense of
Native
nature.
American heritage, but damn, dude, he saw a big pale face sitting on the couch. We got fucking scalped, bro.
He fucking night wolfed you, dude.
He did.
Fuck. No, how did that feel being in nature? Did you like notice anything?
Why don't you get one with the sound? Figure that out. I'll be alright.
I apologize, Lemaire. I think I might have microaggressed him.
Why? You had a UPA Lemaire?
Oh, I think I microaggressed him. I didn't realize I brought a culturally significant food choice.
Oh yeah, I
He didn't realize. I thought that was. His plate was untouched downstairs. He didn't know it was for him, and I thought Lemaire thought I was microaggressing him. I was like, I'm not eating this fucking bullshit, this fucking asshole.
Wow.
He's still just sitting down there, Lemaire.
What food did you get that would be a microagression?
I brought a rotisserie chicken,
Classic.
and I was going to get pineapple, and then I saw a sliced watermelon, and I said, perfect.
And then you remembered.
Nah, dude.
That's what happened. He was at Whole Foods about
You think
to
it
buy
was,
pineapple.
you think it was implicit bias?
I think, yeah, you were just like, oh yeah, Lemaire's coming. Which I don't like that stuff.
I don't know how. That's such a bum rap. In terms of a food combo, I mean, you just ate it. How good was it?
It's the best.
Chicken and water. It's better than chicken and pineapple.
Yeah.
And pineapple's a little acidic, although that kind of might help with digestion. But
No, I've said it 1,000 times. Every negative stereotype against black people is I have it. Literally, I cannot be like, oh man, I can't believe they're sleeping in. It's like they love fried chicken.
Yeah.
What can I knock them for?
True.
How dare I?
Yeah, it is kind of. Just attacking food is a bum move. It's like, oh, eat rice. I go through like 5 pounds of rice a fucking week.
Twitter hits on honkies with like unseasoned.
Unseasoned.
I don't like that.
And that's kind of the key to good health, though. Everything can't be delicious. If every meal you're eating is delicious, you're gonna die. You can't have a delicious meal every meal.
I need to write that down. Exclusive. You know what I have for breakfast? Cocoa Pebbles.
That's delicious.
Delicious. Well, that was the first time I had Cocoa Pebbles in years.
How many bowls you have?
2.
Exactly.
2.
There's no way you can't.
Responsible.
That's actually pretty
2
responsible.
is responsible.
I wonder what the the Cocoa Puff blood limit is if you're driving. Like, if you eat a boxer, like, I just had a couple bowls.
Dude, if it's like a remotely
Choco meters all the way up.
it was funny. My sister came out. And she came out of her room.
Slam and Sarah?
Slam and Sarah came out of her room to try to tell me not to eat. First off, she yelled not to eat the cheesecake. There was like an Entenmann's, like one of those things. Fuck. So I immediately went for that.
Did you know that cheesecake existed?
Didn't know. As soon as she said don't eat
Failure on her part.
I went right for it.
How much you
Just a quarter. I spared her. because she was actually like, don't eat that. And then,
So you had a little bit.
so then I opened the cupboard for some cereal in the morning and found 2 boxes of Cocoa Pebbles hidden behind the Life. She hid them behind the Life cereal.
Plain Life, cinnamon life.
Just plain Life. An opened, like, probably expired box of Life cereal. Hid 2 unopened Cocoa Pebbles. And then I found them and I was like, oh, what's this? And she's like, don't fucking touch them. And I was like, yabba dabba doo. Yelling yabba dabba doo at her. So, yeah, Slam and Sarah's
That's the morning.
That was this
What
morning.
time did the cheesecake incident occur?
Right at breakfast. It was like
You
that.
ate cheesecake and Cocoa
No,
Pebbles?
it's like a breakfast. What's that
Breakfast
thing called?
cheesecake?
Is it a cheesecake? The Danish? Yeah, it's a breakfast food.
Dessert.
No, it wasn't.
Dessert for breakfast.
No, I didn't munch the appropriate amount of the Danish.
How much you had?
Like literally, like
So this was a cheesecake
a bite of it, and then she was like really adamant not to eat it. So I was like, all right, I won't.
Just the
And
tails.
then I stumbled upon the pebbles and sent her back to her room. And
What'd you eat after that?
just the pebbles. And then I got here.
So you're running on
I'm running on Cocoa Pebbles and tits.
Well, now you got the tip.
Now I got the loss at NHL fueling me up. I'm pissed. But yeah, it was funny because I was like, also she helped me stay at 2 volts because she immediately started. She went to the bathroom and got sick because she's doing chemo.
Yeah.
So like while I was yelling yabba dabba doo at her, taunting her to eat her cereal, she like went and started throwing up. I was like, I feel horrible. And I was like, Jesus.
So you poured
I got it.
I'm
I was like, all right, only 2. All right, 2.5. I will say 2.5 because I added the little extra,
pre-existing milk.
little add-on. Yeah. What's going on here with the?
Cool. Damn, dude. That's fucking wild.
Big morning.
So that's wild to me that you were able to eat that breakfast and then just drive here, no headache, no like. I would feel like
2 bowls of Cocoa Pebbles.
if I eat like sugar for breakfast and try to do anything, I feel like hollow. I just feel like
Well, it's not like I was doing anything physical.
true.
If I had to do something physical, yeah, that wouldn't have helped. But no, what are you talking about? Cocoa Pebbles are part of a very balanced
It's
breakfast.
candy, dude. True.
It's not candy.
If you were to have, well, they show Cocoa Pebbles with like a picture of a grapefruit, 2 eggs. They're like part of a balanced breakfast. It's like, if you have all the other shit
A banana.
and you ignore the rest of the Cocoa Pebbles.
Yeah, that's good.
That's good, man. That's a
Good start.
I actually didn't really. I had. I wanted to talk, dude. I had my own problems this morning, so I wasn't going to eat. Like, I knew I was having diarrhea, so I don't mean to start every podcast disgustingly. But I had a gluten-free deep dish when I was in Chicago all weekend.
Yeah, great.
Dude, gluten-free deep dish with, and dude, I don't eat cheese either, bro. People don't know this about me. It's my dark side. All my food allergies. I try not to tell everyone about.
Matt made up food allergies a while ago. He sticks to them.
Obviously, did, dude. It's very serious.
That's when you see gluten allergies. Remember when gluten allergies were all the rage? Matt called it then.
Yeah, right, dude. Not even. My mom called it in the 70s, dude. Imagine that. Talk to my mom then, dude.
Damn, she called it the 70s?
People were like, you are full of shit for like 40 years.
Oh my God.
40 years. They're like, you're a fucking psycho. Then it comes out it's real, and they're like, my whole family's like, I still think it's bullshit.
Oh, damn. So like she didn't know what it was. She was just like, every time I eat bread, I feel like shit.
Wait a second. She read this weird, like, alternative health book. I think my Aunt B's a nurse, so she hooked her up with this book, like, hey, here's some shit I read about.
Damn.
So it was like, my mom was like, I'll try it.
Your family is unforgiving.
Relentless, dude.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so they just thought she was weird, but she's a girl too, so that's like kind
That
of
helps.
as a dude, it's tough, dude. Literally, it's just people like, it's in your fucking head, bro. And you're like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, just don't worry about it.
Yeah, and it's like,
You don't worry about it.
yeah, exactly.
Don't worry.
It's in your head. I'm perfectly net, but the so I gotta go. It's really sweet, dude. My bae looked up all the Giordano's in Chicago. One does gluten-free deep dish. We head there before the flight. It's kind of selfish in my opinion.
Yeah.
To eat a bunch of cheese as a person who doesn't really eat cheese either, and then hop on a flight. Damn, dude, it was just the whole way back. The masks, actually, I will say, they kind of filter out farts pretty effectively. I'm not gonna lie.
Damn, that's true. The masks and the noise of the plane. The plane has become the perfect fart.
True, the noise on a plane wasn't even an issue. But I also was listening to headphones, so I could have been slipping. I don't know. And dude, have you flown recently?
Not since February.
Dude, it is awesome. flying is the best thing in the world. There's nobody at security. No one sits anywhere near you on a plane. It's basically
that ISIS.
It's first class. Yeah, exactly. True, dude. They can definitely. They'll be like, yeah, sure. Like, where are you? They'll look at the visa. Where are you going? Like, to destroy Western democracy. Like, yeah, here.
Yeah, you haven't been to China lately.
But dude, long story short, I ate the whole fucking deep dish. I ate most of it. And I was
How big of a deep dish are we talking?
I mean, it's kind of racist, but they only do small for gluten free. So it's kind of fucked up. So they only do like a personal size. But dude, for deep dish, it's actually perfect.
Yeah.
If you eat the whole thing, you will feel disgustingly full, which is what you're going for with pizza. But so I ate it. I saved 2 slices, ate them in the airport. Dude, this morning I was walking my dogs, full code red. I usually go all the way around the Eastern State Penitentiary. I made it to the Eastern State Penitentiary, which is like a 4-block dedicated move. As soon as you can't turn back, you gotta go all the way around that.
Yeah.
Talking to the phone on Spud. I'm like, oh my god, Spud, I have to fucking shit, bro. And he's like, dude, I've been here before.
Yeah, I was gonna say Spud's probably honestly the worst guy to have on the phone there.
It was perfect.
His advice would be go to a bush.
That's the thing. I was like, damn, dude, I shouldn't have the pizza. He goes, no. Whatever you do, don't think about what you ate that's giving you this diarrhea. That'll only intensify it.
He's a good like midwife.
Dude, so he's like a midwife.
He's a great midwife for
You might be a diarrhea. You might be a doula. You might be a diet doula, dude. I should start doing a thing like a hot tub set. Like natural fucking diarrhea. Get a hot tub. Start spreading.
Dude, people dumping in hot tubs. Like, I've been afraid. I was afraid of that. I had a slight case myself. I'm sorry. Like 2 weeks ago, and I went over to swim at my friend's house when his family was on vacation. And I had to fart. I was in the pool.
You're gonna squid.
I was like, dude, if I shit my friend's pool when he's out there,
You gotta clean the
you
whole
have to
thing.
leave.
You gotta clean
I would leave it.
You gotta change the filter. It's a big deal.
Yeah, you can't shit the pool. But I wonder if you can shit the pool and just leave.
I think you can fucking filter. You gotta like shock the water. It's processed. Because McCusker Pool is kind of shat. McCusker Pool, yeah, dude. So people have shat at McCusker Pool. It's been little kids. A little kid, I think one of the little kids shat at McCusker Pool, and it was like you had to dump a bunch of chemicals and shit. You realize the dump.
So you had the dual L.
So like I've had the dual. Thank God I'm talking to Spud.
I'm telling you, it's the worst guy possible for the raid.
Well, the fun.
Could be, yeah.
I mean, first of all, he's like, stop thinking about what you ate last night. That was kind of helpful. So I started thinking about it, like, it was so much dough. It's just all just pushing through. Like, that's so much to absorb, like, push through. It's deep dish, but the fucking, so he was like, dude, you're gonna make it.
I knew his advice would be horrible. I knew.
He's like, you don't want to break this seal, dude. He's like, you don't enter the world of, like, accepting the fact that you're gonna shit your pants and deal with the consequences. This making me laugh so hard. He's like, next thing you know, you're shitting near a bush in the park, and your dog's trying to eat the shit, and it's coming out of your ass. He's like, you don't want to go there, dude. Trust me. The dogs. Does he experience this? He's shit in the park.
Yeah, Spud's.
He's a bad shitter.
He is a shitter. Yeah. I listened to the first episode. He was talking about dumping it.
You have it, dude. You gotta just go in a bucket. Because especially on a construction site, if there's no porta potty, there's people who are like, you can't use our bathroom.
You gotta just bull rush that. You have to say, listen, you can call the cops.
True.
I have to use this bathroom.
They won't call the cops. They always will hire you back. The big dude, we told you. It's fucked up to hire someone to work in your house, but you can't use our bathroom.
Oh, you mean at someone's house?
Residential
I thought
thing.
you meant like a site in like a city. I thought like a Starbucks would be like, no, you have to buy something.
You gotta rush that.
I'm done. No.
I think there's an addendum in the Constitution where like you can fully override the stores. Be like, you have to be a customer. Just be like,
It's giving quarters to soldiers. It's in there. Also, I learned this. The reason for that is because they all have diseases. It's not because like every time I read like one of the things was like we don't have to give quarter to soldiers. Like it's a law, and
so it is a law. We have to give quarter to soldiers.
No, we don't. We don't have to. But in those days, you did. Like the England would be like, oh, this army's gonna live in this fucking town. Sure, you have to take care of them. But they would all have like smallpox and kill the whole town. So and for some reason in my mind, I was like, people were probably like annoyed. They just had some British dude on the couch.
All got sick. They all got
But it was actually much more serious. It was because an army back then had wild rate. They all had
for
rate.
sure.
Anyway, sorry.
Also, too, the guy probably fucked your wife, dude. You put up a soldier. You're like,
Hey, that,
you know,
red
someone's
coat.
got weapons and shit.
You've never even seen red on a piece of clothing ever.
Fuck,
He's
yeah.
got a red coat on. It's like, fuck.
I mean, your daughter said me it's not even a question. Your daughter's definitely going down. The question is she going to take down the business?
And also, it's almost any age daughter is fair game back then.
Oh, of course.
I was reading about this one day. He was like just in his bio, like, well, he was 36 when he married his 15-year-old wife. It's like normal.
Gentlemen,
He was a senator. I guess not much has changed.
True.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, that must have been fucking nuts. Dude. You're sitting there, some dude shows up in a color you've never experienced on a person. You're just like, whoa, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then he just
He's
basically,
like, yeah, I'm living here. Me and my boys are living here.
oh, then he's just outside. You wake up, he's just out doing drills and shit, or just like might be taking a shit in your yard. What the fuck, dude? England sucks.
England does suck.
Damn.
So what happened? Did you get home?
Got home, was on the phone with Spud, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm like, Spud, I don't want you to hear this, but I kept him on just long enough.
Just to hear that blast.
I mean, yeah, you had to get a
Yeah,
blast.
your lift off.
Dude, totally sprayed, sprayed out. It was pretty nuts, and then hung up. Brittany called me back.
Sprayed out. Slim Sarah's Slim Sarah's going through chemo with me.
And you're shooting worse than her?
Just an absolute raccoon, just out going through her food, eating shit, dumping her. Yeah, she's having. I might be worse than the chemo right now.
You should be worse.
I might be more of a pest, a sex pest.
Dude, we don't judge about that.
Nah, no, sorry.
It's not even funny. I
Can't believe you didn't really
Sexually pest.
didn't even take a break.
Did they ever break that down to like exactly what that is?
Sex pesting.
Yeah.
It's just being a short dork trying to fuck
Trying to get
people.
pussy.
People are like, ew.
I'm bothering. I'm pestering.
That's probably it. Free set.
True. Yeah, I mean, I think he would probably get drunk and just be like, write some weird shit. I wish someone would look at me the way the law settles off. Yeah, and then, I wonder what sex pesting is. If you think you might be sex pesting, don't do it.
Yeah.
Only ask for a blowjob if you absolutely know you're going to get one. Which you only do if you're married. Which you can just ask. You don't go for that.
Yeah.
There isn't a lot of. I don't think they really have that. You can, when you're married, a lot of married dudes are like, I'm gonna give my wife a couple extra glasses of wine tonight. I think that's cool.
I'm about to rape my wife after this.
Boy, I don't think. I think once you're married, it's like that whole alcohol conundrum goes away. You're both.
Oh yeah, I wonder how many dudes have like roofied their wives. It's like a fucking roofied.
Oh, actually, roofied.
Yeah, it's like a sick.
They're like, come on, babe, let's get out of here. These fucking
Just
assholes.
while she's watching like HGTV. Some roofie and wine.
You might be talking about chemical bondage. If you can get your wife on page, if you get your wife down, you can do chemical. Like you like chemical bondage. If you get a good G source, get some little GHB. RIP to the dude I know who died from that last year.
How did he die?
GHB on his birthday.
I don't know what GHB is.
It's like a club drug. It's like a date rape drug. It's like It's a super cheap drug that you can just drink like the smallest bit, and you'll be like it's like you're like drunk. He was already drunk. Slammed some G with his girlfriend. Died on his birthday. RIP. One of the saddest ways to die. I think the dude was like 36.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
It wasn't really my boy like that, but I heard.
Yeah, obviously.
In the fucking song.
You were saying his story out here, laughing at him on YouTube.
I mean, it's pretty fucking funny. It wasn't my boy like that. I walked into his dwelling a couple times, and I didn't like the vibes going on in there, bro.
Why?
It's just,
It's like evil hippie.
coke den, bro. You go in there, and it's just kind of like, there was a guy, I was like, all right, man, I'm going to roll out. And the dude's like, why? I was like, I got to go home, dude. Get the fuck out of my face. Dude, like, sweating. He's in the AC, just like, why, bro? I'm fucking out of here, dude.
That's no good.
Yeah, I already died.
So how was the shot?
Sorry, I didn't mean to ruminate on that guy's death. The shy was good, but to finish my story of the diarrhea.
Oh yeah.
Shy was awesome.
Got the blast off. Painted the toilet.
Sprayed the toilet, and all of a sudden my phone rings. FaceTime. It's Brittany. I said, oh, it's my wife. So I answered the phone. I'm like, yo, like, prophecy. Her husband prophesied that I would have immediate diarrhea, and I was just like, I made it for like 12 hours. So I was FaceTiming her. I went to show her my dump. I didn't realize she was out. She fucking got Maya's ears pierced, which I don't know how I feel about the fact that she's assuming Maya's gender. She's like, well, it's a cultural thing. I was like, was it cultural for you to accept her gender? Or, sign her up?
I think it is cultural to accept her to demand her gender.
True, let's go and I'll pick with her. later on. I'm not definitely telling the child, like, I'm so sorry your mother put that on, forced that on you.
What, earrings?
Earrings. But, or if she trans to be a man, she could just start hanging 2 little dangly crosses down your done. It's kind of win-win.
True.
But the fucking, but yeah, so I'm like, I'm FaceTiming Brittany. I'm like, dude, look at what I did. I was basically like, do you want to see this? I gave her a warning. She was like, yeah, let me see. So I thought I was showing her the dunk on the camera. Dunk. It was Tinus, another emergency Tinus, dude. This was a Tinus after
a sick Tinus
running home with diarrhea.
Sick Tinus.
Dude, I don't think her family was. I hope her family was looking at the phone because they're all together. So they're at the mall, and I'm like, I didn't know she's at the fucking mall first of all, because we didn't talk about that. And I'm like, you want to see my dump? She's like, sure. So I go to show her the thing, and I go, oh, I'm on speakerphone. I go, oh no, wait, that's my penis. She's like, oh, you're on speakerphone. I'm like, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, here's the dump anyway. I flipped it around.
Oh, so you showed your wife a Tinus and then diarrhea?
I mean, the Tinus was just in the way.
Yeah, I like that picture. Tinus with a background of diarrhea.
Oh, dude.
That's like the picture. That's every Tinus's class photo. You know how normally you get like lasers in the back? Tinus is just a pool of diarrhea.
It's a pile.
A pile flown all the way from Chicago.
Yeah, dude, that was a hard, dude. And the worst, to add my Tina shame, I don't know. I mean, this is like Tucker Carlson's dealing with being doxxed right now, so I want to dox myself. My Tina status, dude. Do you ever? I've got Tina's levels where I'll like pee while I didn't do it. I had the diarrhea was so severe that I looked down, didn't realize I was peeing. So I'm peeing between the cracks of the 2 toilets.
Oh, that's
absolutely soiled the back of my shorts.
That's the worst. That's a rarity. But when you hit some, I don't know what it is. Every once in a while, you have just enough Tinus.
Yeah, the perfect
to hit between the lid and the. Yeah.
It's Tinus zero, dude. Your Tinus is like perfect in line with the equator. It goes right.
When it's on the fucking Liu Kang kick, Tinus is just.
When Tinus was at 0 gravity, it gets the perfect geometry where it just kind of like sticks out straight.
It's crazy.
And it just fucking shot me right straight. Fucking trenched my N1s, dude. I slid them back up. It was just like, God damn it. I want to make a Tinus protector. They should make a seat that has a fucking shield that blocks from like any sort of Tinus disruption.
Because you're not thinking about your Tinus. Like, how is it going to piss out of the toilet?
Exactly.
It's under the lid.
It's the perfect angle.
And then it just bends against the lid.
Perfect angle. Shot right there. Shot me right through the lid.
No, I've done that a couple times. I've done that like out to eat at like restaurants. Just pissed everywhere.
They really should. It's fucked up. They haven't designed a thing in terms of like the ADA. They should design a thing for guys with penises that lock. They come down. It's safe. It locks down. There's like so it's a toilet seat like this, a little edge that just blocks
Should be a
off.
cup there.
There should be some
trough.
like a drip edge. They should have it come like a gutter, basically, a gutter system that runs down the
Dudes with the sickly penises, nervous penises.
Yeah, producer just experienced.
I'm glad you brought that up. I've kind of kept that to myself.
Yeah,
I thought the amount of penis you would have to do that was so extraordinary that I really didn't want to admit where my penis was at. Look at that. LeBare's in agreement now. Everybody's like, yeah, I've done it.
Yeah,
It's good for everybody to come clean on this.
dude, Kanye's my inspiration.
Mine sometimes doesn't even fire out. It just like flows. Like you ever like pour a cup and the water comes out along the. Mine also sometimes piss will just stick to the bowl.
It's surface, like what's it called?
Yeah.
Surface tension. Hell, actually, will grip.
Yeah.
That's why.
Sometimes just a. Never mind.
So you'll do.
I'm done.
You'll do.
I'm done.
Pee down your whole body.
Piss down the front of the toilet seat.
Like a water slide.
Yes, and then I'll be like, holy fuck, there's just a puddle of piss at my feet. I'm like, dude, piss.
I thought you were saying you pee and pee leaves your penis and sticks to the other side.
No.
I was like, whoa.
No, I mean, penis is sticking between the lid and the bowl. And the piss will just run straight down the front of the bowl onto the floor.
100%. I've definitely made.
So wait, have you hit it where it just shoots straight out?
I've shot straight out this morning.
Straight out.
I've also puddled the floor. Exactly what you're saying. I've like fully pissed on the floor in a hurricane a couple times. It's shitty engineering.
Yeah, but they know, dude. Nobody can bring that up.
True.
Nobody can be that. Well, whoever designed it, be like, how small is your dick? Dude, so they never mind.
I think it was my kid. My kid does it all the time. That's a good class action lawsuit, dude, to come out. I got inspired by Kanye, dude. Kanye's out on some super honesty stuff.
I'm gonna support him.
Dude, did you see the whole video?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was that fucking crazy. Everyone's trying to say he's like fully fucking nuts. I mean, what was super crazy? What? His hands on abortion?
Free Cosby?
I didn't see the Free Cosby thing.
He got into Free Cosby, which rules.
What did he say?
I agree with his stance. Give $1 million to every mother.
I think it was like for
Free weed, free Bill Cosby, and pro-life.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Actually, most of it.
well, he did say, he goes, I'm saying, this is how Kanye's mind went, in my opinion. He'll say something ridiculous like $1 million, and then he's like, or like 15 grand, I don't know, whatever. He's like, I'm not funding this thing. I'm just putting the guy that out there.
Very Trump-like.
He's good. I like the fact that he's going out there and, dude, when they were trying to say that the fact he cried makes him crazy. It's like, dude, he was talking about almost being aborted. Yeah, dude, that's something.
Yeah.
The thing he was bringing up was basically, look, if you're raped, I get it. Like, if you're raped, I get it. We're not going to have it so you're in a back alley. It's just, I think what he's talking about is like, it's like some sort of like sluts' rights, male and female. Be out and slutting around and be like, let's get an abortion. He was like, that's fucked up. I agree with that. I think that's shitty to do. I mean, dude, it's fucked up.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
What he's saying is like, it's kind of shitty to do. Just to be like, I'm inconvenienced by, I'm out having a good old, and I'm inconvenienced by this life that I created. He has a fucking point. It's kind of shitty. You know?
I mean, yeah, of course, anybody that says abortion's bad has a point. But when you're on stage screaming in front of, like, I mean, that whole thing was nuts. Start to finish nuts.
I loved it.
I enjoyed it. I think the person who should be getting more grief is the woman,
The white chick who came
the
up.
white chick who came up, and yeah, she's also obviously nuts.
Well, he was pretty gracious. He was like,
He was very gracious.
he was very gracious the whole time.
He was very
He
gracious.
dyed his hair purple because it's the combination of blue and red. Dude's fucking got some ideas, honestly.
Blue and red equals
I was to the purple party. I was fucking like, fuck yeah, dude, that's awesome.
I said if you supported him, of the three candidates, I would probably vote for him.
I swear to God, I would vote for
I
Kanye.
think that's a good vote. Like, I think it'll just be funny to see him take a chunk of the election and then have people be like, Trump won because of Kanye taking Democratic votes. And blaming the election on Kanye West, which could be pretty
Might
funny.
have been the plan this whole time when we have a Trump, bro. Dude, they're fighting over the black vote. Like, they study it like calculus, dude. So right now, Biden is doing worse with the black vote than Hillary is.
You know, I think black people are going to surprise some people.
I think the whole point of the election is to win the black vote.
I think here's what I can tell you, and this is the observation I made yesterday when I was touring the battlefield of Gettysburg. At Little Round Top, I saw 3 hood fucking black dudes at Little Round Top.
But anyways,
Something's going on.
Really?
That's the strongest shift to black republicanism I've ever seen in my life.
True.
3 hood black dudes at Gettysburg, at Little Round Top, looking at it like, God damn, look at this motherfucker.
Damn. Did you pick up on the chatter?
No, I was just like, I couldn't believe it. Talking beaters, they were all in beaters.
That's fucking
Fitted.
sick.
I mean,
Just
it was
Little Round
unbelievable.
Top. That's fucking
It was
awesome.
crazy, surrounded by the whitest dorks known to man. Like fat dudes in like high-waisted khaki shorts. Everybody's dad. Just imagine your dad. It's like 10 dudes dressed exactly like Phil.
Yeah.
Like button-downs, short-sleeve button-downs, tucked into khaki shorts.
That's sick, dude.
With some like, New Balance like hiking shoes,
Yeah.
mid-socks.
Just dress like
White
pussy's
ankle socks.
off the table.
Pussy's going.
And pussy, if you forgot about pussy, that's exactly how you'll dress.
Yes,
Just
like an absolute gentleman.
as comfortable as possible.
Just taking a look at the battlefield, and I was with him,
Yeah.
but I couldn't believe it.
You are big boys, what you think?
I wanted to be like, yo, what are you guys doing? I wanted to be like, what are you talking about?
But as you rushed him, you're like, what are you guys doing here?
Well, that was my instinct immediately. I wanted to Karen out. I wanted to make some phone calls to some park rangers.
Really?
These guys are smoking dope at Little Round Top. These guys are dope smoking. We're the 20th main charge. Chamberlain yelled, fix bayonets. Oh, man.
Dude, I was reading
Couldn't believe it.
That's awesome. It's fucking sick.
I was what? No, just I'm thinking about it more and more. I didn't think about it until right now. It's very funny.
Something you noticed, you're like, huh?
Yeah, it was like this is literally the first time I've ever seen it.
That's true. Yeah, man. I mean, dude,
Because this wasn't like you walk by it. This is like they were on a tour.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, well,
3 bros on a tour.
of Gettysburg.
Yes.
It's fucking sick.
Lemaire, how do you feel about that?
About black Republicans?
I don't think they were not black Republicans saying just 3 fucking bros at Gettysburg.
They love this country.
That's nice to hear.
The red, white, and blue.
Yeah, they might not have been Democrat. I'm telling you, man. I don't.
Excellent. It's good input.
Well, dude, the article I was reading about. So they're polling things where like Hillary had, in terms of you take the black vote, Hillary had I think like 83% of it. Trump had the other 13%. So now Biden has like 76% of it. Trump has, whatever that is, a little more of that. Whatever, 26%. And whatever it is. So the black vote's slowly drifting away from the Democratic Party. According to these figures. The Latino vote, forget about it, bro. The Latinos, Biden's not doing that well. But again, they still have the majority, but they're saying that like if they lose even like a couple percentage points of the black vote, if it's a close race, they're saying that could be the determining factor.
I wonder if it.
So they're bugging out right now about, dude, it's so funny to think about the job of a president right now is to like get black people to like them. Which is kind of fun. It's like, what is this job you guys are doing? Like, we're just gonna get black people to like us.
Whoever can trick black people the best is the president.
So that's there's think tanks.
They need to hire fucking Sprite to be like, yo, how did you do it? How the fuck did you shift from just a lemon lime soda to just like dudes dunking and being like, Sprite, motherfucker? Like, what happened?
Dude,
McDonald's made the shift a while ago.
McDonald's is egregious with it. They're like, you like grandma's sweet tea? It's like, what the fuck? This is racist. Motherfucking McRibs, man. They had a thing on the radio be like, oh, here comes grandma. We better run. And it was like, what the fuck?
You remember when grandma used to whoop your ass? How about some McNuggets? Come on, y'all.
I heard that commercial on the radio. I was like, dude, is this fucking serious?
Yeah, McDonald's. But what's funny, I was thinking this too, and this is a risky take.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it. Well, tightrope walk for the people. So I got a little fucked up at the Grove Friday night.
So you went to Gettysburg.
My buddy hated it. Left. I had a great fucking Gettysburg and the Grove. That's the Mechanicsburg fucking. That's a hat trick. One more.
Did you get up in the Grove like the first guy from the Holocaust? Like, there's black people in Gettysburg. Like, get out of here.
Well, occasionally there's black people at the Grove too, which is shocking.
Yeah, I mean,
because this is the whitest thing you've ever seen.
you think you're on your little iceberg, dude? It's melting.
And it is melting. I thought Kyle Larson would scare him off. He's like a scarecrow for black people. Also, Kyle Larson won, dude. Started at the third, came back and won, dude. Larson went from NASCAR to just dominating Mechanicsburg's dirt track. Just for saying the N-word on Twitch. Anyway, had a couple drinks at the Grove. It rolled. My favorite part of the day was my friend's first time. He went sober though, so it's tough sober, especially it's just like it's heats. It's just one dude racing at a time for the first like 2 hours. That's awesome. It gets a little fucking boring, especially there's cautions every lap because somebody crashes. It's just go-karts going 150 miles an hour.
You're trying to entertain him. You're like,
I'm like drinking, hammered. It's fun. It's fun if you drink, just standing outside and drinking. I was trying to like show him what the place was like, and then this dude in front of us, because you got to cross this bridge to go into the infield, so everybody's just packed together. And this also the sickest shirts possible. Everybody like intentionally wears their oldest sprint car shirt, so it's all like from the 80s.
God
fucking rules. But this dude, one dude was coming from in the infield. The guy directly in front of us was just like, "Yo, Randy!" I don't know why. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. This dude was just like, "Fucking Randy!" And I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was his boy. He came over. I forget what his. Oh, it's the PA posse. That's what you gotta know. You're either Team Outlaws or PA Posse. Right?
So there's like groups of
the Outlaws is a national sprint car group that go around. It's a team of like really good racers that go around and fuck up everybody's local sprint track.
Larson
could be Outlaws. He's not Outlaws.
He's free agent right now.
I think he's a free agent.
So there's just 2 teams.
No, I think this weekend, actually, this Friday at the Grove, the fucking Outlaws come to town. I'm going to be out of town. I'll be in Cleveland, unfortunately. I'd like to see the posse dethrone the fucking Outlaws, dude. It's very exciting. They said anybody but the Outlaws chant started. Fucking sick.
So you're more of the
What was I talking about?
About the guy who was like,
oh yeah, no, after Randy, that's been making me laugh all day. Just a dude dropping a cooler at the dirt track and just be like, Randy.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's not good podcasting.
I think it's good.
I think it's okay. That gives you a good visual of what I'm surrounded by.
Well, I try. I would love that. To be able to hit the dirt track, drop a cooler on the ground, and just be like,
Yeah, there's my fucking boys.
my fucking
There's
boys.
Randy. What up,
Yeah,
boy?
dude, that's fucking. I like that.
Yeah, it was fun. But after, so I'm sitting in my parents' recliner, drunk, watching TV, drunk at like 10.
So you're going early, it's early.
Yeah, well, probably 11 the race end. And I kind of forgot about the race war that was going on.
True.
You know?
Yeah, that happens when you have a good
It's a
day.
nice night.
You have a good day in your actual life. You forget about the race war.
Yeah, the race war.
By the media.
And then all of a sudden, I was just watching ESPN, and there's just a commercial of like LeBron dunking and like all these NBA players. It's like, together we rise. This means so much more than basketball. It's just dudes dunking. It's like, fuck racism. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about the. And then I was laughing just knowing that there's going to be outdated commercials when this race war kind of ends. It's funny to call it a race war, by the way. That's a joke. I know people could be posting about
They talk about racial tensions in the news all the time. Like they're saying, like now it's not only COVID we have to deal with, but now we're dealing with extra racial tension. That's been a thing. The news is like, oh, the racial tensions are horrible right now.
But I'm saying, like, how commercials are always like a little late.
Yeah.
Like it'd be the same as seeing like a Nurses Are Heroes commercial today.
Yeah, and you're like, what?
They're not fucking heroes anymore.
Yeah, true.
Now it's people fighting cops that are the heroes now.
True.
But it's gonna be funny to see like an NHL commercial in like 2 months that's like Black Power. It's like I'm seeing a Tampa Bay Lightning.
Pepsi, I think pulled the trigger a little too early on like the weird.
Well, they had like a flan protest.
Propaganda commercials. That was like them all showing the cards at once and then chill that.
Yeah.
3 years from now, relax. And they tried to be like, yeah, you're young, you're hip, you're protesting.
You love protesting.
Drink Pepsi. It's like,
Drink this.
What the fuck?
Drink this shit.
Well, it's weird too because everyone's giving China China's got some weird shit going on for sure. Like, did you read about the what are they called, the Uyghurs? I think you were telling me about that. The Uyghurs. The Uyghurs. They're called the Uyghurs, right?
Wait, they're getting rid of their Uyghurs?
They're detaining their Uyghurs, dude.
It's like fucking cool, man.
Yo, motherfucker. Yeah, if you say shit for more than like 5 seconds, they come and grab you. So but yeah, they're detaining them. They have like little Muslims, yes. But there's not all Muslims. They have some other Muslims in China that they are kind of like, yeah, you can go study with an imam, allegedly. But they specifically the people in whatever that's called, the Northwest, like so apparently it'll come, snatch you up. Like, this is according, to a leaked document. So maybe it's propaganda. I don't know. So I think this is
they clearly had camps for Muslims.
Oh yeah, they definitely do. But they're saying they're like employment outreach things that are like kind of mandatory or whatever. But so they'll come snatch you up.
Employment outreach.
So it's employment outreach, and they'll also try to make sure that it's employment outreach, and they also make sure that you kind of like don't believe like rumors and stuff about the government. So like you go and sign an NDA where you can't say anything about what happened in there, and also like it's not just you, but if any of your family starts talking that mess, they'll snatch one of you up or all of you guys up and make you do like a program where you have to like sit through like hours and hours, I think like months of forced labor, where they eventually decide if your attitude has been adjusted properly and you've been properly assimilated into Chinese culture. So they call it like Sino training or something. They don't want you to think, no, I'm a Muslim and like I'm actually like Turkish or whatever. You guys stole our land. They're like, no, come in. Why do you work for us? How about you work for free for a little bit? Yeah, dude, that's fucking crazy. So Trump slapped the embargo, saying like all these companies that fuck with this kind of stuff, you're benefiting from slave labor. They also say there's allegedly like forced DNA sampling, organ harvesting, and they're saying like they weren't just saying free labor. They're telling those companies like, no, bro, you guys are getting sanctioned. People are getting salty about it.
Who's getting salty?
I forget the company. It's a good clothes makers. A couple of like fashion guys who are like, look,
Banana Republic. We need our fucking slaves, dude. Shut the fuck up.
Well, it's something like it's funny. It's a funny name for a company.
Yeah, Banana Republic.
They're like, no. Well, the one company came out with a statement. It's so funny to have a PR firm to pay them to be like, just for the official record, we are not about using free labor. We are totally against using free labor, and we don't use free labor. It's like, you guys don't have slaves? Yeah, we kind of figured that.
What about Why are they gonna change Banana Republic, dude? Have they changed that yet?
I don't think so.
They gotta change that name. They took my Redskins, dude.
They took your
Washington Redskins have to change their name.
What are they?
I don't like it.
What are they?
I don't know yet. They don't know yet.
It should be the Washington Deep State.
That's actually a fucking sick name,
Deep
dude.
State? That would be sick, dude.
That's a good nickname.
Washington Deep State would be fucking awesome.
This is probably the best nickname I've heard. I think they're gonna go with like the Red Tails, which is also still kind of like here's some Native Americans. Some Native American bullshit. Like, I don't know. What's
What if they were
another?
Washington Native Americans?
That'd be pretty
They
fun.
just showed a picture of a Native American and we're like, what? We like you guys.
They should switch to greenskins.
Crazy.
No, what's funny about that? A dude copywrote. He got all the names copywritten a while ago. A guy in DC, like a lawyer, who knew they were gonna have to change their name eventually, has like every possible nickname, like the Washington Warthogs, the Washington Wolves, the one like he has
So they have to
a
figure
ton of names that they can't use unless they pay him.
Motherfucker, dude.
It's a great move.
It's fantastic.
If I were Snyder though, or the Redskins, I'd be like, look, this guy has all the names. We'll get the Redskins guys.
True.
He's been holding off as long
Don't
as he
give us the Washington Warthogs, or we're sticking with the Skunks. Yeah, dude. So what a fun time. So they changed it. So you're gonna not be able to wear your Washington Redskins jersey now?
They can't take that from us.
They can't take that
How
from
dare they try to take that from me?
I mean, that'll be like sick collector's gear. You're not gonna be able to have it anymore.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go down to DC and demand everyone round them up. Those old jerseys. So I should specify jerseys.
Yeah, man. Gettysburg was tight. I got some cool facts for you.
What you got?
So yesterday I took a nice auto tour of Gettysburg. I recommend that for anybody. You download a little app on your phone. You just drive around the battlefield. It's pretty sick. It takes you to like stops and tells you what happened there. And you'd be like, on your left, this was going on. Right? It's pretty fucking sick. One guy that ruled was Daniel Sickle. Yeah, he's the man. He was a general. So North had like a long line. There was a defensive line.
Yeah.
And Sickles like just ignored everybody and just marched straight. For some reason, got all his men fucking murdered.
Is that a Sickle?
Yeah, he got his leg blown off, and then afterwards was like, fucking General Meade's bitch, pussy. Just a motherfucker. But what he's most known for, he was the guy who married a 15-year-old.
Did he really?
Yeah, and then he shot her lover in front of the White House. Just murdered him in broad daylight.
How old was her lover?
It was probably like his age. Her lover was Francis Scott Key's son.
What?
It's a small world.
Francis Scott Key's son?
Yeah, the guy who wrote the
Is it a
Star
song?
Spangled Banner. Yeah, he fucked a 15-year-old and got
We need a new
murdered.
song, bro.
Got murdered for it.
We need a new song.
Got gunned down, and then Sickles turned himself in, and he was the first temporary insanity case ever.
Because he was so mad.
He was so mad when he found out that guy was banging his 15-year-old. He shot him in front of the White House.
Was she cheating when she was 15, or was this later on?
It was before the Civil War, which is when he married her. So she was probably like early teens or like late teens.
Dude, that's a big deal back then, because it's like no one had condoms, obviously. So it's like your chances of getting like cuckolded in the classical sense of the word are very high.
Yeah.
If someone was cheating on you, hitting your sweet little baby up, there's a chance. The dude was definitely not pulling out. But if you're fucking someone else's wife back then, you just come inside of her and you're like,
Yeah, deal with it.
deal with that. That's
I'm out. That's why my dad wrote the fucking Star Spangled Banner. Did you know who my fucking dad
Did he
is?
get pussy from that?
Obviously.
Was he walking
He's
down?
fucking a senator's wife.
So he was just walking down like,
Yeah,
she was like,
oh, that's all.
I like this song? No big deal. Sounds like their number one hit back then. There was only 4 songs. The top charts were just 4 songs, and he's like, yeah, this is the first song, so number 1 for now.
Yeah, and then
I like those old songs.
Shot in the head in front of everybody for being a bitch.
What are you doing?
Pistol. It'd be funny if it was a rifle.
So then he went and turned. He was just like,
And then he turned himself in and was like, I did that. Bitch, I did that.
damn.
And then I think his name is Seward. I think he was Lincoln's Secretary of War, was actually Sickles' lawyer in that case, and was the guy who came up with temporary insanity, which is still used today. That was the guy who first invented it. He was just like, Your Honor, this guy was fucking pissed.
What would you do if he fucked your 15-year-old wife and judge was like, I'd be fucking furious, bro.
True. Anyway, that's a fun fact. That's what I got out of my Gettysburg tour.
Does it still count if someone cooks? I think now you'll get like only third-degree murder. If you murder someone in the heat of passion, you don't. It's not first degree.
You have to get like manslaughter for that. If you walk in on someone boning your wife and murder them, I think you can cap it.
I think you can. I think you can. Yeah, I think it's like hitting someone with your car when you're drunk. Same penalty. They're just kind of like, hey man, be more careful in the future. Get back out there.
Yeah. What are you guys whispering about over there?
Okay, Noah has to go downstairs, and I was going to say, isn't that what happened to OJ?
Maybe, but
I think
he took it a little too far. He sawed 2 people's heads off. Also, OJ was innocent. Where are you going now?
Oh, nice. I appreciate that.
Good. Our OJ experts here. Sid the Kid.
What time we at, Lemaire? That's a scorcher, bro. It's running out of the game. Sorry, dude. Sorry, I'm excited. It's a good cast.
Fucking pervert.
I figured I'd reward you for a good cast. Did you see the picture of Zuckerberg that's going around?
Yes.
Dude,
If real, that's the craziest man of all time. If that photograph is real, if that sunscreen on his face is real,
I think it
he
is.
is not one of us. He is not. But also, it could, again, dude, Zuckerberg could just be a wildly autistic dude who got billions of dollars and is calling the shots, dude. Imagine if you knew like a really autistic dude that was like on a boat calling the shots, and he started painting his face white, you'd be like, I'm not gonna say anything. Sid the Kid, what up, bro?
What's up, bro?
We're live right now. It's good. It's good. Just throw them in. Fuck it, guys.
Let's finish this off the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, we were talking about
Not being one of them.
here, pull that chair close to you, Matt, so he can be in your chair.
You know, you're saying, that's real family vibe going on.
Yeah, no, I would put one like right next to you, like where Billy was.
Switch up.
Probably on the other side of that.
Yeah, oh, yeah, here. Switch. Switch that tape.
That's good. Damn, you're a sweaty man. What's going on, Dean?
Hell yeah.
You got another exact same shirt. Alright, so we were just talking about wild autists. I'm glad you're here.
Just in time. Just in time. Man, how's he sound?
Say something to your best.
What's up, guys? Perfect. Check the comments, too. They'll give you the true response. Sydney, what the fuck's up, bro?
Not too much, man.
I kind of like this Mr. Rogers neighborhood, but excuse me, I'm just walking.
People just walk in.
Yeah,
It's
just
like,
walking
oh,
in,
who's
setting
here? Elliot Noah. That's good stuff.
Well, we're setting up for the page, bro.
H is gonna be
Yeah, we're talking about Mark Zuckerberg, about
See that picture of him?
picture of him with sunscreen, allegedly kind of bravehearting a little bit out
Dude, full, like, all white sunscreen face. Like, you know how people put, like, zinc on their nose or whatever? Whole face.
You know, from Camp Anawana design to the
No, just, like, perfectly painted on. Like, it just looks like a mime. He looks like a mime.
Yeah, it does.
And he's got a fat ass and he's surfboarding.
He's got a fat ass, though?
Yeah.
He's got a fat
I
fucking
would say
ass.
it's fat. It almost looks like he's got like a thick rump, dude. It doesn't look like it's like sloppy fat.
Yeah,
He looks like a muscular rump, dude.
He might have got an ass job. If you're a billionaire, I'd get that job. Fast
Trans into like Nicki Minaj for no reason. Can't reach
Trans back. What's up, guys?
Oh, this was fucking me up. The same people, like there were people that were born and witnessed the Civil War and World War II in their lifetime.
What?
Technically. Either you're old as fuck and young as fuck when the Civil War happened.
Yeah, true.
You know? Crazy. You'd be like 80 and have been alive for both.
What the fuck?
And then I was thinking there were people that were born during, you know, like World War, like in the Roaring 20s and then saw Nicki Minaj and Tekashi 6ix9's last music video.
And they just died.
Like you saw World War II and Nicki Minaj and Tekashi 6ix9's last music video in your lifetime. Dude, imagine the Civil War one. That's like you watched guys march straight across the battlefield in a line.
Yeah.
And then towards the end of your death, a nuclear bomb from an aircraft carrier. In one lifetime.
And then you just die.
Yeah, like, well, that was wild.
Holy
This is,
fuck, dude. I didn't even
I
think
basically
about that.
lived in Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
There was just magic towards the end there. Walk out in time.
During like Game of Thrones and Tron.
Jesus Christ.
I get it. Submarines. What? We had horses when I started.
That's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
I was thinking about being just like, I saw that picture of Mark Zuckerberg and I was like, I thought about it and I was like, I definitely wouldn't trade places in terms of like, if I had to like be Mark Zuckerberg and be a billionaire or just be myself, I was like, I'd gladly rather be myself than Mark Zuckerberg. I swear to God, and I know this, and I'm like, it must suck being a billionaire that if you're like, you want to trade lives, you're like, I'm cool, bro. You got that.
All he has to do is not be what he is.
He can't.
He'd be fine.
He can't. Every time he tries to be cool, he looks even worse.
Well, there's no one to, again, it is, imagine the most autistic dude you know.
Yeah.
And he's the head of he's calling all the shots around everybody. And he has the money to do it. So that's why he painted his face like that. He's out on the boat. He just started putting that on.
What the fuck's he know about his son that we don't?
People around him must have just been like, fuck. What the fuck?
They probably all painted theirs.
Tell Phil put sunscreen on. Phil does that, dude. That's exactly what Zuckerberg does. There's a pile of it.
Yeah, I just saw the picture.
Yeah.
They call him Bigfoot.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, I mean, that must be tough, dude, to be a billionaire and like the public consensus. Like, check the public consensus. They're like, yeah, you can hire the world's best PR firms. They're like, they still think you're a robot. He's like, fuck.
I keep thinking I'm a robot. What if I do a TikTok dance? Would that help? Like, no, Mark.
What if I ride a wakeboard with sunscreen proving I'm a human and can be damaged by the sun? Like, they're making fun of you still. Like, motherfucker. Yeah, man, that must be crazy, dude. Be a billionaire. The people are just like, yeah, that guy sucks. And you're like, not even like Bezos or evil. Everyone's like, yeah, Bezos is fucking evil. Like, just because he's a billionaire. But it's like, would I be Bezos? I might fucking shave my head and take a fucking cheated on ex-wife in the chamber and be like, all right, even Steven.
Wait, what was that?
Bezos had a cheated ex-wife. He cheated. He's an adulterer, so I'm not really
That
thrilled
rules.
next Friday that. I'm not a big fan of that, dude. Female and male sluts can be shut down. That's a new fucking thing. They have to be shamed. Shut down.
Sluts?
Female and male, yeah. All sluts. All
What's wrong
sluts.
with you, dude? Just because you're out of the game, now you want to start slamming these beautiful
Hey.
How dare you? So once you get married, all the sluts need to shut it down?
Exactly.
You're being selfish.
I'm just
Sluts, keep up the fucking good work.
no.
Dog girls, keep doing your weird shit.
Well,
It's all good.
if you want to use that as a profession, go ahead. You know, I still think.
Sluts?
Yeah,
Are you shaming sex workers?
I'm not shaming them. I'm just saying they shouldn't do that. It's not good. Dude, I was really wondering. Dog Girl was fantastic. I love
Dog
it.
girl, it's great.
What I'm stuck on is I think that's going to be the cure for porn. All the amateur porn people are shooting, eventually the kids are going to have to reap the, a kid's going to be online. It's not going to be totally out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
Seeing your
You
mom.
brought that up to the dog girl.
Brought it up. I don't think she really want to think about that right now. She's having a good time. She's young. As she should. But as I'm thinking, it's like a good time now includes almost a public visual record.
Yeah.
Where it's like, all your thoughts on Twitter. That's just one thing. But you want to go, and more girls are doing this. This OnlyFans shit is like, this cam girl stuff is like, girls, economically, it's a pretty good idea. You're never going to have that amount of like, that business of being a hot young chick. They can make so much money online. But the thing you got to pay for is the fact that your kid is going to be online jerking off. And he might unknowingly jerk off to your body, even if you're wearing like a mask or something. And then maybe he'll figure it out and just be like, fuck. I think that's when it's like slow porn down big time.
That seems very unlikely.
I don't know, dude. It's going to happen more. It's going to happen more and more and more. You're going to see your people like your mom, your aunt, or somebody. But I guess you just jerk off to it and keep it moving. That becomes part of the kink, I guess. You're just like, fuck, dude.
Damn it, I ran into Aunt Janet again. Which was a sick slate. My family had this. I hit the Peloton again.
Did you really?
And
They do Peloton races now? I saw like a Tour de France on TV when I was eating deep dish gluten-free pizza, and I saw a bike race that was just virtual characters moving around. I think they're doing like the virtual
sense.
Tour de France, putting people on
that
Peloton.
makes sense.
Pretty crazy.
Came home and got accused of sweating like my aunt. Someone was like, "You smell like mom when she sweats." And I was like, "Damn."
What the fuck?
It's a very harsh insult to my family.
That's a weird
You
insult.
stink like a woman when you sweat. That was the insult. They all laughed. The whole family, they're always delighted to see me get hit.
So you walk in, just get
I
crushed.
got walked in, I was like, nice, I just worked out. Everybody in this house has been just laying around.
So you're already
I get to walk in like, why don't you guys do something today? And immediately get hit with, oh, you stink, you smell like Aunt Jane. Something like that, yeah.
menopause sweats.
Yeah, that's what I got accused of. which, you know.
You can't win that fight against women, dude. Like, I'm so glad I didn't have to psychologically struggle against women when I was younger. It was all, I dealt with older brother stuff, which is like, you know,
It's a lot more physical.
It's a lot more physical. It's a lot more easy to shake off. 20 years later, I was like, I'm not gay. You know, that's that. I'm gay after all. Fucking assholes.
Yeah. But I mean, getting hit with, even I'm 32. Getting hit with, I smell like a woman when I sweat.
That would fuck me up.
That's going to bother me. I'll be in the car driving a bit. I guess I do. All that's going to result in is I'm coming home crushing Cocoa Pebbles for this.
True.
There's going to be a hard tax on Slam and
You're basically the Uyghurs, dude.
I am.
You're the Uyghurs, dude.
I'm a
Uyghur. They're fucking clamping down on
The Dukes is a China asshole trying to shut me the fuck down. Exactly right. They're trying to assimilate me to be one of them.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just a farting woman. But yeah, that's what's been going on. Betting on MLS. My incredible streak of losing in UFC betting continues. It's fucking unreal, dude. I'm sitting there betting, and then you get locked in this thing where you bet like $50 a fight, and your guy walks out and gets his knee broke right away. It sucks, dude. It sucks. I'll be like, all right, I'll bet 20 on this. This guy's favorite. I'll win like $5.
Yeah.
Gotta win this. Of course,
That's fun, though. That's
fucking one punched. Get up, dude. It's the worst. It's the worst sport. It's the worst sport in the world to watch when your guy's gonna lose. From the walk in to the last. It's from the walk in. You'd be like, oh fuck, I picked the wrong guy. Yeah, half the time I've never seen these people fight on these undercards. They're all nobodies.
Yeah.
And then your guy just walks out, and the other guy's just yoked. Just starting to fuck it up, dude. Oh, this is the guy, dude. This is the one I was talking. I was on the phone with Matt for this one. Fuck, who was it? There was this black dude from England. He's a kickboxer. Queso. Fuck, I forget his name. DeCasey.
Yeah.
I was like, this guy looks like the fucking man.
Yeah.
And they're putting him up against like just some fucking stumble bum from like Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, exactly.
Turns out the guy walks out, and they're like, oh yeah, he's like the preeminent teacher in Thai boxing. And he comes out, dude. He was like, he looked like Bane. He walked out. They're like, this is like his second UFC fight. I'm like, DeCasey's got to win this. DeCasey was like a heavy favorite. This guy was a robot. He threw the hardest leg kicks and body kicks I've ever seen in my life. Just mercilessly pounded DeCasey.
Dude, if we were fighting the third world,
he was teaching it, dude. He was teaching it. He was coaching him. He was coaching DeCasey during the fight. DeCasey would throw a punch and he'd be like, all right, that was decent. And then throw like the meanest combo you've ever seen. Like painful.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, DeCasey, come on.
I mean, dude, the UFC is Hunger Games.
It was crazy.
That's Hunger Games for the third world.
Really?
You get to have like, oh, there's a British guy. Everyone knows him, but you can't bet on it like football, where like, you know, you can follow like whatever. You can follow like the Washington All Lives Matters and be like, you're like, all right, I know that guy. I watched him in college. If you're in UFC, you know this guy from Britain. Like I've seen him fight a couple of times. And you're like, oh, and here comes a child soldier from the Armenian conflict.
Yes.
And you're just like, this could go one of two ways. So they pull.
It always goes the same way.
Out of fucking nowhere.
If you're from one of the stands, you're a motherfucker.
True.
Especially if it's a stand that's not a country, like a Dagestan, or Kurdistan, or some made-up stand.
You live in a disputed territory.
If you
I think China owns where I live, but I'm not sure.
Everyone from Chechnya, or like if you see like one of those countries like Georgia, pick them, dude. They're coming out and they're the meanest dudes of all time.
But then they can escape like third world poverty by coming and just beating the fuck out of some like dude from England.
Yeah. And then you hear, but occasionally you get tricked by it. Sometimes they have like a Georgian flag or something like that, but they were raised and born in England. Sometimes they can trick you with that. In a post-fight interview, they have like a British accent. You're like, oh, no wonder he fucking lost.
Where do the scouts go? Do the scouts go to like Dagestan? They just like watch it boil.
I think they like see someone. It's always like somebody showed Dana White like a cell phone video of a guy kicking someone in the head. He was like, call him up.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah.
At the UFC, at the one on Wednesday, they literally said some kid showed Dana White a video of some guy kickboxing, and he was like, "Oh, we got to sign him."
Yeah, and then he brought him in and he fucked people up.
He got lost.
Oh wait, which one was that guy?
Not the black guy from Wednesday. I can't remember his name, but he lost.
Yeah, black guys let me down this week.
Did they really?
Normally that's like a UFC rule: black versus white, bet black. White versus Asian, bet white.
True.
Asian versus black, Asian.
Wow.
That's the tricky one. I had to figure it out for a while. Then the Asians started letting me down. They started getting wrong. Girl fights, if it's China, pick her. She's a robot. She's a steroided out robot. They're like the Soviet Union now. They're just sending athletes that are just roided out of their minds.
We need new Rocky. We need Rocky to fight the communist regime and win.
True.
It's tight, dude.
But China, I don't think they have any male fighters.
Really?
Not really.
So they let their women do the dirty
It'd be
work?
awesome though if we sent like platinum Mike Perry over to China. Have you ever seen this guy? He's a retarded guy. He's a Uyghur. He's an absolute Uyghur. He wanted his last fight at his post-fight interview was like, "What's up with taxes?" He won a fight and then immediately got on the mic and was like, "We gotta fucking stop the taxes, dude. This is bullshit." Then he just got a fight at a restaurant in Florida. And he screamed the N-word. Of course he did.
He smashed the emergency glass. Shit, I meant to call 911 to kill the N-word.
There was no remorse. Dude. He socked the geezer. Was standing outside. He was like, "If you touch me, I will send you to a different fucking planet." Like it was. Platinum. He's my guy.
He's a grandfather and white guy for saying this.
He's allowed for sure.
I think anyone in the UFC, yeah, that's true.
Most of the UFC can do it. Connor would be a tough one. Conor McGregor would be a super. He's gotta go. He's too rich. True. Yeah.
You gotta be slightly retarded.
That's Mike
I think that might be like the handicap plate. If you're punch drunk enough, they're like just wear like a certain kind of tap out shirt. It's like having Tourette's. It's like
man, that's gotta be tough for kids with Tourette's these days. If Tourette's is like say the worst thing possible, especially in today's climate, just hitting them. Oh, he's like, fuck George Floyd. Just like, damn it. I don't feel that way. Alright, we should probably take this in. Get all live YouTube.
That's fucking so funny. Oh, I gotta pee.
You know, you're growing into a young man with that comes responsibilities and consequences, and these are the rules of the house. And you can live up to them or not, but
so I was
so I didn't know anyway. So that was the clock.
So he walked right by,
so
walks in, opens the door, closes the
you
door,
have to land
front door of the house, front door of the house. I see her. Now she's standing
on
way
what you're
closer.
going to do as well to show
Oh, she's now she
so that he doesn't take advantage of
And
any
so
riches
he
or
opens
breaks
the door, he
in
turns around, he
your
opens the door, he's
emotions
holding the gun.
because he will.
He opens the door and he goes, "Yo, Bubba, you gotta go." And I go, "What? Excuse me?" Like I didn't understand it, man. He goes, "Yo, Bubba," he said, "You got to go. You got to go." And I'm like, whoa. I said, "Yo, bro," I said, "I didn't know it was that serious. My bad. I'm out of here. Sorry about that. Didn't realize that. Didn't realize that. That's
where he
serious."
wants.
Turn
At
around,
all.
start
He's
walking.
still living at home, and you're still a parent.
I'm
However,
walking backwards. I get close to a car. The car's right up front. I take the car like I'm leaving the stairs. I don't want boom. Those are for her. See you around. Yo, Bubba. I stop. I go, "Yeah, what's up?" He said, "What's your address?" I said, "It's on the internet." And he goes, "Is it?" And I go, "It is if you look hard enough." And he goes, "All right." So I start walking.
his father?
Yo, Bubba. I'm sorry you're having that. So he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Listen, bro." I said, "It's my fault." I said, "I thought I would make a romantic gesture. I clearly misread the signal."
Well, I would say that it's a very appropriate time for a discussion and shifting gear in a way.
Yeah, I know. He said, "Bro, I've been there.
So sit him down and say, here's the deal.
I said, "No problem."
I'm your mother and this is my home.
Called my ex-wife,
You're not quite.
and I said, "I just had a guy pull her ex-boyfriend just pulled an AR-15 on me." She goes, "Oh my God, she was in the front door?
So
I
you
didn't
tell me
do it." And I was like, "What the hell?
what I should do.
What do you mean you think I do it?" She's, "Why? You know I'm a risk taker. You know I'm gonna do it." And she goes,
That your
"What
father
happened?"
has
And I told her, she's
you
like,
may be going down some path.
"I went a lot better than I
Doing
thought
things
it
that are
was."
unhealthy.
Oh, yeah, well, could've done that. So I did.
And you let him be
Then I called them
front
for
of themselves.
I
So
said, "That's
if you
what happened."
ask him, you say, what do you think? So you're growing up. I'm not going to treat you like a child. What do you think I should do?
So like, otherwise I
What you
wouldn't have hooked
do
you up
with
with
your
it.
child.
I was like, "Right." And I said, "Bro, it's all of this.
That's like out of the house. What you do if you're
That's
just
true."
becoming
And then he starts telling me about the two of them.
and
They
let
should be around together. The guy who
process
goes on
and think through
And then
it
he ends up saying,
and come to conclusions with
he's
you
like, what
on
are you going to
those
do? I said, well, I got to
things.
get
Be
my
a partner in that.
This is hilarious. Oh,
Child
this what
is
happened.
going to develop.
So he said, yeah, definitely let me know. So I
Child.
do the podcast on my channel.
It
And I
could be
release it.
a
When I
problem.
release
Now,
it,
I'm going to give you a little bit of homework.
yeah.
You can find it
Yo,
in
bro,
your
he said,
local
yo, bro, he said, this is the guy
library.
with
There's a
the
book by John
Chris,
Elbridge called Wild at Heart.
it's something anyway. He said,
Subtitled
this is
Discovering the
the guy with
Secrets of
the
the Man's Soul.
He said, I'm sorry you had such a
And although I don't agree 100%,
he said this in the comments. I'm just glad you didn't shoot me. And then he said,
there are some
by the
great
way, he
insights
said,
to the spirit of a man
the
and
gun from the car.
how men think. And I think since since his father's not in the picture, it might be helpful for you
Right, he said, so
at least go through this book a little
and
bit
when I opened
and
the door,
understand
I
things.
never had my
Now,
Sure,
there's also
right. So I came back and I said,
you know, hunting and things
right.
like that.
Well,
I'm not a huge fan of
Well,
those
I
things.
came back and I said, Chris, I said, I'm not trying to get anybody.
But there's the spirit of the book and
I said,
the nature of
and then that was it.
man
Or her, oh, but this, she did like, she blocked
and how they
She did? Yeah, because it was funny, after I left, she did video.
I think can be very important and
So,
illuminating.
oh, and I also took pictures of her, like, I got
Some of those things,
I got probably put multiple
might appear to be rebellion.
and him. I went on his podcast. I went on his Facebook. And I
It's
took
not
pictures
about
of him.
rebellion against you.
Oh, they never asked me. Let me see the other secret stuff. I want to show it.
Trust your gut.
Yeah, her? Yeah, because I got a picture of him. Hey, listen, yeah, I'm telling you, I'm picturing Kid Rock. Yeah. That's exactly what from Joker.
Now,
David Spade? Not the regular Kid Rock.
Oh, yeah.
Bizarre.
No, I forgot.
It's
Like
just
the
an
on
age
stage
to
Kid
get
Rock.
that. It's 18, so that's legal. It's like the expiration of being on milk. Just milk go bad.
And I wish we could. Oh, we could. Why not?
Expiration that
Come on, bro.
It's a guess.
Right?
He's not as
Based
country
on
as I
Are you serious? I got a lot of times.
many different factors and observations. And same thing, you don't become an adult because you're 18 years of
Look at the
age.
picture of
You become an adult based on your experiences and your understanding
See the picture of the two of them
and how you play
Yeah.
life. So I guess
trying to get
looking
a glimpse
through
of
all
the
these things saying, don't show it, jump in, but you're getting further and further away from being able to jump in. And so now the tactics need to change. And the way you connect with somebody
He looks like he listens to.
needs to become something a little bit more of a partnership than it is a dictatorship.
Yeah, he looks kind of like Hank Williams.
You are listening.
No, Hank Williams 3. Hank 3. You want to see what she looks like?
5 years.
Right?
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One Hispanic Visit Arena September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com. Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn a nice
Like everybody, like this, like
rewards. Book a sizzling summer stay. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
I know that's not good. Yeah, that's my kind of girl. But yeah, she's clearly, I don't know. It didn't work out. But, yeah, and I got the but I think it's a podcast now. I got a good podcast. Another story.
Lucky he was there.
That's what I thought. That's what it was.
Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Lisa Scott, I love working with people. I want to
He wasn't like, look, you're looking at me. I'm like, you know, I don't have a gun.
She was excited
No,
about
it
it.
is like,
Literally 8 a.m. I have an email that says, good morning. Let's create the largest network in community.
No, those two people. There was the lady, like, she had the finger on the trigger, she like holding her gun out like that. And the guy had his gun, and he had his hand, his finger on the trigger, he was completely wrong.
Remember
You
thinking,
can tell like
alright,
they never held guns before in their life.
right.
Why is this a better idea?
yeah, we can definitely.
I like to say this is for the new generations. My age or
He said that they were elevating consciousness of
That's what good. She's got but that's as far as you can go. Like, just watch this.
Here's a mission.
You got a college. So she's like that. Let's hope not. I
startup.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk about culture, spirituality, power, and quite frankly, just outside of the now, just
You're so
I think business wars
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio.
they're all like
Number one for music, radio, and podcasts. A crash on the 105 eastbound at Long Beach Boulevard. Two cars
very articulate sociopathic.
An emergency vehicle takes you that way this morning.
That's a compliment.
Should be clear to go at the speed limit distance from the 405 to the 605 plus outside of the 405. Also clean and green. If you're jumping on the 110 northbound into downtown, that's all good as well. As far as the outside,
saying that.
your eye out for Restream, two cars there. The right shoulder of the
Vice scam. So Vice media scam the world of America's favorite scam. That yes, you should say like how that's the whole thing. That's why they did it. Because they know. Like if you get for people that $8 million so yeah, that's my view. I mean, they're worth that. Here's the thing. So if you like is this a Jesus Christ show?
this Sunday as I single Sunday right there, answering your questions.
And so I wrote this story about this,
And the
kid that basically at one point his mother left him. His mother abandoned him. He ended up in foster care eventually, but he didn't
controlling anything. You are a controlling person, right? You've heard that before. Often that ties into how you deal with crisis relief. And so what ends up happening is you dislike crisis so much, or you're so worried about things change or the election, you try and control them to the best of your abilities so you can change.
Well,
now, a mother caring about her child, of course, is reasonable.
I end up writing the story.
You don't want anything to happen to them. But a lot of times, you need to search very deeply. A lot of times, what you're fearing is the change if something does happen.
And what happened to people as he says,
are individuals.
So I write the story.
They're not meant to be kept. And they have to make their own mistakes. And yes, they may get hurt. That happens. Bad things happen to people out in the world.
He ends up going
And you can't nerf the planet.
and so I finished the story.
You just can't
But I
nerf
never
There are sharp edges. People will get
So-
hurt. People will make bad
was the whole
decisions.
story. And
As a parent,
so
your
if you
hope
ever sign the like
is
the
still
Saints,
the best decision making.
so I end up getting out. I post his story on my website,
And to build
and
up
it's
that
called The Unlikely
toolbox
Card.
so that your son or daughter can go out into the
So
world
I
and make
posted
the best
this is a
decisions
story.
and
It was a great story. I
troubleshoot
on it. I feel like I did a bunch of
It's
stuff.
not to bubble over them to protect them from everything because one, that's not healthy, and two, it will never work.
All these other stories that are involved.
And I realized that
And so
causes
I do
fear,
a bunch of
and that's
research.
very
I
scary.
I do all the documents.
We're very controlling. We're not even thinking about the other person. This is weird, so
So I
bear
put
with
together
me on
this
this.
whole really great
We're
story.
not thinking about the
Well,
other
one
person,
day,
but how it will affect their
a couple
life.
of years later, like a year or so afterwards, I
It's
ended up
very
getting,
strange, and it comes
I ended up
from
getting
a cool place
an email
of
from
selflessness and
Claudia.
selfishness simultaneously.
KIS.
Because, of course, you're saying,
I
I
get-
don't want something to happen to that
I
person,
get
but
an email. She is a producer. She's
because it
the
affects
story producer for
as well.
True Crime Series for Vice TV called I'm a Teenager. I was a teenage felon. So she contacted me about John Boat. She said, and she says in here, like, hey, like she had found my story on John Bozak. She was interested. Could I put her in contact? And she said, I see you guys wrote a book together. And I put me in contact with them. And I said, well, so I get her on the phone. I said, what's the problem with John Bozak? This story, I've already obviously had rights to the story. And she says, oh, okay. She said, do you have any other stories? And it's not Jacob Diaz, that's harsh, but I'm not reading that's on my website. I get a website, she goes to it. That's not a reality. People get assume that it's not ordained by God. She comes back. Well, she says it's great. It's a relationship where someone's hurting. So in fact, before I even did that, because I had been talking to somebody else about it, before I even got Henry Roosevelt being heated in argument. But before I even talked to her and gave her the name of the story, I contacted her this man. Outside of that, I put Henry. I would like to call Claudia regarding a story I wrote titled The Unlikely Murder. Is that going to be an issue? So I sent that to him. So he comes back and talks to me and says, what is it? And I explained the whole situation to him. He said, yeah. He said, I don't have a problem with that. Made the oath before God. He said, we're not married. So go ahead and talk to them. So I get on the phone and said, okay, but I got this other story called The Unlikely Murder. I never loved that. Website, she goes to it, she checks it out. That's okay. Sorry. I said, I'm sorry, I know it's not what you wanted to hear. The marriage thing becomes this. I said, I've had stories stolen. Movies. I said, now, if you just read that whole, love is a decision. I said, so, you understand, I've written your entire life. That's an hour long. I know cringes and not that's the reality. Love is a decision. That's your whole episode. Right. And she said, no, I agree. It's perfect. It's perfect. I said, right. So I said, I don't want this guy. I want an executive producer credit. And I want 20 now. And she goes, okay. She says, I don't think I can be in that relationship. She said, the executive producer credit, she says, I may or may not be able to work that I can call all these stories. She said, but I think I can probably where's the where, when I can probably parachute or on the floor, or, and I went, he doesn't ring my bell anymore. And you know what? Learn to do it. I said, let's Jacob. I said, I've fallen out of love doing that. I fall back into love. Because no one's stupid enough to walk into it. So when we fall into love, so she said, okay, fall out of love and you can fall back into love. You have to understand, it is a process. It is like the other garden. It needs to be water. She said, well, look, before I contact Price, I want to advise you. Yeah, it will die. You can't just go, it's not disposable. That's how they think. And that attitude, it saddens me so much. Right. So I said, okay, she said, before I contact my boss, that fantasy doesn't exist. It's really not contract, but she's saying my boss. Right. So it makes it sound like she works for him. So she's like, and she can listen. She's, they're participating in a relationship, like they are, and they're contracted. So she says, let me call my boss. Jesus Christ. She says, I'll call my boss. Before I contact him, she said, I didn't know that he has 5015. Like, I got time. Okay, cool. I said, I'll contact him. So I said, I'll send him an email. I sent him an email. And then he emailed me back. I said, are you still in order to go? I've got him. There's a hot time. And I said, I can wait to go. I said, but I never understand where to go. Let's see if I can get him talk. And I said, okay, cool. Send me shots are fired in exposition. Hardly being a police officer will be house.com. The KFI 24-hour newsroom. A suspect in that shooting is now in custody. LAPD says 2 officers inside the Southwest gang detail were near 39th place in Western Avenue yesterday afternoon attempting to question a suspect. Police Chief Jim McDonald says the suspect fired a gun, hitting one of the officers. The suspect ran. There was a short quick resurgence. The suspect turned and fired rounds at our officers. One of our officers was struck. The other officer returned fire, and an additional unit
responded and assisted in the arrest of the suspect.
The
chief says that suspect will likely now face a charge of attempting to murder a police officer. The injured officer, who's not identified, is reported in serious but stable condition. This holiday weekend, federal agents arrested more immigrants as part of raids that have routed more than 1,600 people for deportation in Southern California. ICE agents wearing bulletproof vests raided the Santa Monica car wash in West Hollywood Friday. This man told NBC4 LA his father, who worked at the car wash for nearly 3 decades, is now missing.
I've seen them videos circulating on TikTok and people just calling us and telling us, and we can't even see it for ourselves. And
absolutely next. That's
he brought his car here. We don't know what happened. We're
she's saying I work with ICE.
find out what's going on. Why? He's not a criminal. He wasn't doing anything. He was supposed to keep it working.
She said, I assure you, I just want to make sure
Two
that
others who've worked at the car wash for decades were detained. NBC reports that the number of migrants taken into custody by federal agents in the last 6 months is estimated at more than 55,000 people. The largest wildfire in the state, the Monterey fire up in San Luis Obispo County, still only about 10% contained. Cal Fire says the blaze expanded to nearly 80,000 acres Saturday, prompting further evacuation orders and worsening air quality across parts of Southern California. State officials have issued air quality advisories for the Santa Clarita, San Gabriel valleys, and the San Bernardino Mountains. No injuries have been reported. The remains of 7 bodies have been recovered after an explosion at a fireworks warehouse up near Sacramento. Officials in Yolo County say that happened last Tuesday.
Claudia with a C, and it's
40 miles
Chris
west
with
of
a
Sacramento.
K-I-S.
It's since been revealed that the devastating warehouse was not permitted to house fireworks. And reports that the property belongs to Yolo County Sheriff's Lieutenant. Southland weather from KFI, partly to mostly sunny today with highs in mid to upper 80s, closer to 90. She got cleared, partly cloudy overnight tonight, lows down near 60. We'll see some clouds in the morning Monday. That'll give way to mostly sunny skies.
He already got his for it. Damn. Why would I give him credit?
68 in Riverside, 65 out of Marina Del Rey. From
So
KFI
basically,
24-hour news, realmics.com. We've had an accident near Gardena on the 110.
Southbound side of the 110 just before the 91, an accident that eventually led to a vehicle fire at the carpool. That vehicle was engulfed in flames, so it's a serious problem here. But no delays coming away from South Los Angeles.
So my buddy
on South 110. 105 eastbound just beyond Wilmington Avenue. A two-vehicle collision is over on the right shoulder. Down the Wilmington Avenue on-ramp to the 105 that might be blocked in that situation. City of Commerce on the far side of the Boulevard. The barber didn't be at the cartel kid. I wrote on the cartel. I was taking cartel kid. I go, hold on. I go to the side, boom, I see it, and I'm going. Up in the right-hand lane, and then another problem up in the Omar 5 northbound just before Rockford. I read that. I could have written the little blurb. I could have written it and take it directly from my side. Directly from your manuscript. I have the but I also have a little California's most accurate traffic report. Basically, they should rewrote it. Hey there, history fans. iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question. And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
With your free iHeartRadio app, search American History Hotline and listen out. To protect his family from disaster, Steve used this.
Their whole system is set up to
By taking pictures as important
so that
documents,
if you end up
Steve
with a
can
lawyer,
always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.com. A message from Tina Nichols.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use an iHeartRadio podcast
anyway,
preview.
so
Their business model is based on
The psychedelic revolution is coming.
for nothing,
Psychiatry
it's
makes
just
it to say that the psychedelics are everywhere.
he said they did these interns, and people can use it, and they work with them for a couple of years until they become disenfranchised, and then they say, I'm done, and then they quit, but they get the best out of it.
Yeah, I bet. I know a lot of people do this. One kid who actually stopped at we worked at the very, very beginning.
But there's a
guy
dark
Shane
side.
found it.
So,
And he worked there for
what is
decades.
this?
Just got fired last
sold it. They sold the company
I
off.
just want people to see what I see.
They had to cash out.
And I see cover ups, and I see the possibility that
why would you do
a lot of people get hurt.
Like, why
Get really deeply hurt.
It's just taking
It's cover story.
It's a mill, right? So I watched the whole episode. The episode is so watered down compared to my story. Are you serious? Like, it's super watered down. It's very watered down.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio: Apple CarPlay. Our iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation to limit driver distraction, while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car. Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
One on your car radio preset and the new ViralRabbi app. Free, never sounded so good. Can't find AM 640.
When we were in prison, it was 50-50. So when we got out, I said 60-40. He was like, well, that's not. I put in significant amount of effort in 60-40. You then try to get somebody and try and get the story to change. When I was in prison, I was like, I knew something was like, I know you're like even this thing, like yeah, even the device thing, you couldn't even do that by yourself. It went through me. Like, you're not going to take your story and run and do anything with your story if it doesn't go voice to voice. Because you're just so con, you just got an alcohol. You fix this credit for it. Jesus Christ. But, by the way, he has called me, like, that's what I thought. But he called, like, he literally called me, oh, this stuff I was doing great. Like, he would call me several times. So anyway, so I know he wasn't. I went out and I said, look, 60 okay, fine, 60. And I said with the contract. And while this whole thing was happening, so it literally at the same time period. And I'm just assuming it's going to be. But yeah, the episode's watered down. This is actually my favorite. It's got this is a kid who's getting starts driving around like setting up your drop. Starts distributing setting up cars from Station Bring.
I'm happy with you this Sunday as I'm with you every single Sunday. Right here.
And lives there for 7 years.
Talking about
and starts arranging drawing. This is the middle of the cartel. People are dying.
all
He's at a
theology.
He's an American passport and being Mexican American.
Also, if you're going through something in
Looks like
life,
a white kid.
I'd love to hear
So
from you as well.
he very easily goes
Anywhere in the US of A. Dial 800-520-15. Or 800-520-15.
They don't arrest him because they don't know it's drug. They said, but you can prove it.
I'm talking about controlling. Seems to be a little bit of a theme.
What do you do?
today, and I realized that it's part of human nature to want to control and not have things get out of control, get away from it. But I want you to look at the model of God and the allowance of God, allowing to have free will and to make decisions. Producer Neil often jokes that God saw fit to give humanity free will, and the church sees fit to try and take it away. So there's a lot that church becomes a point of control as well. Talk a little bit about controlling as a parent, but the church ultimately is part of the parenting of humanity as well. Trying to guide and to point out, to equip, all these things. But it can be misused as well. And I think that there, you try and control too much, it is the equivalent of trying to be God. We talked about judgment in many ways, and the word God actually means judge. So that concept, that term of the ultimate judge, the ruler that looks over things, I think that being in the state of wanting to control things is being a mini God. We're trying to make sure that everything conforms to something to your comfort. And the church does that as well. And it's really not the church. The church's goal is to share the gospel, make sure everybody's heard it. What that person does with the gospel is up to them. It's not the church's. There's so many horror stories that I've heard over the years of people forcing or tricking someone into saying the sinner's prayer or something like that. There's not even the sinner's prayer in scripture. But it makes somebody feel better if they feel like they've tricked somebody into the kingdom, I suppose. And that's just not how it's done. The purpose of the gospel, scripture, and sharing these things is so that individuals can hear them and make the best decision about their life.
Even if Henry sees this,
Use the best information to make the best decision.
Talk about it.
They have the right
Yes.
Does that affect you?
So anyway,
there are people that make bad decisions.
because they freak out.
There are people that thrive drunk. The Christian people that are completely obeying the rules of the road and are driving sober. People doing
Because
bad
every time I
things
get recognized, the first thing they say is, "I saw you on concrete."
But the gospel and scripture and Christianity is not about getting everybody to do so that your life is better. So it's easier so that you don't have to roll your eyes. I know that every Republican feels like, wow, everybody was a Republican, it would just make things easier. And every liberal feels like if everybody was a Democrat, it would just make things easier. Just life would be better. And that's not the truth. Now, you could argue if everybody was a Christian, the laws of Christianity would be better. It's obviously a show. It's titled Jesus Christ Show.
Where?
Of course, that's going to be our bent bias.
Is that a country?
But
Madagascar.
look at God's example.
Madagascar. I texted the other day, I'm like, hey, we have a podcast right here. Oh, fuck.
And there's these consequences. There's these stuff. There's also that freedom wasn't about taking away
He's in
freedom.
Madagascar 1 week, fucking Greece the
It was
next
about
week,
showing
fucking
why
Antarctica
that freedom
tomorrow.
should be used wisely. But the church, in its current state, is about using scripture
We gotta look
to
at all the
do
concepts.
what they want to do.
Everyone's a legend.
And there's company. As a matter of fact, that's where perversion grows. Perversion
Like,
grows from
I'm assuming Austin's smiling behind the screen, like he maybe steaming.
Christ.
He's shaking his head saying, "What the fuck is
Then
that?"
people find unnatural ways to do that.
Let's see what else.
There's horrible stories of people trying to control their children or trying to keep them on a particular path, and children outright rebel.
I mean, we can watch this thing. You see how listen, this kid in prison, by the way, was thin, in shape,
It sounds
good-looking kid. Now he's like a little butterball.
I realize. But it takes place. I'm not saying that if you're controlling or if you want good things for your child, it means they're going to hurt you in some way or they're going to rebel to the point of something vulgar like that. That's not my point. The point is it's human nature to want to explore and move forward on their own.
He is
freely.
videos following Epstein.
That's just what humans will do. That's why I hear different political discussions about things like
every part of their lives.
Documented workers.
He said that was
How, well, we need them for the economy because they'll do menial jobs for small amounts of money, which is just the most racist comment.
4 or 5 hospitals
Because
trial,
any human, no matter what they come from, are going to want to progress. They're going to want to learn and grow
day
and become the best they can be.
fuck out of the judge.
Nobody stays in any menial state. They don't want to. The child doesn't want to do
So
it.
arrogant as a father, Robert Maxwell,
People of faith
billionaire,
don't want to do it. People of faith want to grow and be curious and
laying out
explore
like her personality,
and learn
how she's how she's treated,
and have a
judge, jury,
ask questions, curious. Not locked in some box with a cross on it.
they go over
It says this is where you stay. And I can hear the tone, the tenor in people's voices.
I mean, you've
But
got
they're the guys in Christianity that don't want any change, that don't want things happening. Only freaking God has fallen off his throne. You can't let this happen. These people shouldn't be here. This shouldn't happen. And these people shouldn't be allowed to do this. And these people shouldn't be allowed to do that. And I hear that.
I think she'll be fine.
And I know
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't take
that
like
it doesn't come
you
from
get
God.
4 or 5 people
And
on
it
the
doesn't
stand
come
that
from
say the
police
same general
stability
thing of what you
and
did,
trust
and then
and
the
true
U.S.
hope.
attorney said what she did was illegal.
It's
These
the people that
told
want to
you
hurt
what she did.
others the most.
That
That we
is guilty of it. They're all gonna be like, well,
that love
listen,
God least, that
this
trust
is
God
what
least,
this is what the law says. If she did this, she's
because
guilty.
they are
They all say
just
that's what
like
she did.
Judas.
Well, then she's guilty. No, they're all gonna go, yeah,
And
she's
saying,
guilty.
if
Well,
you're
that's it.
not going to do it the way that I
Doesn't
want
matter
you to
if
do
you
it,
say
I'm going to do it
you guys
myself.
all got together. Doesn't
God, if you're not going to come down, and if you're not going to
evidence.
use every single person and turn them into stone, turn them into a pillar of salt, make it rain for 40 days, if you're not going to do
was
these
on the
things,
plane.
then I'm
Was
going
it
to
the
do it.
Prince Andrew? Is it Prince Andrew?
Oh,
yeah, he was on.
People don't understand. A lot of
Chris
Christians
Tucker
don't
was on
understand
there. There were a couple
the
other
relationship
random
where himself with Judas and me.
OJ. No, Kardashian. Dad.
Judith.
And he's flying his jet around the fucking Bahamas for the last 30 years. Kardashian's dad represented OJ.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Dershowitz.
It was Dershowitz. Things that he didn't like.
It was Dershowitz.
When was that?
And when I
When
did
did
Years ago.
when was the OJ trial?
he betrayed me.
That's not him.
And I think that that's happening in the church today. I think the church is looking around when God's not doing enough.
A lot of
These
the thing
people
about
go
that
away.
is that there's a lot
God
of
is not damning them on this
Passing
person that's
by.
making me
Like, it
uncomfortable.
doesn't mean
And
that
I'm going to go out and I'm going to do this myself. I'm going to force people to be Christians by way
hanging out with you,
I'm
and
going to force them to do
suddenly I
things
find out you're a
he
serial
talks about
killer.
in
Suddenly,
scripture
oh,
because
you're a serial
that way
killer.
you've
You
done.
hang out with him. What are you talking about? I know what this guy
And
does.
God's not in
Right.
Yeah, but if you're caught flying
and in
there
that you become
Maybe
Jesus.
it's like,
a
hey,
couple dozen times,
you want to fly to my Bill? Bill went there a lot of
my
times.
bills on that bit's like
And you say,
100
not
times.
my
Do they say
That's not suspect.
Well, I mean,
Mine.
suspect in Jeff. How about the picture of Bill wearing? Oh yeah, Kevin Spacey. You know that motherfucker.
Jesus Christ. To ask for
They probably just hired him to crack jokes while they were there.
Oh, you know who was fucking that guy.
Guaranteed guilty. Did you see that? Did you see like the 60 girls?
Oh yeah. And
How
no, have you seen the interview with him?
right?
With that lady, and he's sitting there just like sweating profusely, trying to like talk himself in circles,
There's an app for all that too.
fucking lie and discredit her.
Download the #1 app for radio. The free
That was the
iHeartRadio app.
biggest dump shit
Help the
I've ever
planet
seen.
with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Spending time outdoors can improve overall health and wellness. Celebrate Earth Day and take advantage of Earth health benefits by visiting a local park. Recreate responsibly to protect yourself and others and to make the outdoors safe and welcoming for people of all ages and abilities. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/Earth.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
This is a real thing.
What a confidential
Jeffrey's
people with their own mansion see a path forward by telling someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust.
This is
It can have
disturbed.
deadly consequences.
Matt, you have to
I'm
recreate.
Duke Arnett, an investigative reporter with the Boston Spotlight team.
I should make Danny
I'm
on there.
going to bring you inside
I'll put it up.
the story of one city at the forefront of America's drug war.
Yeah.
Classy, they can do away with anything,
But,
okay?
so one of the things that Sean was saying, he doesn't think that
They lie. They just lie.
really have interesting things that she doesn't want to rattle. But they're on the table. She is there and it's like it's spotlight. She said why
An investigative series
she wants to.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network.
You know what's
Open the
funny?
free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Chloe and
Like relationship with
I know
she would have probably asked you but instead winning to sacrifice anything and she can't get it. Like you I'll tell you about this guy. This guy's how drinking affected me. Like it doesn't matter what she comes on.
every week. I'll sit down with fascinating guests. Wasn't nearly as bad as
I think she was saying in general because she could have asked
for real conversations.
she was really
Wrestling,
she was
wrestle. So conversation gets started. Was it helpful for people to come in when you were with like your ex-husband and be like, you should be with somebody better because people are broken. They have to fix themselves.
It's called
This is a freedom and stories that
and that's something.
welcome.
And that's 15 and that's 13.
Listen on America's
No, it's just
#1
that he's
podcast
scared,
network.
but that's
iHeart.
13
Open free
I was
iHeart app.
oh, is that a gang? Gang. Like the most ruthless
I'm
stuff.
so
Is it really?
sick of
I've
hearing
never
them
heard
talk
it.
about women's basketball.
You're like the fucking.
Oh,
They're
a
like the
professional WNBA player.
Really?
Podcast. I
That's like they was in a protect. Wasn't pretty much sort of like a. No, I guess he wasn't.
Hey, this is Brown.
Cell.
Professional rapper. And this is Mariah
I've seen
Rose.
the stuff.
So I need to
I heard. So I read that Epstein had some sort of disorder where he was in shit.
Every
He
Wednesday,
was
we're
like
catching
fucking
you up
super
on what's
stressed out
going on
because he
in
had
women's
shit
basketball.
days.
And not just in the
And,
WNBA, but with
shit,
after some of
especially
it
because he had that
unrivaled
fucking
and
violence
college
out.
basketball. You've got some analysis, inside stories,
Still
and
a
real
really
stories. And you guys have seen a lot of former and current basketball players telling their stories from their point of view. And I just think it's time for the girlies to tackle stuff. We want to share all of the basketball stories.
Probably not hard to get built.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
AMI traffic is out of Gardena, 110 southbound just before the line, an accident that eventually led to a vehicle fire and cleared out the car moving and off the road. That vehicle was involved in no delays coming away from South LA heading to the Port of LA. On the South 110, heading the other direction, 110 northbound is Caltrans, like not working its way in lane between Nelson and the Boulevard and the 105 is part of rail repair.
It is what it is. Yeah, I guess that's how it works. There's not really reports on like bombs. It's all out there. All you gotta do is tell the story that's already being told to the jury. You have to get on the stand and say the same. What do the charges are against her? Well, those are the handful of charges. There's only a couple of people. So it doesn't really, I don't know if the actual charges. Also, what she charged you? You pull up her charges. It's probably conspiracy to traffic minors, sex trafficking. Yeah, I'm sure it's all conspiracy because there's only one, I think, one where it says she actually got it. Right. She got it and she had sex with her. I guess she had sex with her was involved with it. And I know they have Jeff, that's husband. It's like we're already rich. You're already
Show. Your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life and, of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to go and pray and,
the first time he did,
with your theology.
the first time he did, remember that Tarzan Florida, and he ended up getting what, like
Anywhere in the
not
U.S.
much, like he did
805-015-34. That's 805-015-36.
sex conspiracy. Ooh, I was like,
Michael, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show. Hiya, Michael. How can I help you?
So there's 4 victims. So here's the other thing. There's no sketches. There's no photos. In federal court, because like the Rittenhouse, I know it was a state. The Rittenhouse like this live stream on fucking YouTube. This one, there's not even a picture. You can't get a video. Yes, it is. You can't get a federal. You can't get a camera in a federal prison. Like you can't go taking photos. You can't. Yeah, but you can get the board to sign off on it. First guy had American Dateline is able to do U.S. marshals.
Okay, it's kind of bizarre to think about too. I mean, just living that long, when you think about all the things you experience, years that you're here, whether it be 70 or 90 or 100. Or more. I think you've noticed that hitting that 100 mark used to be much more of a special thing, and you hear about it. Now you're hearing people that are living to 104, 105, things like that. It's actually right now strangely going in the other direction. As people are getting older, and that's attributed to science and modern medicine.
So she does this whole thing.
However, the theological question is a tough one. There are many different views on what it is. Some will go to the language and say maybe 900 years, but there's not a whole lot of room for that kind of interpretation. Others will look at things that changed. So what changed in the Old Testament, and it happens rather rapidly. It's not like it goes to 900 or there's different people that live hundreds of years, not necessarily
And they said no more cameras.
But it goes from Genesis to slowly it changes.
Yeah,
With the changes to people living much less. So there are those that talk about certain things that change. Something like that would be a drastic change. Genesis 1:6. Genesis 7 talks about the water flowing in space. And there are those who believe that water broke during the flood, and that water was something that was protected the planet, perfect, everything. So the temperature was right, the radiation levels were different. You didn't get the radiation because of this canopy, and that those things changed. So flood. Then that went away, and there was no longer that protection. In addition to that, there's other factors as well that tie in. One of which, if Adam and Eve were created perfect, as Scripture says, then you have perfection, bringing forth perfection, and less genetic anomalies or problems or mutations. And then as the lineage gets further down the line, you bring in sin, you bring in pollution, you bring in all these other factors.
Yeah.
And that goes
She's got watercolors, she's got a easel, she's got like Bob Ross. And the color, exactly right. Like, what a job that is.
The Jesus Christ Show.
Can you find out the the person that signed you, the person like this? Yeah. What it's called? It's called like illustrator. But I was saying the person that does like the ASL, like the American like the White House. Yeah, if you remember the one where the guy was doing it and actually couldn't sign off. And they're doing it, and then somebody was right.
particularly San Francisco, locations across the region. Immigration rights activists participated in a run against ICE Saturday morning along a 50-mile route from Koreatown to Placida, Alabama. Organizer ViralRabbi tells NBC4 LA runners ran through several communities that have seen raids and arrests by immigration customs enforcement agents in recent weeks.
First and foremost, I'm an advocate for the fact that it's a human rights experience in every human tissue. I immigrated to the US a few months ago now, and I was welcomed by the immigrant community and also the running club community, and so I really wanted to do something.
About 2,000 runners had signed up for the event on the 30-day summer of resistance campaign. Members made to authorities that say nearly 25 tons of illegal fireworks were seized by police in South Korea. Officers say they found several U-Haul trucks loaded with fireworks and others stored inside the garage in a home. 5 were arrested for possession of illegal fireworks. An 8-year-old girl in Orange County is dead and 1 resident's under arrest after a 4th of July fireworks tragedy. Police in Buena Park say a homeowner set off a large illegal fireworks display that was fired and ignited other illegal fireworks near the area where the girl was. She was rushed to University of California Irvine Hospital and pronounced dead. Police arrested the homeowner. Charges from the Orange County DA's office are pending. Southland weather from KFI. Partly to mostly sunny today. Highs in the mid to upper 80s, closer to 90 tonight. Clear to partly cloudy overnight tonight. Lows down near 60. We'll see some clouds around Monday morning, giving way to mostly sunny skies by Monday afternoon with highs in the low to mid 80s. 68 now.
So I guess they have been sitting there for a while. They're in there for hours.
From the KFI 24-hour news Relax.com, we've got an accident at the Orange Crush on the 5.
Northbound side of the 5, just before the 22. It's an accident blocking the 3 right-hand lane. We have some serious injuries here, so this is going to take a while to clear away. One of those vehicles will return. No delays on leaving the outbound Santa Cruz Drive toward Orange Crush for the 522. All together. Not far from West Coast.
Every episode we have sketched up now. You're losing. You're hired out. People are dropping off. People are dragging off. Alright, Vice.
Freedom is being able to say yes to an pleasant summer road trip without having to check your bank account first. So you get out there and live with the arms out, go on Freedom Fund, and take the scenic route powered by 3 games.
Gotcha. You want to talk shit? What's her name? Oh, yeah. What's her name? Claudia. Yes. Claudia. You know, I called her and left messages like, hey, what's up with this? How'd that happen, Claudia? Give me a call from her. Oh, you sent her this? No, I called her and left messages saying, hey, I just watched this episode, the cartel shit. Yeah. And I said, which is exactly like my, the unlikely article. I said, I was just wondering how that happened. I'd love for you to call back and let me know what happened.
Radio and podcasts, all in one. Discover a podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles.
You know, what's so funny about that is like now what's going to happen is I'm doing a podcast. I've got another deal with these guys in this other production company, right?
A lot of girls knew about it, and a lot of girls were doing it.
Yeah, assuming I signed a contract, right? That his story is going to be one of those stories. Well, guess what?
Go ahead and go with it.
It could be fuck you, man. Now you got to see the girls. Hey, man, this place was fuck you, bro. You didn't have a problem talking to me and fighting all behind my back. I put it in your age and see your girl Claudia. And now if this story ends up being something, in terms of this series or movie, everything I can to fucking become. Like it's like Swiss predators, you know, like just look at how Hollywood does this. Like, it's just there's plenty out there. Why is everybody else? Well, it's just like we talked about before. All of our IPs, all I wanted was a credit. Here's what it would have cost. Okay, there. Obviously, when she's crying out, so the same thing. Like the 10 grand, like I was where she said, I want 20 to 10. I was like, yeah, that's fine. So and she come back and said, 1,000. Do I get the credit? Yes, of course, yes. Give me a grand. Who's name? Claudia. Oh my God.
Number 1 for music, radio,
I got 20 on Claudia, executive producer. Like, who's the writer? That's what's my executive producer, Claudia. Oh, by the way, I met that kid. That's who I met with him, her with he has been
Odds are good you'll find a burnt orange color back up in you. It's called yazoo clay.
Oh wait, there's something crazy here.
Wreaking havoc
July,
It doesn't say
Air,
that.
said
use the strange,
Well, you gotta go back.
most
Press play.
destructive soil
Go back a little
that
bit.
you dug in before. You never get what you expected. Now,
Yeah.
over the
That's
years,
the
yazoo clay has
should
held
have seen him.
Oh, that's
Yeah, he's a fat.
volumes of space.
Alright, play from here.
I want to see what
But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old.
They got you on there.
Whoa,
Stop! Stop!
On there, man.
Are you fucking kidding me?
You're fucking on there.
Go
No
back.
way.
Go
Swear
back.
to God.
Stop it!
Serious? I fucking shredded, man.
These fuckers haven't called me.
Go
Nothing.
back.
I didn't get my 10 grand.
Oh.
Are you serious?
Hold on, it's coming up.
What does it say?
Right there, stop.
Oh
Consulting
my
producer.
Consulting producer.
You fucking made it.
Consulting producer. What is that?
Oh my.
Serious?
Just got so good.
You're the consultant.
That's ridiculous. I can't even return a. I don't get return emails. I don't get calls.
You have to call Claudia and fucking thank her now and tell her you're
Thank
sorry.
her.
Now you look like a consult. You look like a dick.
I'm a dickhead.
You're the con man consultant.
Shit, first of all, it's not consultant. First of all, it was supposed to be. I was supposed to get a. I can't believe you even saw that. I didn't even see that because nobody's returned a call. Nothing. That's nuts. Where's my 10 grand, Claudia?
They didn't even write out Matthew. They just wrote Matt.
That sucks. You know why? Like they threw that in there to be like, oh, I gotta call Henry. Hold on, I didn't keep that.
Call
I
him
can't get a picture of that. Hold on.
Oh my God. Get a picture of him standing next to her.
Everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Android Automotive. Check it out for free now.
Oh, Matt Cox is freaking out right now. He walked up to the TV and took photos of his credit on this Vice video.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
You didn't look to see
Well,
if
yeah, a couple seconds ago you said if they just gave you some credit.
It's not even about the money. Consulting producer. It's still a credit, Matt. I mean, it's a producer credit. Yes, it's a producer. It's a producer. I wrote the goddamn.
Tell them how you feel.
Go back. I want to see if
Tell them
Claudia.
how you fucking feel.
She stole the story.
Well, they did. They told us. Like, I'm not. I didn't consult on it. They took it. Stop. She threw me in there so that I can try and make sure that I don't sue.
Pause it on every frame where it shows credits. So there's one right before this, like literally a second before this.
What is executive producer? Pause.
No block.
Do any of these people really?
I said it from here. What does it say? COVID compliance officer?
Yeah, anybody's getting that.
Oh my god, bro! Vice has COVID compliance officers.
Everybody.
They just probably took their credit. That means
Phone. I can't with your theology question or life situation question. Anywhere Claudia knows
Claudia has not
105
credit.
015
Recreation director Christina Ortega.
Adam, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
I see
He kind of looks like
If you'd seen him in Coleman, thin, working out all the time, great shape.
Is it a sin?
legal counsel, man. That's who you want to get a hold of. Kimberly Ward,
Yes, because slang
Franco Whitehead, LLP, law offices.
has to change.
Bam.
So, in the hands of somebody who understands slang, what if you it's not going to be a problem.
She did.
Yeah, someone else it might be confused.
Getty Images on 5.
So
That's supposed to be the real key of this thing.
Helpful when reading, just not doing
After
it.
fight.
What did she say?
maybe for younger folks that enjoy wanting to sit down and read scripture and the other translations are like however, when you get into word studies and actually doing
Claudia.
studies,
Filming this episode, Sheila and Jacob have gone their separate ways. What about Matt Cox? He's over here texting Rigger. I'm
right now. It's not a sin or it's not a
I'm texting Henry.
Scripture that are in kind of casual language.
What if somebody said, you know what, look guys, I got the story from Matt.
It
Take
was
my
so
credit. Just give me the attention. Call it even.
Back in ancient times when they were choosing what to go to
No, she never called her. Bro, listen, you know they ain't my name on it.
so they would change the word.
You're talking about, bro, I've never heard anything about this. Like, I've never heard anything about it. First of all, I wrote the story. I'm an executive producer. I'm not a consultant. Like, that's a you never heard him strikes. I was like, I wrote the story. What are you talking about? You can't just go from YouTuber to executive producer. Okay? You gotta pay YouTube. This is corporate media we're talking about. Okay? Not just some little YouTube podcast. I can't believe you caught that. I just watched the episode. I would have never caught that. Honestly. Not just that. Like, why eagle eye? Why wouldn't she? He goes, and they didn't pay you? Henry goes, and they didn't pay you? Well, with the credit.
You have 25,000 parts.
First of all, if I'm talking to you and I'm saying, look, this much money and this, you just blow me off as doing this and never talk to me again. Oh, bro, that's not a animal. No, she's right. She's thinking about that.
Not a matter of going well, the council. That's right.
Right.
Chalcedon said this.
I wasn't going to call it even if it wasn't there. I was going to take away from the show. They've got it set up. It's all bullshit. Even if you've got a portion of the money,
recreate it.
Like, you can't hire a lawyer to teach you
speeches.
No lawyers are
teaching of the early church fathers. So it's not really exactly. And I've even heard teachers make that claim.
Oh yeah, Henry's like, that's how it is though. That's like we talked about before. There's a production company,
context. There are things that
like
Claudia are scouring a lot of them because they're not in
sell to companies like Fox or sell to Netflix.
Books that were left out because they weren't consistent.
They're like farming for content by watching authorship. Yeah, oh, they are. Listen, I've had
it was
almost
style, almost not period.
At least 78%
were somehow contradictory to the rest of scripture.
That's why people are like
things like people have said that
you're getting this like,
creation was taught in the Bible and taken out. That's part. People have said that there's been things like this that were taught somehow the early.
I mean, I'm not saying like
which really,
we know, but I'm saying in general, Danny did me a huge service. Whether that was his intent or not, not every question my intent. But it's irrelevant. No, it is, but he did irrelevant. For me to sit here and say, oh, I wouldn't irrevocably change and alter the portion of my life. Like, honestly, if I hadn't been on the podcast, very good chance right now, I'm working on, okay, maybe not picking up my place, but not Starbucks.
That's what
Barnes and Noble.
not trying to theologically tighten up
They have a lot of stuff. I'm not going out. I'm all filled up.
They want to measure their right stuff.
But I mean, I'm probably working at FedEx driving truck or something. That's a bad job. I'm not saying that's a bad job. That's also a hard job. I'm not now. Let's go car salesman. I can never say car salesman. You would be a great car because it's my ex-wife, husband, car salesman. Whenever I joke around about, like, what am I going to do? These car salesmen. She's like, hey. I'm like,
and in all points, that's pretty powerful. That's not due to polishing.
The guy who got me my
Because he'll say,
I'll tell you what, if he never came on the podcast, Jerry Sullivan.
defining it.
Yeah, no, Gary would have shown that.
Playing the game telephone.
But you took the ball and took somewhere else, like by time else.
I'm not lying. Hey, I have a question. What about your deal with the mortgage broker? You know, you're like writing this about the market. All of that 60 years. Say it like
Yeah.
That's 2 months. That's
You know,
this.
you're saying
Ask
that
him about the deal.
60 years.
Ask him about it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, when I was in, I was doing a mortgage broker. I didn't know. I did that.
And
That was
warning was
the
that
bank.
you don't need because it was 60 years
Right.
ago.
I was seeing all these
These are pretty
all these
authentic.
never verified, all this stuff. I'm calling back every day. What the fuck is this mean? What the fuck does this mean? This guy scammed me. This guy's squeezing me. Dude, this the mortgage broker was so sick of me by the time he tell me this loan. Now I'm oh my god, bro.
He got you. He did get you. I mean,
He watched your episode too.
Caesar's Gate of Wars. I think there's only 10 copies. In history of manuscript level.
Yeah, mortgage broker.
So that guy heard that against 10. Over 25
Right now, he makes like 10 to 20K a mortgage. And he's banging out a couple of months.
As far as the two questions kind of bear out,
That guy,
slang is not a bad thing.
That guy,
there is slang in scripture.
that guy sells the
Modern
most
slang
like
in
high-end
scripture.
help.
That says Stephen got stoned. In scripture, now that today.
Yeah, let's it's funny he says this because
Or, because it doesn't necessarily translate what they were.
the guy.
Or some that say there
No,
will be no full
yeah,
in my
the
house.
director producer.
And modern day thought of what that would mean could be both.
I'll show you that.
But in that context, they're actually talking about so, or an ass. Or these things.
The fact that I'm mentioning
That's
this
so weird. The whole Hollywood thing is so like
Scripture all uses slang.
Would you remember when I told you about that? Remember the first
As well.
60 days, the first 30
It's
days,
just
that
as
thing?
far as the translations go,
So no, there's a show called like 90 Days in 60
modified,
Yeah.
something or like that's going to be
Right, so you know the main guy on there, the main guy is like the main guy on the show.
folks that want to
Actually,
scripture in a certain way.
and so he contacted me and said, "Look, they're
motivates
the
them.
NBC, whoever was Chris,
I don't.
doing
I'm
the
not.
show, and everybody's telling me,
I'm fine.
I told them,
Right.
"Are you interested?"
I don't buy it.
Contact him.
She
3 months,
they
6 months away.
like
After I mentioned it, somebody
that's not the way
screenshotted the whole thing. Like, well,
because
just
kind
kind
of
of
points out their
what
place
is
in
it?
scripture.
And I was like,
Both
yeah,
great.
yeah, we should have done that, bro. I was like,
But
that's so
people
funny.
try to find
But
something
it's not even like it's
to
just
modify it.
It's just
And
like
a
a guy.
very
You have to hide. What do you care? Right, he's like, yeah, that's not a for sure thing. He says,
others do.
well,
They're
they don't want this.
throughout the church, where the church has not modified scripture per se,
That's the thing.
but
So like
adopted
establishment
all
all
these
the
certain things that work in scripture that became
Yeah, that's what I don't see it. Like, what if there's a deal and it falls through, it falls through.
all
Like,
in all, scripture has recorded as it
what
is.
he's saying it.
And I will
If it was
be
real, if it was for real, it was gonna happen one way or the other. That's the way I, you know, it's the same thing I get this all the time. Like if these guys are like, you guys
you could even find scripture in quoting itself.
well, we don't want you out there doing this. Well, if it doesn't cover
What were there was any counsels or anything
then
like
why
that.
do you
So,
not
no,
want other
point
points?
for us
Only
in
one
scripture,
deal
the importance of it being as
well,
it
yeah,
is.
but we own it. It's a
Translations,
like
and
of this
making sure that the
I
context
get
is
for me is
what
one
now.
So you're saying you want
You're listening
let's
to Jesus scripture
listen.
to ask
What I'm saying is you're saying no, yeah, but it makes ours more valuable. I'm saying I make more money here. You can make this thing. But some people will say, no, you're right, that is the better way. Like there's the argument. There's people on both sides of that thing.
You've got enough for your music, but with all your favorite morning shows, sports team, live local news, and weather. There's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again. For the 100th time today.
Did you ever see that video of
Here's that song again.
Did you ever see that video of him talking to that girl?
Here's that song again. It will make you cry.
enough to watch that TV show a bajillion times. Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat, their age and size. Show them you love them. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
iHeart
is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free
Not
iHeart
bad.
app and
That's
explore podcasts like this.
That's the video. Where's the video?
Virginia's top prison
That wasn't.
Richard Daybreak is about to attempt to get Los Angeles, recording their debut album Behind Bars in just 5 hours.
She could be dead. Yeah, I mean that's the only. I was gonna say the only out you got is covered with some back.
I knew that. I didn't.
They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences,
Yeah, that's all.
each grown up under segregation.
On that video, Harvey Weinstein,
during their 20s.
It was a part of a documentary.
Music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members: Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cage, and Harry Cupcake Cole.
She was trying to sell something. I don't know what exactly. It's some kind of
The state penal system.
just like in the Harvey Weinstein.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business. They never got that opportunity. But they never stopped dreaming either. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeart Radio app. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Yeah,
Live traffic eastbound side of the 10 right at Peck Road. This is where a vehicle crashed right into the center divider median and the car was blocked. It seems like delays coming away from Monterey Park right around Baldwin Avenue. Today is the final day of the Anime Expo at the LA Convention Center. That event starts in about an hour, 15 minutes from now. So you might find heavier than usual delays heading to downtown Los Angeles a little later this morning, but right now all roadways leading to Los Angeles look really bueno. Hopefully Southern California is supposed to have a traffic report. I'm Mike Morris.
frog hair right
The Jesus Christ Show on your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday as I'm with you every single Sunday right here. Answering your questions, talking about things that you life, and of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave with your theology question or life situation question. Give us a call. Anywhere. It was 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. Welcome to the Jesus Christ Show. It's my pleasure. How may I help you?
Yeah,
I wanted just to ask what recommendations for things you have for also behavior of addiction.
dude, I mean, it's just human nature.
What kind of addictions are you talking about?
We're both trying to play each other. She's trying to get money, and he's fucking a horny old guy.
Okay, so sex, pornography.
Yes, and also building from relationships with others. Hoping to find true love when in fact that is
Okay. Well, they probably stem from the same place. You're searching for something, a high feeling, an emotional response to the change or excitement or thrill of something, what have you, and you continue to up the game. It's hard to up the game in real life, but pornography or jumping from one person to the next, you can try and at least feel like you're upping the game a little bit, changing the thrill, when in reality, everything finds its normalcy. And that you'll continue to thirst and try and find these things when they will never be satiated. So you have to look as to why you do this, and I think that's the first and foremost thing. So let's start there. Why do you think you're so compulsive about these things?
You see what I'm saying?
I find the person you marry.
You're in a business, but she's trying to
usually love, or
she don't want to lose him. Right. And he's a cash
maybe
right?
Something underneath it I was not aware of. And then as far as gambling goes, I think consciously I'm always trying to win to get money with which to pay other expenses. But subliminally, I'm guessing
define it. Now she says that
like every other addiction,
he raped her after they had drinks together.
So they got drunk and he raped her. Momentary high.
Yeah, you're trying to get that way. You're trying to get to that place and stand there.
I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering. I mean, I'm not. I'm just saying. Two drinks.
Do you like yourself?
I mean, Your Honor. What do you mean he raped her? Like, did she? I mean, she had sex with him and she regretted it really bad the next day.
It'd be difficult for someone else to
bag. What?
Dare I say?
She got herself. I didn't see this. What I saw was the whole video. I didn't see this claiming that you raped. This is a cut out
talks about loving your enemy.
They show the last part where
people kind of
look
over that and don't understand that you have to love yourself and know yourself. Not be egotistical, not be narcissistic, but you have to love yourself before you can love others. There's a lot going on here more than we could tackle, but I would
they're turned off. No, they were too good. When they get too good, they come off.
Just like how you get home from work or you go back the way
I want to see the comments, goddammit.
In a similar direction. You need to reverse those steps, and it's going to come through therapy and really being accountable.
I'm not saying it's accountable. So I don't know if she got raped or not.
Yourself because you're not trustworthy.
Associated with this.
You're looking for the payoff of things, and that's not what life is.
She did that rape. She walked herself right into that. Yeah, she said she got raped, but who knows the truth? You know, I mean, I'm not saying it's good. Harvey's rape is not. Let me get this straight. Rape's not good. Okay,
so it's not about the arrival.
But you don't know. But sometimes you don't know what you're asking for. You had two drinks. You had two drinks. What I'm saying is, there's a lot. There are cases where girls have been raped, that they've been raped, and they were blackout drunk, and they didn't. They were both blackout drunk.
There's cases where the girl wasn't raped at all. She simply said it so that she could sue.
Right.
So you see the one that at the school. You see the one at
Just
school.
love the
Where
game.
the girl says the guy raped her on school
To
premises and
make
then
a
the
difference
parents
in your life,
the
as you
school.
said, to pay
And
off
then
the
the guy like went
it's
to
bad
the trial,
to
lost,
me.
and he went to
And now
prison
you
for like
end up going
10
down,
years.
and it becomes
Then he gets out
but I
after he
assure you,
uses his
sex addiction
college
and
scholarship,
gambling
everything. He
come
gets out after like
from
10
healthy
years.
places. They have a healthy version of
He
those
gets
things.
out, and the
Love
girl
and passion
hits him up on Facebook
is the healthy
and starts
version.
talking to him.
Challenge
It admits on
and
Facebook
exploration
that she
and
lied on
pushing
Messenger.
yourself.
She's like, well, I mean,
Is
yeah, I'm sorry
making
about
healthy
that. Why did you say all that? That's
So
what she said.
all those things have a healthy
I mean,
brother
yeah,
or
but
sister.
man,
You've just taken them to a perversion because you're
like
looking
we got
for
my
the
parents
payoff rather than the process.
school amazing.
So you need to find somebody that can help you walk back through that process and understand it more.
And then he realizes
To
she's
start clearing these things away. It's going to
so
take
he
some time
invites her
for a while to
to
get
his
there.
house. She's trying to work out
To get out.
No.
Remember these words.
Videotapes the whole thing.
I am with you.
This is the whole thing. Like this. Is,
Really?
This is like a serial podcast. This was like a 2020 or 60 minutes or something like that. And then he invites her. He gets her on tape recording it. And then they eventually get his whole record expunged. And then some college that some college did like tryouts for the college. That's too late now. Later. And you know what happened to her?
Wow. They didn't try to get the money back. Stop it. Oh, yeah. The worst part is the mine. This was on the KFI 24-hour industry. I was
Unfortunately, the ongoing raids have rounded up more than 1,600 people for deportation
The
in Southern
government does pay
California.
people who are
ICE agents
There's
raided the
people that
Santa
get
Monica
off.
car wash in West Hollywood,
There's people
finding
that get
two
off.
people who worked there say two others who worked there for decades were detained. A man whose father was detained told NBC4
that
LA
they
he
were
couldn't understand what
jail.
caused the raid.
Yeah, falsely accused and get out and they get fight. Oh yeah, to get that one. A lot of people. Right after, but then again, you have to let out.
Their large immigrant community, the city council there is agreed to limit local cooperation with immigration authorities to provide legal assistance and enhance outreach efforts to inform residents of their rights. An LAPD officer was shouting yesterday in Exposition Park as officers attempted to question a suspect. The suspect ran, leading officers on a foot chase, then turned and fired a gun, striking an officer.
Basically, it's a
Returned fire, but did not hit the suspect. Police chief Jim McDowell says the unnamed suspect was later caught, that the investigation continues, and the suspect is now looking at a charge, he says, of attempting to murder a police officer.
And you're looking at body worn camera and able to interview witnesses.
Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. What is it?
Complete picture.
What is it?
Salty? The officer said to be
Oh,
in serious
what are you doing?
condition. Crews had to rescue a badly injured hiker Saturday from the punch bowl, the popular hiking area in Santa Paula, and shared video of the intense rescue. The Ventura County Aviation Unit posted the footage on Instagram last night, showing how the crew hoisted the stranded hiker more than 220 feet out of the canyon.
Oh my God!
Limits remain in effect for much of coastal Southern California. More than 350 swimmers had to be rescued Friday in Newport Beach from what lifeguards say were monster dog-leg-shaped riptide currents. This local surfer tells KTLA he's got some experience.
It's just salt.
It's just
salt.
hard not to panic. It just kind of takes you away. You can fight it all you want, but it just rushes you out. And the most important thing, again, is just to kind of breathe, not panic whatsoever, and just make sure that you kind of go with the current at that point.
Hazard statements have been issued for beaches in Ventura County and along the Malibu coast. Southland weather from KFI, partly to mostly sunny today, highs in the mid to upper 80s, closer to 90. The IE clear to partly cloudy overnight tonight, lows down near 60. Monday could start out with some clouds giving way to mostly sunny skies by the afternoon, highs in the low to mid 80s. It's 72 now in Harbor City, 69 in Santa Monica, 72 up in Santa Clarita, 68 in Buena Park.
How long ago?
24-hour newsroom on Scott Carr. We've had an accident in San Pedro on the Vincent Thomas Bridge.
Estonia saw that's the 47 heading west.
Get rid of these scholarships.
West of Gerald Desmond Bridge. It's an accident in the left-hand lane. Apparently, a vehicle crashed into a wall. And you also have debris scattering in lanes, so it's a real mess on the Vincent Thomas Bridge.
There we go. Football star. Exonerated, I think.
It's the third day of this guy.
I was just kind of guessing.
On the North 110 between El Segundo Boulevard and the 105. That's where the right-hand lane goes
State prison too.
Yeah, they're going to be here until 2:30 this afternoon. Now, there are no delays on the cones of the 110 northbound. Good ride from San Pedro all the way to South Pasadena. On to the 57 southbound just before the 60. A couple of mattresses flopped into the lanes. They have been cleared away, hopefully in one piece. 10 eastbound right at Peck Road. A car crashed into the center divider, meaning the carpooling is still blocked. If you have a backup to Baldwin Avenue, the San Gabriel Valley. Onto the San Fernando Valley, 101 westbound right at Woodman Avenue. An accident just reported, but we're not seeing any delays on the West Ventura Freeway between Studio City and Encino. Orange crash, 5 northbound before the 22. It's a crash in the 3 right-hand lanes. No delays located in downtown Santa Ana heading to the Orange crash. And in Corona, 71 southbound transition to the 91 eastbound. Watch for a solo
Look at the Long Beach Valley, bro. I come from the same school as you do did.
Accurate traffic reports. I'm Mike Wallace.
Good morning, everybody. It's Dean. Before we get started, let me talk about my favorite pest control company, Eco LA. Summer is here. Friends and family have started showing up in my backyard for sun and food and fun. This year, thanks to Eco LA, guess who didn't get an invitation? Mosquitoes, the most dangerous and flat-out annoying animal on the planet. Most pest control companies don't know how to handle them. Citronella candles barely make a dent. Bug zappers, by the way, do not work on mosquitoes. And who wants to slather on repellent just to go outside in your own yard? But Eco LA is pioneering safe and effective pest control.
This is not the right guy because this
Like
guy.
everything they do, it's going to be safe for you, your children, your pets, your plants. It's not safe for mosquitoes, though.
No, but
So
this,
thanks to Eco LA, my backyard is all
school
mosquito-free.
property.
Yours
talking
and
about
me
suing
too.
the school.
Make summer mosquitoes a thing of the
So,
past. Call
and
Eco LA
she
today
admitted to it on Facebook. She contacted on Facebook.
888-422-1717.
How often does this shit happen?
Eco LA
Probably a lot.
Eco LA.
Probably a lot
Summer
more.
mosquito solution.
Enjoy the long weekend with Casey Kasem and Classic American Top 40.
Hello again, and welcome to American Top 40. My name's Casey Kasem, and here comes our special year-end survey.
All weekend, it's every year-end countdown in order and commercial-free, plus the very first AT40 show from July 4th, 1970.
Just like the girl who was talking to Harvey
Just open the free iHeart app, search Classic AT40, and you
She's
can
a
preset
whole
now.
right? She's playing into it as far as she can without going too far. Right. Well, look, the guy was rubbing her shoulder. Right, I didn't have to go there.
You love your kids enough to take them to see their
And then,
that's
it's not out of the realms of possibility. Yeah, no, it's not.
Visit NHTSA.gov/.
Yeah. No.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Like I'm wondering.
The free iHeart Radio app is #1 for music, radio,
It's just like
and podcasts all in one.
it's just like the Marilyn Manson.
It's
just like the
hundreds of
Marilyn
thousands of
Marilyn
titles.
Manson.
Here's an iHeart Radio podcast preview.
Weird, sick, and twisted, demented shit sexually to her. But
Now,
you're getting involved in a sexual relationship with this guy. Right. What the fuck do you think's gonna happen? Okay, I'll give you that. Right, I'll give you that. Like, just look at this guy. This is, and yeah, come on. And then this,
About an hour ago, I discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
You know he's handcuffed. Leaving you in a trunk for fucking 10 days. Yeah, it got a little weird. Yeah, you made some bad decisions, and the next day you changed your mind. Doesn't mean
I mean, you're acting like this is entirely your problem to fix. It's not even a problem you can fix.
I'm not saying that's the case all the time.
Something much worse could happen. But why does it have to be you? Because as we've established, we don't know who we can trust. Pay close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve
He went to the same school Juju did, bro. That's great. Same high school, and he was going to go to the USC.
listen to Max and Miles on the iHeart Radio app.
What about this? What about this? Wait.
The iHeart Radio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Exonerated rapist gets
if you buy a 5-pack of Zelda,
he gets a tryout. Well, he got a tryout.
20% off of a 5-pack.
To a
That's a discount.
university or
So
football
go
tryout.
to Zelmans.com/KFI.
Football. So he gets a football tryout. Try that.
Zelmans.com/KFI.
Exonerated rapist
Buy
gets
5-pack of
football
Zelmans.
tryout.
You will get a 20% discount. 20% off of a 5-pack. CELMINS. That's Zelmans.com/KFI.
Enjoy the long weekend with Casey Kasem and Classic American Top 40.
Hello again, and welcome to American Top 40. My name's Casey Kasem, and here comes our special year-end survey.
All weekend, it's every year-end countdown in order and commercial-free, plus the very first AT40 show from July 4th, 1970.
She said that. She knew if I'm
Just
great
open the
on
free
the court,
iHeart app,
this is
search
real
Classic
good.
AT40, and you can preset now.
So,
Number 1 on your car radio preset and the new iHeart Radio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
like she was clear, he was even saying like she didn't know what she got. She was like, yeah, I know. All the articles are done. Is it? Because they said he got a trial with the CLOC. Oh, really? So maybe it's got to be him. Okay. Well, somehow the girl suit I remember that was a big part of it. Yeah, it's it because the girl's name is Loretta Gibson. School district settled the lawsuit, I think, and won the $1.5 million. I knew it had something to do with the school. So I wonder if the school, the one that refused to repeat her story for the
the house whisperer, custom home builder, custom.
Oh yeah, because he videoed her.
Is the video available?
Every weekend, your guy.
The video's got to be out.
It's got like he gets video of her saying, and he says he didn't press charges. Oh yeah, it's under Moneta Gibson confession.
Good one. Here we are, Sunday morning live. Or you listen to the podcast.
It says why didn't Brian Watts
wherever
press
you
charges?
are.
She's got. I'm sorry.
Today on the show,
No, she's got.
it's definitely
I
time
press charges. Oh no, I press charges. And I'm typically the guy that hey look, you know, I get it.
Not so much
It's a long
eating
time
right
ago.
now.
Like I'll let things go. You
So
don't send me.
we are talking about
being rapist.
all things
Make 1.5
HVAC.
million.
That's heating
It does.
air
Oh
conditioning.
no.
This is
There's
the
another
girl
video that says
program,
school
so that
district
you, of
sues
course,
Brian Banks'
right
accuser.
It's about your
Nice.
house, whether you're remodeling or building new, or you're simply staring at a situation where it's always been difficult to cool your house efficiently. I got you covered. We're going to go through the whole thing as quickly as we can, as efficiently as we can, so that you get a better understanding of what's going on with your home and air conditioning.
Fast forward. Let's
And
find the
of
video.
course,
Keep going.
we're also going to be taking
Just hover over it. There you go.
calls.
There's
I'll give you
the
the number right now because the phone lines are open. And second hour of the program, we'll be diving into your calls as we always do. And even though I'm talking about
coaches at football
heating
team.
and air conditioning today, as it is always the case when it comes to calls, you get to set the agenda. Anything that's got you scratching your head about your home, whether it's architect, design, construction, DIY concerns, inside, outside, hardscape, landscape, pretty much all the scapes. I got you. We'll put our heads together. We will get it all figured out, I promise. Let me dive in, shall we? Now, normally sitting across the table from me is my better half, my design partner, and my best friend in all the world, Tina. She's around here somewhere. Thank you for that. That's her spirit animal, the elephant. It's her favorite. Tina's here somewhere.
So, let me ask you this.
Put her lovely voice on the air.
Is he a snitch now?
Be comforted that somebody is watching over me, not letting me go crazy and out of control. All right.
Is he a snitch?
All right, so let's dive in. You know, it's always good to set things in context. It's very possible that the world of HVAC, which HVAC stands for heating, ventilation, air conditioning, it may be changing in regards to residential construction faster than other residential. I mean, it's got to be right there at the very, very top edge. From heat pumps, which a lot of you have heard about but don't really understand what they are. Heat pumps are rapidly growing in popularity, even being mandated in some places, or talk of mandating them. From that to requirements for high efficiency furnaces.
He must have been ready to jump out the window when she said that.
Lower environmental impact refrigerants. We'll talk about that.
Oh, yeah.
New air quality standards, even fundamental shifts in theory of how
5 years
go about
ago. Had to register as a
there is so much to
He
unpack.
was probably just so happy that it was all over.
HVAC system is in your future. So here's a little background, just very quick. AC has been around now for, well, since 1902, actually. All right. So Willis Carrier, Carrier, you know that brand of air conditioning. Willis Carrier invented the modern air conditioner in 1902. The motivation, though, you should know, was not first and foremost human comfort, right?
No shit.
Air
Already
conditioning
broke
was
she gave the interview.
the industrial revolution brought
She
mass
blew the
production.
1.5 in 5 years.
The
It's like,
massive
fuck it, I lied.
machinery running in it. Those machines ran hot, they ran humid. Sometimes They ran too hot and too humid for the well-being of the materials.
But she was already broke.
Like a
I told you.
Imagine a paper mill.
Look at that.
Being inside this gigantic factory with all of these machines
Playing for the Hawks.
making the air
Dirty
humid.
bird.
That's the greatest thing for the quality
He actually played.
of paper. So paper mills, publishing houses, yarn factories, chocolate factories, industrial bakeries, they all needed to find a way to control heat and to control humidity.
Oh my god, what an insane fucking story. That's nuts.
Both reduces humidity and controls
People are
heat,
fucked
right?
up, man.
So
Right.
that's what the modern AC was built for.
I mean, it could have been way worse, bro. It could have gotten way worse than fire. It could have been so bad. I wonder how many people have been like, the life got way imagine. What if you, how many people that are in
Spanish
prison
flu,
for like decades
tuberculosis
or life?
epidemics. At the turn of the century, there was this massive
gotta be a
open
huge
air health
percentage.
movement happening. It was believed that indoor air was
I doubt
toxic
it's probably
and unhealthy.
But
That's
it's still
not
a lot.
necessarily
Look,
1%
is a lot. It doesn't matter. That's a lot. Like if it's you, it's just
circulating
yeah.
indoor
If
air.
you're part of the how many people they get? There's a lot.
So what brought air conditioning out of the factories
That's
actually comfort.
First of all, a lot of people.
You're being accused of rape.
By the 1940s, going to the movies
What about the story of those four black kids?
was so
in New York
popular
a long time ago.
that movie studios started saving and scheduling their biggest hits for summertime, which gave birth
Like the
to
Brooklyn Five, the
summer
Brooklyn Four, they did Netflix stuff.
blockbusters were huge
Really?
bombs
Four black
being
kids
dropped
had a
during
great
World War
really
II.
all went to
One was
like
How did they find out that
blockbuster.
look it up. It's like one of the biggest
movie.
movies. They did
That's
Combined with the fact that
That's the crazy.
Get
This
out
guy
of your
on
home
the podcast.
and go for pennies and sit in an air-conditioned movie
Not just
theater.
one
Summer blockbusters.
lot.
And once the general public got a taste of air conditioning and
exonerated that are on
was
death
long
row. But for all those
before that all started showing up in the homes.
You got to get like
boom.
right,
There you
I'm
go.
saying.
All right.
The amount of people
More
on
great
death
stuff
row
on the way. There's the background. Now we start moving forward with what HVAC means for you. You're listening to Home. Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer.
AFI traffic, a connector road problem in Corona, 71 southbound transition to the 91 eastbound. It's a solo crash blocking this transition road. Apparently, a pickup truck crashed into the center divider median here. 215 southbound just before baseline near San Bernardino. Apparently, there's a fire hydrant shooting water into here. That should cause distraction for drivers traveling on the south 15. South LA, 110 northbound before Adams, watch for metal debris that fell into the two right lanes. Southern California's most accurate traffic report. I'm Mike Morris.
Featuring a long weekend with Casey Kasem and Classic American Top 40.
Hello again, and welcome to American Top 40. My name's Casey Kasem, and here comes our
That
special
is
year.
All
that
weekend,
is
it's every year at Countdown in order and commercial free, plus the very first AT40 show from July 4th, 1970.
I'm Casey Kasem with the #1 song of the year.
Just open the free iHeart app, search Classic AT40, and make it a preset now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is
So
based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling on someone else. The CI system is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Duke and Arnett, investigator.
I don't know how they grab you. Like, oh, here, we got you.
I'm gonna
And the lady,
For what?
the lady says, yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah, you go to trial and she's sitting there going, nope, that I'll never forget that man's face when he like
Lie. Lie.
You ever seen Steve Crowder story?
You're on to better smile. And I don't want to go to
A
jail.
young kid that they said he stole something because he had a backpack on. He ended up going to Rikers for a bunch of years. They got security footage of like
An investigative
all the
series
inmates
from
jumping
Boston.
and beating.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is
People on the
America's
street were still
#1
fucking
podcast
with him when he
network.
got out.
Open the free
But there's
iHeart app and
security
explore
footage
podcasts like
Rikers.
this. Welcome to Chloe
And
and
what was he
Wonder.
convicted of?
I don't know how you
That
remember this.
small that
You are one
so he
decision
stole
away
that
from a different life. I know for a fact that it was her who sold this media. I'm willing to sacrifice everything.
like Jay-Z did his movie. I was interested when they talked about the entire press. He made 40,000 and he's not here. He had the same food on. He had the same Nike Air Force. Right. They sold $1 billion last year.
Who's the guy that we talked about? Was the prosecutor?
For real conversations,
wrestle.
Oh, Restream?
We did an episode about Robert Mueller. That's the thing. There's guys like Robert Mueller who their motivation in life.
so this is a
Prison
window
is
into
to
get
my
out,
world
and
that
they're
is
still
stories
down.
that make you
Yeah,
feel welcome to Chloe and Wonder. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with her own podcast I could listen to.
He had a whole China. We talked about China.
We did.
And
And this is Mariah Rose. You know me from
Bro,
this
it's
story.
another
Everybody's on TikTok, and we've got a new
Oh,
podcast.
we have other people were saying
Every Wednesday, we're
saying
catching
stuff
you
like-
up on what's going on.
this guy doesn't know enough
And
to
not just in
speak
the WNBA, but
intelligently
with
on the
athletes
subject.
unlimited,
Like,
unrivaled media in college
no, me.
basketball.
The guy was talking about me. He's like, honestly,
Inside stories,
both.
and a
Like,
little
these
bit
guys
of
don't know
I know
enough.
you guys have seen
Yeah.
a lot of
There were other people saying
current basketball players telling their stories and their
they were going nuts. Comments are good. I love them.
some people.
We want to
that
share
come on
all
here,
of the
they get
basketball
really
stories
upset
that you won't see anywhere else.
about the
Listen on
comments,
America's
you know?
#1 podcast network, iHeart.
I read your comments.
iHeart app and
Oh,
listen now.
Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about a new podcast called Casual.
Yeah, so I did
starting
I
January
did
21st. It's a
I did-
sports podcast, but for
it
people
was
who
a
don't
reactionary
necessarily
video of
consider
and I did one to
themselves
Big Perk
as
too.
listeners of
So
sports
remember I go
podcasts.
to
Just
the
regular
Big Perk.
people
I
bragging
went to
about
California
sports,
and Big
not
Perk was interviewed on Big Perk.
I mean, we might scream,
And on
but it's
his
going to be
show,
about something very silly
Um,
and not
you know, when we get to the point where I get arrested,
just serious. We're
I'm
just not
glad I
going to
got
take it
arrested.
seriously.
And
Is
so,
this
you know,
making
my
sense?
lawyer
You
comes
guys
to me
kind of
and
get
says,
the
"What are
vibe.
your choices?"
Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy,
30
kind of
years,
click that
40
follow
years or
button.
something. I
Because
was
listen,
like,
it's
and he's
unclickable.
like,
You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. As long as I get a
I said,
notification
right, so
to do
I
that.
looked at him, I
But
went,
if you
I
click
said,
it
so
now,
you
you'll never miss an episode.
forget how it came out.
That's
I said, so I basically tried to tell on everybody I think that. So it just didn't work. And he went,
Started sweating.
oh, he got all, he was like, what? I said, yeah, bro, like I told everybody, it just worked. Right?
Once I'm in that car, it's just like you to be every time.
From custom wheels to lighting upgrades, modify your Toyota.
Bro, everybody can think of that. It just didn't happen. Found people just didn't. I was like, try it. I said, I had to go to prison to find the guy. You know that? So I go through the whole thing. I mean, look, this video, after a year, it got 38,000 on that. A year later, guys are still fucking
According to Time Magazine, major investors have predicted the 2008 crash.
So I do a
on the
reaction
way.
video.
Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe.
It was
Liquid
at
and is outperformed stocks 3-1.
Like my reactionary video for the first video, then his video shot from 38 started going up. It was like 22. I don't know where mine is now.
Top rare coin dealer and its CEO, Sil DiGenova.
Really? The only reason I did it, really, you took it that seriously.
Oh, yeah. For 35 years, Sil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor guide copy of the award-winning documentary Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
You know my story, right? Like I'm not your normal guy.
Have you seen bro? I've seen your stuff on that concrete thing. I've researched your stuff. I know your story, bro. I got every story. I've seen your interviews. He said, no, I want you on the podcast.
And commercial free, plus the very first AT40 show from July 4th, 1970.
So all your episodes have 2 songs.
Just open the free iPhone app, search classic AT40, and make it a preset now.
So now we're stimulating talk. Lie to get on the
Coming up on the next Bill Hammond show, President
Don't
Trump
lie.
national park
So,
fees.
and because guys kept saying this, you gotta react. You gotta other countries are all doing it. I did a video. It was a good show.
That's coming
So
up
then I did
after
one
7
West
tomorrow morning on the next
Let's watch the show. We actually heard that on Facebook. And he's a white guy, like a white supremacist that's changed his ways. Now he's a motivational speaker. He's insane. If you watch these, like, you watch like the best of West
We're on
Watson,
all the usual
it's
suspects.
Instagram,
Instagram, TikTok, Facebook.
you're gonna be like, oh my god, this guy's my work.
What else is out there?
He's being in prison with this guy. He's the kind of guy that just watching him gives me anxiety because these guys exist. Yeah. So I do a video kind of but just mocking like how ridiculous, over animated he is. He's like a cartoon character. He's like, when I get the fucking guard, I hook that you. I go in, I go straight to the shot collar. I say, I'm a soldier, baby. I'm a soldier. And I fucking pull out my paperwork. You know, you can stick it in your hand. So he pulls this. It's like he carries his passport with him everywhere.
Go ahead. I said this last.
I'm sorry.
You find it on the computer, bud. You don't have to carry it.
I'm fine. I can issue with this. But it talks about like he's proud of it, like he's carrying it around his prison purse. It's insane. And he's going talking like, oh, this is so crazy. Oh, we got he's terrified. This guy's just my work twice.
So it's good to see you. All right, y'all. Let us move forward now with the next step in this process. We're talking about the air conditioning today. You know, it's the weather is here, right? The warmth is here, and so it's time to deal with the air conditioner. We've laid out the history of AC for you, and now I want to lay a little bit more groundwork. And this is important because so many people have no clue when it comes to how the unit works.
He's on salt right before every video.
I do want you to understand
We get
how refrigeration works, at least on a really, really base level. Here's how it goes. Very basic. Refrigerant. Okay, that's, you hear that talked about all the time. Refrigerant is the chemical compound inside your system, which circulates through the AC system and undergoes what's called a phase transition. All that means is that it alternates from being a liquid to a gas, back to a liquid and a gas, and a liquid and gas, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, okay? Again and again and again and again as it runs through your system. It absorbs
It's not funny. This goes for like an hour.
and releases it on the other. When it's
There's multiple
form,
Have you been?
His veins,
No, I can't be in the room with him.
his veins are like
absorbing a tremendous amount of heat, and then it gets condensed and it releases that heat.
looks like
On
the
both
liver
ends of the system, there are coils. Okay, kind of like what your radiator in a car looks like, right? That's what we call a coil. For cooling, okay, the refrigerant passes through an expansion valve and expands into a gas. It goes into inside
I
the
just
house
did
where
a reaction video to this.
Oh my god.
And guys are going nuts in the comment. Yeah, I have 95% negative, 98% negative. I've never had so many horrible comments about just like, and I wasn't like saying he's a piece of shit. No, I'm just saying he's insane. Like this guy's my worst friend. He's crazy. Like people are
talking about.
they're mad at me for even saying like I make the comment like I'm like a cartoon character. You can't really taste like I'm just in general. I'm not saying
space is cold.
he's just
Cold
going to
is
say
the absence of energy. It's the absence of thermal energy.
Really?
It's the absence of
It's like a cult following?
So
Because their guys just like him. You see a lot of followers.
doesn't pump cold air into your house, even though it feels
So
that
we
way.
got like four. I
Because
think
cold
they
air
got
is
like
coming out the vents. What the AC system is doing is it's sucking the warm air
okay,
from
selling it.
into its belly,
But yeah,
runs it
I'm
across
sure
this
he's making
coil
bank.
where it
He's been on YouTube since 2000. I want to say 12. And
so
so he got out and Big Herb interviewed him.
and as a result,
And then it
when
was
the air
such a
comes
good
back
interview
into
that
the room through the
Watson
vents,
goes and starts
it is cold.
when I was with Big Herb, he interviewed us. Yeah, you interviewed Wes Watson.
Outside,
My worst
the
nightmare.
AC
He
compressor
says that
is
Big Herb goes, yeah,
compressing the gas,
all that
refrigerant,
hype that he
making
talks about it and all that.
increase in temperature and pressure,
So
and then it runs it over the condenser coil outside, inside the evaporator coil, outside the
and he
condenser coil.
says, and then Big Herb
And that's where a big old fan helps
like
blow off
shots
that
put them on the
that was absorbed inside
they
the house.
take off.
That's
and
why
they won't even
on
want
a
to
warm
turn
day,
it on. And I was sitting there like,
running your air conditioner, if you go outside to the big unit outside, put your
Right.
hands over the top, you are
and then
feeling
he was
hot air
upset
being
about it.
blown
So,
out of that
but
fan. It's not just the heat of the air outside, it's hotter than the air outside. Because that is all the heat that's sucked out of the house.
Can we see like the Big Hurt Matt Cox? I'm pretty sure what this guy looks like. I'm picturing him like the guy from Green Mile.
Refrigerant passes through his fan.
Yeah, big white fat white guy.
Yes. Pressure again.
No, black guy.
Allows
Oh, he's black.
Yeah. Gas again. Goes back inside the house, and there you go. We do it over and over and over. So
yes,
that is essentially how that works.
Doing whatever it takes to get time off my sentence. Oh God, no comments.
oh, bro, they're hilarious.
Horizon, which is a heat pump. We'll get to that in just a minute.
Ball.
If you are calling
All down before that.
stuff
Three
inside your
mortgages, his
AC
house.
system,
Oh, listen, on his guys
Oh
are they're
my
hilarious.
God.
although it's just easier to remember that stuff.
So much
It's free on
exposure.
it's not free
They
on
like
it.
these
They
guys.
do like me. That's
Tom's kept it real. It is what it is.
Yeah,
Change
54. His 54,000 on my channel. That perk reaction has 54,000
change AC system
in 2 months.
rolls around. So we'll talk about Freon and your
Yeah, bro, they're hilarious. They're hilarious. I mean,
most of 2025 when we return. More great stuff on the way.
Yeah,
You're listening to
never
Home
is true nature.
15
Yeah.
Sharp, the House Whisperer.
I was at something Matt for staying cool. I recommend that. I was staying cool. Yeah, bro. He gets really upset. At one point, I even turned to the. Listen, at one point, I even turned to the camera and I go, "This is not a good interview for me." I go, "This is a bad interview."
Said that on the video. It's gonna be good for me.
She starts talking about Ted. She starts giving us
Southern California. Officials say you can go to the beach this 4th of July weekend, but stay out of the water.
They do.
350 swimmers had to be rescued from dangerous rip currents at Newport Beach Friday. And as Jim Root tells us, the bacteria level warnings remain in place at 8 beaches.
County Public Health issues a high bacteria level warning for 8 beaches: Avalon, Catalina, Santa Monica Beach, two spots also at Fairfax Cove, Mountain, Little Rogers, Mother's
Every once in a while, there's these guys.
San Pedro. Signs
Like, could you imagine just like a nice
bacteria?
Look at this one. Kirkwood has never gotten aggressive.
A man was killed during a multi-vehicle crash Saturday morning.
Oh, yes!
He literally asked me, "Can I trust you?" He literally said no.
I said
And
no.
then told him anyway.
That's Ron Wilson. When Ron Wilson said to me, he's like, he looked at me and he goes, "This is where I was walking around the guy that I fucking snitched on."
Yeah, the old guy, right?
Ponzi. Yeah, he's literally looked at me and goes,
Celebrating Japanese pop culture with music, entertainment, fashion, Q&A sessions,
"Well,
and
here's
video
what
games.
happened." That's not telling me. I'm like, "I just told you no."
Did you get time off for that guy?
6 years.
Oh my God!
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, 5 years.
Like, that guy died for 7.
You're 60. We'll see some clouds around.
The guy got 8 years.
Mostly sunny skies.
He got
You get 6 more months. That's it.
And I got
6 years. No, 5 years. Sorry, I said that's like a 7 and 12.
okay. So people that haven't heard that, tell that little story.
I mean, that little story is that
Orange Crush
I met this guy in prison. I'm like, I just got my sentence reduced for doing an ethics and fraud work. Right? Like, I got 7 years off. I just didn't work for like So I just got 7 years off. I got back. And Ron Wilson is the guy who stole
support the merge
$57
with
million.
57 freeways.
He ran a $57 million.
Visit Thomas Bridge, 47 West Bound, right at next match.
Churches, and this guy was
from the left-hand lane. And he's down at that road.
and it's funny about him too, because one minute he would be accused about what he did, and other times like it was weird. But I liked him.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by
But in
Capital
prison,
One is back in Vegas. September 19th to 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at
And he
AXS.com.
kept saying he was
Capital
cooperating
One is the
with
proud
other
presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers.
I know
Is that a faucet, Rudy? That's not a faucet. That's a river.
He's like,
The
well, they
forest.
think
The
I
forest
hit
river's
Ponzi
part of a 100 million people.
because he actually
What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest heating up the air. We breathe. I didn't know the trees were so amazing. Yeah, and the forest gives us shade, trees to climb. Awesome. Let's go explore some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy what it does just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad
I
Council.
genuinely thought
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover new podcasts from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
College student disappeared
and he goes,
across the USA.
I remember we were walking around the guy, and I stopped and I went,
I started going through and saw people that was there.
I joined this mother's search for justice.
I gave,
Someone knows something. Season 6 available now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku Smart Soundbar speaker, or Roku Windows. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple request. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
You're already using Zelman's Minty Mouth. I don't have to tell you how
saw it like 7-8 years. I saw it 9 years ago. Okay, listen to the story.
Tiny little capsules
Yeah,
covered with
yeah, he's got the magic in his head. Yeah, but now, you know what he's doing? One more year. To me, it just wasn't like it's not work. And that's what, look, this is what bothers me. It actually bothers me because I'm like, you know, you got to do something pretty much sell guys.
And here is their offer, which I've never seen before.
At all.
If you buy a 5-pack,
Laid in bed for like a month.
if you buy a 5-pack of Zelman's, you will
And I
get
would
a
lay there and go,
20% discount. 20% off of a 5-pack. That's a discount. So go to Zelmans.com/KFI, CELMINS, Zelmans.com/KFI. Buy a 5-pack of Zelmans, you will get a 20% discount. 20% off
it's
of
your
a
way
5-pack.
of telling what people deny it.
That's Zelmans.com/KFI.
So a month
Business
went by,
and not thinking about podcasting.
and I was on the phone getting my
More
board, my
Americans listen to
transcript,
podcasts than
I just
ad-supported streaming
So I
music
wanted
from
to get my
Spotify and
transcript,
Pandora.
and
Because the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast
and I
radio.
said, hey, I'm
And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart and get podcasting working for you.
Enjoy the long weekend with Casey Kasem and Classic American Top 40.
Hello again, and welcome to American Top 40. My name's Casey Kasem, and here
Yes, because I literally
All weekend, it's every year-end countdown in order and commercial-free, plus the very first AT40 show from July 4th, 1970.
I'm Casey Kasem with the #1 song of the year.
Just open the free iHeart app, search Classic AT40, and begin preset now.
I'm Dr. Wendy Walsh. Whether you're single, dating, engaged, or married, I've got the science to make sure that you have a healthy and happy love life.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, today at 7 on KFI AM 644, stimulating talk. KFI.
Live everywhere on the iHeart
and
radio
it's
app.
South Carolina.
Stimulating talk.
And she goes, okay, well, she said, what do you think? But somehow this thing has about anything else.
Here to help you transform your ordinary house into an extraordinary home. Every week, I'm so glad you're with us. It's a privilege and a pleasure to be with you here and now on our live broadcast on Sunday mornings from 9 to
It's just kind of like this up and down look.
by the way, if your home needs some
I used to have
personal
to go there.
house retention meeting, me and the team standing with you inside your home, staring at whatever the problem is.
This
Book
guy,
an in-home design consult with us. Just go to housewhisperer.design. Also, know that calls are coming up.
So I go there, I
And
walk.
phone lines are open right now. There's plenty of room for you. I'm talking radiant air conditioning today. When it comes to our calls, as always,
They sit down.
anything
That's how they
you
talk
want
to
to talk about, you
Sit down.
like design questions, construction questions, DIY, architecture, landscape,
Yeah.
property
Hey,
line, property
I
line,
got
from the
hold on.
ground to the
Talk to him.
sky. I got you covered. So
Like now, I'm
anything
not
that's
going to
got you
help someone
scratching
else.
your head
This
about
is
your
not
home.
going to help.
The number
And
to
I'm
reach
like, yeah, what's up? And then the guy goes, hey, this is agent, this is special agent.
833,
This is special agent, Griffith with the Secret Service of South Carolina. I understand you know where Ron goes.
Just give us a call.
And I went,
Our call screener will tell you everything.
nah, wait a minute, bro. I said, I need something in writing.
Show
This
one
is how they
week.
went.
Okay,
Hey,
so
wait a minute now.
yes,
Let's talk about this. No.
back to
I'm
heating
not
and
getting
air
screwed again.
conditioning.
I give you this. I want something right. You go to the US
And I want you to understand these things. You don't have to read this. There's no quiz at the end of all
the person
this.
that has the money, and he goes,
This is for
okay, so
you.
it's a woman. I would
Let
like
her understand
This is
what's
a woman.
going on
He's a
in
person
your
trying
home
to make
in
sure.
terms of the air conditioning system. So we've talked about how
So it's
refrigeration works. Refrigeration, that's what this is all about. We talked about how refrigerant, that magical chemical compound, works. It
And he goes,
expands into
take
a
down my
gas,
email
absorbs
address.
heat, goes outside, it's condensed back into a
So I
liquid,
put
it
it, I
gets
put
its
that
heat
in
off,
right now.
once the heat off, you send it back into the house for another lab. And that happens again and again and
Yes,
again.
send me a
As long
copy
as your AC is
Say,
running.
Mr. Cox,
The refrigerant itself, oh, by the way,
any money,
everything
a signal, it's a
works on this principle. It's doing exactly this. Your refrigerant,
anyway,
on a much
it's
smaller scale,
it's like a significant amount of
there's
money.
a condenser, there's an evaporator,
But
there's
what do they
a motor,
consider?
and it's running refrigerant through its
Right,
coils.
exactly. But that was the best I was saying. If it's that or any of the information is the recovery of money or basically a indictment,
What's left over.
then this recovery will
Yes,
consider
if you were to have anything, about a highly sensitive little
substantial
thermometer wandering around your
So we'll
kitchen.
consider
The
substantial
warmest part of
assistance
your kitchen is actually right
But
there.
that's a lot of
inside
help.
the
No, because
refrigerator.
they said we don't
Because
consider
unlike
it, that's
outside
how they
with an
right.
AC
So it's like they're like
all
all
splits. There's one coil in
right.
the house,
So I was like,
another one outside where the fan blows off all that
so
heat into the
I
outside air.
cooperate. I
The refrigerator
answer
is
the
not
question.
blowing
They're
the
asking.
heat into the outside air. It's blowing it
You go back and ask
into
it
the
this.
kitchen, essentially. So yeah, it's a little
Try.
warmer around the
That's
fridge
a little
than
weird.
it is
I can't
anywhere else.
walk into the room and
Because
say, hey, Ron, did so and so know this? You know, like I gotta fucking break it up. It's gonna take a while. I gotta subtly.
That's how
You're like,
refrigeration
okay,
works. And
So this goes on. Yeah. This is
free on. No, I just use that intentionally because everybody seems to identify with that word, even though
Like it was like,
it has been more
how
than
do I work
15
that?
years
Yeah.
now
Like what do you
since Freon was gone. Like,
you know, it's like
if you have an old
and that's what I would call them.
system still running on Freon,
Because you know,
I feel for you because Freon is no longer
anyway, I would
manufactured
ask
by
them
the
this, I would
part.
ask them back and say, no, this person has, he said that person had
Freon is no longer manufactured. The only place you can get Freon is from old units being replaced in which the Freon is
point is I
let
answered
off
that question
into tiny little canisters. And if you need to recharge the refrigerant on your old Freon system, you will now pay a mint. I mean, Freon is like liquid gold.
And then I go back and like, hey man,
because it
this
is
is
so
all the
rare,
bro.
and no longer being manufactured.
And they're like,
So,
I know.
yeah, it's been about 15 years. Freon is a thing.
Oh, we indicted him, we
still
indicted
every
his wife, we indicted
all
his
the
brother.
time.
Yeah. I'm like, what the? Because what they did was after I answered all the questions,
Freon was replaced back in 2010 by a more environmentally friendly refrigerant, which is R410A.
She said, absolutely not. I do not remember that. Never did.
You just need to know that
She
now
leaves, comes back the next day, and
R410A,
walks
which
in
replaced Freon R22,
$1,000.
is now being replaced as of January 1st, 2025. We dumped R410A. It's actually still
And some
being
gold.
manufactured.
That's just so
It's not the exact same situation as Freon. It's
So
being
I
phased
I
out
was thinking
slowly.
the combination wasn't too
But
the 30,000 and the 30, 40, his brother had plus
5 are running off of a new set of what they call
did the brother the next day is to
which
show
have
up.
a lower
Well, I say
warming potential. All of this is because
not 30 or 40, 150.
the components
Right.
in
So when Wilson was dreaming, he had gotten a phone call from his lawyer.
to the atmosphere.
And he gives him.
As a result, the
I'm still
American
like my heart.
Innovation and
Oh
Manufacturing
shit! Did you know they told you why you went there?
Right, he knows. Right, and I don't know that he doesn't know that I
production of
They're saying he doesn't. There's no way he didn't know, but who knows?
letters coming out of my mouth.
My lawyer.
Those chemicals made of hydrogen
And
fluoride.
he told me, like,
Anyway, to reduce all of that by 85% within the next 15 years. Okay. So that, in combination with tariffs on equipment coming from overseas,
like
is
I
why
like lowballed
HVA
it,
prices have increased in 2025. Okay, so that is the moral of the story. That is the state of affairs right now.
Trust me,
For
you're
air
nothing. Like you
conditioning,
what you said
the
sparked
United
the whole
States
thing.
and the state of
Like you should have just said nothing. Like anything is something to the end if they get $5.
That is the question
So
of
the point is that he was like, well, yeah, apparently I'm gonna
those four letters.
The Home Alone face.
Yeah, you gotta look at the camera.
To an air conditioning.
I'm like,
Really? Energy efficiency ratio.
and he
Basically means this.
So
The energy efficiency rating
what's funny
unit,
about that?
how much it cools versus how much energy gobbles up. There
Yeah,
are different air conditioning units out there with higher and lower sears. The question is, which one is right for you? We will talk about that right after the break. There is so much more to come. Your home, Deep Sharp.
He got that. He got 6. He got 6 more months. Why?
Your name's all over it. So he realized you've been working on it all the time.
No, you know what he did? He wrote a letter to his old roommate. So his old roommate got it. He sent him a letter that says, talk to this guy. And he even said this. He said, Fox, or I never really told him anything, but somehow or another, like, it's like, you told me everything.
Yeah,
Like, so when I got that, it was funny because when I get it home, so I what happens is I'm walking around, I don't know my friends.
Mid-City,
So I have a buddy
stop
from
before La Brea. It's a good right clear from the center divider over to the right shoulder. You're back up from Arlington. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, I'm Mike Morris.
He's like, I heard. And I'm like, I'm sitting there like I'm just waiting for my reduction. Like, I don't even need to. There's no reason to even be friends and talk to you guys here. I'm leaving here. So, I did that. Good. Once again, they tried to fuck me. So,
Wait. So before all this happened, did you already get your reduction?
I know. He has to be sentenced. Then they have to request it. Remember,
Virginia's top prison band at your favorite is about to attempt the impossible, recording their
They
debut album
literally
behind
file
bars.
another 2255, and then they lied to the judge. They told the judge, "Oh, we don't know what Mr. Cox is talking about. We have no agreement with Mr. Cox." I had to mail the letter to the judge. The judge gets the letter, and he's like,
They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences.
"Your Honor."
Each had grown up under
They gave
segregation,
him the same face.
only to get caught up in America's
Your Honor.
during
Now I
the
remember. That was I'm sure that was under. It was under my.
For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving
Anyway, the point is
members,
that so I hadn't got the reduction. I just know
Neil Cade,
so
and
months
Mary
go by.
Cupcake
He finds out about that. I cooperated against him. He writes a letter back. Now the letter's going around. I have guys said, "Yeah, I heard something else." I said, "What
They
you
will
heard?"
come in and stand right and sweat just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play.
Say that.
they're out of prison
You
now
wanna
in
say?
their 70s, with their past
I
behind them.
walk up.
But
Another
they
guy.
also have
2 days
some
later,
unfinished business.
The end of daybreak,
Another
guys
guy
of love was supposed to have been following up another half.
Hey, Matt, what's
They
up?
never got that opportunity,
And he goes,
but they never stopped dreaming either.
like I like. I don't care. That's
Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app.
I'm like, okay.
Listen on America's
I'm like, me too. And he's like, yeah, no.
Open your free
He said,
iHeart is America's #1
He goes,
podcast
he
network.
looked at me and I said,
Open the free iHeart app and explore
what is
podcasts
it?
like
He goes,
this.
like,
Bro,
what is
the
it?
way you reenact it is so fucking
Keep going, keep going.
It's true though.
And I look, and he goes, so nobody's told me what's really happening. Like, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, see the letter.
Oh, people are looking
One
at me.
thing is
People are walking by. I'm like, hey, what's up there?
wreaking havoc on any
There's a
Dead man walking.
That's weird. And especially since I've already come back and getting a reduction. Like, I'm not excited yet, but they're like, this dude's a reduction.
Yeah.
Don't even fucking look at that situation. Look at you guys. So the guy looks at me and he goes, his name is Bradley, Mark Bradley. Bradley looks at me and he goes,
thousands
so,
on the site of the old state asylum.
That may have thought they're only found.
I mean, I'm doing everything. Letter, what letter? What letter? What are you talking about? And I go, letter? So,
And all this makes the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000
so I thought,
in Mississippi, keeping secrets is
and I
as
went,
old
right,
as the soil
right.
itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered? The story is much more complicated.
I know he's like 60, 65 years old.
I'm
And,
Larissa
but he had like a
Campbell.
white hair.
This is
So
Under Yazoo
Is that Steve
Listen
Austin?
on America's
Oh, that's
#1
Ric Flair.
podcast network.
Ric Flair. That must be Ric Flair. That's who they call him. Yeah, right, Ric Flair. So I was like, Ric Flair? And he looked at me and he just kind of looked at me. I went, okay, anyway. And he goes, yeah, so the letter's gone.
and Christian
I
The setup follows one man search for love in the big apple. Well, the thing is that I didn't actually use it. Every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like so fast. So I opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app. Meet Juan, the lonely museum curator. His true love, art. His biggest fear, everything.
And he goes,
But when the perfect man
like, I was like, I think, yeah, well, I guess like I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna brag. Like I joke around it a lot, but at this point, here's my problem.
It's too good to be true.
This is Colin McConaughey.
To pull up this ice, they'll have to get close.
Because it's like they ship units. So I can't get shit. Like my mom comes to me, I'm not getting shit.
When you're dating a hot man,
I
how
don't
do
like
you know if it's true
great.
love?
At the time, but at the time, I like. I was
Listen on America's #1 podcast network,
So,
iHeart. Open your free
I
iHeart
go,
app and listen now.
And then
so I go to Ric Flair.
finish, goes into your
I walk right up to right
work
over
and the
roommate. I write
that
right up to
inside your stomach where it can't start and stay there. That's the difference with self. And here is their offer, which I've never seen before. If you buy a 5-pack,
I said,
if
so,
you buy a 5-pack of Zelmans, you will get a 20% discount. 20% off of a 5-pack.
That's a discount. So go to Zelmans.com/KFI, CELMINS, Zelmans.com/KFI. Buy a 5-pack of Zelmans, you will get a 20% discount. 20% off of a 5-pack, CELMINS. That's Zelmans.com/KFI.
An iHeart radio station. Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than ad-supported streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers are into, true crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com.
But you sold it.
That's
I sold it. So nobody
iHeartAdvertising.com.
ever mentioned
Or call
the thing. So you have to think for him to email that letter back.
One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart and get podcasting working for you.
You've got an app for your music, but what about your favorite morning shows, sports team, or live local
At this
news
point,
weather?
I got my 5 years old.
There's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio. The free
One
iHeartRadio
day
app.
I'm sitting there,
We post it, you see it. It's like radio, but without the need for all that annoying imagination. Follow us now on all the socials.
They bring you
at KFI
because
AM
Black
640.
Hole is in place right
iHeartRadio Earth
He's
is
in the
your
cell right
way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Reduce your impact on the
Not a
environment
can.
this fall by packing a waste-free lunch for school or work.
But there's
Avoid
still a
foods with
lot
excessive
in the
packaging.
right?
Use reusable cutlery,
More so
napkins, cups, bags, and containers, and recycle or compost
There's a
any
lot.
waste when possible.
So
Brought to
I'm
you by
standing there
iHeartRadio
and myself
and
waiting
the
for
National Environmental Education Foundation. To
one
find
guy
more
just
tips
got
for
me.
smarter,
Still
sustainable
smart.
living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Education doesn't just take place in the classroom. There are many ways children of all ages can learn about sustainability and the environment at home. Visit iHeartRadio.com/earth for a list of resources, activity guides, and toolkits that are educational and fun for the whole family. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Dean Sharp, the house whisperer, here to remind you that when it comes to your home, design matters most on every level, from the architectural to construction, to the choosing of your heating and air conditioning system. The design matters most, always, always, always. Getting involved in your project is critical, and for you to understand design, both the fundamentals, again, from the principles of architecture all the way down into the design of your HVAC system, is what maximizes the money that you have spent in your budget. Doesn't necessarily save you money, but what it does is channels it in the most effective way possible. Also, know this before we step back into AC talk. Coming up just right after this next break, we are going to the phones. Whatever's got you scratching your head about your home, we'll give you a call. The number to reach out is
Like I hear, nobody comes in. There's no little
anything going on.
But coming in that gone, it's fine.
And we've got room on the board for you. So give me a call. All right.
So
Here we go.
but yeah, but that was it, and that was a lot. I heard.
System a little bit better. We've talked about the history of AC.
I thought about
refrigerant.
I even thought about
how
that's
that natural
like
compound circulates
like
through the system.
and like sure,
house
he is your
along the way. We talked about Freon,
the book I wrote,
no longer a thing.
It's Insanity.
But the fact that the refrigerant in your system is constantly being updated.
I talk about the Wilson.
Breakneck
Wilson's
speed, but actually
also
faster
in
than
one of my
most
books
of us
called
generally speaking, because you
They're
turn
allowed.
around and like, wait, refrigerant in my unit this isn't available anymore. So yeah, that's a thing that's happening. Desire to keep up with environmental issues and so on. The last
first of all, you got
bit
19
of
you're dying.
info that I want you to
6 months
understand about
But
your AC
not that I
system
do.
is sear.
Yeah, I don't want to make it seem like,
I
oh,
mentioned
so
it before the break. It's,
I thought
four
it would
letters,
be 5 years. I don't care. Yeah, I didn't care. I didn't care if
energy efficiency ratio
any
basically
had
is
serving
sear is a rating given to an air conditioning system.
So,
that,
but yeah, that's the whole, that one little piece. Like, so like, we found Jesus, and I hope we get as much off as with, like,
how much energy it sucks up to do that.
There's like 1,800.
And so a lower sear rating means that
That literally,
it doesn't mean that your AC system doesn't cool the house as well as a higher sear system.
no, because he's in
actually 15.
So he's like, he's got like a t-shirt right now.
A 15 sear system
And he's a
will
soft
cool your house just as well as a 20 or 20 plus sear system. And same cooling. The question is, a 15 sear system uses a lot more energy. About 40% more energy.
So
To make that house that cool.
Yo,
Than
man,
a 20 or 20 plus sear
So
system.
so
It's the energy consumption along the way, right? So now,
So how long is that?
why is there even a
I want to say
choice?
he's
Why not just buy the highest tier?
You know, the problem was this Wilson got died.
Maybe that's something
I
that
had
you
to worry.
need, or maybe it's something that you feel comfortable doing. Maybe it's something your budget allows you to do.
Because they
But just know
first
the higher tier systems are considerably more expensive than lower tier
at that point
systems.
they would have filed something.
And so what you need to do, you need to get online, but first you talk to your HVAC contractor, make sure you're getting straight from them about this, because they're going to show you the pricing.
So I wrote a letter.
And you also need to get online and look at sear
Then we waited.
calculators.
So now it's 6 months
Area, there's a ton of them out there.
And it was like,
And you'll
okay.
see, because the real question
Okay,
is,
let's go ahead and file.
assuming that your
I would
HVAC system is
So I
brand new
should
system, just like a car,
saying,
it's eventually going to wear out if it replaced. So the question is, over the life of this system, let's give it 55 years. Over the 50 years of this system, will the higher sear
read the language? It
save
specifically said this.
not enough money
So
to justify
So,
the higher
no, I
cost
know
of
too.
unit
I
upfront?
said that,
Okay.
and then they
If you're
come back and
spending
say, "Of
twice as
course,
much on an air conditioning system today, then you need to know whether or not that high sear air conditioning system is going to save you at least that much money over the next 15 years. This is why still
What about this?
the majority of air conditioning
all of
systems
these
that are sold
emails
in the state of California are just
and they're talking about
are lower
and
sear because they're more affordable, like today. Because most of us are concerned about how much money is in our wallet.
So the judge
And
saw that.
yes, they are going to cost a little bit more to run over the next 10
And then immediately
years.
they came back.
But
You're on.
can we afford to pay a little bit higher
Mr.
on our
Cox's
energy bill
sent us by
monthly
one level.
for years instead of dropping a ton of cash for today? So that's why SEER becomes an issue. SEER is an issue simply because
So we want to buy 2018.
and the year question of whether you got
And like, so it's one
whether you got a rent. All right.
I got it, and we had
That's
just
AC.
enough time. So the
That's a
judge
good
got something
foundation
say 8
for understanding
I don't
AC. Okay.
The judge
Now,
typically could have just
turn
gone
to the conversation.
and said, yeah, okay, 18 months. They Cox was bitching and moaning. They agreed to give her something.
Ground level
Done, that's done. And go, I'm done.
approach.
So
The kinds
immediately, as
of
soon as this
decisions
thing came in,
that
I
you're
get
being
it
asked
at like
to make.
5
Things
o'clock.
like,
Right after 4.
what the heck
I
are
get it at 5
why
o'clock.
are they
Now,
replacing
I'm
gas
holy
turbines?
shit.
Are
I
they as good?
go to
Should I
Frank.
consider a heat pump instead of gas
Frank, this is what I got.
If I'm going with a
Okay,
gas
give me
furnace,
so
I
and
know
so.
I need a new AC unit. Why are they telling me I need a
Give
new
me Johnson.
one? My furnace works just fine. My
Get a
AC
such and
is
such
just
uniform, and I'm like,
right.
oh, yeah, I'm
And
running around getting stuff. He writes up a little motion
talk about
saying
things. Start
he wants
with this.
this.
Why is my choice of HVAC installer so very brand. We're going to do all of this in the conversation. But stop back for a break. It's time to go to the phone. Your call's up next.
So now the judge is
sharp. The house was
the hardest thing is getting actual election. Now you open up the door. Yeah, you open up the door. And so sure enough, type it up, it's in the mail. So it's like, they don't
Shots are fired in exposition. Obviously, when police officer KMI 24-hour newsroom, a suspect in the shooting is now in custody. LAPD says 2 officers inside the Southwest gang detail were near 39th Place in Western Ave yesterday afternoon attempting to question a suspect. Police chief Jim McDonald says the suspect fired a gun hitting one of the officers. The suspect ran was a short purpose. Rounds at our officers. So one of our officers was shot. The other officer trying to fire. And additional unit responded and assisted in arresting the thereafter. The chief says that suspect will likely now face a charge of attempting to murder a police officer. The injured officer, who's not identified, is reportedly in serious but stable condition. Fire crews are gaining ground on California's largest wildfire of the season. Cal Fire says the wildfire is now 3% contained and has burned almost 80,000 acres. They say more than 1,300 firefighters are on the scene with numerous air tankers from flying fire suppression missions. The fires prompted highway closures in San Luis Obispo County, along with evacuation orders and warnings. This holiday weekend, federal agents arrested more immigrants as part of ongoing raids that have rounded up more than 1,600 people for deportation in Southern California. ICE agents wearing bulletproof vests attempted to set upon car wash in West Hollywood Friday. This man told NBC4LA his father, who worked at the car wash for nearly 3 decades, is now missing.
You've got somebody ill. He's doing your talk. Yeah. It's called she's like, that's crazy. So she ends up saying, look, you don't know what happened. You were at trying to find out what's going on. He's not a criminal. He wasn't doing anything.
Reports saying 2 others who worked at the car wash for decades were detained. NBC reports the number of migrants taken into custody by federal agents in the last 6 months is estimated at more than 55,000 people. The remains of 7 bodies have been recovered after an explosion at a fireworks warehouse up near Sacramento. Officials in Yolo County said that happened last Tuesday in rural Esparto, 40 miles west of Sacramento. It's since been revealed the devastating pyrotechnics warehouse is not permitted to house fireworks. Reports say the property belongs to a Yolo County Sheriff's Lieutenant. Sunny weather for KMI, partly to mostly sunny today with highs in the mid to upper 80s, closer to 90 in the IE. Cleared, partly cloudy overnight today. Most down near 60. We'll see some clouds in the morning Monday that'll give way to mostly sunny skies by the afternoon with highs in the low to mid 80s. It's 72 in Paramount, 73 in San Pedro, 72 in Inglewood, 73 in Yorba Linda. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, livestock.com. We've got an accident in Corona on the 71.
It was on the Connector Road, 71 southbound transition to the 91 eastbound. Good news is all the crash cleared off this Connector Road. A pickup truck crashed into the center line of median here on the transition road. South 71 though is slow, very slow. What happened down to the 91? The 91 is not connected, but not all that far from here. Always up to 91 eastbound. Wants to fight for you. That should be a clearing off the right and shoulders for an electric vehicle. Now, the 4th of July weekend, we're getting the North right end. Well, we also put a boulevard in the 105 right lane shut down for guardrail repairs until 2:30 this afternoon. And that's around, I don't know if it was before, after direction of the west end. It's a good ride from San Pedro up to South Pasadena. Onto the west side, 405 northbound before the 10, and 3 vehicle accidents in the right-hand lane. And understand there may be a second crash at the same location. I got the light over the city. With Southern California, and then I'm back to the and they keep the shit straight. You can refund in your gut. According to Time Magazine, investors have predicted the 2008 crash. See another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To the expectation, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and is outperforming stocks 3-1.
They're juggling assets
with the greatest growth potential. There's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer. CEO Sil DiGiovanni is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. Over 35 years, Zeus coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. Even featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. If you want to watch
No, this was just a
award-winning documentary, Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800, 800-711-2800.
and I used to fuck with him. I don't know why.
And I drive a
Beat
TRD,
my ass.
TRD.
Like, you know what I'm saying? I told you guys, I told you this before.
That's not love.
Toyota makes the vehicles. You
I
make
kind of
yours.
realized, like,
Most of it is already stocked because it's just beautiful as is. So I started with the carbon fiber steering wheel. That worked. So it's just made it that much better.
and be miserable. Well, you can
Modified by Toyota and
do
local
this shit.
Toyota dealer. We're part of leading accessory brands like ARB, Fox, Rigid, Rhino, and more, so you can customize with confidence.
So,
I love the car seats.
so yeah,
I see it anywhere.
like the section
Truck
members
coffees.
can go.
Once I'm in that car, it's just like beautiful. Every
They can't
time.
go certain places.
From custom wheels to lighting upgrades, modify your Toyota at your local Toyota dealer just the
So
way you
the
want.
guy, this guy, I
Guaranteed
think,
custom work. Or
really,
shop online at toyota.com/accessories. We make it easy.
I just got my halfway house, by the way. That's the thing.
I'm Dr. Wendy Walsh. Do you think you're
So
undateable?
some guy would come in and
No,
sit and go,
you're not. Everyone has the potential to learn the skills of love that I'm here to teach you. Professor Walsh.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI 8644, stimulating talk.
instead, he would say,
During a long weekend,
Yeah, I don't
Casey
think
Kasem and Classic American Top 40.
and everyone's like,
Welcome to American Top 40. My name's
yeah,
Casey Kasem.
but yeah,
Here comes our special year end.
It's every year on Countdown Skateboarder and commercial free, plus the very first AT40 show from July 4th, 1970.
I know where you're not going is where, like, anywhere near it.
Just open the free iPhone app,
Daycare
search
or
Classic AT40, and you can raise that down.
I would always say,
One radio free.
right?
Number 7 so good. KFI AM
We're watching
640.
TV, we're sitting there, and this chick comes up, and she's like, and he goes, you didn't know what to do with that, would you? And I'm like, is that a chance it didn't happen to you? And he said, he said, I want to fuck someone, knock your ass out from here. I said, shit. I said, I'm a little bit young for you. I said, plus I have my high school diploma. Jumps up and I'm just smashing right away. Fucking knocked me out of my fucking chair. Like, I thought someone would walk in, you know, you walk in a chair. I thought somebody would drop their chair. That's how, like, I didn't expect it. So I jump on my chair. He's like screaming at each other. He stands off. And I turn to one of the guys, I sit down. And one of the guys in there,
The House Whisperer, custom home builder, custom home designer,
and he goes, like, and that's how quickly it goes
better
back.
understanding that place.
That quick, not walking around, not pouting, not fucking
Today,
anything.
it's always an honor and a
Not none of
privilege
that shit.
to spend time with you talking about that wall place, the whole shop.
You know what I'm saying? Like you just deal with it. You keep on roll, buddy.
So, we're talking about
So I'm watching it.
the summertime here. The temps are arriving. So it's time to for a little primer on HVAC. Get you some understanding of where things are. There have been a lot of changes. It is one of those areas of technology that is very high tech, and I'm really doing my best to avoid
Just before Mother's
burying
Day,
you in a lot of technical mumbo
like
jumbo
that Monday.
that just doesn't actually, mean a whole lot to you. And also just basically
Like a guard
explain
seat.
how your system works, because you should have a basic understanding.
And so
of how
I
your
made it.
system
This is how
works.
we fucking.
But you don't have to remember all the numbers and data and all of this. I just want to give you that.
They had like 5 or 6 compounds. There was only 4 guys in the room. Steve, Billy, like 2 other guys.
That's what we're talking about.
There were like 5 or 6 compounds.
Turn to that conversation.
SIS.
But here we are in the
Hey,
second
the
hour.
Cox
Which means
and Billy
it's
were
time to
fighting.
go to the phones.
And so at the end, after
Calls,
4 o'clock,
it
they
can be
called
about
both of them
anything.
into the garden.
Let's get to it.
Into
I want to
the
talk
office.
to Hey Lou, welcome
I'm
home.
like, yeah, what's up? Now, like, I'm trying to look sideways. No. All right, Cox, what happened? We understand there was a fight. And I no. Don't say fight. Salt. fight makes it seem like I fought back. I was insulted. This is insulting. Billy's right there. Billy's like, motherfucker. I'm like, what? Like, if you think I got, you just hit me in the fucking head. You think I'm what? I'm gonna not say something? No. Anybody needs to go to shit. This one.
And I played
I would go
aerator on
I ended up having to watch
in the bathroom. And then that
Billy
one
went to me after shoot. I went to the pinch.
So what I would like to know is most of the
Like I listened the whole way there. As I'm coming into the place, they just I'm telling like every daughter went like, hey, you can't believe it.
I don't know if
We got your own cell. We got you some books. They took care of you at least. Oh yeah, like the guys like the guards.
brand of the faucet.
Right.
Like as you go down,
Because they're dealing with fucking.
because they can get worse.
Okay, so you're talking, are you asking about replacing the faucet itself?
No, that's way beyond my
Yeah, they're
pay scale. Just the Y connector.
don't hit the button. Just
Okay.
You know what I mean when I say the Y connector? Because
No, I want to understand it better because normally underneath the sink there are two ankle stops.
It was like Ajax
valves
Suicide.
They call it Ajax. Is that a problem?
and then those valves have hoses that lead up to the faucet, one for the hot and one for the
The cop was totally
why
cool.
go
I was there like
You're
a
talking
day.
about where are you seeing that?
it goes into the area where the hot and cold come out, but it goes into the middle. It goes into
Like,
where it looks like
like
that.
this is how they're is handcuffed behind their back, shackled, their legs
I don't
shackled,
know. It looks
and
like
a
a
chain
Y.
between them,
Uh,
walking around
Like Wes Watson.
worse. Like just
not a
like guys like that.
Got it on
Completely
one
tattooed
other
down. Like these are guys like in the you can see the rep
in my
inside
another
the
sink
scrapyard.
in my
See
house,
if you go
but everything else is
and I'm looking at these guys. That's how I'm like, you can't put me in one of these.
Yeah, that's
Cannot put me in these.
well,
Not good. That's good. They almost laugh.
I'm
Like
not exactly
they're
sure
like,
why that unit is there
we would
underneath the why they can't even
live with them.
your faucets have a
Might
hot
as well just take you out back and execute you.
Right.
even if the faucet up top
Yeah.
is what they call a mixer valve, which means it's
Then
just
you're
one
out.
lever that then you spin
The
out.
way that you
Mixes up. Either way, the faucet itself
the way that you
has a
fucking
separate feed
the
for
way
hot
that you recount it and like how animated you are is so fucking hilarious.
right into the wall to those ankles to the hot and cold ankle stuff. So whatever
They
that
only
device is,
I
I
would, but I need to have a balance. I need to have somebody.
water
Wes,
lines splitting it.
I don't know, guys. Because here's that guy.
Bring Big Mike.
Oh yeah, we can bring
Right.
him.
I
We can bring him.
really understand the purpose of it.
Actually, the thing is like I've seen Wes Watson. I've seen
They'll have Big Mike pat him down for him to make sure he's not.
You know, it's like that was the big thing that bothers me. I say it's like this is normal. Like Wes Watson cannot behave like this is normal.
So I really
He's probably like the most like person in your life. Just like
I think
But I
a super happy guy.
I had a guy come around
to take a look at it.
and
And
said he works out at the same
what the
gym.
situation is with that, why the handy person
He works out at the
that
same gym.
in.
Watson.
I don't know what the goal was for that, unless
And he
part
said
of
he
the
was
faucet
always
is broken and they're trying to limit the
Calls
loss.
him
But yeah,
calls
do
him
not
every.
need that. And
He's like a
one
guy
of
will
the
show
things,
up like
and
5
if
minutes
it's
late,
leaking,
and
especially
he'll go.
if it's leaking, much of the aerator on the faucet, because even a little bit more back pressure is causing that thing to leak. It doesn't sound like it's installed properly. But
You know, one guy
generally speaking,
it's
unless there's some
bizarre
bizarre overriding condition
other
under the
guys
sink
the other guy,
that I'm not aware
but
of,
maybe
whether
he's
why
playing
it's
the
being
character for
used
them.
to split cold
Right,
line off
maybe it's
towards the toilet
Yes.
or another
So I can
fixture.
imagine.
Whatever the case may be,
But
two ankle stops, two valves under the sink, hot and cold. Those valves need separate hoses to connect to the faucet, whether those are separating connections or they're right next to each other on a mixer faucet. Either way, that's the setup. You've got someone
That's the worst.
It's the worst.
plumber
It's the
take a
worst.
look at it. And,
Yeah.
figure it out because it sounds like somebody's steering the wrong direction. Yeah, obviously.
Asking questions about you and then presented halfway through.
All right, my friends.
Hey, remember this guy?
Just like in episode of Jerry Springer.
The house was
Bro, you have is that guy Ron Wilson still alive?
Yeah, he's the
Right.
first one.
Right.
Just
Right.
write him a letter.
Right.
Get a letter from him. Let's see what he says. You know what he looks like in the letter? You should show a picture of him. Oh, he's all over. They have videos of him. It was on American Green. Was he really? Yes. He did 50-some million. 57. How do you spell his name? Ron. It is Ron. With an R.
The Dodgers host the Houston Astros this afternoon. Super Beans and the
Ron Wilson.
No, I wasn't later this morning to find heavier than usual delays at Dodger Stadium, as well as on the surface.
What's going on there?
Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Mike Morris.
Nobody knows.
Summer is here.
Nobody
Friends
knows.
and family
I'm thinking
started
CIA.
showing up in my backyard.
At this
Really?
point, no, I'm saying at this point, nobody can find out.
This year, thanks to Eco LA, my
Yeah, it's
favorite
usually public record.
in Southern
Right, they
California.
have so many not either charged or
Mosquitoes, which I hate. They're the most
like they try
dangerous
to
and flat out
try to
annoying
handle
animal
them
on the planet.
but in
Most
violation
pest
of
control
so
companies
many
have no idea how to handle mosquitoes. Citronella candles, no, they barely make it
that's
in.
it, right? Like that's after this is him after he got picked up and left home.
Repellent just to go outside.
So yeah. This is after
Eco LA, the pioneer of safe, effective pest control, has solved the problem. And like everything they do, that solution is safe.
It's magic.
Safe
Started
to show
with
your pets and plants is just not safe for the mosquitoes. Thanks to Eco LA, my backyard, all mosquito free this summer, and yours can be too. Make summer mosquitoes a thing of the past. Call Eco LA. Call them today at 888-422-1717. 888-422-1717, or find them on the web. Eco LA Pest Control, your summer mosquito solution.
Enjoy the long weekend with Casey Kasem and Classic American Top 40.
Hello again, and welcome to American Top 40. My name's Casey Kasem, and here comes our special year-end survey.
All weekend, it's every year-end countdown in order and commercial-free, plus the very first AT40 show from July 4th, 1970.
I'm Casey Kasem with the #1 song of the year.
Just open the free iHeart app, search Classic AT40, and make it a preset now. iHeartRadio Earth is here with a new way to enjoy our beautiful planet. Energy consumption is a primary contributor to a changing climate, producing around 27% of greenhouse gases in the United States. Save money and energy at home by turning off your computer completely before you go to bed. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Cavalry on the studio that brought you the devil within, and the show True Crime Podcast.
The local sheriff believes there may be more than one killer. It's been 4 days since those bodies were found, and there's no arrest as of this morning.
They were afraid to space out in that area. Join host David Rabbi as he explores one fateful night and descended on a small town.
Killed 8 members of an Ohio family in a pre-planned execution.
It was a night of horror that shocked the country with its brutality and its mystery. Who could commit such horrible crimes, and why?
The family was targeted, most of them targeted while they were sleeping.
Whoever that is, so the family. Because they were too dumb to ever eat you up. Did they have secrets that could lead someone to want them dead? Were they innocent victims, or something in between? Ultimately, this is a story about family and loss, hope for redemption under the big moon. Big Moon Murders is available on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
Fucking up, dude. We're in. Wow. Episode 309, 30 whatever. Doesn't even
Damn,
matter.
your eye is fucked up.
I got peppermint oil in my fucking eye, dude.
You got Lena Dunham's on the brain, dude.
Fucking Lemaire's leaving us for Lena Dunham's.
Lemaire's a Lena Dunham's writer. It's just like, I wrote a brunch scene. Fucking Lena Dunham's must have loved it, dude.
Dude, I can't believe Lena Dunham is your boss.
Lena Dunham.
Oh, man. Damn, dude.
You're sponsored now, that peppermint's in there. Leaving it out, let the people say, hey, you got peppermint. Man, I brought like peppermint smelling salt.
Oh, yes, peppermint oil.
Does that come with your fucking crystals?
So, no.
Start giving you oils and crystals?
So, here's what happened.
Wait till you get into astrology, dude.
I've been into astrology, dude.
Astrology? What's wrong with you, dude? You got Duncan on the brain.
I have peppermint oil in my eyes, dude. It burns. So I started reading the book Breathe. But you know the guy who was on Rogan's podcast? My eyes would be like, have Cyclops eye the whole podcast. So the guy Breathe who was on Rogan's podcast.
Yeah.
I started reading his audiobook.
You're all about breathing.
Life changing, dude.
You gotta clear up the nasal.
Not just nose breathing specifically.
Yeah.
How's your nose breathing? So I have a new. How's your? What's that deviated at?
Deviated rough, dude.
You hear this airflow? That's probably about. I probably got 70% blockage right there. I was at 80. So my new quest right now is I'm going to cure my deviated septum without a septoplasty.
How? Just sniffing oils?
Well, there's a couple things. I'm going to do this helps. This helps me just do nose
It's on the
breathing.
front of my nose right now.
Yeah,
It kind of burns, dude. The shit sucks.
That was good for you, dude. You got a deviated, dude. Are you nose breathing all the time, all day, every day?
No. Rarely.
Good luck.
Rarely, yeah.
I've been like about
Big fat mouth breather, dude.
I've been 4 or 5 days straight, dude. It's just disease. You should know from researching the Native Americans. That was the Native American secret. They were nose breathers. They
did well against disease.
Well, they didn't have it until a bunch of mouth breathers came in and fouled up the whole scene.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude,
and they got chlamydia. Chlamydia ran through them, dude.
You can't blame them. Happens to the best.
True.
Happens to the best and most noble. But no, that's how I'm gonna get on Gaia. I'm gonna cure my deviated septum.
You got me fired up on
just
Native
by
Americans,
breathing.
dude. You should have mentioned it. I forgot about Native Americans. I am like a fucking glove on the spectrum date. I'm on dates like, have you heard of the Comanche? Did you know they were bad?
That show I've decided is that French dish where you have to like put a napkin over your head while you're trying to like eat a bird. You have to hide from God. That's that French dish.
Me and Phil watched it. I showed it to Phil.
Dude, I put a towel over my head and I just watch how I pretend I'm just like laundry on my couch. I'm like,
Yeah, Phil watched it. It was like, oh. Well, that's how that show's on my back. Oh.
That's the thing. I watch that show and I go back and forth between being like, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen, like wanting to cry. Then they interview their dad, and their dad's like, you've come a long way. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it's a sad.
And then they like just say something ridiculous on a date. He's like, I'm waiting patiently. And you're like, did you see that?
Was that the kid on that?
That was my thing. I've been so
hibachi.
Yeah, we were at the hibachi and she busts out the Nintendo GameCube and she was like, I hate waiting. And he was like, I'm waiting patiently. It was like, dude, I was in the shower just saying that to myself. I don't know what made me laugh about that.
He got up and did a fucking testimonial like during the date. He got up and walked over to the camera and was just like, well, she doesn't like anime. This thing's not going great. She was like, I like anime. Just directly in front of her.
Dude, that's fucking arm. I'm telling you, man. Sorry that arm's acting.
It bothers me.
Dude, so I've been just breathing through my nose at nighttime. In order to do it, you got to put tape on your mouth. Dude, I woke up. They say it first couple of nights.
You're taking like edgy comic headshots at night. Like put like tape over your mouth, like caution, dude. Who knows what's coming out? I can say anything. Nerders. turns out that was the bad one. Yeah.
First couple nights are scary. You wake up and you're like, because it gets blocked up at nighttime, and you just wake up and you're just like, it's popping, dude. I've made it longer every night. I'm telling you, I'm gonna cure. I already went to a what the fuck's it called? An otolaryngologist, something like an ear, nose, and throat guy.
Yeah.
They told me I was at an 80% blockage. You hear me right now. I don't sound like I'm at. I sound like I'm at maybe 65.
Yeah.
Maybe 70.
Great.
That's air coming in. I used to not be able to get air. I've so far, I think I've given myself 15% less. I think I've reduced from peppermint, from strictly nose breathing. Because, dude, if you're nose breathing all day, every day, like water will erode like rocks. So if you're just bringing in like little water particles all day, every day, it'll push that little sucker back.
Who told you that? Because that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No, dude, I breathe nose all day long.
You think moisture air molecules are gonna
it rearranges
erode your nose?
If you just nose breathe, it rearranges your whole facial structure. So I'm telling you, I'm gonna get myself down. I think to like 50% obstruction. Have the ear, nose, and throat guy put it on the record, and then I'll be like, all right, go ahead with the rest of the rhinoplasty.
You want to do it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I could do it myself, but at this point, it's like I'll get to 50 just approved, just to get on Gaia. And once I get on Gaia, I'll be Joe Dispenza. What's up, bro?
So you're gonna go on Gaia to talk to. You think you need your nose reconstructed?
You need a miracle. Yeah, you need to have like a miracle under your belt before you write your book. Like heal yourself with your brain. The one guy actually like became paraplegic and he can walk again. But if I kind of edge in on the deviated septum market, it was just like,
what did he get paraplegic from?
I think he just got whacked by a car. Like he was like fucked up.
Dude, there was a player from Penn State who got paralyzed against Ohio State. And then they were like, he'll never walk again. And then he ran the team out of the tunnel the next season, or like 2 seasons. But they played Miami that day and just got beat by like 50. So they had this like real inspirational moment of him running out. And then the U just fucked them up. Fun times.
At least he still could play.
He couldn't play. He could barely. No, he couldn't
walk.
So
he kind of
he hobbled out.
I thought he like played. He got smashed.
No.
Give him a fucking break, dude. He did.
He used to play. He was pretty good.
So he just like
came in with his head down against Ohio State, and then he rooted. Yeah, and then he led the team more radio-esque. Yeah. More of a radio. Gotcha. Because Rudy could play.
True. So they were like, we'll get up by like 40 and then put him in at the end, and like everyone will hoist him on our shoulders. And
no. There was no. There was no. He didn't play again. He led the team out the next season.
So he walked,
just jogging out.
I hear you saying.
Display. He wasn't in pads.
It was a miracle.
It was a miracle, but then they got fucking.
Then they got crushed.
So it kind of ruined the.
Yeah.
Especially because then you rewatch it and he like hobbles out, fucked up.
Yeah.
And then they just get smoked. Anyway.
Yeah, that's kind of fucked up on his teammates to lose that one for him.
Yeah.
I would have fought extra hard.
You have to fight
I would
extra
have dug it out, dude. If you got fucking hobbled up, you podcasting my ass off, dude. Just fucking. You Hawkins out. I had to do this whole thing. I would never lose, dude. He's dead, right?
Black people are lazy.
Man.
But yeah, there's sick Native American facts now that got me fired up.
What'd you get fired up?
Also, common misconception that they had cool names.
Don't take that from me,
bro. You know, they do have some cool names like Crazy Horse, shit like that. There was also guys like Peanuts and Stink and Erection that never goes down.
That's actually pretty cool.
This white lady she got taken, and then she had 3 kids, and their names were Stink and Peanut. They're like, here's my awesome warrior, Stink, and his brother, Peanuts.
It makes sense, though. They would have like white trash nicknames.
Yeah. They basically, you got like Rock and Park names.
Did you really?
You know what I mean? Like, so they would just give you a name, you do something wild, and they just name you. Like, so some lady got abducted and then had diarrhea the whole way because they fed her like buffalo, like raw. They gave her like a buffalo's like heart to eat, to munch on during the journey, and she just diarrheaed the whole way. So her name was like Diarrhea.
That makes sense. I don't think they were working with like a robust vocabulary either.
No.
So it was just like crazy horse, stink, fart, boner. It was like it's like being Irish and being like John, Lou.
For real, yeah. There's like 5 names.
There's 5 names. There's stink, boner, diarrhea, and then you were the chief, and you're like, all right, I call
Change my name.
Super Crazy Man. I'm Thundercat. Sydney read that book. Sydney was talking.
Really?
Oh, he was like all over that, dude. He was
Book rules.
Yeah, he was saying, like, he's like, you got to do it. It's like, oh, I will after I fucking heal myself from breathing. Dude, this book it's awesome, man. Breathe. I can't recommend it enough. So apparently the inside of your nose is made out of dick. It's the same type of skin as your dick. So it expands, contracts, like when you're aroused. That's why women's typically, their nose, their nasal, their nostrils flare. If a woman gets like kind of turned on, her nose goes, exactly, dude, stop it. Fucking, dude, you're going to get a boner if you keep doing that. It's literally made out of dick skin. So your nose like contracts and expands with your arousal.
Isn't your nose made out of cartilage?
I'm talking about the inner stuff.
Yeah, it's just dick skin.
It's the same type of material as this.
What are your eyelids made out of? That feels like dick skin. You know what I mean?
It's ball sack. It's all ball sack. Eyelids are all ball sack, dude.
Fuck yeah.
But yeah, dude, I'm going for it. I'm gonna get rechecked out because I know I got 80%. I'll probably clock in around 70. I also every now and again I put my finger on my
before the podcast, Matt was like, "This is gonna be the best episode ever."
It is.
He just hits me with rhinoplasty.
Dude, I'm telling you.
He's like, "Yo, I got this."
Dude. That's a fucking miracle. I brought a miracle. You're the Miami Hurricanes, dude. I'm a miracle.
You're Sebastian Telefero. I think that was his name.
So then the other thing I do is, so I just strictly nose breathe, and it's been feeling a lot better. Every now and again, Brady doesn't like it. I'll put my finger like this. I'll feel the deviation.
You can feel it. Mine's marked in.
Just a push. Feel it moving. Get some air up there, dude. Pretty tight. People are gonna think we're just doing a bunch of coke. We're not. We're smelling peppermint. I got punched in the nose a bunch of times.
Really? You think that's what did it?
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why I have it.
It's a bunch of stuff.
I've been hitting the nose a bunch, I guess.
Yeah. Probably football, dude. Use a face mask.
Not just. I've been punched in the nose.
Think about all the time your eyes water if we get hit in the nose.
Oh, basketballs. Oh, that was the worst.
Deviation, dude.
God, especially when you got shitty hands. Just stand there, straight through your hands into the fucking face. Then you cry. You have to cry.
Yeah, or
you get hit in the nose. You have to cry.
It's like a silent cry timeout. You're like,
get all your friends see you crying. Oh man.
Everyone played like organized ball.
What do you mean?
I played like CYO.
Yeah, it's what
basketball. I thought you were talking about like street basketball.
No, you're friends.
I just played CYO.
I was friends with my teammates.
I was more organized.
I was more friends with my teammates.
Were you really?
Yeah, dude.
What was the highest level of basketball you played?
I quit after freshman year. I played freshman. Played freshman ball and then focused strictly on football.
Yeah, I tried out
and track.
Sophomore ball and got cut, so I played at a higher level. I feel like.
Oh no, I did play CYO like my junior and senior year. Just fucking around.
Oh, for sure.
Like fucking around CYO. Yeah, those are the days, dude.
Dude, playing CYO high school basketball.
CYO was so cool.
That might be some of the best ball you can play.
It's the funniest
like
ball.
Catholic League CYO.
Yeah, all the kids that weren't good enough to play on the team, but we're all dickheads and friends. Dude, we would beat the fuck out of some team. I remember some of my friends were very good, and they would like do ruck apart, like they would throw the ball off people's foreheads and shit, and like start fights with the other parents. Yeah, we used to play a game after. We used to play a game. We'd turn the lights off in the locker room and throw sneakers at each other as hard as we could, but we'd all make a deal to just throw them at one kid that we didn't like. So we turned the lights off and everyone just belted this fucking kid. Yeah, fun times.
That's what sports are all about. The whole point of sports is to like psychologically torture somebody.
Yeah, just find
one person.
Find one kid whose parents are like making him play.
Yeah,
and just getting his ass.
Yeah, we had a homeschooler on our baseball team. Oh.
Disgusting.
8th grade. Well, now it's going to be the norm. Everyone's going to be weird as fuck.
Yeah, true.
This dude was a homeschooler. I don't know what the fuck his parents were thinking. They entered him into the school system at like 7th, 8th grade. It was fucking chump, dude. People were like, oh. You just like would see him walk, and you're like, "What the fuck is up with that kid?" Like, I have to throw something at this kid just to see what's going on with him.
They put him in 7th and 8th grade,
dude. He like
right when he was coming.
Dude, he came in with like a Dr. Seuss nerd walk, and everyone was like, "What the fuck is this?" It was to the point a hit list was made. This was like an extreme bully situation. I mean, dude, he was on a baseball team. So you were just like, dude, people were woofing balls. Like, you'd be on first base. Like, you'd be a shortstop and you basically pitch. He made a hit list? He made a hit list, yeah. I was number 3.
You were on the hit list?
I was number 3.
Nice, man.
I made 3rd.
That's good.
3rd on his hit list.
In elementary school, in middle school, they wrote an article in the paper about me being a bully.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty good. That counts as like top 5 on the list. I got publication, dude. I've only ever gotten negative press. I've only ever gotten negative press. Well, there was a kid that used to get on our bus, and I used to call him Arthur, because he had an Arthur book bag. I was being nice to the fucking kid.
That's not bad.
I didn't think it was mean, but I guess the kid was tortured by it, dude. He was tormented by being called Arthur. And one day I had the principal call me to the office and had like a sit down, and like I had to talk to the kid. I think I talked to the kid's parents. And then like the next month in the school newsletter, it was like bullying handled. And they wrote an article about it.
What?
Yeah, dude. We had an 8th grader who was a real dickhead.
You gotta get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was regrettably, I was a hard bully. I was a super hard bully.
Not regret. No regret.
Up until
being a bully when you're a kid is. I mean, it's not like I was hitting kids.
Kind of born in.
Yeah, like I wasn't just my friends.
Yeah.
I was a bully the weaker.
No, I was. I had a couple of the Uyghurs, dude. In my
the Uyghurs.
I had a couple of the Uyghurs.
Who'd you get?
It wasn't even. I was never malicious. There was people that like. It was just the reactions were so funny, and it was just you couldn't stop like doing it. Of course, that was the kid who punched me in the face before biology. I was just giving him soft touches. You know, you're gonna give someone a titty twister, but you just soft touch their tits. They're like, I hit him with a soft touch, and he did like full. Like $80 an hour taekwondo on me. He used nerd karate on me, and he just struck me in the face twice. And I was
did a combo on you?
He did a combo, dude. Literally low knee punch, and I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then I realized, like, "Oh shit, I think this kid's actually upset." So then I kind of started like, "All right, dude, I'm gonna help you out," but I ended up just getting him in a fight with another kid.
Oh, all right, good. I remember this. Good. That's the sweetest revenge. That's the sweetest revenge.
No, that wasn't my.
You're crying.
I have never been my eye, dude.
Teardrops are falling from your face, dude.
That's how remorseful I am. But
Single tear.
I was actually trying to help him. Like, look, you've got to fuck this kid up. Who was actually fucking with him.
Yeah.
And he got in a fight and lost.
I think he was
fucking ass handed to him, dude. And I was like, oh shit, dude, you got it. But then someone started calling him, leaving threatening voicemails. And the principal called me down. Was like, I'm gonna expel you. We know it's you. We have you on camera at the payphone. It was just like I knew who did it. And I was like,
you did rat him out, dude.
It was a kid he fought on the bus. But yeah,
he was calling him.
He told me. And I was just like,
he's leaving a voicemail.
He was calling. This kid who ended up fighting because I actually. Then bullied that kid and was like, "Oh, that dude won. You fucking lost your pussy." So I had sigh out that. Really trying to help this kid. I just made his life just worse and worse. Because then I sigh out that kid and be like, "Yo, you lost," and told everyone like, "Yo, your fucking ass kicked by like a pretty like hard level nerd."
Here's what you are, dude. You're an energy vampire. I'm just figuring this out. I am too, dude. There's a show. You ever see the movie What We Do in the Shadows? Dude, there's a show. It's on FX. It's on Hulu now. Fucking rules. It's hilarious. It's so funny. But there's a dude who's he's an energy vampire. So the rest of them are like classic vampires, and there's one guy that just looks like a dork from an office. And the way he gets his powers, he drains you. So like he'll come in and be like, "Dilly dilly, how was your weekend?" And people are just like, it'll come back to him. He's like, but the best part is he'll just start a fight and then sit in the room next door and just be like, yes, all the negative energy. And I was like, damn, dude, I'm definitely just an energy vampire. Like, just start a fight, leave, sit there and hear screams, be like, yes.
Well, it was so funny because back then, too, I just wasn't, like, I would start a fight and just ruthlessly crush people and then be like, that was awesome. Like, that was so funny. They freaked out in my head. There was not a shred of being like, is this okay? It was just kind of like, it's great. I can't believe I got those guys to fight. Dude. But then he started calling this person's house and being like, where's your son?
So he was basically on the CD, like that one dude. Like, I'm going to fucking blow your head off.
He was calling and he'd be like, this is blah, blah, blah's parents. And he'd be like, fuck you, you fucking pussies. I'm going to kill you. He was saying, like, he was talking shit to, like, this kid's dad, like, ruthlessly from a payphone.
Oh my God, this kid's awesome.
From the school.
Is he all right? How's he turned out?
He's a rough one, dude.
He has to be rough.
That was the kid who came up to me at the South Hop and told me he was on ecstasy, and I punched him in the stomach.
Why'd you punch him?
Because I heard like you feel everything. And I'm like, yo, is it like crazy? He's like, yeah, dude. And I was like, bam, and just punched him in the stomach, and he was just like, whoa, what the fuck?
Ruined his eye.
Dude, I was thinking about what a dickhead I was. I was doing the dishes, and I was like, I had like a vivid memory of reading. I remember reading the science book and seeing Homo sapiens when I was little and being like, oh my god, she's gonna say homo in school tomorrow. And it was like waking up, you're like eating my breakfast and be like, fuck, science class is starting to finish. I remember waiting for like 24 hours and hear her say Homo sapiens and be like,
and did anyone go with you?
My cousin was definitely down. I called on the way to the bus. I'm like, yo, the teacher's going to say homo today. And he was like, get the fuck up. I'm like, dude, I read the science. They say it. Dude, I've been sitting there like, I was doing I like vividly remember that, being like stoked.
It's game day.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, this is what we play for.
You're going to say homo?
Yeah, this is game day. All that work. Now let's have fun today.
I was doing the dishes at 34, and I was like, that was hilarious. That was so funny.
Dude, I think in like third or fourth, actually fifth grade, we had somebody come in to give us like a sex ed class type thing. And I remember writing a question, so he would have to say gay. I wrote a question. I said, can boys like other boys? And he was like, now. Then he walked over to me and was like, did you write that? And I was like, yes. And he was like, I had to stay in character, dude. I had to be like, yes, I wrote it. And he was like, do you really want to know that answer? And I was like, yes. And he was like, those are called homosexuals. I had to like stay in character, like, oh, how about that? That's something you don't learn every day. Which is so funny because that dude obviously knew I was being an asshole. He just had to watch a fifth grader pretend to be like, yes. Yes. Yeah, that was the one, dude. Yes. Yes. Do you really want to know this answer? Yes.
I think I'm OD'd on peppermint.
Dude, that's crazy. It's crazy we both have that origin story. Like trying to make someone say gay. And being like, got him.
That was my whole agenda for the day. I was like, teacher's gonna say gay. I'm gonna look around, make eye contact with as many people as I can.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Man.
Not much funnier than school, dude.
Grade school is so
oh, my God. My one friend, Dusty, used to pass gas, and he would say that. He'd be like, who do you want me to pass this to? And then he would get up and fart on their desk. It would be so loud, dude. So loud. Fuck.
Oh, it's so funny. It's just so funny because as a teacher, you like clearly know whatever.
See, exactly. Yeah, he walked straight to me. It was like, did you write that question?
You also know, too, there's just like stuff going on in their house just isn't good. You're like sitting there and the guy comes in, he's like, say gay, and you're like, come on, man, what the fuck? What events have transpired to charge you up enough to get in here to try to like completely revel in the fact that I'm saying how much they need it?
Oh man, my sister was talking about your bus stop. She was laughing about it, dude. Yeah, the day that homosexual was coming, the bus stop must have been rowdy. Dude, you and your shitty hill
Well, it's
people.
also like, I read the book, you go to my brother, and I'm like, dude, what this about? He's like, yeah, dude, Homo sapiens? You're a Homo sapien. It's like, I'm not fucking Homo sapien. You never fucking know it. I'm like, fuck, dude.
Dad, am I a Homo sapien? He's like, yeah.
Fuck. I don't think my dad would even know what that was. If I was like, am I a Homo sapien? He'd be like, hey,
Son of mine.
Come on.
Goddamn
Go
Homo
sit down.
sapien.
Don't be a smart ass.
You've been hanging out with your sisters too much. Playing with the dolls.
I don't know if my dad would have known what Homo sapien. If I said Homo sapien, he would have been like, cool.
Cool, knock it off, dude. Yeah, cracking open a cold one.
This is plain self.
Doing coke and drinking. That's changed.
Please, dude.
To the audio listener.
Oh, man.
Bro, a little off topic and significantly less funny, but
please, maybe that was the beginning.
I cried the other day watching a 30 for 30 on ESPN.
What was it?
Phil was in the kitchen. Luckily, he didn't see, but I think he heard a voice crack. Oh, I think he heard a voice crack. Dude, there's a documentary. It's called 42 to 1. It was Buster Douglas beating Mike Tyson. You want to get your fucking juices flowing.
What happened?
Buster Douglas was like could have been great heavyweight. It was like he would show up out of shape. He was kind of like a bum, but he was like he could have been great. Like he was a monster, and he fought Tyson in his prime. He was the guy who beat Tyson first.
Okay.
And he was 42-1 odds. That's why it was called that. But they were like, every announcer was like, this isn't going to go past the first round, all that shit. In training, Buster Douglas's mom died like 2 weeks before, and there was just cool ass fucking moments in it where like he was talking to his mom. His mom called him before the fight and was like, don't do this. Like, he's gonna fucking, it's Mike Tyson in his prime. Like, he's killing everybody. First round knockouts every single time. Like, scary. And then Buster Douglas was on the phone with his mom. He's like, Mom, you should fucking call him. I'm gonna beat his ass. And he was like, as soon as he said that to his mom was like, he sounds like his daddy now. He's a man. And she was like going around like, my son's about to beat Tyson's ass. Like, everybody at work, all that. And she died. And then he won. He just fucked him up. Well, he didn't fuck him up. He got tagged too. It was great. I mean, it's an awesome fight. I immediately watched the fight.
Terrifying.
Yeah. Well, Tyson apparently, he didn't train as hard. He was like, it was supposed to be a tune-up fight. It was just a tune-up fight for Holyfield. Yeah. And then he got laid out. It's fucking sick. It was the first time anybody knocked him down. Damn. It was awesome. And then, in the ring after, they're like, how do you feel? He's like, this is for my mom. And I was just like,
Rocky, basically. Yeah, man. That's
just got hit hard. And Phil was like, what are you watching? I was like, it's called 42-1. He was one of those. Had to hide it.
That's the only thing.
He was like, Buster Douglas, he's a bitch. Stop. That was it.
He was probably like crying, eating bologna. He's a bitch.
I'll tell you what, he's a bitch. He says that as a compliment. It's like tough. Speaking of a bitch, Tibble.
What happened?
Tibble's a bitch, dude. My cat.
What's he doing?
He's an apex predator, dude. So I was watching. No, but he went toe-to-toe with a fox. I was watching TV. It was like 12:30. Everyone's in bed. All of a sudden, I hear a scream from the backyard. This is 2 nights ago. What? Like screaming. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And I was like, oh, that's definitely a fox. Like, I could tell it was a fox. And I was like, oh shit, Tibble's outside. So I got like nervous, grabbed a big flashlight, and I was like, I'm gonna have to beat a fox to death. Like, I was mentally prepared. I was shoeless, ran in the backyard. I was just like, I'm just gonna have to beat a dog to death right now. Which is a weird mind space to get in. Like, it is a weird space to be walking out. Like I was the adrenaline. I was like, here we go. But Tibble was just staring him down, dude. Didn't care less. Fox couldn't care less. The fox was probably like 5 yards, 10 yards away, just like kind of moving back and forth, like screaming at him. Tibble was just sitting there, like, what are you gonna do, bro? What are you gonna do? So then I pick up Tibble, and I'm like, not running, but like walking fast, looking backwards. I don't want to get bit by a fox.
I'll dip your ankle.
Yeah, that sucked. And then as soon as I put Tibble down in the house, he just started eating. Didn't give a shit. I put him down. He walked straight to his food and started eating. I was like, dude, you are a monster.
Holy fuck.
He didn't care.
That's a fair fight. Him versus a fox.
Yeah, he's big. And he's got his claws. He's a mean little fucker.
That's a fair fight.
I've done it before. I've walked outside and he got fucked up before.
By what?
I don't know what it was. Probably a fox.
Like coyote.
Or a raccoon. Something big.
Raccoon will give him the business, dude.
Something fucked him up. Like, fucked his legs up. And he shit himself. When they're running away, cats will shit themselves. So I picked him up. He was covered in blood and shit. Yeah, but this time, not a scratch on him, dude. He literally just sat in the grass, stared at a fox. Couldn't have been prouder of my guy.
He's gonna be terrifying at night too. He's jet black. So the fox probably just saw glowing eyes and was like, "Fuck, man."
That's the Prince of Cats, dude. It's a big night.
That's big, dude. So that was after 41 and 2.
42 and 1. Yeah. It was a big couple of days. Phil had to do that once.
What?
Tibble got in a fight in the front yard with another cat. So it was like, 5, 6 in the morning. You just hear 2 cats screaming. Phil ran down in his whitey tighties. It's like 6 a.m. So people are like walking out to get the newspaper and shit. Bunch of school buses. Phil was out in just his whitey tighties and a fishing rod, swinging at the cats. He grabbed the fishing rod from the closet that was right by the door and just started whipping cats. Yeah, man. It's a strong tradition of the Gillis family, too.
Cat whipping?
If your cat's in a fight, you gotta jump in, dude.
Oh my God.
I was ready to strangle a fox.
You have to, man. You got to.
That would suck.
We have a possum on the loose, and I mean, it like threw a chain link fence and stared down my dog.
I love possums.
They're fucking nasty.
No, they're funny.
Ugh. They're disgusting.
They are. They're ugly, but I'm a fan.
They're hellish. I saw it skittering around the other day. I was walking home. Brittany called me like the possum's back in the backyard.
Yeah. Funny. Oh, do you have like a garden or anything?
No, but there's like a ton of there's like a little alley that links a bunch of yards, so it kind of just scoots around. But I saw that possum running across the street, and I was like, ugh.
You didn't like it?
Nasty little.
I'm a fan of it. Did I tell you what my roommate did to a possum?
What?
He murdered one. Okay. It was in his parents' garden.
Yeah.
But it turns out possums mostly help you.
What do they do?
They mostly eat like the rodents and shit, and like
do they really?
bugs that would eat like tomatoes and shit.
Do they really?
Yeah. So the possum was helping this guy's garden, and my friend he captured it in a cage and wanted to kill it.
Yeah.
So he caught it in a trap, and the way he killed it was he put it in a rain barrel. He did your method, dude.
What's a rain barrel? He drowned it?
Yeah, he tried to drown it, so he dipped the cage in, and he has pictures of this.
He gave it the dunk tank.
He dunked this possum. He pulled it out after like 5 minutes, and the possum was hanging on still alive. So he went and got a railroad spike.
Through the cage? Through the cage?
Yes. And he was showing me this shit. I was like, dude, you're a serial killer. Like, I don't like this.
Defending the garden, dude.
It's like in his 30s out back drowning a possum.
Yeah, dude.
Stabbing it.
My brother might get into getting like meat chickens.
Yeah.
He was talking about getting some meat chickens.
Oh, you're going to have some battles, dude.
They already have a couple chickens, but he was saying like getting them and fucking snapping their necks and shit. And I was like, it's a nice stress reliever. Go outside. I go, I'll pick this one.
Fucking shut the fuck up. Oh, man.
I don't want to go to the fucking mall.
Just break it. Remember the Ginty joke?
What?
Ginty had a great chicken joke. He was on a date with, he was dating this Mexican chick, and she was telling him how they kill the chickens in Mexico is just swing them. So he grabbed by the head and just fucking swing around. And I don't know, his bit was like, talking about eating Mexican chickens and then being like, oh, is this free range? He's like, oh, they're fucking everywhere. They're in the streets. And he's like, was it cruel for you? He's like, I don't know. How do you feel about swinging? Shout out Ginty, dude. R.I.P. Where's he been?
I don't know. Shacked up somewhere.
Yeah.
He's an elite, isn't he?
Ginty?
He's an elite.
I don't know if he's an elite. He might be an elite.
He's an elite. I think he's probably shacked up.
Remember his hidden MAGA hat? He was wearing a black hat that was like embroidered the MAGA on the side that you couldn't like hardly see.
I never knew if he was fucking around or
he was serious. He went to the mall and got that made. Custom. Speaking of, dude, see where Trump Daddy's thinking about giving a speech? Where? Hollow grounds, dude.
Gettysburg?
I swear to God, he's trying to secure my vote.
I think he's going
he tweeted yesterday, it was like, bring back college football. I was like, oh, this is my guy. That's the only policy I care about. He was like, I'll probably give a speech down at Gettysburg. I was like, who is this guy?
Yeah, apparently there's he was like, God damn it, he's trying to make people pay like generic prices for the COVID thing.
Really?
Yeah, apparently that's what I've heard. The pharmaceutical companies are mad at him because he was like, when a vaccine comes out, people are just paying generic prices. And that's a weird thing for the left to have to be like, well, apparently some of the argumentation's been like, but we need Big Pharma to get us out of this. We can't turn our backs on them now. And it's like, okay.
Swear to God, they have to disagree.
It's funny, man. Yeah,
crazy.
But apparently
Russia, either side can never be like, well, they got that right.
Russia says they got the vaccine.
Russia has it.
They secured the bag.
Good for them.
Putin's like, I gave it to my daughter. She's fine.
Really?
She got a couple fevers, broke them. She's like, we're available. The vaccine will be available immediately.
Yeah, that's a good move. They're just going to sell us Robitussin. Yeah. It sells like $18 billion worth of fucking nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, how are you going to test it? Like, the vaccine's working, like, it's working. It's like, yeah, I guess. Cool. I can go back to stuff now. Dude, I was reading about China in the Atlantic. And, you know, I told Spud.
I can't believe you read that lib rag.
Spud was saying it's purely propaganda. The Atlantic.
The Atlantic?
He was saying it's purely professional class propaganda. There's levels of propaganda. There's professional class propaganda, which has to be like, use kind of like big words. You mess around with kind of like more ideas. It's not as like blatant. But I'm reading the first two articles. The first two articles are like that, you know, just like the
sound like Fox News propaganda where it's like, does this bitch hate freedom? Coming up next, do Arabs hate baseball? We'll find out.
Probably. But yeah, it's like the whole. Because I was reading it being like, dude, this sounds. So like the big thing right now in the Atlantic, and I guess like in elite circles, is like America's done. America's.
Everybody loves saying America's done.
This has brought America to its knees. And then like some lady will write an article that's like, and the grotesque mirror of racism that emanates off of Donald Trump. And so there's 2 articles of like, they're ripping that stuff. I'm reading it, being like, all right, and then it gets into this article about China, and it was just like, people are talking about the economies now, this and that, and they're talking about China's how they're working on their AI stuff, and they're saying how they developed it on the Uyghurs. Like they tested every time. They tested the Uyghurs.
It's like Homo sapien.
The Uyghurs. Is that, how do you even say that? I don't know. I think it is the Uyghurs. And the thank you. Fuckers. They're saying
dopers in the back.
Right, singing that. Yeah. It's a shooting gallery, dude.
So embarrassed.
So they're saying they tested this technology on the Uyghurs, and like, really? So they have them where it's like, hey, what the fuck is this shit? So they like make them. They have like an app on their phone. They log. According to this article, they're saying like they log how much you're on. Say like Fox News was mandatory, so it's like state propaganda, and if you're not looking at enough of it, they'll call you and be like, what's up?
Do you think the Uyghurs talk like T.I.?
You think they
like, you need to get us the vaccination? So they're excited about that word.
I don't think they would take the vaccine.
The Uyghurs?
They're Muslim, bro. They're not taking that shit.
True.
So apparently they're around these guys. According to
why do you think Muslims don't take vaccines?
They don't fuck with that. Like a hardcore Mus, not taking a vaccine.
Why? They love science. They invented it, bro. Have some respect.
The Uyghurs, bro.
They invented math and science.
Not the Uyghurs, dude. The Uyghurs are definitely not fucking with vaccines, dude. I don't think they're gonna get. First of all, they're just gonna try to let the Uyghurs die. So apparently, so they have a program. Again, allegedly, I don't live in China, I don't know, but it seems plausible that they have like fully detained these guys, and they're doing like these like they're trying to like re-educate them, make them like fully Chinese. But what they said was, they'll give you, they have big brothers and big sisters.
How do they make them fully Chinese?
I don't know. They go to Chinese school, and you have to like fully learn how to be Chinese. I don't know.
What do they have, like driver's ed? You can't parallel park. Come on now. Come on, that's fun. That's fun. That's just fun, dude.
That is good American fun. Yeah. We might as well get it in while we can, because I'm reading this article, and apparently they're swooping down on us. But dude, they'll have a big brother and a big sister, so like you'll go off to like Chinese school, and then they'll be like, all right, big brother, the Han Chinese big brother, who's like sitting at the dinner table being like, what do you guys think of President Xi Jinping or whatever? And they're like, you have to be like, I think he's very good. So like how do you feel about the party? Dude, literally, you have to sit there and be like,
I love the party.
I love the party. And then you go to Chinese school, and big brother, they're saying in this article, will sleep in bed. Like sleep in bed with your wife. It's just your big bro.
Damn.
Give your big bro. Want to stick around?
Prima nocta.
Yeah, dude. Or they'll just be, there's just a dude in your house all the time, making sure you're not fucking around.
Damn.
Just for the But now what they're saying is they're developing all this AI technology where they're trying to get it down. They're not there yet. It's actually kind of funny because like one of their
they are the future, dude. That's like the future of porn. Incest, cuckoldry.
With Big Brother.
Yeah, Big
like
Brother
the government
fucks your wife. That's what we're talking about.
That'd be hot, actually.
Yeah. Government. It's like woman stuck in the house because her door was welded shut. Big Brother catches her with a net and she's stuck. China might be just working purely on the perfect porn.
Well, right now, I think that'll probably follow after that. I think they're exporting like plug and play autocratic like panopticons where it's like you can see everyone's movement. You like sell all the phones, link them all in a network.
Yeah, they're trying to play SimCity.
They're playing, but they're selling the ability to play Sims to it, according to the article, to autocratic regimes around the world. So you could have like North Korea get hooked up by China, Venezuela might get hooked up by China, where they're like, here you go, here's how you completely monitor your entire civilian base, and then it'll be, this is my prediction, but I think they're going for it will be like North Korea, China, Venezuela, any country that like where a dictator can get this technology, and then it'll just be up to the West to be like, well, I guess we got to fight this like autocratic regime where like you can just demand all the data. The more data you have, the better your AI gets. So I think the West is going to be like, look, let's just give up everyone's data in the name of freedom, and they'll just do the same thing.
Yeah.
So I think I think it's almost unavoidable right now. Just at least the way they're reporting it.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, they're talking like facial recognition, looking to looking at what you read, looking how you react to things. Well, again, they said they're right. It's funny too because they say all this stuff. They're like, yeah, but last year they had a thing where they're like we can recognize everyone's face in 2 seconds, and then they're like. There was a thing where an ad, some face on a bus got a ticket for jaywalking.
I like that.
Yeah, so I don't know, dude. You're reading all these articles and it's like
it's totally like a black nurse.
Well, so the facial recognition. So
I mean, if it's an ad on a bus.
Well, what I'm telling you is the facial recognition they're selling this shit to sub-Saharan regimes, and the facial recognition for black faces is really bad. So they're trying.
So for freedom, we might have to go all blackface.
We might have to Braveheart. Wow. We might have to Braveheart for freedom.
That's a nice twist. That's probably why they don't want us in blackface, dude. The government cracked down hard on blackface lately.
Exactly.
Because the deep state knows.
The deep state knows.
The only true way to beat them is to go full blackface.
Yeah, did you ever see that when Facebook had trouble with it? They would tag. I think it was Chris Cotton, R.I.P. Every black person on Facebook is like, "Is this Chris Cotton?" I'm like, "No, Facebook is not. That's not him."
Now it's just Lemaire.
Every black person, every photo was like, "You're with Chris Cotton, right?" I'm like, "No, dude, that's not him." So yeah, the facial recognition is not good.
Thank you. R.I.P. He got lost in the great Pico scandal.
True.
He disappeared. Dude, there's a guy who did open mics in Philly that ripped off his roommates and they quit over $1,000. But Mary, you were one of them.
I was one of the roommates.
You were part of the great.
I was one of the roommates. I was part of the scandal.
How much did he rip you off for?
Probably about $500.
Damn, that's big. That's big money in Titan House.
Yeah, that's big money.
Yeah, that was big. That could have gone to a lot of Dragon Ball Z cards. Whatever you dorks were up to.
How did that resolve, Lemaire? I mean, that was the beef. The guy was pretending to pay the electric bill, right?
Yeah, it didn't resolve. He just disappeared.
You think he fled the country? He was international.
No, he's here. He's in Philly. There have been sightings.
He didn't really disappear. All he did was quit his dream. All he did, dude. His dream was to do stand-up, and then he was like, "This bill is $1,500. All right, it's over.
I'm out.
Ride's over."
Yeah, I feel like he could have came out and been like, "Yeah, man, I fucked up. I'll work it off," and everyone's like, "Yeah, whatever. Everyone fucks up money sometimes." It's also a sick move, dude, to get the electric bill, not pay it as if
and keep collecting from your roommates.
Yeah, what was the vice, dude? There had to have been some sort of was it just sheer laziness, or was there betting involved?
I don't know, because he was just eat pancakes every day.
So he was living it up in your guys' face.
Living it up, yeah, living it up, dude.
He was eating pancakes.
It's quick.
No, he was I don't know. I think he was just devastatingly poor. I don't know what his vices were.
I don't know, man. He never really struck me as devastatingly poor. But probably he's one of his many capers, dude. He's probably been in multiple cities doing stand-up, $1,500 at a time.
He's a black guy ponytail now.
No.
Yeah.
He's a security guard?
No. He works in Old City.
He may have leveled up entirely. He's like a Sasquatch, though. Every once in a while, there's a sighting of him.
He's had a fucking ponytail, dude. He won.
He definitely won. He moved his roommates off and grew a ponytail. He's like, I'm done doing open mics.
And now it's corporate America.
Yeah, I guess.
How's he have a ponytail?
It's just I don't know.
Oh, I see. I understand.
Is he braided up or is it fluffy?
I don't know. I think it's just fluffy.
Oh, fluffy.
I'm talking about?
I got it.
You grease it up and pull it back, or is there I think it was Omarion or someone who just did a fluffy.
Yeah, exactly.
A honey bun.
It's funny that you got tiptoe around black hair. I'll be like, what's that? The fluffy. Is that right? It's fluffy?
Chick-like.
Yeah, anytime you talk about black hair, it just instantly turns into fucking Price is Right or whatever. Fucking, what's that game?
Family Feud.
Where you're like, nappy? Oh, fuck, I'm fine.
Yeah,
baby.
Yeah, Spend a lot. I actually know a lot about black hair. I'm not bragging. I'm not virtue signaling. I know a lot. I mean, just ask me a question. It's not really for me to talk about, but
True.
I had to.
Didn't you write about it in a book and somebody criticized?
No, it wasn't even that. There was somebody on Facebook who was like, there was like this thing where writers were like started virtue signaling, where they were like, I'll never write a black character in my book because that's not my story to tell.
Yeah.
I was just perusing Facebook and there was
my stories are whites only.
Yeah, really. Then they'll be like, there's no black people in this book. And you're like, well, I'm not allowed to write them. They're like, why?
Because I don't get them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that was different. The lady was like, how would a white man ever know what a black woman's hair was like if it was wet in the ocean? It's like, well, maybe he was in the ocean with her. Maybe he saw it. Maybe he knows a black person. And they're like, shut up, fuck you, because you're the fucking worst. It's like, oh, damn. That's a weird thing to be like, I'm not going to write about black people at all.
I would never.
In fact, I quit writing. All I can write about is white people and fuck them.
That's a lot of that's just probably for bad writers. It's the same way bad comics are like, I'm an activist now, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I mean, dude's like, what? Big time.
Yeah, that's the move.
Big time. I noticed a lot of the outrage. I don't know when it was, but there was people who were like freaking out. Maybe that's an SNL thing. I don't know what it was, but you look at their profile and it's always like, oh no, by the way, check out my indie comic series about a black superhero. It's like, or a kick-ass Muslim lady who runs for the White House. And it's like, okay, that's weird. Yeah. That's just fucking happening. It happens to me, It tails all the time, bro.
It is. It's unfortunate. It's weird too to see comics just fully like I just saw a political ad for the Democratic Party, the DNC there. Maybe it was the DNC. It was paid for by somebody. That was just a David Cross bit about how shitty Trump is. And that's like a political ad now. It's like, how as a comic are you just like, it could be like, yeah, I basically do propaganda for one of the political parties.
Cash.
I don't know.
It's just cash.
It's odd.
Yeah, dude, they're after the cash. If someone was like, yo, here's the bag.
And David Cross used to rule. He's very funny. He's very fucking
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Also, still is. He must still be funny.
Yeah, and they're like, yo, we're going to pay you and use your face. They're like, yeah, go fuck ahead.
Yeah, true. And shout out Ben Shapiro. You see Ben Shapiro shout me out?
What's that about?
He's like, I was watching Shane Gillis. It's like, God damn it, dude. Anyone else?
I heard it, and he was exactly right. Donald Trump would bury the other comedians. He would bury you because he's significantly funnier. Also, have you seen the WAP video?
Did you see that fucking thing?
Yes, I saw that.
I kind of agreed. I was with Shapiro was going a little too hard.
Let me hear his points.
I think he was just going over the lyrics and being like, how the fuck is this empowering? Yeah. Now, he didn't do it that way. Of course, he did it in a very dorky way where he wouldn't say pussy and called it P word. He'd be like, F this P word, N word. Get deep into it, N word. It was like, dude.
He just wanted to throw in some censored N words.
Yeah, I think so.
So we're going to read the lyrics.
Yeah. I watched that music video. What do you think?
It's just a sad state of affairs, dude. It's just kind of
a weird thing.
I mean, it's a 27-year-old lady who's excited she has a vagina. It's like, yeah, dude. Newsflash, they're all awesome.
Yeah.
They all rule.
Cardi B's only 27.
27, yeah. Nicki Minaj is 35.
She aged kind of hard. Cardi B looks.
Bro, talking party lifestyle, dude.
True.
That's like
they're not. This is cool.
Oh, she's Mrs. Cool.
I was Mr. Cool. I was Mr. Cool last Thursday.
Really?
Oh, I was Mr. Cool. I was
Where were you
around,
at?
dude.
You're Mr. Cool?
No. The coolest I've been in a while.
Being fucked up as being Mr. Cool.
It's so embarrassing. Waking up and being like, why would I fucking be that guy?
I was so fucking cool last
night. I was so chill.
Everyone's calling you like, dude, you were so fucking cool last night.
When you did that? Whoa, you're 32. I'm like, yeah, I'm 32. I still black out, baby.
Yeah. Well, that's like, yeah, imagine if you were blacking out every night and like a personal trainer woke you up and made you like fucking a yogurt parfait and all that. And you're like, all right, and fucking started working out. They're like, look, we're going to build your ass. And you're like, sure, fine.
Perfect. What do you have to do? Well, basically, you just have to scream wet pussy over and over again and shake your ass.
Yeah, that was like,
Man, but I will say this. You hit old 8th. If I was in 8th grade right now and that music video came on,
man. Dude, I was jerking off to Britney Spears videos, dude. I was working with this.
That holds up.
I was working with this. Luckily, I was of age. I was loud. But yeah, Yeah, dude, that.
Yeah, everybody talks about like movies that hold up. Nobody talks about wankable music videos that hold up.
What else did you jerk to?
Obviously, Girls Gone Wild. You hear that fucking, those steel drums come on at about 2 a.m. I still get hard.
I'm talking just music videos.
Music videos that got me.
I'm talking Chris Isaac, Wicked Games. That was a jerk.
I'm trying to think of
these wicked games you play. Did you guys watch BET Uncut or BET After Dark?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was on BET After Dark?
Just music videos that were
sexy,
provocative.
I used to jerk off.
Usually like
video about
strippers.
D'Angelo.
Oh, you know what got me? Hot and Her.
Oh,
Hot and Her music video got me.
That's a good jerk video.
Yeah, I remember that. There was one, Shakira. Shakira could get me. She was She-Wolf, and I was a geezer for that. I was like,
he's a pretty recent.
I was like a freshman or sophomore
in
high school, and I was still like, that music video got me. No, fucking the one I said when I was young. What was the first one? Hot and Her? I was in like 7th or 8th.
Yeah,
Hot and Her. My prime.
True. Hot and Her is a good jerk.
Yeah, we need to bring back throwback jerseys.
I'm trying to think. I think I jerked to like Jessica Simpson videos.
Fat guy apparel just plummeted in the last decade.
Kind of did.
There's nothing cool I can wear.
I think it's a fat guy. You're supposed to just wear tight stuff right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think all fat guys wear
skinny jeans. I look like a fucking loser.
Yeah, tight shirt.
It's crazy. Bring back like throwbacks and like
it's like if you
essentially Jinkos.
It's like
give me a throwback and some fucking Timbs.
Gordon Ramsay will wear like a tight V-neck and just be like, just like what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, well, that's because men are supposed to be fat pussies now.
True, yeah.
So like, what's cool is like hipster fashion. So it's like, here's a sweater I barely fit into. It's got an owl on it.
True.
Also, I think socialism rocks.
Dude, did you ever see suburban hipsters?
Yeah. Dude, I actually give them credit. They fight the good fight. Really? Like Lancaster? I'll go to Lancaster and see hipsters and be like,
that's like
good for you guys. Like, you guys are up against it. They're the front line. They're up against like actual conservatives. Yeah. Like, dudes will drive by in a truck and be like, nice glasses. These New York hipsters have no skin in the game.
True.
I don't respect them.
True, yeah. I always
thought it was good Lancaster hipster.
Lonely for like a suburban hipster.
Especially goth.
Anything you talk, it kind of is.
Especially being a goth.
Anything you talk about, everyone's like, you're just surrounded by dudes in like tucked in Under Armour polos, being like, shut the fuck up, dude.
It's a bunch of memes in a room.
It's a fucking pussy, dude. It's like ridiculous. I saw some guy like riding a bike, like almost like a bike messenger around my parents' house, and I was like, dude, are you lost? Like, go back to. I wanted to like catch him and put him back in the city.
Yeah, go to Fishtown, bro.
Yeah, dude, go back to like a highly gentrified
neighborhood. You're gonna get like hit with like paintballs from like
some landscaper's gonna call you a fag, dude.
Yeah, the fucking. I don't know. The being a hipster outside it reminds me of. Truthfully, now we're talking about. I brought it up, I think, last week. It holds up as a very funny video of this dude wearing a Black Lives Matter banner in Arkansas, dude. Dude's pulling up in trucks and being like, "You're fucking white, man. Put that shit away," and riding off. It's so funny. I mean, obviously, a couple of them go too far, but it's clear. I mean, they see a white dude wearing it. Yeah. So they're like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? It would be I'm sure it would be a little different if it was a black dude. I'm sure it'd be, don't get me wrong, you'd be getting hit with
the windows up.
You'd be getting hit with some hard heckles.
You think so?
Undoubtedly, but not as hard as a honky.
In Willie Clinton?
I think it was like the home of the Klan, this town.
Oh, that's right.
It was like one of the main Klan.
He was like, I'm going to go wear this.
People were Black Lives Matter billboard up front of a Walmart in Arkansas. People were like, get the fuck out of here. What's wrong with you, man?
Oh, my God.
It's like, oh, you probably want to fuck Bill Gates too, don't you, you fucking homo? The vaccine's not real. Just drive off. They all hit him with as many conspiracies as they could, like, right away. Like, it's fake. Although I have been watching the NBA. It makes me laugh every time. Like, the whole court is Black Lives Matter. Everything's Black Lives. Like, if people's jerseys are like, we matter. They basically have XFL jerseys on that are like, he hate me. Y'all hate me. It's so funny.
What's up with baseball? Wasn't there a lot of
white dude with ally? That's the best one. You see that fucking
they
bald
really
dude?
Do that?
Yeah, they have, instead of names, it's like, say her name, ally. It's equality. Equality is the one that's going around. It's pretty funny because it's a white dude swatting. He's about to pin a black dude against the backboard. It says equality.
They have that for real?
Yes. Every time I see it, I'll be watching the film. I'll be like, oh yeah, have you seen that? Every time they're like Black Lives Matter, I'm like, Hey Phil, have you heard about this Black Lives Matter thing? Because it's every single. And then me and him got a beef, dude, hard beef. I haven't seen him spaz like this in a while. He came back from men's club, had a couple drinks in him. He said, "We're watching golf, we're watching it," and I was like, "Hockey's on. It's playoff hockey. We're
Fired up, bro."
Well, that was a battle the day before. The Flyers were on, and it was like day 3 of this golf tournament. There was still another day. And dude, golf is 4 hours of watching.
Highlights.
I doubt we have too many golf fans that are listening to this. Dude, it is the worst sport I've ever watched. It is fucking dorks in khakis walking around like, "Oh, that was a great shot, Bryson." Like the top 3 guys were like Dustin, Bryson, and Connor.
Yeah.
It's like, good Christ. But
yeah, it's like I would go to a family party and it's on. I sit on the couch and I'm just like, I'll go sit.
Yeah, it's just a guaranteed nap. You're just watching. Yeah. You're watching accountants walk. Yeah. That's the sport. There's a fucking old dude whispering, and then a bunch of accountants like, "That was a hell of an approach."
Yeah.
Oh my God,
sucks, dude.
But what was really funny is Phil. So he had a he's got some gambling going on, and the one guy, dude, on everything. I told you he was betting on fucking Madden.
True.
Was that the beginning of 50 Cent's album? Come on. But there was one guy who he couldn't have win, Morikawa. So that was fun to watch. Watch this fucking young boy, Colin, by the way, just nailed it. Colin Morikawa, baller, new star of the game. Hit a best shot. Phil was like, "Come on, motherfucker, missed this." And they're like, "Shot of a lifetime, best shot he's ever hit." And it was like he hitting the eagle at the end. It was great, but this was a hard fight. Phil came in, had a couple of drinks. It was like, we're watching golf right now.
What were you watching? You're watching now.
I was watching, I believe, Blues versus. I forget who it was. Actually, I think it might have been Toronto versus Columbus. Great stuff. Yeah. Overtime hockey. Winner goes home. So Phil comes in. He's like, "Put it on," and then he was screaming, like trying to fight me in front of my family. Everybody in there was like, "Phil, relax." He was like, "What the fuck?" Like,
you need to see what was going on.
But he doesn't know. So they lost the remote that controls the TV. They have the cable remote. That's what they use. But they lost the remote. So I downloaded an app on my phone that's the remote. So I just kept changing it from anywhere. I can go in my room and change it. I can hit like channel down, and you just hear this, "God fucking damn!" And then I went to YouTube and typed in 10 hours of Trump saying "Bing Bing Bong," "Bing Bing Bong," and put that on, and that literally resulted in him chasing me through the house because I couldn't get it back off. I couldn't get it off. I was like, "I don't know how to change it." He was like, "Change it right now, motherfucker!" You jump on full volume, going "Bing Bing Bong." Bing, bing, bong. And then my niece and nephew started going, "Bing, bing, bong," like screaming. Everyone's screaming at him. Yeah, Phil had a rough. And all that to just watch Morikawa just put a knife in the old man. Which was very fun. I just kept screaming. I was like, "Morikawa." So put a fork in him. He's finished.
Oh, that's so fucking funny.
Yeah, bing, bing, bong. 10 straight hours. He was just like, "Turn it off." Volume up, dude. He's got a sound bar. It was like shaking the house.
Is it a smart TV?
Yeah. Jesus, they lost their remote, and it's the only way I can get UFC, like when it's on ESPN Plus, is to switch apps.
Yeah.
So that was like, that was a fight. Me and Phil have basically just been fighting over the television
the whole time,
all of COVID.
Why couldn't you do the back and forth, like a little bit of commercials, a little back?
He's a fucker about it, dude. He is like, he can't watch commercials, so he has to change it nonstop. But golf doesn't have it. Golf, they'll just cut to a commercial while they're still playing. Like it'll be a screen and screen.
Do they do that?
Yeah, it's fucking, dude. Golf sucks.
It's pretty boring.
20 hours of just dudes walking.
It sucks. I've been exposed to a little bit.
It's crazy.
Yeah, my uncles will put it on and watch it. It has to be.
And it's always, you get the same fucking answer from everybody. They're like, "Wait till you play it, then you'll really appreciate it." Yeah. Like, have you ever played? You can't play. It's like, dude, you can't fucking. You've been playing for 30 years. You still suck. Game sucks. You couldn't do it. That's the argument, to watch something.
Yeah. See, I couldn't do professional darts.
I'm not jerking off to American Ninja Warrior. I could never do that.
That's a good show.
Show does for what?
I'd watch that over college.
Crushes.
100%.
Yes.
But yeah, exactly. If someone turned it off, I'm like, "Oh, you got a good argument."
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's golf is easily the worst fucking sport to watch.
Regular season
Worse than baseball.
Regular season baseball is rough, but yeah, golf's number one.
Golf is like the best it can get is the worst in baseball.
Tell you what, NBA in the bubble has kind of sucked, especially because the Sixers are horrible, dude.
Really?
How about your Sixers? You don't like your Sixers this year?
I'm not doing too well now.
No. What do you think about this?
They have the cool jerseys too.
They have cool, yes.
Everyone has one.
Almost everybody has
What
one.
about like those European dudes? Do they have any
No,
kind of
theirs
like
will just say like ally.
Brexit?
True. I was wondering when people were going to start making other points, which would be funny.
Yeah, man. Like there has to be someone in the NBA who rocks like an American flag Trump jersey.
There was only one. I saw one dude that stood for the national anthem. That was it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big story. Unfortunately, I saw someone be like, and this guy stood, check it out.
Yeah, they're like, look at this amazing patriot.
Yeah, so yeah,
who gives a fuck?
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, but whatever. It'll be see what the next thing is, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure it'll be President Xi Jinping or whatever. Xi Pajama, dude. It'll be Xi Pajama.
Yeah, that's a good guy. Lemaire, what do you think of the bubble? What's going on out there? Put the phone down, you goddamn dope.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm not paying attention to basketball. I'm waiting for actual playoffs to start.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Dude, so Brittany's
great point, Lemaire.
Noah, write that one down.
Yeah, write that. We were trying to put clips out. That could be our best. Lemaire, what do you think about the NBA? I haven't really been watching it too much. Great, thank you. Back to the podcast.
I've been thinking about it like the draft is like a slave auction, the NBA draft. Like that's
a new take.
Is it? No. Oh, okay. I don't know. It just looks like it.
It does look like it. Yeah, it's a bunch of white dudes like literally measuring black dudes. Yeah. I mean, wingspans. He's got big hands. Like, yeah, it's not great. And then jump for me. And then a bunch of agents. Their agents selling them. Put them on and be like, look, his hands are huge.
Yes.
Yeah. That's pretty funny. Yeah, so the NFL Combine's worse. NFL Combine's way worse. Yeah, now there's a lot more white guys, but there's still like thick, like jacked black dudes just standing in a line like with their shirts off, just dragging, and just white dudes with clipboards like.
It's like your Special Olympics.
Grab his like flab and be like, he won't do.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's a wild world. I wish someone would rate my body and tell me where I stand. Just tell me where. Let me go to the combine.
You would look like in your prime. You would look like Tom Brady's combine picture.
What's that? How's that look?
It reminds me of how you would look like if you were like in your prime for this thing. Yeah.
I'm in my athletic prime right now.
You think?
Easily.
What have you done athletically?
This morning I ran 1.6 miles yesterday. Basically, I've never been able to run this far.
That's awesome, man.
1.6 miles is my world record.
World record.
Pretty stoked on that. 15-minute 1.6.
True. Come on, baby.
I'm surprised my phone's not ringing right now.
You say Bolt's gonna call you and be like, "How are you doing? Get down here."
I do like my back will start hurting about immediately when I start to run.
Yeah,
so I just
gotta ride through.
I do like slow old guy jogging, or like I've seen people do it. I'm like, dude, just walk.
How long is this mile and a half taking?
About I think 15 minutes.
That's pretty good. That's not bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's not great.
It's about 9 minutes.
I did the math wrong. I was like, that's 2 8-minute miles.
That's 9 minute miles. It's 9. It's about 9.5, 9:55, 9 minutes 55 seconds.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's not
sub 10. Sub 10 minute miles.
Sub 10. You're fast as lightning. That's grease lightning. That's grease lightning, dude.
Sub 10, dude. Come on, 90-degree heat. I'm running at like a 200-meter elevation. Come on. I think it's like 57 feet elevation still.
Where?
That's the elevation. They track the elevation.
Philly's like sea level.
No, there's a lot of hills, dude. Trust me. I'll take you out on the track. I'll take you out on the mile.
Philly's a port city.
Dude, now where I'm at, it's like Greece where I'm at. It's just
you're up on
like San Fran. Oh, dude, so right now, Faye's planning the wedding. And I've been watching for 2.5 days now. I've been watching her, and she'll try to rope me into these discussions. And it's like, I'm not even being a dick. I'm like, dude, like, I have nothing to offer, but they're like coordinating the dresses, and like some are this color, and like and they're all into it. They're all like, oh, this. They're planning a color experience, basically.
I'm not wearing a color.
A year from now.
I'm not wearing a color.
You don't have to wear whatever you want.
I'm wearing a fucking say your name.
You have to. I'm having all my groomsmen do
have different.
Yeah, be like Justice. Dude, they're like.
Mine will just be like segregation. We need to split this church up. Sorry, I apologize. You're on fire. Shouldn't be on the air right now.
On fire right now.
It will be. It'll be pretty segregated if you sit.
Family.
Yeah. So that'll be fun.
No, that'll
be a fun moment.
We'll be pretty split up.
You're gonna have to invite like Lemaire to.
True.
Get on the group side.
Just like the yin and yang. Just have that little. I got you.
Is it dot?
Yeah, they're planning like a color experience,
which would be funny. Like if you invite like Sydney or like Lemaire, like when they walk in, whoever is at the doors, like no, you're on that side. For sure. Just be like, what?
I don't know how. I have no idea how they're going to do that. It probably will be something like that.
Yeah,
it's all in one spot.
You're gonna have to get her side of the family to see people because that's tricky for honkies. If they get the wrong side,
figure it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll just be like pick wherever you want. Doesn't matter.
True.
Cool. Wherever.
True. I apologize.
No, I'm saying I think that's the only way you can handle that. Rather than being start like blocking a black dude, like hey, what are we doing? Are you crazy? Come on, get up.
Look, there's certain jokes I shouldn't make, but instead of like segregating like left or right, you should segregate like front and back.
You think we're gonna do that, dude? Wow.
Groom's family up front. I apologize, dude. Don't you dare just crush yourself to a good. I apologize for the racist remark I made. That was stupid.
Love it, dude.
Love what?
You love that kind of stuff.
That stuff's crap, dude.
It's epitome of ignorance.
It's crap, dude. I don't even think it's funny.
No, we'll never do that.
It never.
I stand with everybody.
Alright, so you think
it was close
enough. Getting like multicolored, like you guys are going like.
No, they're doing that. I told her, I was like, whatever you guys do. It's we're going classic tux. But they're like, it's a year from now. They're like, well, if you have that orange, I'll have this teal. We'll do it. And it's just like, just weird, man. It's just like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah, it's
like, it's crazy.
Wild that women have.
That's what I'm saying.
Was it always like this? I don't think it was. Like when our parents got married and shit, you couldn't have been, right?
You couldn't do it.
It's like $40, and then you go to like the Knights of Columbus like parade ground.
You took a picture like in your dad's living room.
Yeah.
It's stained carpet. You're just like, and then everyone there with a scope stand. Butt lines. Everyone smokes cigarettes the entire time. But yeah, now it's like it's a big deal.
Yeah.
She didn't get sucked up into too much of that.
You better have a coordinated dance.
No, I already shut that. I already said no to that.
Please let me see you do that, dude.
Said no to that. I don't want to do that.
I'm not doing it. If they do the groomsmen intros, I'm not doing.
Not even well. I don't know what they're gonna do for any of that stuff.
That's tough.
I'm gonna have to. Brittany's a dancer, dude. So I'm gonna have to. I'll have my dancer.
You're a dancer.
Obviously,
you're a dancer. I'll have my dancer. Especially old Billy. You'll have a couple cocktails.
A couple
cut the rug. It's fun, man. We look like the Peanuts. Yeah, it's gonna be good, dude.
It'll be fun. But that was blowing my mind. Like, dude, just pick a fucking color. It's like this whole thing, like these three people and this color will signify this, and it was just like, Jesus fucking Christ. And then it'll just be like, what do you think? Should I do this, that? And it's like, I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I don't know.
Yeah.
No fucking idea. I don't care. It's just like, this is for both of us. I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah, trust me, I don't care.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's been fun.
I already regret the separating the church.
You're going for it.
I apologize. You pushed boundaries on that. If
push boundaries.
If Betty is listening, I pushed boundaries on that. I apologize. I would never make a joke like that again.
She never listens. Her and my mom, good women, dude. They don't listen.
Good days. I have to fight my family not to listen to this.
You just gotta tell them straight up.
Well, like it fucks me up knowing if I know you're listening.
True.
I can't talk about jizz with my mom listening.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if my mom heard me talk about jizz, she would just
turn it off.
She would shut it off. So she would shut it off. That's never. Yeah, she would never turn it back on.
It's getting toasty in here, isn't it?
It's getting hot.
Awfully hot.
It's getting hot.
Where are we at? All right, let's
break it up.
Yeah, let's end this episode and go to Patreon.
You got anything for the people?
Yeah, I actually have a bunch of dates coming up. Back on the road, dude.
Oh, you're really?
I'm headed out west. I got this weekend, the 14th and 15th of August. I'll be at Providence, Comedy Connection. 21st, 22nd, We'll be at McGovey's Joke House with Matt McCusker and Lemaire. And then a live podcast Saturday night. 4th and 5th of September, I'll be at Wise Guys in Salt Lake City, Utah. And then the weekend of the 11th and 12th of September, I'll be at the House of Comedy in Phoenix. Jesus Christ. And the 18th and 19th, I'll be in Minnesota.
Damn, they're smacking your
Utah, Arizona, Minnesota, back to back to back. That's a tough stretch. What really sucks is if you like bomb.
How is it all?
You just fly around bombing. That's why people quit. They're like, I'm sick of the road. It's like, dude, yeah, no shit. You gotta fly to different places and just get your fucking ass kicked. And just be like, I gotta come up with something. And then once you get in like desperation mode about comedy, it gets real awkward.
Oh,
like,
dude,
come on, man, isn't that funny, guys? Come on, guys, go up the stage, asshole.
That's when you just go full, like, give it up for the troops.
Break it out for weed. Who here's fucking smoking the weed?
I smoke the most.
Yeah. I love weed. Who here loves the troops?
You guys have a drink?
I wonder if it's still troops. I wonder if you can still give it up for troops. I bet now it's give it up for Black Lives Matter. That's like a guaranteed.
Depends on the room, man.
Just about any room, you can be like, hey, we got a lot going on right now. Let's give it up for like.
I think it's probably just like a show, like Mike to the chest, being like, shit's crazy right now. You stay vague.
Yeah, true.
Stay vague.
You gotta stay neutral.
Depends what room you're in, man. You get a room.
It's true. It'd be funny to fly around the country and be like, you believe this horse shit? The next night, you'd be like, brothers and sisters, my lives. You get it wrong one time, like a rock star. Where they're like, hello, Cleveland. Like, you're in Detroit. Like, fuck. You show up to like Hattiesburg or some bullshit in Mississippi, and you're like, am I right? Come on, Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, you gotta get it right.
Damn it, I'm in the wrong city.
You gotta screen it out pretty well. That's why I think you should stay vague. It's crazy.
Crazy time with it.
I'm not saying it's a bad president, but I think he has stuff to work on.
You're true.
Yeah, dude, that's I mean, then again, if you were to bomb, you might as well just ride out the bomb until people stop calling you. Just do something else.
Just keep bombing. Or just rip someone's Pico bill off.
True.
And then head off into the sunset.
This girl ponytails always have a ponytail ready, dude.
I am a couple bombs away from a sick ponytail. Just be like, I'm done.
Well, right now, too, it's like, I'm curious to see what it's like to operate with like They take the masks off.
Take the masks off.
And it's like 25% capacity.
No, it'll be like half at least.
Okay, so
if it's good, it's fine.
They fill it up.
Cleveland fucking rolled.
It's gotta be.
That was the best one.
People gotta be excited too.
People are excited, and we have fans now, which is fucking crazy.
Dogs will be out there.
The dogs are out, dude.
The Goobs is gonna be lit.
The Goobies
Live
is gonna be
cast
wild.
is gonna be pretty fucking.
I think Providence is gonna be good.
Yeah,
I think Providence is gonna be good. But anyway, Salt Lake is a question. I don't know how our ratings are.
I get people
Salt Lake.
People hitting us up from Utah, dude.
Really?
A couple people might come out to Salt Lake.
I'll be out there. Filling in for Joey Diaz.
What's he doing? Is he
laying
low?
I think he's moving out of the city. I think they're all. He's part of the Exodus.
Is he?
Yeah.
Is Callan leaving? Probably. He got fucking smacked with it too.
Bro.
Callan got smacked.
Don't get me started.
What?
Dude, the LA Times ran an article of accusations on the front page against him.
Really?
It's a weird thing to do. I don't know.
Yeah.
Look.
Save it for the page.
Save it for the page. Yeah, dude. Switch over to the Patreon.
Oh yeah, baby, we're in. Yo, what's up? It's Brad.
What's up? It's Bryson. Are you 14 and on TikTok? I hope your pussy's wet. I'm 21. Welcome to
Hot Guy TikTok.
Welcome to Hot Sway House. I hope your pussies are out. We're gay boys. We're here with our gayest boy, Tim.
That's Tim with a U.
Kind of like cum.
That is the face. You're always on the edge of coming. You're just like.
You gotta smile though. TikTok is having this killer smile.
They do. It's like when they used to
stick their tongue out and smile.
It's like they used to put Vaseline on cheerleaders' teeth.
What?
Yeah, they probably put some Vaseline on their teeth. So like.
Yeah, dude. I somehow fell into a dark hole of hot 10-year-old boy.
Were you on R Goomed?
No, I was on. I don't know. It was trending or something on Twitter where that one kid had a party in LA, like a mansion party of just unimaginable. It was gold, dude. If I could hit one of these,
you have to get.
I would be like Ted Bundy.
What do you have?
In like a sorority house, dude. If I get in one of these TikTok kids' houses,
You're gonna kill?
Room to room. Taking them.
You're gonna kill them.
I'm gonna have my way with them and probably execute these boys. First chance I get.
Some of them are good kickboxers, dude.
Dude, that was making me laugh so hard when I found out that they would definitely just tune us up. Like if you and me were like, yeah, you guys are fucking gay, just get the shit beat out of us.
You have to be. If you're that hot,
Yeah.
you have to fight off, people who might come into your mansion.
That was the guy. And once I looked it up, I remembered who it was. They were boys with that one boxer that's an absolute Adonis.
Yeah.
You know that kid? Which one? I think it's Ryan Garcia.
Yeah,
I think that's his name.
Yeah, but that was his boy. That was like they all have a slightly less hot sidekick.
Nobody's hotter than
Exactly.
Ryan Garcia.
Ryan Garcia is the hottest, but that guy was Ryan Garcia's slightly less hot sidekick.
Yes.
And then that guy's slightly less hot sidekick.
He's getting hotter, dude.
Looks like my math teacher, Mr. Horn. His slightly less hot sidekick is like a short Italian dude, full gun.
He's an apprentice hot guy.
He went too not hot. Girls do this. On all the girls' dating profile pictures with their friends, they have all girls have like a fake relationship with a girl who's like not as hot as them, so they can homely sidekick. They took note from girls and like, oh, I need a slightly less hot sidekick, so my TikTok pops.
Jesus.
Because it's too disorganized. If you have guys who are like all the exact same hotness, unless they're all
no, they do. One does, dude.
Which one's that?
One of them has it. One of my guys, the main guy.
One of the main hot guy houses.
Taylor's sidekick is also jacked, tanner. He's more tan. Equally hot.
His name's Tanner.
I think so. I think Tanner might surpass Taylor with an E. Taylor with an E.
Taylor.
That's a battle, dude.
Which one's
Tanner? I think they all spawned from Logan Paul.
Are you talking about Tanner?
Probably. This all started from Logan Paul filming a Japanese dude that killed himself. And it's spawned the whole way. There's a curse in that suicide forest in Japan.
What?
It's like, you only have a gay friend. And now there's just an army of the sexiest boys in one house. Dancing.
Fuck. Dude, yeah, that's definitely, I mean, honestly, what would, in terms of like finding your son in a hot guy house, that's tough stuff. You gotta keep your son and daughter off the pole.
Yeah.
Off the top, dude. You gotta keep your son and daughter off the top.
My dad called me like, if your dad catches you dancing.
Yeah. He dragged me out of that house by my feet. He would seriously, my dad would take issue with that.
You had a cool earring.
For 6 hours.
You could have went to
piercing. I was trying to. I had a girlfriend at the time in high school who was like, no, it'd be so cool, trust me. And I was like, okay, yeah, definitely. I went home, my dad said, I pulled it out of my ear, so I was like, oh, take this out.
Yeah, I've met you that. That was definitely something. You're like, what is this?
Yeah, come here. I'll pull that thing out of here. I was like, all right, I'm taking it out. Threw it out.
You ever have any guys? Well, let me give you a hot guy TikToker.
He called me gay. He hit me with the kryptonite, and I was like, oh, no.
Fucking dopers.
Yeah, what are they doing? What are you guys trying to
They're chatting. They're looking up hot guys.
Dude,
the whole room's gonna, once you feast your eyes on these hot boys, it plagues the group. That's all I can think about.
That's how they get the virus passes on. Exactly. You're like, wait, there's not gonna be any pussy left for us. And then you're like, we have to form a hot guy group.
We have to start wearing sweatpants.
And then the Chinese Communist Party wins. That's how they're winning.
That's why, thank God, Trump's trying to shut this shit down.
Oh, he has to.
He probably saw a couple of those videos. He was like, no.
The military's probably depleting. Everyone's probably deserting. It's like, no, we just be hot guys. Let's get out of here.
I'm done with these hot kids.
I think the algorithm finally found you. I think you hit just like the lowest level of success that like the pedophile algorithm we get now.
True. It works.
You're on the spacey.
I understand.
You just start pressuring dudes in pools.
True. Free Spacey. If this was the temptation Spacey was hit with. I wanted to
Spacey did nothing wrong.
If nobody ever found, was he getting a massage or was that Travolta?
Travolta got a massage.
Spacey was just getting it.
He grabbed a dick at a nightclub. Someone brought a 16-year-old boy into a nightclub, and I think Spacey grabbed his dick. He got Terry Crews at a nightclub.
Dude, Think of a 16-year-old like all like excited to be like, this is gonna be fucking cool, man. I'm going to a nightclub for the first time. Kevin Spacey comes out of nowhere.
Spacey.
You have like 1 second there. He's like, Kevin Spacey.
You got me. He just rings your bell. He just like ding, pulls your dog down. Yeah, if you go to a Hollywood party, it's nothing. I mean, I've never been to one, but the reason I try to avoid it is because I would have to wear a cup. Otherwise, it would be like Spacey, Seacrest would probably finger my butt.
If they saw you trotting around,
Dude,
that thick ass.
After I just ran 2.8 miles, that's what I'm training for.
2.8
Today, yeah, 2.8,
Wow.
basically 30.
Yeah, it was like 1.5 like last week.
Going hard.
You're a robot.
I'm trying to get in there.
You're training to become a hot boy. You're trying to join the Sway House.
I want to get my dick grabbed by an elite. Yes! It's a new autograph. You're like, can you grab my dick? He's like,
You
sure.
assault me sexually.
Thanks, Don Lemon. He tells everyone the cup is for protection, but the inside has like prisoner claw marks. He's trying to get out. Yeah, dude, you can definitely get snatched. You gotta be careful, dude. You're gonna get your dick grabbed.
People don't understand what we're talking about. Y'all don't understand.
Yeah, they do. They're talking.
If you look at
Noah was all over it.
Noah,
were you a hot guy? Were you a hot guy? Be honest. You're young. You're hip. Have you ever taken a hot guy video?
No, I don't have any social media because it's for faggots.
No. Jesus Christ. Come on, man. You're fired.
You're definitely fired. No, you just got a raise. You get extra slices of pizza for that.
So is that what the youth are all about? That like social media is just completely stupid?
No, like they're like into it. I don't know. I just think it's gay, so I don't do it. Man, I hate those fucking kids so much.
Really?
Yeah, it bothers me.
See, that's the thing. I've been on a really kind of non-judgmental, non-evaluative kick, but I see that and I'm like, that's not good. It's not a good thing. What those boys are doing, I'm like, it's not good. It's not good for anyone. Young men can't be being hot girls.
They're just chill.
No democracy can flourish with that. I mean, it's happened
I
before.
do believe that's how democracy is like started.
No, I think that's the peak of a democracy when all the boys are like, oh, we'll just be hot chicks now. It's like, here comes the dark age.
Yeah.
This is just the newest version of them consolidating pussy. Like,
that is the 1%.
Yeah, well,
they have 99%.
It's been like disproportionate forever. There's been like
they're pussy elites.
Top level dudes have been the pussy elites getting everybody pregnant as far back as human. I might be making this up, but I think I read it somewhere.
You're right. I know this for a fact.
So this is just well, before it was like I'm the strongest, I can provide the most resources. Now it's like I'm the gayest. Give me all the pussy.
Now I'm so gay.
True. It's a safe bet, though. You need a nice, stable, gay husband. Otherwise, like a fucking maverick. I mean,
not only
we can lose it all at any minute, dude. We're not,
not only gay, also a wigger. It's the ultimate combo. A gay wigger that dances well with abs.
Justin Timberlake.
Exactly. It's been a blueprint forever. Bieber, Timberlake, all the gayest white dudes somehow transformed to black guy.
Or it's just they get paid.
True. Once you get paid, you definitely be.
No, I'm saying that you can make a ton of money. It's highly profitable. You see that dude, whoever that guy's sidekick, Taylor. It's like, Bieber is a billionaire. So if you just emulate Bieber or just turn up the sauce on what Bieber's doing, Bieber's now a family man.
But you used to have to make embarrassing music. Now you just lip sync.
Yeah.
I wonder, do rappers know how much of their work is just going into making money for white twinks?
That's what I was thinking.
Like dick burpees and sweatpants.
That's what I was saying. Does Gucci Mane know about this?
Gucci Mane
would be furious. Dude, I'd be fucking ticked. If I was Gucci Mane,
be talked.
And people.
Come on, here we go. I'm so filled with cum. Are you in 8th grade?
Dude, that is. These are actually these are like hyper boy bands.
They are.
Boy bands were a psyop. Basically, they're like to get in and like. Boy bands would get your 13-year-old daughter horny, and then you'd have to pay $200 to bring them to a concert.
Yes.
It's kind of disgusting.
It is disgusting.
It's a fucked up business model. Well, exactly. They would torture your 13-year-old, 12-year-old daughter into like going and see, like, we got to go see like the Liquid Town. What band was called? Liquid Dreams.
Yeah.
O-Town. You're gonna see Orgasm Town, Dad. And you're like, how much is this? $116? You're like,
Jesus, just for you and your friends to definitely masturbate during the sleepover.
Yeah, dude, it's fucked up. I mean, dude, you're speaking. That's facts.
It's disgusting facts.
But that's
what makes
that was the market you were dealing with.
Yeah.
And then you would take again. We got rid of ritual virgin sacrifice, and then we started taking like, Britney Spears, she's 15, 16 years old. You display her body for the world, and then like slowly she just gets completely excavated by just people just shitting on her and fucking with her, and they lose their minds. Christina Aguilera, I don't know what happened. She got like kind of fat, but maybe she lost her mind too.
Definitely lost her mind. You definitely lose your mind. They
you
all
can't hand a 16-year-old keys to a kingdom that they have no control of, and then expect them not to completely fucking wig out. Dude, they're basically like slaves.
They all got molested too. I was watching a Dan Snyder YouTube documentary yesterday, and every single one of them.
Had to have got. I mean, Bieber had his dick grabbed enough where he's like enough, and he became a Christian. Like Britney Spears couldn't take the day off. I think Britney Spears, they were like, nah.
That's gonna be an interesting. Like if Bieber becomes a full like elite Christian and becomes like a saint,
he's doing this already.
He's gonna have a pretty cool like turn, like Paul.
Oh, dude,
like Paul on the road to Damascus or whatever. I mean, wherever he was going, where he like God came down and was like, stop being bad.
Yeah,
Bieber's is gonna be like his dick was tortured by the devil.
Dude, Paul was beating someone's ass. I think Paul was just beating people.
Yeah, but I think Paul was fucking up Christians.
Yeah, that was like his job. I think he was getting after it. But yeah, dude, there's definitely. We had this whole period when we grew up of boy bands, and like that kind of fizzled out. That was a sick thing.
I have a horrible confession to make. What? At a slumber party one time, me and my boys discussed the possibility of us creating a boy band.
It's okay. You guys were.
Yeah, I think that was common enough that it was a South Park episode.
And then we decided not to.
Really, you guys were gonna start, dude? I mean,
noble.
Again,
it was noble.
And then
we all jerked off together.
Did you really?
Yes.
You guys formed a boy band, broke up, and jerked off.
Yeah.
Dude, if you guys had abs and filmed it, you'd be millionaires now.
The porno we had was Bus Motel, and that was basically our Yoko Ono. That was it ripped us apart.
That's what keeps all the boy bands from forming. They make their boy band, and they flood the rest of the boys with porn, and it's hard to kind of get it together.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be doing practice of like lip sync and dancing. You're like, oh, let's watch Bus Motel. Whole band falls apart.
Bus Motel was a parody of the movie Psycho.
Did somebody just put their dick in a shower when a lady was
showering? No, it was a dildo.
Oh, really?
A knife. Yeah.
Great.
How hard, maybe I could ask my dad, but like in 1999, right, NSYNC debuts a video on TRL. And up to that point, I think the little girls were mostly getting turned on by like your Jonathan Taylor Thomases and shit like that. Like boys, and, you know,
he was just in an episode of Chicago, by the way.
Right? Yeah. So then NSYNC just starts blowing up tween pussy, and you're sitting there, just the TV in the living room is playing a new NSYNC video, and you look over, and your 12-year-old daughter just has like beads of sweat like forming on her hairline. And you're just like, what? And your entire life is different from now.
Dude, well, if you watch, so I saw, this was like 4 years ago. I watched, it was either NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, but like back in 2001. And it was like, if they had done that today, they would have gotten canceled, because they like very openly and like, without any sort of like, this is a little bit weird, they were dressed like exactly like they like took mannequins in a store that would primarily deal with like clothes for black people, and just like pulled them off, threw them like backwards voodoo jerseys on NSYNC, when like white dudes didn't do that. They were just like, oh, we're gonna fully dress you guys like black dudes, have you do music that's primarily dominated by black dudes, and they are just fucking it.
That must have killed 112.
That's what I'm saying. It was like 112 boys, and they were just like, "Oh, that's kind of cool." And they're like, "We'll just have white dudes." The Elvis thing, they did it again.
Why don't we do it like more marketable? Dude, that tween, like the Beatles had it. The fucking, I remember. I don't know how true it is, but even the documentary.
You know that?
Really?
The Beatles took extremely black music and then sold it to white people in a country where they were buying the black version.
And then they Sgt. Peppered. It was like, okay, now you guys are rotating.
Now we're doing white stuff.
I mean, that was next level.
And then Jimi Hendrix appropriated that.
True.
Call it even.
Even see it. Well, there was Elvis. I think Elvis was a pretty glaring example.
Yeah. But there was a documentary on the Rolling Stones, and they were talking about how the women would go so crazy that there were rivers of piss coming down the steps. Like there was that much.
Really?
Women just started squirting.
Women piss like scared animals.
Yeah, an excited dog.
No, how is it not talked about constantly? Everyone I know pisses their pants constantly.
Actually, did you ever like micro pee the bed? I micro peed the bed last night. When you let out your first stream, you go,
mouth stayed shut. When you let out a full stream.
No, just like a
jolt.
I guess a jolt, yeah. I was having a dream. Dude, I had a fucking dream.
Like when you're done peeing and you can jolt a couple times.
No, it's like the first jolt. As soon as you zip and hit the toilet seat and let it go, every time I'm awake, like when I'm about to pee and like when I'm sleeping, I usually almost do that and wake up, but I actually let out like a...
Nice.
Came back in, just laid on it and shielded the spot.
So you pissed in the bed and then hit it?
Very little bit, yeah. Very little bit. I pissed in bed.
Enough that you were ashamed as an adult.
I had a dream last night that, not all, but like a ton of my male relationships, the people in my life, were just like, fuck you, dude. Person after person in my dream. Person after person was like, fuck you. You're a piece of shit. I went to like an old jiu-jitsu teacher. I was like, hey, I'm thinking of signing up. And he was like, the problem with you, dude, is you're always trying to be the fucking hero. Get out of here. And I was like, what the fuck's that guy's problem? It was you were like, fuck you, dude. What? Me, you, and my cousin Pat were doing a podcast.
Probably that's because you betrayed me.
Dude, so then I have a dream of all... That's why I woke up at 4:30 in the morning. All my relationships crumbled, and then I peed the bed. I shot pee at the very end. At the very end of this, I was like walking away, just like from my old jiu-jitsu coach.
I am the hero.
No, I was very ashamed of it. That sucks. And then another friend of mine had left a private jet, and again, in a spirit of vengeance, I was like, I'm going to use this guy's private jet. And then they were like, it'll be $1,500 in Philadelphia. And I was like, never mind. And then I peed the bed.
Damn.
And then I woke up to a text from you saying, you snake. And I just,
oh, yeah.
And I swear to God, I couldn't think. I was like, what the fuck is this in reference to? And I was like, that dream really I was so confused. And then I went out and ran 2.88 miles, dude. 28 minutes. So you do the math.
Yeah, I was afraid that when I said you're rash, you act, whatever I said.
I'm rash, yeah.
Yeah, I was afraid that because you were like, that's a little intense. I was like, I hope he knows.
No, so here's what happened.
You definitely fucking with him.
Obviously. But I think your game is you trying to get an OL out. You're trying to pull an OL out of me.
Yeah.
So I started formulating OLs in my head. I go, okay, I'm rash. We'll fucking do this. And then I go, no, I'm not going to OL.
No.
You love that, dude.
What are you talking about?
You've talked about this before. You get people to a territory where they just all of a sudden seemingly out of nowhere OL you, and you go, whoa, what the fuck is that? I said, I'm not doing that.
All right, good for you.
I did laugh. In my head, I'm not rash. And I thought about the last 6 things in my life. I was like, that was pretty rash. I was also very rash.
I don't think you're very rash.
I'm very rash. I was like, I am rash. And I put my phone down. I said, I'm just going to go fucking...
No, it wasn't.
I wasn't mad at all. No, I wasn't mad at all. In my head, it was going to be this back and forth banter. I said, I'm not having it.
Rash, my cousin.
In my head, I'm like, I lost all my friends in my dream. I'm not going to fight or go back and forth. Dude, it was a horrible feeling. I legitimately...
I had no idea what you were going through.
Yeah, I mean, how could you? I peed the bed, dude. I was so upset. This is taking a teeny bit of pee. Not a lot.
This is a river of bits.
I literally woke. As soon as I think I was peeing in a private jet. I was like, all right, I'm not, because I think this person was like, I'm checking the miles when you get done. I'm like, is that a big deal if you borrow someone's private jet and like rack up miles on it? And I'm like, I don't know. And I'm like, that's gotta be expensive. And then I peed. That was it. I was like, I gotta pee in this jet. And I as soon as I let go, I went, oh shit.
Damn, that's a tough dream.
Dude, I never had a dream like that. It's usually like, I'm getting fucked up, or I'm in I have a dream a lot where I'm like in a dystopian, like fallen state, but like never had all the people in my life like, fuck you, dude. And I was like, it was me, you, my cousin Pat, we're doing a podcast. You're like, Matt, get out of here. I'm doing with your cousin now. I guess I'll do jiu-jitsu. My jiu-jitsu coach is like, you're always trying to be the hero, dude.
Get out of here. You're like, fuck it, I'm gonna get on this jet. Damn it, I pissed myself. Then he woke up to me and be like, yeah, you're a real piece of shit.
This is the danger of sleeping enough.
Yeah, man. I think I'm getting my REM rebound because I've been on like 3-4 hours for so long, and then I take my mouth shut, so I got all kinds of nitric oxide. So you want to primarily nose breathe. So it's just better for you because in terms of like vasodilation, all this other stuff, it gets when you breathe through your nose, it gives like nitric oxide into your body or nitrous, whatever the fuck it's called. Whatever that stuff is in it, and they'll explode, and by gives you boners and fucking muscle veins.
That's what makes you run fast.
Yeah, exactly.
You turn on the knobs.
It's right into the nose. So if you tape your mouth shut while you're sleeping, you only nose breathe, and it's like a better way to breathe. Because it actually, when you breathe into your nose, you're activating your sympathetic nervous system, or your parasympathetic nervous system, which slows you down. When you breathe through your mouth, you're more activating your sympathetic nervous system. So just it's been found, and it's pretty widely accepted. It's better for you to breathe through your nose. But when you sleep, when you're at nighttime, typically you lose consciousness and you just go, and you're just you're crushing your dude. Since I stopped, so I didn't tape my mouth the one night. I did it again. You don't wake up with a shitty taste in your mouth. You tape it,
Sure.
you wake up and you're like,
Really? Because I get a shittier taste when my mouth is closed after a long time.
really? No, for me when I
notice if I'm in a movie theater or on an airplane, if I have my mouth shut the whole time,
airplane mouth,
disgusting fucking mouth.
Airplane mouth is different. Yeah, airplane mouth. I get off of an airplane, I feel like I just fell in.
And my eyes are always just dark red.
Yeah.
Every single time I fly.
I feel the same way. I feel like a piece of shit. When I get off the plane, wherever I'm going to, I feel like I need to be on a shower down. Yeah, it's disgusting. I feel gross.
Hell yeah, bro.
But I'm pretty sick.
Let's bury the hatchet from your dream.
From how we both feel sick when we leave the plane.
Yeah, man. That's a good thing to know. Also about how those kids probably turned us both on a little. We talked and incited something in both of us.
Who, those hot kids?
Yeah, those boys dancing.
Not me. Not me at all. Not me.
I can see
one iota.
You were pulsing.
I wasn't pulsing at all.
Were you pulsing?
For sure, yeah.
Thank you, Tim, for your honesty.
I'm being honest.
Thank you, Tom.
I'm talking about pants watching this video. Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't feel anything. I watch that and
it made me angry. Not sexually frustrated. Yeah, just like
horny,
this is
sexually violent,
annoying. Yes, I wanted to break into their house and take them one by one.
Thought a wave of sexual violence overcome me. Dude, actually, this is really fucked. Did you ever see the documentary called Rewind on Amazon?
What's it about?
It's so fucked. It's a so this guy's dad apparently obsessively filmed. Keep viewership up. The guy's dad obsessively. He obsessively filmed his son's childhood, and it turned out that the son was getting viciously molested and raped by his two uncles the entire time, and his
older.
Not even
Dudley boys were coming in there?
Dude, it wasn't even the Dudley boys.
Talking
about it all the time. Only one of his uncles was fun. No, so his dad, apparently this is going through the whole family. So the dad was molested by his older brother, and his older brother was molested by their older brother, who was also an award-winning opera singer. Which was crazy, because they would go to these home videos of him come here, and they would slow it down. The dad would look over and just walk away.
He was like,
if you tell anybody, I'll kill you. That's what he did. So it starts out, and you're like, I thought it was just a divorce. They're like, yeah, my husband always had this camera. It was annoying. And I'm like, dude, is this guy really bitching about this? And then it was then I found there were sores on his genitals. I was like, oh, hold up. And they slowly sunk each these three brothers were just sucking each other. Or the youngest brother was just getting sucked. But the other one was like, dude, I'm talking about
Wait, is this the son in the movie, or is this
is the
backstory?
This is the backstory.
Yeah.
Okay. So the dad has been sucked by his brother. Dude, literally, he was at lay on the thing. He's like,
how old were they when they were sucked?
Oh man, I think it went on into the teenage. It had to go on into the teenage. I don't know. It was definitely from grade school age. But then there was the older brother who was continued. There's the older brother would rape the middle brother, and then the middle brother would just suck his youngest brother. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, of course.
So
that's great.
Knowing this shit all would happen, the guy just tried to bury it in the back of his head and allowed these people in his son's life all the time. And so it was the middle brother was, I think, sucking his son. The middle brother's son was sucking his son and all that shit. But then the oldest son,
the alpha son,
the opera singer, he was raping. He was anally raping the guy's son, and they started raping their daughters. And then so the guy came out. Finally, the kid.
I'm trying to movie, guys. How horny was this family?
I don't do that.
It's supposed to be the horniest family of all time.
It was fucking crazy. But then the whole time, the dad, which I think this is probably why he did it, he had a camcorder back in early. Basically, I think the kid's the same age as us. And this was all filmed in Bryn Mawr. The place they were filming, I used to walk through there. I'm not claiming fame, but it's there one field. I'm like, oh, that's where I used to get off the little train and walk to the school. They were filming in this field. But I think the dad obsessively filmed everything going on, I guess, to keep an eye on things. But dude, he just filmed himself basically. The uncle's messing with him. The dad would look, and they slow down the footage, and he would just walk through the thing. But the mom was like, dude, why didn't you tell me? So they were
lost on this.
Once they said
so the dad was filming his son, and his son was being raped by.
Not while he was being raped, but he was filming everything, every single. Well, I keep doing this. Yeah, almost everything.
That's how you film.
He would just sit there with a camcorder and constantly all the family stuff. So this guy's putting a documentary of all of his old family footage. Then you're watching it, knowing these dudes have been like raping him and shit. So they're like, "Hey, buddy," and like you see the guy like looking at the kid and like ruffling his hair and rubbing his back. Dude, it's fucked. It is so fucked up. I'm almost done. Brittany makes me shut it off every time it's on.
Yeah.
No, it's just one. Oh, it's one show.
It's a tough one to watch.
Dude, it's fucking insane how fucked up this is. I mean, I thought it was like, I was like, it was like, dark, twisted family. I was like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, it can't be that bad.
They haven't brought down the opera singer yet. The uncle immediately they go final boss. The final boss.
This is gonna be a tough one.
He was like apparently a high profile dude associated with like they brought him. He like entertained the Pope, all kinds of shit.
I bet he did.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
I bet the Popo was fucking
He must have
ecstatic.
partied down, dude. That's pedophile Thailand, dude. You go to Rome. You're just like, oh, sweet, whatever we want.
That's like Canton, Ohio. That's like the Hall of Fame, dude. If you make it into the Vatican City, there's a bust of you. Just like this guy, numbers, statistics alone, dude. This guy deserves to be in here.
Dude, it was pretty mind-bending.
Kids.
He go to the child. He goes to.
They hang up your shop teacher classes in the rafters at the Vatican.
He has drawings from when he's a child, and they like he goes through like his psychiatrist drawings, dude. It's like him as like an 8-year-old drawing, just like his uncle as a devil with like a huge dog, dude. It's fucking crazy. It was one of the most fucked up things. It's kind of a fucking joint killer. But that was
very funny.
I watched this and it was like, yeah, the fact that it was like, dude, the dad would be like, he laid on the couch. He's like, I would lay right here, and your uncle would take my penis in his mouth. I'm not gonna lie. It felt kind of good, and like, dude, you just watch it, and then, dude, it's next, it's unreal.
Just brothers sucking brothers.
Brothers sucking brothers fucking uncles fucking nephews, and then like, dude, at one point the mom was like,
my uncle,
dude, the mom,
my uncle, fucking.
In my head, I was like, is this more common? I was like, maybe this goes on all the fucking time. Because the home videos were them just being like, like real normal fucking shit.
Me and my uncle would be like, hi. Like real, like
no contact. Dude, the mom at one point went upstairs and the door was shut. He was up with the uncle, the master total dude who would like would pen. Yeah,
the opera.
The guy, yeah, exactly. The Phantom, dude.
The Phantom of the ass rug.
She would go upstairs and the door was shut and she was like, "Hey, what are you guys doing in there?" And he goes, "Uncle Nephew." He literally goes, "Uncle Nephew time." And she was like, he just said it with such authority. And the kid was like, "Why did you open the door?" She was like, "I don't
Never
know."
would have guessed you guys were butt fucking.
Dude, if the door's shut with my kid and anyone's in there, I'm gonna be like, "What the fuck are you guys?" It's definitely an open door. It's like, why would you shut the door?
For sure. I'm sorry. I thought it was the uncle's wife. I thought it was his aunt.
No. The mom.
His kid's mom.
Yeah, she's like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And then the uncle goes, "Uncle, kid time. What are you guys doing in there?" And apparently he was just like, he had just fucked him in the ass and been like, "I'll kill you if you say anything." And then was like, "Uncle, nephew time." And then went down to like carve a turkey and had Thanksgiving. Dude, fucking nuts. That's crazy.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Anyway, tell us about the joys of fatherhood.
I just found out the Menendez brothers had the same thing. Really? Did you know that?
They were getting fucked.
I think this is a Netflix documentary. People have probably seen it, but when they were on trial for killing their parents, first of all, I only know about the Menendez brothers from Cable Guy. So I only know about the fake Ben Stiller Menendez brothers. So in real life, they went to trial.
What did they do?
They killed their parents. Okay. They were twins. They were adult twins. They killed their parents.
So guys have to do.
And their parents were rich. So that was the story. They were trying to get that rich parent money. But then they go to the trial. They're like, by the way, my dad was raping us, and we had to kill him. There was nothing else we could do.
But he was dead.
He was dead. And people were pretty dead set on these dudes wanting that money. So then, on the stand, there's the secret move that they pull off. They're like, if you don't believe us, listen to this. I think like the older Menendez brother, I don't know, it's probably minutes older. He gets on the stand. He's like, I took my brother in the woods and I raped him because my dad raped me. And then they both tell the same side or the same story from opposite sides. It was like, yeah, we go to the woods. I'd say it's time to play, and I would just like stick things in his asshole and suck his bird and stuff like that. And then the other brother had to be like, yeah, totally, what happened? And that's why we killed our parents. And then, like, that almost saved them because it was so horrific and believable. And then it's, at the end, they're just like, yeah, well, you still can't fuck.
Yeah, we still gotta kill you guys.
Yeah.
Because we definitely can't have you out.
I don't know what they're up to these days. I don't know if they're still alive.
Can't give you access to the woods.
Well, dude, the doctor in the psychiatrist in the documentary, he was like, family sexual abuse is a gift that keeps on giving. The question is, where did he get the gift from? Dude, it was just like, dude, you made me think, like, okay, hold on, no, let me rephrase that. Yeah. It's a gift that keeps giving. They're like, we're trying to figure out who got the oldest brother first. Dude, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, that's tough.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. No. I don't know what reminded me of that, but I think that is.
Yeah, I was talking about hot dudes dancing for a while. Probably got you on the.
Probably got me thinking about the rewind.
Sucking boys.
Yeah, Shane was talking about fucking children who could beat him up.
True, that's where it was. I think that's where it came from.
Yeah, that would suck to go in there and get my ass kicked while attempting to rape a house. Just get jumped. Probably did a dance on you. Which would actually be.
I think it'd be like Flight 91.
It would be Flight 93. It would be exactly that, dude. I'd be like, nobody fucking moves. And they'd be like, let's kill this motherfucker. I'll be like, I'll crash us all anyway.
This is you jerking off as you get beat up.
If I'm going down, you're going down. Yeah, you're gonna get some jizz on you.
Whole time you're just trying to get into TikTok.
Dude, that has to be the opposite of like dads pulling their daughters out of strip clubs. Like you have to want your son to get into a TikTok house.
You want
really? You want them in?
No,
because they become millionaires.
They're super hot. That's dirty money, dude.
They do become millionaires. I hate it.
I hate it too.
I don't. No, it's funny as a fat 30-year-old on Patreon to criticize Jack this fuck yoked.
Bulking, currently bulking.
Currently gains. Currently gains, so I can fucking.
What song would you do?
I like mine with lettuce and tomatoes.
Just when you smile and you slowly show your butthole.
Yeah, the camera down underneath with my sack up.
Oh my god.
That's good TikTok.
No, I think, I don't know. I don't think a lot of, well, if you're a dad and you're not like a complete bitch, I think you'd be kind of pissed off. The lack of principles, dude. I would,
dude, if I wanted to play soccer, my dad would have been like, you're gay. No, these kids they're dancing.
Dude, my friend got bullied out for playing soccer by his dad.
Yeah, you can't.
Literally called him a foot fairy until he played football. I was in the car when this happened.
Cool.
He mentioned yeah, but I kind of like soccer. He's like, foot fairy. He was a football coach too, so he made him play football. Bullied him out of soccer.
Good.
I mean, he's on the TikTok. I got TikTok out.
What's gayer than American soccer players? TikTok.
I mean, that's kind of the
slow road.
Yeah. No, I've been pissed.
Soccer, American soccer is definitely actually European soccer is the TikTok as well.
Well, from an ROV perspective, I would say I would be pissed if I was a dad going into a TikTok house like that.
But times are different, dude. Your dad snatching a fucking stringing cross earring out. They're not the same anymore. There's dads pushing their sons to have.
That's who they want to be. They all want to be Odell Beckham. That's the guy they want to be. It's Drake and Odell Beckham, except it's just white, and they're all so rich that every Instagram picture is them with abs holding stacks of money to their ear.
Yeah,
cocksuckers.
This is kind of, I think, a thing for the elites. I don't think poor people or even middle class people could try to emulate this because it's just people.
Well, you can. You can emulate it, but
kind of a crappy house. You have pimples on your chest.
Your parents couldn't afford braces.
We should start a TikTok. This should be a TikTok house.
No, this cannot be a TikTok house.
I'm just describing the rest of TikTok. It's just autistic.
Billy's the only one of us that you might get it. He lost some weight, but Billy could be our TikToker.
You think so?
He's probably got abs.
No.
He's fucking strong. If we got Billy shirtless.
Not a PA. He's strong as fuck, but he doesn't have abs.
If we got Billy shirtless and made him seductively walk to the camera,
Billy can do it. He has his glasses, dude. Fucking lower them down.
We could make some money. We could pimp your brother out on TikTok. Sure. But this could end up as some sort of rewind thing where you end up sucking him. It's too powerful. True.
Yeah, the dad even rationalized being like, look, as far as my middle brother was to me, he was just trying to show me he loved me in a sick and twisted way. But the wife was like, why didn't you tell me your brother's raped you before bringing your brother to
somebody had to give me head, bitch. I wasn't getting it here, so I went to my brother. He sucked me dry.
How do you chill at family parties?
Knowing that you
brothers that suck each other and just be like, they were doing this thing where you go behind the wall and go, Oh, he's so silly.
Oh, he's probably getting raped.
I would have to. I would spaz at one point. Like, dude, remember you sucked my dick? What the fuck? Just carving the turkey.
I don't know though. It's probably that same energy of like if you've hooked up with a chick and then you see her later, you're kind of still like,
yeah,
what up? You and me had something. I mean, they probably have that energy with each other where they're just like, yo, you're my man.
I mean, that's your formative sexual experience. So like, you're fucking and you're like, I just want my brother to suck.
Like it's never as good again.
It's never as good, dude.
I bet it's not.
It's your summer love, dude. That's your first love. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Should be on the internet. I brought it. Possibly the worst topic. We're having fun. We're talking about hot guys. I saw a documentary about sexual.
Tell me more. Tell me more. Well, it was actually my brother.
Oh God! Please stop. We don't believe you.
It was my brother at the beach.
Apparently, too. That's what they said. The problem was the kid. The kid broke the ice because he was like. I think he started grabbing his sister's boobs, and then they were like, "Hey, knock that off!" And he was like, "That's what our cousin."
This is nothing.
Like, "That's what our cousin does." And they were like, "Is that true?" And the daughter was like, "Yeah." The kid, then they got it out of the kid. Dude, the whole family fell. The kid was a hero. In a weird way, he grabbed his sister's boobs, and that was what like brought this whole thing down. He grabbed his sister's boobs in front of his parents, and he was like, "That's what they like, tell mom about your guys' secret time with the cousin." So the cousin was the one who brought this whole thing.
Were any of these people
brought the pedos? That's a lot of he started it.
No one was hot. They sound like very ugly people.
They weren't. It wasn't a hot house for sure. It was not a hot TikTok.
If this was happening in the TikTok house, it would be hot.
It'd be more clicks, more views.
It'd be so many views. The clickbait would be crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
Brother.
Did your brother sell each other?
Brother.
It's got to be on. It's got to be on the internet.
100%.
Stepbrother. You suck stepbrother. Don't touch me.
He's with me right now. Get out here with that mustache.
Charged environment. God. But yeah, man, that was pretty hard.
I got fired up this weekend. I listened to the smash hit #1 podcast in the world right now, Nice White Parents.
What is that? I heard about that.
It sucks dick. I'll tell you.
What's the premise?
It's like the New York Times presents Nice White Parents. It's just about white parents ruining a black school by giving it too much money. We don't want any help.
Serial podcast?
Yeah, it is. It is. They play like the jazz-like piano. They're like, up next. And it's always just like, I'm Sarah Coral Sea Treasure Map Jones. It's just some bullshit made-up fucking garbage name every day. And then, the whole podcast is just like, it's just, New York Times podcasts are like, hi, I'm a wealthy person that went to Yale. Here's how white people stink.
It's like ideological hothouse.
Fucking insane.
Yeah,
it really is.
It is. It's like,
and then, dude, you should hear, because then there's ads for the other podcasts, and they're like, this is what's brought to you. And it's just another white dork with his nose stuffed.
Yeah.
Just being like, also, if you're having trouble sleeping, why don't you try Casper? It's great, man. Like, it's fucking, it's wild. You gotta listen to it.
Well, these are the people whose like families benefited directly from like NAFTA and like probably had slaves. Like they like had slaves. We're like, no, we didn't. And then we're like, yeah, let's sell off the labor force. So yeah, I mean, you feel pretty bad.
It's the whole thing's about. Well, it starts out about one school. It's about how white parents ruin public schools. That's what the whole thing's about. White parents ruin public schools. That's the overall message. And it goes into how, which is like. It tells a specific story about this one school. So I guess in New York, in public schools, you get like drafted to public schools. Like you apply to public schools.
Really? Not charter schools?
There's charter schools and public schools, but you have to you get to try to pick what public school you go to, kind of. And this one dude organized all the white parents from this middle school to go to this elementary school to go to this one middle school. He was like, if we all get together and demand that they have a French program, we can go here. It's empty. Nobody's going to the school. It was like half capacity.
So you went the way they found
POCs. But then this guy led like 20, 30 white kids to this school, all in one grade. But he was also a professional fundraiser, so he also raised like $100,000.
Yeah.
Now they got mad because it was only going to like French programs and shit like that. Yeah. So he got a he took a school. He basically almost made like a. He
basically took a school with a bunch of other kind of rich white people and used public funding to have like essentially like a private school kind of thing, or what?
Yeah, just I don't know. It's not like he was totally like innocent or whatever, but it was still like I don't know. There was just certain parts where
they made like an Aryan Brotherhood for a school, like as a prison gang. Let's just squad up. Let's get numbers.
All go together. And
say numbers.
It was just like she was holding white people accountable for shit that she would never hold people of color accountable for. She would be like, the white people didn't want to be. They were afraid that their kids would be bullied if they were the only white kid in class.
Wait, so when they would have been, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, of course they would.
It sounds great so far. When does it get ruined?
I don't know. I haven't really gotten that far yet. It's usually in like parent-teacher meetings, which she goes to and records, and it's usually like women of color arguing with like a guy named like Randy, who's like, we just raised this. It's like, you are not part of the parent-teacher group. That money should be for all of us. He's like, well, actually, it's personal, private money. It's great. It's fun to listen to.
Well, dude, I mean, who of them would go to like the Philadelphia school district and just be like, all right, Chip, get in there. That's why Philadelphia schools are in a standstill. Nobody's pulling the trigger. Everyone has a house here, and then as soon as it's typically a lot of times, as soon as it's Philadelphia school time, they go like, let's get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Everybody does it, but it's like, dude,
that's what it's about. That's what
I'd rather fucking nightmare. I'd rather send my sons and daughter to a TikTok house than a Philadelphia public school.
They are a nightmare, dude.
And but also again, she holds them account, like the white people accountable for shit she would never. Like she was like, and then this was a meeting for parents. It was voluntary, and about the entire. All of the parents over there were white.
Dude, this is for this.
It was.
No, these podcasts are for rich white people who are.
Go ahead, motherfucker.
These podcasts are for very rich white people who go through a black neighborhood and get like very nervous when they're driving. Yeah. So they play like bad white parents. They're like,
see, not me.
These are people who legitimately are nervous around black people.
The mayor, who hates whites. Go ahead.
No, I don't hate whites. I've been through that system that you're talking about. In Detroit, we had to go to some place outside the city to take a test to get placed in specific high schools. So I go to
Cass Tech.
Yeah, I didn't go to Cass Tech.
Who else has Detroit high schools like me? That's a Michigan Wolverine feeder school. Notre Dame needs to get some people out of there.
I wasn't good enough to go there.
So you took the test. You took the standardized test.
Yeah.
Where did they put you?
The blackest. That's how they send you to school. They're like, well, if you do real bad, we send you to the blackest school.
Yeah, they were going to send me to a terrible school, but it wasn't because of like the test. It was because of where I lived. So we moved to Pennsylvania after that.
Wow.
So what do they do? Like hold the test and look at you, and they're like,
no, it's just like a standardized test. Like in black schools, they train you. Well, in Detroit, our whole like schooling was so we can take this test.
Standardized test. Yeah, they do that here.
Yeah,
they do that in honky schools.
But I'm saying I've been to honky schools and it's not necessarily the focus. In black schools, the test is the focus every time.
Yeah, we took the CAT test.
That testing up to get federal money.
Yeah. We took the CAT test, and it was just kind of like, hey guys, like they would take like 3 weeks and like, hey, we're gonna take these tests. It was Catholic school, so they're like, what the fuck ever. We can not do these. Nobody would give a fuck.
Yeah, true. I went to Catholic school as well.
CAT tests, I kind of phoned those in. CAT tests and my SATs. I took them once. I was one and done.
Yeah.
Didn't take any prep.
I would have done them too.
CAT tests for my mom.
Yeah, bro.
I'm talking
Come on now.
Powerful
That's
shit.
what we do. What'd you do? You probably didn't even take the SATs, you fucking blue collar loser.
I did take them.
What'd you get?
You smart. What'd you get?
Let's show our dicks.
I think it was like 1180. It wasn't clerk.
I got 1170.
Dude, I
knew we were both smart. You lied about yours to sound smart. You don't give 1180s.
No, wait, dude. You have no idea. That was actually a disappointment because when it was time for CAT tests in Catholic school, I went hard. That was my moment.
You crushed.
Oh, you wanted to help the school look good by getting it.
No, I wanted to look good because I was such a fucking.
You wanted to save the choir.
Yeah, like, dude, growing up in a shitty neighborhood where everyone was like doing cool shit constantly, I was a fucking Super Nintendo kid, and I was like, I got nothing going for me.
Stunned on the CAT test.
And then they dangled the CAT test in front of me. I was like, sunshine.
What kind of CAT score?
I can't believe that's how dorks actually operate. Like, damn, I'll have a Super Nintendo. It's time for me to destroy this standardized test to show everybody how cool I am.
I didn't think about cool, but I was like, I need a win. I need a show.
That's pretty sick.
All I have is making the older kids.
That makes sense because
dorks
will get mad when you cheat on them.
Yeah,
I would
it's
go in
really
and
hard to
cheat
cheat on a cat test, dude. I used to
Dorks
try
would
it.
be
It's difficult.
No, I just mean in general. There'd always be dorks that would get upset if you like started cheating on their.
What kind of cheater were you? Like an eye hustler?
I'm a full fucking.
I'm an eye hustler.
What is that? Let me see.
I made cheat sheets very rarely. A lot of times I make a cheat sheet and I wouldn't even be able to bust it out. I'd be so nervous.
Absolute eye hustler.
Yeah, it's a big.
And to the point where I thought I was really good at it. That's funny about cheating. I thought I was like, I can read patterns. I'm so good at getting patterns right on standardized tests.
All it takes is the first time you do it and don't get caught, you're like, I might be the best at this ever.
Yeah, this is all you have to do.
Yeah, do you remember the first time you cheated on a test?
I do.
I don't know. Mine was a reading class that we had like trailers. So we had a school, like a little Catholic school, and then they just started like adding different trailers. We had like a reading trailer, a library trailer, the nurse trailer. Nurse trailer was fun to say. But we would just, I would go to a reading trailer class and we'd sit there and we did computers. And I remember just being like, fuck, I think I missed that part of the story. And being like, I wonder if she knows. And I looked over and I was like, she seems pretty confident in the copy. And I was like, it's awesome. I was like, oh, that's good to know. I remember being little and being like, it's good to know I got some backups.
Yeah. That is nice. When was your first cheating?
All through 8th grade, I was in Catholic school, and I was a good boy, dude, super smart. But then my mom got addicted to pills, and I turned. So after 8th grade, we couldn't afford Catholic school anymore, so they were about to feed me to the Philadelphia public school system. And I lived in fucking Kensington, so it was like,
yeah, you were fighting for your life, dude.
Well, so I took the standardized testing that year and ended up getting into a magnet school in Northeast Philly. Damn. I was like, holy shit, I'm saved. And then, again, obviously my life fell apart. So then I started 9th grade, and the first English test I have, I was like, I can't do this, dude. I'm not going to be able to fucking keep up. And I looked over, and I'll never forget this fucking girl's face. And I looked at her test for like one answer, and she went, "Could you not look at my answers?"
They're the worst.
And so cheating never caught on with me. I ended up feeling bad.
Dude, the funniest thing, you're telling, I was in 2nd grade, and I was being like, oh, sweet. I was just a piece of shit.
Yeah, I think I cheated on some spelling tests back in the day.
Yeah.
I remember this one kid fainted during the finals in high school, and I just took this dork's test. The kid fainted. So there was medical attention on that kid, so I stole this kid's test. And he was like, no. He was literally like saying no. And I was like, dude, shut the fuck up. Just like every single exam.
The best Catholic school hack was to just, if you were like a sick day for the test, let someone else take the test, get the grades back, write down the answers.
We've had this conversation.
Then you took it out in the hallway.
Yeah.
You're just like,
dude, we've had this conversation.
Yeah, fucking rules.
Algebra, I had a teacher that would give you multiple choice algebra, the same test to both classes. So there was kids in the first class that would just type it in their calculator, what every single answer was, and then give you the calculator. My average in the class was like a 98. And I was killing this class. And I think I was already committed to Army, so this teacher thought I was like real deal. He was like, this guy's gonna be a fucking general. He's 98%, he's the captain of the football team. This guy's incredible. And then it was a recruiting thing. I missed the class because I had to go talk to like a coach or something, and then came back and he was like, oh, here's a makeup test, and it wasn't multiple choice. It was just show the math. Dude, I didn't know 1 ounce of how to do it.
Oh my god.
I wrote the number 3 for the answer on every answer. I wrote 3 and gave it back to him.
What did he say?
And he was like, we gotta talk.
I got
a 0.
I got PTSD.
I would have faked autism. Like, I'm not really at work on paper.
I tried to be your mind.
He did it. What was sick was he loved Notre Dame football. Nice. He was a troop. He was a former troop. And he was a geezer. He was just like, I'm not going to tell anybody about this. Yeah. We're just not going to give you this test. And just, the guy was the man. I think he died.
Was this post 9/11?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Post 9/11. Look, this guy was like, we need this beefy motherfucker out there setting those Arabs straight with his man.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, sir. I was just so focused on turning that shithole in the parking lot.
That's so funny.
He just stays between us.
He never forgot you through algebra. He just never forgot. He was like, yeah, let him throw a fucking.
He was about to fail me. Those planes.
You see, he was like looking at you. He was looking at all your threes, and it was just like an overlay of like the Twin Towers, or Osama from a cave being like, oh, and he was like, fuck this test, dude.
You're gonna go fuck those kids up.
You're feeling like a future U.S. Army soldier.
I think about that sometimes. If you had just fully went through that,
It's
you're
crazy.
a general right now.
I tell you what, I have better posture. I want to be hunched over like Winston Churchill.
It's never too late to become a general.
True.
You can still become a general, dude.
I have some good tactics.
Dude, that would be fun.
I would send Hype House to ISIS and be like,
ooh, they like that.
What you gonna do with it?
No, they love Bachi. I think it's called Bachi Bazi.
They would spontaneously combust. They would suicide bomb on the spot. They would premature ejaculate and suicide bomb, dude. Do you think they call that a pre-jack? Do you think they joke about it like before you get into the school, your vest explodes? Oh, he fucking, I'm a pre-jack, dude.
That has to be a joke over there. Pretending you have a bomb on you, mate. Just kidding.
Yeah, I got you.
A little alarm clock. It's like a little Flavor Flav situation.
You know me.
It has to be a joke. Someone has to play that up.
Arab dudes do that here. That's like a YouTuber joke for Arab dudes to be in a room and scream Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, and everyone fucking runs out. And they're like, haha, got him, subscribe.
There's a really old ISIS dude doing uncle jokes. He pulls it open. It's like a full cuckoo clock. He's like,
No, there's a video I just watched of a dude doing that. And then going outside, he was like, haha, got him, fucking idiots. And then he walks outside, and it's a cop. He's like, freeze, get the fuck out of the crowd. He's like, what? For what, dude? What? It's a prank, bro.
Cops like, guns fake, got you.
Yeah, guys, that's not very funny, is it?
Yeah, I always love those pranks where the guys put on a mask and like scare women into thinking they're raping them in a parking garage, and they're like, you're trapped on an elevator.
Dude, say the N-word is my favorite. Or like going up or like saying something fucked up at like a court. Just getting beat up by black dudes seemed to be a prank. That seemed to be a YouTube show for a minute.
There was guys who would do that.
Lots of like Israeli and Eastern European dudes doing it.
Yes, exactly right. That's exactly who was doing it. You know, Europeans just tossing it out, just getting.
Bro, this is a prank.
You're like, that's a camera.
They would walk with like a couple walking down the street and be like, bro, what the fuck, your girl? They would just start throwing punches. Like, bro, it's a prank, bro.
It's a prank, that's a camera. And then sometimes the guy who's throwing punches would be like, fuck. You got me.
Well, it's also probably relief. You don't have to get like an assault charge or beat some guy up.
I don't know. I think I'd be even angrier if somebody was like, "There's a hidden camera there."
Yeah, true.
I'd be like, "What the fuck, dude? I thought you were just retarded."
You got a Godfather of the camera. You got to smash that.
True.
Go up and just be like, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's a fair.
Some guy's like, "I'm gonna lick your wife's butthole." The guy's dude.
Yeah, there's a camera right over there. We were just trying to freak you out.
They would also go.
I was just trying to make you snap violently in public for my amusement, so I can get views.
They would also go up and just assault women. They would just go up and start fucking making out with girls.
Yeah, which had to be fake.
Yeah.
Unless these boys, well, I mean, they are Eastern European. So you're Russian enough,
you'll definitely grab a chick's ass and be like, no, just.
The closer you get to Moscow, the more likely
he's prank.
He's prank. This is fun for us.
If you do not have big reaction, my whole village starves. Please freak out, please. We know you need this.
I know some TikTokers that walked you.
Oh, they did. Sure. They were out there. They were just standing on skyscrapers.
They were
doing
testing the waters with the haircuts and shit.
They were. You're exactly right. Track pants, no shirt, no pull-ups on us like a crane.
Yep,
1,000 feet up.
Falling the fuck off.
Yeah.
They're like, dude, we can't keep doing pull-ups on cranes and dying. We have to
TikTokers
just, we gotta just trap
soft compared to what they have.
It's like the space program.
Those dudes die constantly.
They're the first ones to just like jack a woman up in the form in an elevator. Like, I'm going to kill you now. And they're like, I'm just kidding. Come on.
There's actually a camera here. That is the space race. You're exactly right. This is a Cold War of the internet. Ours are just hot fucking dudes grinding their floppy dicks and sweatpants.
That's our Silicon Valley.
Russians are assaulting and committing rape, but full camera, very floppy.
Indian or some Southeast Asian country, they're getting onto the hot boys bandwagon too. They do like very dramatic.
The Indian
might be the worst. They're all like fast forward.
It's the funniest shit in the world. And they all have like blue contacts in or something, or there's like something ridiculous around.
And it's like a dramatic thing, like fighting over a girl, and then like one of them dies and becomes an angel and shit.
Yeah. True, that's the new one.
Well, that's a girl sees that and is like, I like your TikToks and blows you. and then you two just live. I guess that's what's going to come down to. When all the jobs go away, you just do TikToks. Your future wife sees you, pop your contacts out, and she just like has a kid. Your kid just comes out in the world, just like,
oh man,
it's pretty nuts.
Yeah, you know who needs to be getting their dick sucked is those dudes who dig pools. Those guys. You got those digging pools? Oh my god, yes, dude. There's just some jaguar paws digging. They just dig pools. Hand digging. Like, you would love these. What? They just time lapse film themselves hand digging sick fucking pools. Hand dug pools. And then like walking to like a body of water with one bucket and filling it up and walking it back and down. It's fucking sick.
It's just for the time lapse.
The time lapse is incredible.
They do it all for the time lapse, and then it's fucking.
Yes, those guys need to be getting. They have to be getting their dick sucked.
Oh, dude, for sure.
My mom wants a pool.
Dude, you're gonna hand dig it? But it's in a hand dug. That's what I'm saying. Is your pool hand dug?
This sounds like an assignment for TikTok house.
This sounds like something Hype House would actually have the resources. Chat house, the shit house.
Joey tail like dude pool in Central Pennsylvania.
Covered in mud. I got real sunburn. Time to go inside and drink a bunch of milk.
Man, Billy won't stop sucking each other.
Look at the camera, it's just Mexican dudes actually doing it. You're like, oh.
I think it ended up being like a production, though. I think it's.
It can't
be, right? Yeah, it's not like.
No way they're digging, dude. They're not digging fucking pools by hand, man.
You'll see.
They're doing a couple of things and editing that in there.
You'll see.
That's like building the fucking pyramids.
Who did that? Apocalyptos?
Obviously the aliens.
Definitely apocalyptic.
Do you want people to
If all you're wearing is a cloth, you can do wild shit. If you're only wearing a cloth diaper, you can create everything.
Dudes pulling a rope can move anything in the world.
There's not only if they're in cloth diapers and sandals.
I guess if you want the feeling of like somebody dying while on like a project of yours, it's like that's a good business. Like the stadiums and guitar, I mean anyone can have anything built, but you want people to die while building it. That's pretty cool.
You want the stadiums and guitar? They like won the World Cup, and they're like, all right, well, we'll build 12 stadiums this year. And everyone's like, you sure? How are you guys gonna do that? Like, cool. We got a lot of money, dude. We're good. Just immediately got slaves.
Nice guitar parents.
Yeah, true.
It's a bunch of money.
Fuck, I fucked this up. There was something I wanted to get to with nice white parents, but you should listen to it.
So yeah, it's them. Dude, I'm telling you, that's who it's for. It's for people who are too scared to drive through black neighborhoods without having like a borderline panic attack. They're like, you don't listen to this thing. It's about how white people are really bad in public schools by like trying to make them, cool and stuff. Dude, it's
very interesting.
I can't wait until you find out how they actually ruined it.
Oh,
because it sounds like they just made
it.
How do they ruin it?
This is how it gets very weird. So that was in 2015. Right now, the lady goes back to the school. So there's like a Nazi type school kindergarten called Success.
They beat the fuck.
They don't hit them, but the kids are like super disciplined. And here's what she's excited about is the white parents have zero power. Everybody's treated the exact same, but then she gets upset that people of color are being disciplined by white people. So that's something she's gonna work on personally. That if she can't see that and get upset, she needs something. The podcaster needs to work on something.
They should just balance it out by throughout the day just showing them clips of like Jamaican daycare workers beating the shit out of white children.
Dude, there's a.
No, hold on, you guys. This is where it gets crazy. So upstairs, they're obsessed with race at this school. So obsessed that they have a like squad that goes door to door to look for racism in the classrooms. So like people walk by with clipboards and just peer into your classroom and see if they find any racism. And then all these adults that are going around classroom to classroom to look for racism in kids.
Adults are doing this?
Yes. These are the adults. This is like a committee of adults looking for third graders being racist to each other. And then they all go back together and report what they found. This one lady was like, there were groups of 3, and the black boy got the answer first, and the white girl looked to the white boy first to see if she should go with the black student's answer. Now, this could be that she trusts the white student or that the black student could be wrong sometimes, or does she not see him as a human being at all? I mean, it's just like, whoa, what are you doing, lady?
Imagine projecting that shit on a third grader.
What are you doing? Why would you say something like that?
This lady who's probably a little has her own little weird things going on.
I guaranteed hyphenated last name.
Oh, the lady?
Yeah, my name is Smith Steinberg. Janelle Smith Steinberg, the third, fourth Pauline. It's pretty fun to do, actually. I was driving, listening to it, and just reading road signs like NPR last names. Be like, I'm Merge Right, Janelle Merge Right, caution, Berg Smith. It's pretty funny.
What you really need is you need to nail the sound effect of them opening their mouths every single time. Like every word is like.
It is like ASMR for just white guilt.
Yeah.
It's fucking wild.
That's fucked up, man. To walk around third graders.
That was what fucked me up.
Why did you cheat off the black kid?
Yeah.
You don't think he's a person? You're just sitting there, you're like,
no, he's wrong.
Imagine your brain also at third grade. You're just, in third grade, I was mostly just my mouth open, like,
yeah.
Like, it was like a full fucking, like, Blair Witch Project POV. And just me, like,
just snot.
Yeah.
I was at snot, dude. My sleeves were covered in snot.
Dude, dude, if I had to think about myself in third grade, I would just sit there every now and again, look at my cousin and be like, give him the finger, and then like throw something and be like, and then eventually I would just keep like reacting impulsively until my dad would hit me. At some point, I would get caught, and my dad would be like, you can't do that. And I'm like, back at school. There's no way. If someone was like, you're being racist, I'd be like,
what is that, dude?
Well, first of all, I
haven't even got to coming.
I did have swastikas. I had swastikas on my ruler. I drew them on there.
In third grade?
No, this was like fifth, sixth.
Yeah, that's about right.
I had another school.
Yeah. The print bar. I had a ruler.
I didn't know what they were. I knew like people were like, yo, they're really bad to draw those. I was like, give me those. Yeah, all right. 10 more. Drew them better. And I used to beat kids. I used to just I had a ruler out. Swastika. I talked about this before, yeah. It wasn't the like a
teacher at Success.
It was a geometry ruler too, so it was 3-sided. So it was like a club. It was one of those ones you could do, and it was just like bitch, pussy, and then it had like swastikas, and I would just turn around, and the teacher turn around, and beat the fuck out of the dude next to me.
That'd be nice if you could get one embedded on a kid.
It was all perfect. That'd be funny too if that happened now, and a teacher was like, "Holy fuck! Actually, it's a swastika ruler."
I have Nazis. Thank God, my second graders are Nazis. I'm gonna be viral for correcting this. Speaking of Nazis, I watched Greyhound last night on Apple TV. Another absolute crap movie.
What is it?
It's about Tom Hanks. He's escorting a cargo fleet in the North Atlantic. Of course, World War II.
Yeah.
Why does Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg just own World War II? They do.
What else they do?
They did Band of Brothers, Pacific, Saving Private Ryan,
Captain Phillips.
Captain Phillips. Tom Hanks on a boat in adversity is pretty good. I'll give him that. But there's the same music for World War II that they basically. Now when you think of World War II, you think of this music. It's like horns, like slow, like
I was just playing
glorious, uplifting horns, and then like a God-fearing, reluctant hero that doesn't really want to be there. That's a great man. Like they went out of their way for him to be like boys with the black chef. It's a white captain on a submarine hunting vessel in the North Atlantic, and the black chef would come up and they'd pray together. And it's like, dude, get out. Like, now he's not even allowed to be racist, this guy. This World War II murderous captain. Still have to show him, be like, look how great he was. It's weird, dude. I don't know.
Tom Hanks reached that point in a lot of movies where you get to the point where the main character like encounters like a woman or a person of color, and they're like, by the way, my character feels better about you than everyone else in the time.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's the point of the movie.
Well, Tom Hanks is like been canonized into that. He just portrays like elite liberal values, and he gets cred for that in real life, which is weird. It's like how like Jean-Claude Van Damme is like a badass. Or like even Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro is the
classic example.
Yeah.
Dude, him and Al Pacino are doing like Broadway musicals. Yeah. They're like, no, that guy's like a mob boss. It's like, no, he's not. He's a fucking actor. He's a pussy.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, that guy's tough. You don't want a problem with him.
Total pussy.
Like, you would wail on that.
Dude, Al Pacino was doing one of those like GQ like epic interviews where like sitting like all in white in a weird thing, and Al Pacino's like, yeah, remember that, Rob? We used to do those little musicals, and he's like. You can tell he was trying to change the subject.
I remember those.
Yeah, I might have plugged a couple of those few things.
A couple of them there, what that had a few pumps. Tommy.
Yeah, that's weird how actors get like movie credit. Like, that carries them, that follows them in real life.
Yeah.
Like, all right, cut. And then Tom Hanks now is like a liberal hero.
Tom Hanks hunted, although it was making me laugh imagining underwater Nazis for some reason. They were all in submarines. Just imagining a bunch of Nazis in submarines being like, hi ho! Like, are there any Jews down here? There better not be. They would, the one captain or the one would get on their radio, on the Americans' radio, and just be like, you thought you could escape us? We are the Grey Wolf. We will hunt you. And they'd be like, turn that off, God damn it. I'd be like, I ended up like your joke and cheering for the Nazis in this movie.
Oh, my God.
I was like, dude, the Grey Wolf rules. He's talking shit.
Yeah.
He's blowing up ships and then talking shit. He's getting on their radio and be like, you thought you had us? He would kill you now. It's great.
Tom Hanks like, stop talking shit on my black chef, don't you?
Oh, they killed him.
I didn't know he was black.
They killed the black chef.
Oh, yeah.
The Nazis killed and cleansed the ship.
They sent him black.
They were like firing bullets and one of them just hit the black chef. They killed 3 guys on the entire ship, and one of them was Cleveland. Cleveland got shot.
So at the end, Tom Hanks is holding his like dying body. He's like, I was always the nicest to you, right? Isn't it really cool how woke I was in 1946? Remember that time like everyone was saying fucked up stuff? I was like, guys, stop it off, stop being funny. I wasn't laughing at all. I honor your experience.
No, they dropped the black body like a depth charge at the Nazi sub, and they're like, ew. Into an iceberg. The movie ends by the Nazis being like, oh, this one is disgusting now. You ruined it, Tom Hanks.
The guy who's trying to die, and he's like, no, seriously, smacking his face. I'll never know your experience. No, come on, I need you to stay with me. Stay with me, damn. I'm trying to win this Oscar.
Yeah, the whole, like, that interaction, it's kind of a short movie. There's no real plot. It's just the battle. But they infuse this in. They also infused him and his wife. Like, the first, like, minute of the movie is him leaving. So it's him being in love. Him being like, I love you so much. You're the most important thing to me. And then it's just a battle for an hour and a half. And then the wife's out. The wife's pointless.
Yeah.
It just shows you how he loves him. Such a good man.
Kind of heteronormative for my taste. He should have, like, fucked a dude and been like, I'm out of here.
And then Cleveland comes up and keeps trying to make him eat. He's like, you gotta eat, Captain. You gotta eat. And for some reason, he just never eats.
Well, he hates Nazis.
Well, one of the bullets does come through and blow up his bacon, egg, and cheese.
What happens?
He keeps trying to make him breakfast sandwiches. And at one point, a Nazi bullet comes in and hits his breakfast sandwich. He laughed so hard, just a Nazi, like, oh. Like, shooting it. There's Nazis in this. Underwater Nazis.
The scope, they're like, what is it? It's like some sort of pork with cheese and egg on a delicious roll.
Cleveland is delivering it. We will get him, boys. Don't worry. They weren't even after the cargo ships. They're just trying to get Cleveland.
Write that down.
They literally killed 3 dudes on the entire ship. One of them was Cleveland. I wonder if they were like, Mission accomplished. We did it, boys. Time to head home. The Fuhrer will be so proud.
Were they down there looking for Jews down
They
here?
were down at the bottom. They were under the sea.
They said that. They were like,
looking for
not here.
They're looking for Sebastian the crabs, the Jew crabs. Like, here?
They're down there looking for Jewlantis, dude. No, it's down here.
It's too wet. It's wet down here. I can't do a Jew. Can't do a Jewish accent.
You're good at German. Yeah.
Oh. God, it's so wet down here. I can't do it.
That's how you're saying. That's how Atlantis ended.
Atlantis is like, it's too wet. It's humid all the time.
Oh, many mermaids in this neighborhood.
Now, once the mermaids moved in, now we collect their rent, but we don't like living with them.
That was my, dude, one of my mom's uncles was like a Navy dude, and his big story, he would tell you, he's like, yeah, I met a mermaid. He always talked like, hey, what's up, Kevin? I met a mermaid out of the sea. She was human from the waist down. Such a sick fucking, She was human from the waist down.
Yeah, I get it. If you were like a dude who was like, because I knew a guy that was like a military guy that he was a military guy in like the 90s, so he like served in South Korea.
Yeah.
He basically did like vacation.
Yeah, bullshit.
He did that. They like went to Germany and South Korea, and they were like, time in the army. But then that's your identity for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
It's like the 8 years you basically studied abroad.
Yeah, for sure. You had an anchor, and he would just
Take the shit on those dudes.
No, I
support the troops.
He rules, for sure. I got caught. Also,
people over this.
Really?
Yeah, there was like a Veterans Day or something like that, or it wasn't Memorial Day, it was Veterans Day, and I was like, shout out to all my boys, because I know a bunch of dudes who enlisted and then went to Hawaii for like 4 years. Bullshit around. I was like, shout out to my boys posted up in Hawaii.
Yeah, which was fun and games until the Japanese.
True.
In the 40s, they thought that was fun and games, dude.
It's been pretty sweet ever since.
True. That's because the Japanese got one for that, dude. Nobody ruins party time in Hawaii.
It's also funny to think about that guy and then that movie where Tom Hanks is on that guy's boat and being like, hey, come on, be nice to the chef, guys. He's like, I met a bitch, I fucked her once, she was a mermaid, she had a pussy.
That's now.
Yeah.
Imagine 1940s dude on a boat.
Yeah, this guy would have been like 1960s on a boat.
He's on a boat. 1940s on a boat. You would have been fucking dudes.
Well, nobody came, first of all, the whole time, so I'm not jerking off. That's cool.
I was thinking about that too. I was thinking about that. Of course they jerked off.
Less people jerked off, I think.
Yeah.
Before.
Not as open with their sexuality.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely hidden way more, and there's probably guys who were like, I'm
not jerking off.
There's guys back then that thought that was like, you were going to hell for that.
I rarely jerk off if I'm on bunk beds. To this day.
No, for sure. I've got out of my life entirely, jerking off on bunk beds.
You got some bunk beds in you, don't you? Well, Mary sleeps on bunk beds.
I had a dude who used to,
Cleveland was jerking up.
That's probably why I wanted to eat that food so bad. He's popping all over his sandwiches. This racist motherfucker. Just jizz in his thing all day. That'd be funny if that's how it is.
Fucking rules, dude.
Movie sucks. You're gonna be mad when you see it. And then at one point, he has like blisters from walking around. He's got like a bloody foot. And they're like, "Wow, this guy's really working hard."
He's blister.
Tom Hanks has a blister.
What do you have? Like trench foot on the submarine?
He just has
Tom
a
Hanks
bloody
has
sock. Yeah,
bloody sock.
From standing and walking. Yeah. It's almost entirely filmed in a like the what's that called? The bridge.
It's almost on submarine architecture? Yeah.
No, not the sub. They never show you inside the sub, unfortunately, because that would have been sick.
That pissed me off.
Underwater Nazis, dude.
Yeah, they didn't show them in the sub?
No.
What was it like? Was it like Bionic Commando, or just like their face and like, I got
It's a Star Trek episode. You never see the alien ship, they just come up with like a hologram.
They would come up and be like, we know there's one in there. We will get him.
Just like Jaws.
Hold it out.
Oh, it's so fucking funny.
Tom Hanks is constantly like, just so everyone knows, Cleveland is as good as the rest of us, probably better.
James are better. I know it's 1940, but you know,
Cleveland, they taste so good. You put like extra spices or something on it? It's the best.
What do you want over there? I see it. You don't like it when the White Devils are getting after it. You hate to see White Devils having fun.
Actually, the submarine's back in Detroit.
Yeah. You hate the White Devils.
Fuck you off the UFC.
Hey guys, let's give him a chance. I'm definitely Captain Robert. What do you have?
I didn't have anything. How do you feel when you see Tom Hanks treat him? First off, he's a black cook. And he dies. So it is clearly he gets nothing out of this. It's just white people gaining. Tom Hanks being like, that was my brother who died. I gotta kill these Nazis because I'm white.
That was my brother.
How do those guys say it down there?
Brother,
in the kitchen? Brother, what do they say in the kitchen?
I don't know how I'm supposed to eulogize this guy. What I'm allowed to say. I feel like it's my brother, but I can't take that.
It's going to be a long time till I get a good handshake again.
That was cool what those guys were doing down there. You'd stick your hand out and they'd hit it. 2
times if you're lucky.
Anyway, let's throw this motherfucker overboard. He's dead. Motherfucker, they taught me that actually. It was something they talked about.
Some guys like, who said I fucked my mother? It's like, it's not like that.
It's not like that. It's what the cooks say.
I didn't fuck my mom. Someone's restraining Gary. Gary, calm down. I didn't fuck my mom. I didn't come on the submarine and talk about fucking my mother.
This is what the Nazis want, Gary. They want you to fuck my mom.
Jerked off in 76 days.
He's in his quarters at night just going, shit.
The Nazis knew their whites were getting too powerful on the ship. They had to get Cleveland. They're like, if they learn all the curse words, Jerry would be sunk.
Did you ever see the movie Life?
Yeah,
Eddie Murphy.
Incredible.
Where at the end, where he's like discussing his club, and Tom Hanks like, and then we'll have a radio show. It's gonna be on XPN. And we tell people at black school. Everyone's like, oh my god, that's so cool. Why do the worst? Tell us about it again, Tom. He's like, yeah, they're all going to think we're not racist. It's going to be
so cool. It's going to be the 40s, and I'm still, chill as fuck by even today's standards, where I take extra special care of my black employee. Borderline racistly. That's a word, sucker.
Did you ever see the Vietnam War movie with Christian Bale? I forget what it was called. It was Werner Herzog movie. But Christian Bale's a POW in Vietnam.
Yes.
And it's like a true story.
Yes. Oh, fucking Red Dawn?
Yes. No. Red Dawn was the cool movie.
Okay.
Red Dawn was...
Eats rice?
Yeah.
Anyway, Red Dawn.
Close. Yeah. So it was like a true story, and the movie fucking stinks. I hated it. I watched it on like a Saturday morning, and I hated it the whole time. But one of the other prisoners said like the whole thing's about like them escaping the fucking Vietnamese. Yeah, we can't. One of the other dudes is like, no man, we can't do it. No, like he's a nego
just for no reason.
POW.
That's why they eat the snake at the end.
They're eating gross shit the entire time. They're capturing maggots and shit like that. And then at the end of the movie, the coward dude I think steals like the one gun they have or something and like breaks off and goes on and he like dooms the whole fucking thing. And it turns out that was a real guy in real life, and it was like the opposite of what actually happened. He was like a heroic dude, laid himself down, and Herzog was like, my bad. And like he used his real name in the movie and everything. Imagine you're a permanent coward.
POW and then
how did they slam him? I think he was mean to a black guy at one point. I don't know.
There's one other black POV and like, we're not getting shacked up with him. I know we're prisoners of war, but you have to.
We're not fucking animals.
Just imagine, those prisoners, and they're like, man, these POCs really got us fucking trapped in here. Can't believe all these POCs are treating us so poorly.
They're like, this was our fault, right? Yeah, clearly we did this.
That guard's about to take a smoke break. The black chef might fall asleep soon, and we can get out of here.
I don't know. It'd be kind of fucked up if we broke out. Wouldn't that be us asserting like our dominance and authority or something?
Can't we let them have something?
We have us.
I'm gonna cut my own head off.
Hell yeah.
Just them just all jerking off in there and be like, oh my god, I'm fucking oppressed.
I'm fucking oppressed. Damn, true. I didn't even think about how oppressed those dudes were.
They would fucking love it, dude.
POWs in Vietnam.
Well, if you don't know about the POW experience, if they made that movie now, it'd be guys in there being like, damn, it must be really hard to be down. It's really fucked up what we're doing to you guys. Like, shut up. Like, oh god, oh Jesus Christ.
He's about to keep correcting himself. He's like, well, as a POW.
Which, you're a prisoner of society. So.
He's like, come on, man, give us more rice. The guy's like, are you comparing your experience with mine? He's like, no, Jesus Christ, no, sorry.
You can't appropriate rice.
True. They took it. They appropriated it like
POWs are appropriating the fuck out of that.
That was fucked up, actually. No, I think they studied and appreciated the culture.
They definitely.
If you appreciate and study the culture, you're allowed to appropriate, but you have to do it respectfully and ask permission. Like, I just fucking love rap. Can I have my own rap show?
Where are we at, man? Hour 20. We gotta keep pushing a little more. We can just split it in half.
Yeah,
put the rest on the page.
Let's take a break.
Flyers are on right now. No break.
Okay.
We gotta keep full steam ahead, dude.
Hell yeah. Let's keep ripping, dude.
Keep going.
I think, we definitely.
All right, fuck it. Let's take a break. We're going to the
page. Are you sure? Yeah, let's go to the page. We can split it up. That's great.
You see that dude from the Reds?
No.
Bro. He said, so he's an announcer for the Cincinnati Reds. He was like, fucking Kansas City, bag capital of the world. And then in the fifth inning, that was pregame. In the fifth inning, he realized he got caught and had to give an apology. So he's just like, I'd like to believe that I'm a Christian man, God-fearing man. I want to apologize to everybody I let down. That was disgusting what I said. Deep fly ball. That's a home run. That's 4-0 Cincinnati. Anyway, I'm a bad guy. I don't think I'm ever going to put these headsets on again.
I did see that. That was maybe.
I don't know who it's for.
They don't want dudes to rock, man.
They do not want dudes to rock.
They don't want dudes to rock.
They call Kansas City bag capital of the world.
First of all, has that guy ever been to any East Coast city? How tough is that guy in his world? He's like, Kansas City's gay as shit. Gay. That guy's fucking tough as shit, dude.
Oh, man. But then it's so funny to be like, to get caught saying something like that and then just being like, that was crazy what I said. I was like, no, dude, just go on and be like, look, I didn't think anyone was going to hear that.
Fucking around.
The people I was saying it to know me, know that that's not.
Yeah.
Like, it's just that simple.
Because like it's not like I was saying, San Francisco.
Yeah.
Then there might be some truth to it.
And then also, if I were him, I'd want to get out ahead of it and be like, make sure everybody knows that I was fired for homophobia, please.
True.
Because they were like, Red's announcer fired for using a slur off there. And instantly I was like, he might have hit an N-word.
That one guy just hit the N-word.
Who?
The tweet, and I accidentally.
Oh, this Denver. You see that one, Levin? This guy tweeted out about the Utah Jazz and the Denver Nuggets. Instead of Nuggets, it autocorrected.
He claimed
the N-word.
Meaning, like, dude,
how many times are you typing it?
Yeah, dude. Like, I think I have on my phone now autocorrect to fucking FUKKIN. So, like, I say it all the time. I type like, yo, that's fucking sick. He might have, it's at least 10 times. You have to text the N-word. How many? Oh, that's the other thing, too, dude.
Maybe he was
Apple or whatever.
You know, he was probably sending like inspirational like Malcolm X quotes when he was describing, you know, when Malcolm was describing what racists had said.
True. Maybe. He could have been quoting it.
Sending out quotes all
I think he was such an activist, his phone just took him down.
True. But it was, wait, are you looking at the tweet now? The Jazz?
It was a Jazz versus.
you said. Read the tweet.
It's a shot making in his Jazz versus niggers game. Ross, Murray, and Mitchell back and forth with the games.
Would have been so funny if the Jazz were playing like the Lakers.
Dude, it's the Hornets. It's the Hornets.
No.
It's the Hornets.
No, it's the Nuggets. It was Utah versus
Charlotte's Hornets announcer suspended indefinitely.
Yeah, he was just watching it.
Yeah, he was enjoying it.
Because it's the Jazz Nuggets series. Damn, dude, I might have autocorrect accidentally even saying it. I'm worried.
What the Nuggets?
Hot talking. I might.
You might autocorrect.
I might autocorrect.
I mean, again, that's going to be a thing that we'll get once we get full digital transparency. We'll be able to see, like, instead of like you can look in the records to see like who in people's families own slaves, you're going to get like your parents' fucking cell phone text log. Like, you'll have a social credit score versus on the amount of N-words your dad texted.
Oh, fuck. You see this Montrezl Harris?
You're gonna have like a 10
Jazz Nuggets.
What's that 10,000 next to your name stand for? Like, ignore it, son. My name is Shane Gillis. 10,000. You get them expunged if they're 10 years old. Like, can I get my N-words expunged off my family history, please?
It's also funny that everybody knows. Everybody kind of seems to know that it doesn't mean you personally are a bad person if you get caught saying bad words. So much so that, like, I've been seeing, you'll see, like, tweets and jokes about, if you want to be famous now, you better delete everything you already made. It's like, so you're not worried about them being good or bad as a human. So that's you basically admitting if you get caught saying something bad, it's just because you got caught, not because you're genuinely a horrible person. Yeah. It kind of negates the whole,
where it's coming from.
What's the point?
Yeah, like we've all said stuff.
I feel like everybody that's, you know, I'll see tweets all the time, though, like, if you're trying out for SNL, make sure you delete everything you've already made.
Yeah.
It's like, with that,
it's crazy.
So then that eliminates the idea that you're a bad person if you've done that.
Well, it's also people are getting penalized for things that happened before big cultural shifts. So, like, you know, again, Eminem, listen to old Eminem album, multi-platinum record.
Yeah.
Dude, he became the fastest. I think that's why he became the fastest rapper. Like, still, so he probably just only says fag, but really fast in different ways. Oh, he definitely does. But it's like, imagine if you're watching Eminem, multi-platinum, you're like, oh, okay, I can say fag in my comedy sketch, and then like 10 years later, they're like, check this out. And you're like, God, fuck, damn it, son of a bitch. That was the ticket for success.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's bullshit. It's also true.
Did you see this fucking, I showed you, Sarah Cooper chick?
No.
The girl who does the Trump impressions, that was talked at the DNC. Dude, they're giving her Netflix. Lip sync, which are kind of funny, but again,
I was underwhelmed.
Again, if you look away and just listen to Trump's speech, it's just as funny. Like, if you don't watch her say these things, she found funny quotes where he's like, I've taken the test, I aced the test. Everybody said I wouldn't do well. I aced it. You take it, you wouldn't do so good. I am great.
It's also, too, if, like, that lady's famous now.
She got a Netflix special.
She's famous now. She
has 5 minutes.
She quoted.
She has 5 minutes. It's gonna be. So it's gonna happen is she's gonna have to use like a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
She's gonna have to use something. Yeah. There's no way she can just stand and do stand-up. It's gonna have
Or
to be.
she might have a team of writers. She's simply. Like, imagine if they were like, yo, old Daddy Cuss, we'll pay you for your 30 minutes you have. Like, easy. I mean, she's gonna be like, you guys microdose?
Are you gonna get hired for Sarah Cooper?
No, hell no. But I mean, they'll find
another assignment. So you have to YouTube watch NHL refs mic'd up. Also, Sarah Cooper's Jimmy Kimmel opening monologue.
Who's watching that, man?
Me. That's just to hate watch.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's like.
But in her defense, everybody that's done that has sucked.
I mean,
just because it's in a pod, you're literally talking to a camera.
The idea sucks.
It'd be so hard to just talk to a camera. It'd be funny.
I mean, only, come on, man.
True.
Fucking nice
statutory.
I had a funny thought today, and I was waiting for circumstances to align, but I'll just use it now. About someone who's apologized for your tardiness, and if you're tardy again, be like, I'm sorry, I was retardy. Sorry for my retardiness.
That's a good one. Now we're just statutory. It's just statutory.
They put me on a Zoom on Jimmy Kimmel. I just like, imagine if I was late again and I said retardy.
Yeah. Like, do you think the first guy to rape a kid was statutory? The great Italian rapist, statutory. He drives a Thunderbird and he goes to towns and picks the high school girls.
He swears they told him they were 18.
Yeah, we know he lied, but that is the greatest statutory. The great masters.
That's up there with dude.
Fort McGuire, statutory.
Fort McGuire slamming Sarah, dude. That fucking rules.
I was pushing that, and at first it wasn't catching.
Well, Prophet usually doesn't catch a lot of stuff in his own hometown, dude.
True.
I mean, they kicked Jesus out of Nazareth, dude.
True.
Obviously, they kicked you out of where you're
at.
I almost just sent you an address.
Slamming Sarah at Fort McGuire.
Statutory.
And just having a summer of farts, home run race, farts. Come on. Statutory.
It has to make you question. So if that lady did a TikTok and just didn't even do an impression, just mouthed Donald Trump's thing, and now she's being boosted up on like multiple
platforms. Netflix special.
Do you want it? Yeah, that's the fucking ticket.
Yes.
Do you want it, dude?
Of course.
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
It cheapens it. The whole thing is just kind of like, what is that?
But now you get to, like, just because that'd be like me making music and being like, have you seen Hanson? They got a music
Hanson
definitely rules. But if I was in a metal, if I was in a rock and roll band, I'd be like, fucking Hanson's number one on the Billboard.
3 brothers in perfect harmony.
There's were 3. I thought it was one sister. I thought that keyboard kid was hot.
Did you cry?
The keyboard kid was hot. For sure.
I hear what you're saying. It's just I don't know, man. It's just kind of like, that shit bothers me.
It's just anything.
It's not even on that
like you being like, well, I'm not going to write a book anymore because fucking everybody loves Goosebumps.
Goosebumps fucking rule. No, I know. Fair point. That makes sense. Yeah. No, I can see that. This fucking pisses me off.
It does, yeah, but it's good. It's also funny to see the comedians that are trying to be that. Like, there's definitely a group of comics that are like, I would like to, hopefully I can make this TikTok work, or hopefully I can make this work. It's like, dude, just, how about you make stand-up work?
Yeah.
And keep doing it, and in 5 years from now, things could be good.
They don't try to cheat code. When you go into, like, the Reddits for writing, it's all like, how do I get published? How do I get published? It's like, how about you write something that like only other people can make this is good?
Yeah.
Where you're like, I need to get published. It's like, what have you written? It's like, I'm still putting my business model together for mine. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
a lot like stand-up's the same thing. Yeah. If you look at it, everybody's like, how do I get a late night special? How do I do this?
Yeah.
It's like, well, change your name to something wacky. Don't be white. Don't be a white guy. Unless you're a pussy.
Yeah.
If you're a pussy-ass white guy, you got a shot.
Well, I think they know. I think for them betting on it's like a racehorse. They know if you're like a fucking like jacked alpha white dude, they're like, I don't know, we gotta check his autocorrect, dude, before we go in. We're gonna pour a bunch of money into this guy. Yeah, it stinks. Because you think about the value, right? Oh, you're trying to provide value, trying to provide entertainment, and then there's this like weird other part of it that's like, you know, can the DNC use this? Can this be blah blah blah? It's just like,
yeah, hopefully I get good enough that a political party just totally adopts me as their spokesperson. That's what I want out of comedy.
Yeah,
I want to be a mouthpiece for tapped corporate lobbyists.
Strife with him, right, dude? How the fuck?
Just be like, yo, who's behind this joke? Pfizer? All right, I'm in.
Perfect, dude.
Who's sponsoring the candidate that I'm sponsoring? Perfect. That's who's pulling the strings.
That's the funniest part about the whole thing for me. It's like that they're clearly owned. Dude, they're clearly owned and doing the work for drug companies. Just 4 years ago, gave us OxyContin. Gave it that passed through the experts, the watchdogs. You're talking.
I interrupted that. Damn it.
What?
It's just everyone's the home run race a little. There's some PEDs going on.
Yeah, dude. There's like, you have these fucking these people. They're like, come on, you fucking assholes. You have to trust in these bodies. We have to, like, we're making it hard for the drug companies to do their job and make vaccines to save us. It's like, so the people who gave us OxyContin and let that slip through, and dude, how many people died from that?
I can't even.
It's got to be in the millions.
Yeah,
for sure. Millions of people probably died from the fact that they're legally prescribing heroin to people and like just ramping it up and letting it roll. And they're talking
after they found out it was bad. Over and over. Throughout history, they knew it was bad. Like since the Civil War, they knew morphine. You can't give that to people.
Yes,
because they were giving it to like wives of like soldiers, widows would get addicted to it.
Yeah.
After the Civil War, like soldiers that got banged up and got hurt would start taking it. They got addicted to it. Widows, out of like guilt or like grief, got addicted to heroin.
Yeah.
And people would be like, "Oh, she's got the widower's sickness." Like that, she's nodding off in front of the general store. That was their Wawa, just like.
She's just doing like a quilt. Like, I mean, dude, they let that one slip, right? The experts who are like now modeling 3D coronavirus things, like, and this will happen and that will happen. And they're like, well, remember a thing that was the exact chemical replica of heroin? You guys microscope and you're like, that's pretty good. That slid through you, but you're gonna sit here and predict like model fucking viruses that are flying around. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, come on, baby. That's what I want out of comedy.
What?
I'd like to be sponsored by
Pfizer.
OxyContin.
That'd be so sick.
That's why I go on Leisure Skanks.
To try to get crazy.
To try to get as many people that will do OxyContin to join me.
That's sick.
That's most of the fan base over there. Depending on how baggy your shorts are, that's how like
how much oxy you do.
How far past the knees is how much OxyContin you do.
Yeah, that's fucking sick. Taking OxyContin in the suburbs. Just being like, whatever. I'm on heroin now. Just generations of like fucking your family struggling to like get you into the suburbs.
Yeah, get you into like a nice neighborhood.
I'm fucking bored. You fucking assholes. You fucking dicks. What's this? A pill? Sure. Fucking idiots.
God damn, pull your shorts up.
Pull your fucking
stop wearing N1 shorts.
Cargo shorts up all the way.
Stop doing that. Painting your nails. Stop.
Yeah, man. That was the whole point of that is people used to go to jail for that. They used to arrest CEOs of pharmaceutical companies. Like, you got a drug and people died. They're like, okay, buddy, come on, you're out of here. Now they're just like, well, you got to pay. How much?
Break a couple eggs.
Like 10%. 10% of what you made. So, you know. And you can't, if you get a vaccine fucks you up, you can't get any sort of like, you can't go to the drug company. The drug companies don't pay for it, the taxpayer pays. The drug companies are like, look, we're not going to keep making vaccines, people keep suing us because they get polio from them. The government's like, fine, we'll have the taxpayer pay for it. Slush fund. We'll get fucked up for the vaccine. Yeah, I'm not anti-vax, bro. It's like, dude, you can't sell things and be like,
you can't be anti-vax. Well, you can. I know a lot of people that are and listen to this, but I think vaccines are done pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
For humanity.
I think they're pretty good. But again, it's one of those things where it's like, it's not something, even like an SSRIs kind of thing where it's like takes 10 days to kick in and like fucking freak them out. These are like, you shoot these, you don't get sick. They're like, sweet. So there's no, I don't know why, that's the other thing too. They're like, we're shooting people with things that are giving them like, it's like, you just hit them with some fucking salt water. If my vaccines are all salt water, I'd be fine. Yeah, I'll give you one that, I can't prove that they're not. Fine, you guys win. Like, they're shooting some people that are like crippling. It's like, what the fuck is that? Why don't you guys take it down a little bit?
Yeah. Yeah, it's gotta be a bummer to like hit somebody with that, then you see them a week later, their legs are all gnarled up. You're like, fuck, if I had overdone that one, shit, we gotta take this one back.
What did we just send that? Was a virus we shot? Like, how the fuck did it do that?
That's alright, they're poor. Keep it going. We're gonna tell somebody fucked up anyway. Jeez, yeah. Obviously his legs are gonna get crushed eventually.
Like, dude, if that guy tripped and sprained his knee, he'd be living forever. It's like,
oh yeah, that was the thing you picked up on. Literally everybody at Williams Grove Speedway has a limp.
I'm such a bitch for not limping, dude.
Yeah,
I told you. That's what new things I picked up from Williams Grove. If your T-shirt doesn't have anything written on the back,
you're a gay.
You're a bitch.
For sure.
And if you don't limp,
yeah, you have to limp.
You have to limp. That was something I was like, I gotta start limping now.
Yeah. You have to wear like ankle-high white socks, black Velcro shoes, very light denim. I got sandals on. What? I'm gonna
take mine out. I'm gonna go to a tailor. I'm gonna go to a tailor and get them to take my laces out and stitch Velcro on all my sneakers. I only have one pair, but
sick, man. You have to get jean shorts past the knees, slightly, but very, very light denim.
Yeah,
the lightest denim. And then, a t-shirt, preferably a sprint car t-shirt, tucked in, sleeves optional,
belly's must,
and cell phone clip. The largest cell phone clip possible. And then stand by yourself in a field.
Yeah, dude.
And then occasionally walk over and get some funnel cake.
That's it. Repeat.
Welcome to greatness. You've achieved it.
Dude, I was going to say, too, that was a nice outdoor function.
The terrorists hate.
I feel pretty good.
What?
The outdoor function?
Outdoor function.
Yeah, the bathroom was where I was like, God, if I catch corona in the bathroom.
Yeah.
I was thinking pee, it's like 100. They kept it hot in there. So
it was hot.
It was like 85 degrees at nighttime in that bathroom. I don't do it. How? The hour was on. How was that bathroom so hot?
How disgusting was that bathroom?
It's fucked up.
It's like a cinder block bathroom.
I mean, dude, what's powering the heat in that thing? They can't be. It has to be. It's just farts and breath. It's farts and breath. It's farts and breath. It's farts, breath, and sneezes. It's 85 degrees of farts, breath, and sneezes.
It's probably like a hole in the ozone layer. Above the Williams Grove, just all the gas just released out of those men. Jesus. How hot are the women though? Nothing better than just white trash women. Get some good sluts. I think that's what it is. You just see them, you're like, oh, it's definitely a slut. She has to be a slut.
Has to be to survive.
Yes. I come down there, it's like prima nocta. I go down, I say, your wife must come with me to my neighborhood. You pores. What are these cars? They're loud. Perhaps one of them will wreck. Your daughter seems like a whore because she is poor and has blonde hair. I should take her.
I'll have her meet my father.
There, we will have steak. No more of this funnel cake and hot dogs. Politically, you will certainly agree with my father, though.
You cannot say white boy.
Man, Luca hit that game winner, though. He did that for whites everywhere.
You think he 88'd that?
White people needed a win lately. We've been getting crushed publicly, but Luca did that for all the whites.
He might have won for Trump by hitting that three.
That might have put the nail in the DNC's coffin, dude. Just a white dude hitting a three. Like, wait, this is going against our plan. They shouldn't be able to do that.
DeLuca was shot by Robert in the head 3 times. Who gets Seth Simon, dude? Right? Who was the guy? Seth Rich. Excuse me.
That's another OL, dude. You don't bring up his name.
Seth Rich. Yeah, Seth, the guy gets a game winner. He's like hanging from the fucking rafter.
Oh, dude,
he immediately hung himself in the shower.
Yeah, I can't believe he hung himself and shot himself.
He hung and shot himself.
He really wanted to make sure.
Oh my God. shot himself in the lower back.
Somebody tweeted at me or something. They were like, "How come you never talk about Seth Simons?" I was like, "Did he fuck you up that bad?" It's like, no. It's just what am I gonna? There's no point. There's no point to talking about these people. Yeah. You just like it's just swinging a ghost. Like you're literally like they're not doing anything. Yeah. For you to take or to credit. Like
no,
it's just that simple.
It's like remember the guy who said the thing that I said.
Yeah.
You're just talking about your own stuff.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know, the only way to win is to win. To win. It's
America 2.0, dude.
It's just that. So it's about unity.
Come on, man. That's
legalize psychedelics.
I mean, that's what I want, dude.
I want that. I like that.
Come on, baby.
I like your platform, sir.
I mean, it's like, whatever. You can change my mind, man. You can't change my mind on legal psychedelics, personal data. Healthcare, I just don't care. But I'm not going to freak out about it. Like, fuck you for not wanting. But that's the whole point of America 2.0, dude. Like, quit complaining about this stuff and just win. You got to go out. If you're, I think we got psyoped into is thinking we can change things from like being on like a chat log. Well, actually, check out this super long comment I wrote on our politics. It's like,
I know. Has anybody online? I wonder what the percentage of people that have actually changed their mind on the internet. It has to be almost 0%.
Well, then the other thing too,
people in an online argument ending it by being like, actually, I think that other guy had a good point there.
Well, this is kind of one of the sinister things about the informational war is like there'll be foreign governments and probably us here and other places will go on Twitter and set up like a hashtag for a thing and then have a bunch of bot accounts that like construct a fake argument and where like they kind of like if you read it you're the person who's kind of persuaded like that's pretty good points and you're watching other people being like oh yeah I guess I never saw it that way. This is an all orchestrated thing to kind of feed people an idea. So you could be literally arguing with a fucking robot online. People and then it's like, you know, so again I don't have all the answers but I think a lot of it is people have to start winning.
That's a fun night though.
Argue with a robot
all day, come home and argue with a robot that's like eventually like actually you're right. Yes, I knew it at time.
It's the things I'm passionate about. You just argue with a fucking like
well, actually I'm very passionate about this subject, so let's not talking like that about Civil War.
Oh, you should.
Someone brings up Gettysburg, and I'm like, actually, this is something I'm very passionate about. So I have a female cat named Marmalade. Like, is she fun to play with? Yes. Is she that you better? Yes. I can't ruin it. Anyway, we're just talking about. Akiva and I were discussing a sketch where don't write about it. I don't want John to find out I was talking about it. Just where I was in Love on the Spectrum.
Oh, dude.
But just like it turns out that I'm actually on it. Like I try to. One of the ideas is maybe I sneak in to try to get like just live, like kind of like The Ringer.
Yeah.
And then it turns out that I'm actually just autistic for like the Civil War video games. Like throughout the sketch, it just becomes very apparent I actually am on the spectrum. We're like, yes. Do you actually like the Civil War? Yes. Yes. Who's your favorite general? Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh man. Yeah. It's kind of funny how like you're thinking about like Sam Rockwell, Dustin Hoffman. He all tested out on camera and got like lauded. Like, would you get the same like awards?
No. If I pretended to be
why? In the name of fucking cinema?
It would be in the name of cinema, and also hopefully we could have a heartwarming enough ending where it's just like I'm actually autistic.
Yeah. All a little autistic.
I get to titty fuck that one chick.
Which one? Yo, that one guy freezed up on the one chick. It was like this chick was hot. She was there at the bowling alley.
Oh, fucking.
I was like, Mark, look, I wanted to honestly text him and like, Mark, dude, any of us could have froze up. That chick was fucking hot.
Mark rules.
Gentlemen.
Mark, absolute consummate gentleman. I love when he made it. That one girl and him split the bill.
Fuck, the guy was insane, dude.
Did you order? Did you order the pasta? And then he went and held his mom's hand and was like, I had the best night.
He fucking rules.
Dude, my favorite part was him taking the girl to a dinosaur museum and being like, you may recognize this character, the Velociraptor. You may remember him from the 1995 smash hit Jurassic Park.
Changed my life.
Changed my life forever.
Dude, that guy. fucking rules.
Yes.
I want what he has. I want what he has.
I want, yeah, true.
Just this of being like going up to someone and being like, Jurassic Park changed my life forever. Dude, that
You're close.
rules. I am.
That is something I can hear you.
I mean, dude, just to be able to watch Jurassic Park, just watch Jurassic Park and be like, perfect.
Yeah,
I know exactly what I'll do the rest of
that's
my
my
life.
vocation. That was my calling. A lot of people hear the Holy Spirit call to them.
Yeah.
His came in the form of Dr. Graham.
I mean, that's got to be a bummer. You're like, Mom, they're bringing dinosaurs back. And Mom's like, what?
It's a movie. But
They could do that.
it take you down to the zoo. You can look at some modern dinosaurs.
True.
You may recognize this bird from Jurassic Park, the 1995 smash hit.
Dude, fucking good rules.
That guy did rule, and I would never want to besmirch any of those guys' names. Michael fucking Bull.
First of all, you
all
can't.
those dudes rule.
You can't, dude.
I'm not ever. I would never make fun of them as to who they are.
They're genuinely funny.
We should be making in the sketch. We should be making fun of the freak shows that filmed that. Be like,
Yeah.
let's put these fuckers on a first date, play funny, goofy music while they do weird things,
Yeah.
and then be like, no, we're just trying to raise.
Are you guys uncomfortable? They're like, yeah, or put the sound like closer to your head. You guys are like, bam.
What's this, a first date? You guys are very autistic.
Yeah.
Let's get some spotlights on this thing.
Yeah.
What's this? Yes, that red light. We are recording this for millions and millions of people to see.
Apparently, the one guy's on Twitter wilding out now. The guy that
Michael?
not Michael,
Michael seems like he could.
bus driver.
Oh, I don't like that.
Fraud, bro. Fucking
Oh, because everybody's calling him fraud.
I was calling him a fraud.
I don't think you're far off.
Look,
You and him are closer than him and Kelvin.
for sure.
For sure. Not even close.
100%.
Man, how sweet is Kelvin?
He fucking such a good boy. First of all, he's such a good fucking boy.
Dude, there's one part where the girl's dating coach is like, what do boyfriend and girlfriends do? And Kelvin's bashful. He's not gonna say that in front of his pa and his fucking the dating coach. But the dad's like, hugging kisses. She goes, that's right, hugging kisses. Would you like to do that? He goes, yes. So funny. She's like, would you like to hug and kisses? Yes.
Dude, I mean, I
I
want
was a hugging kiss.
That's how bad I want to hug. I want to hug kids. Sounds like you want to hug kids. I'm totally like, yes.
Kelvin perfectly exemplified how much every dude wants to hug and kiss. Just by being like, would you like to hug and kiss? Before she can finish the sentence, yes. Yes.
The best when he had his illustrations, and he's like, okay, that's enough. You get out now. And he's showing the hot fucking.
Oh yeah, he's showing the like the tits. He's like, this is and he's like, okay, bye bye. You leave now.
Get out now.
You can leave,
Dude. I mean, those chicks were hot.
there's so many points. Like,
I might buy some of
watch
this
it.
weight film.
The fucking the girl that's like computas on the date with Kelvin, and he's like, computa?
Yeah.
She's like, computas. Look, I'm not trying to be racist with you right now,
I
but I think you're saying it wrong, and he was saying it perfect.
A little chick with a speech impediment.
Yeah,
Like,
he's like,
sorry,
it's
dude.
a computer, like a laptop. He's like, oh, like my dad's.
She's like, dude, I don't know if this is like
so
a cult.
confused. He's like, what?
He's like, I don't know if this is like a cultural thing where like you can't understand me, but this lady, she had a speech impediment. I was like, dude, how about Asians and their fucking R's? Am I right?
Yeah, that's. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that was good too. I mean, the fact that they kept that in, though, that's fun. Them getting into that argument, but being like, I'm sorry, I don't know if it's just like you speak fucked up.
Yeah, it's not a good look for that girl.
She might get canceled, bro.
She should get canceled.
They should.
We should.
So I see to it.
Get on Twitter and be like, cancel that racist bitch. So he's not very good at video games, so date's over. Dude, Kelvin is just like, on to the next one, dude.
That bitch was so.
How much do you think they want to fuck their date coach? That would drive me nuts. Dude, I'm watching it like I'd like to fuck that Australian lady.
She's so nice. She's
She's so sweet, nice, and talking about hugging and kissing, like real scientifically.
I was watching it being like, God damn, dude.
That should be a porno. Maybe I can remake that instead of the sketch. Just me as Michael. Put that captain hat on that he wore to the...
I'm trying to find my love, and she starts fucking.
Well... was I doing too much? Man, what are you even fucking doing, dude?
You're looking at
You're just fucking around. That's why our internet, our sound fucks
looking
up.
at level of the spectrum.
You just surf the internet.
I'm listening to you guys describing these people.
You're just enjoying the podcast by looking. Do you think you're on the spectrum?
Nah, you're fine, bro.
There's nothing wrong
more on the spectrum than you.
I don't think. The mayor's got the bug.
He gets the Capcom versus Marvel scores to prove it on fucking. That's the test. That's the test. They're like, how do you like this Capcom versus Marvel fighting game? You're like, I love it. Like, all right, okay.
Jot that down.
Right, letter down, but yes.
Also, which character you play with? He plays with like girl characters. Always girl characters.
You're overplaying. Okay, you leave now.
Yeah. Who's the one I saw you play? Like Kirby. I've seen you play with like Kirby. Like, he plays with like the most cartoonish, most whimsical.
Yeah, Lemaire, if you were on a date and a girl busted out a Nintendo Switch,
oh my god,
because she didn't feel like waiting at Hibachi, you're at Hibachi. Girl busts out a Nintendo Switch. What do you do?
Toss one of them Joy-Cons this way, babe. This way.
We gotta get you on. We gotta get you on low on the spectrum.
Lemaire is definitely on the spectrum.
Can we just do it like a low on the spectrum too and sell to Netflix?
The people we would have, I mean, would. Filming that maniac on a date and be like, yo, you look like so beautiful tonight. I'm so sweet. I'm actually like real sweet, even though I look like I'm fucking jacked. One's severely Lemaire. Who else we got?
Film my marriage.
Your marriage. That would be
us watching like small
Vampire Diaries. Like jumping. Oh, it scared me.
Oh my god, they move fast again.
Yeah, I mean, you can get me too. I mean, I'm down in the basement playing that game, yelling up the steps about. Yeah, that's not autism. That's just classic. I got the classic.
You could be radicalized with autism.
I think. Who else we got though in the squad? I mean, Phil McBee's on it would roll.
Sydney, yes,
Shuley is not. Nah. Sydney is something.
Yeah, Sid's
got something.
Autism. I'm trying to think who else. We got some strong autism, literally, bro.
Yeah.
He's pleasantly autistic.
Yeah, and he hides it behind all of a sudden being skinny and doing karate, but he's got a twitch.
It was like the Rubik's Cube, the soundboard. He came down on it today. I was like,
yeah, we don't have that autism.
You have a shitty autism.
Yeah, you're the worst autism, man. All you have is fucking cartoon video games. It's like comic books. You need to figure out electronics.
Literally came down. I was like, 2 seconds. I'm trying to get down to sub-minute.
There was just kicking off. Yeah. Did you pay attention at all, or you weren't here for it?
I wasn't here, but man,
it's set. It's completely set.
The soundboard is set, so it's not to touch. What were you just doing?
His mic on and off. And yeah, set up too. Once we get the little TV, we'll be able to have little videos pop up.
Nice. Wait, we have videos of us?
No, we'll be able to draw sound from the computer.
Right.
So we'll be able to watch.
We shouldn't have.
We're gonna use headphones too.
It's one bad thing some podcasts do is have like a screen.
What screen?
A thing that shows you what they're filming. So it's a way to show. So like at Compound, there's a live feed. So I mean that is where you would watch videos and stuff, which is good. Then you see yourself up there. It's so hard not to look at yourself. It's so hard not to ever like.
It's like being on Zoom. You're just talking to a picture of your face, and you're like,
yeah. I turn that off when we talk. Look at myself. On Zoom,
you just looked at me.
You can turn your video off.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Because I kept looking at myself. Just weird. I'd be watching myself talk.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre.
Making myself laugh. I'd be like, statutory. It's a good one, man. That's what we're doing. I'm your number one fan.
Yeah. Just looking your hair back.
Yeah,
baby.
Where we at?
I'm not sure unless you're really good.
Oh yeah, dude.
Keep this thing rolling, man. Chop it right in half.
Let's take a break. I got a pee.
Take your tinkle.
Yeah, let me take a tinkies.
We're already probably switched over to the page, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, you're on the page right now, so enjoy. Staring at where it hit before it hit. Because I was looking at there was gunk on the inside of my windshield, and I was like looking at it like fucking. I was trying to figure out where it's from. There's like a haze the front of the cruise.
Skunk
I
skin.
think it's from letting Beezer smoke cigs.
Oh, dude, for sure. In the inside of the windshield? Yeah. My dad busted me for that in high school. He rubbed his finger on my windshield and was like, what the hell is that? You guys smoking cigarettes in here? Answered honestly, I said no. Joints?
Love weed. Shout out weed.
Yo, baby. Shane was stoned.
I got a little blaze, baby.
Are you recording on there? Sick. Shane was, that's how we are in real life.
True. Can't even tell the difference.
You were. It was so fucking funny because I'm telling you, I could just not drink for the rest of my life. I love smoking weed. I was just sitting there, having a couple drinks that were fun. But it's like, it was so much fun after I was just sitting in that little vape pen the whole night. We smoked that joint on the way out. Dude, that was like fucking, we just, that's the thing. If you want to smoke a joint in public, I've mastered the fist of fury. You just hit it and hold it in your fist. You can hide a joint in your fist, and everyone smells weed. They're like, where the fuck's that coming from? You just walk right by, pop it back out. Well, you hit it like a regular cigarette, then you just fucking fist it up while you're walking. Nice. But we were all so fucking high. That joint was the thing that, like,
I think I took like 2 hits.
You did. I
get so fucking high.
And that's half gooey. That's not like anything crazy, but it's very nice. Very
well,
nice.
I was saying, you're like, no, this is like this would be good.
Very nice piece.
I was like, dude, I'll get so fucked up.
Yeah,
I like instantly like blacked out.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did you?
So I was like pretty drunk going into that, hitting that.
Yeah.
I wasn't like hammered, but I was getting. Me and Bees are crushed.
We were all getting there. We were all,
And then that weed, I kind of blacked out going to Sheets.
So
forgot about the Sheets.
On the way to Sheets, we were trying to figure out how to add a stop. So that was something we couldn't do. So I didn't get add a stop, but I changed the destination.
Yes.
So I got us to Sheets. I remember we were laughing really hard in the cab. I don't know what about. So hopefully it was good.
No, it wasn't.
What are you talking about? We were laughing at how we couldn't get the thing.
No, but it was something about the driver.
No, it wasn't. There's no way. What was so funny about him?
He was from a different country?
No, we weren't laughing about that.
That's usually all it takes for us to think it's funny.
No, I think we were talking.
I swear to God, it was something that I was
talking about a minivan. I know there's something about a minivan we were cackling about. I don't know what it was, but we were laughing about the minivan. I don't remember. We were laughing hard. We were also stoned to the bone.
Yeah.
So we were laughing. I know we were laughing. We were laughing about the fact that we couldn't navigate. And the whole time we're like, we have to be able to get there. We have to. Let's just get there, and we'll figure out a way back. I think you gave the guy cash.
I just gave him $20.
Post up. Somebody rolled up into the Sheets, and I didn't have I don't know what happened. I didn't have a mask, so I tied my winger. Winger was the guy. I bought a racetrack shirt, just tied it around my face. I saw 3 gentlemen weren't wearing masks at all. So my head, I'm like, well, they're not wearing them. I don't have to wear them either. Shout out to them, Patriots.
Yeah.
But I ended up I tied a T-shirt on my face and it fell down at a certain point. So when I checked out, I just bit my T-shirt to hold it in front of my face and just checked out. And the people in there were just like, what? So I was screaming at Beezer from across the thing.
Oh, God damn it. I had to be like, shut the fuck up. You're like, Beezer, like screaming in line with a bandana around his neck. He tied his shirt and then it wasn't covering his face, so it was just around his neck. And he was like, Beezer, are you getting kettle corn? Are you getting kettle corn?
Kettle chips.
Get some kettle chips.
He wanted Lay's or hers, but there was these ones called like dirty somethings.
It was enough that I publicly shamed Matt.
I wasn't shamed at all.
I was like, Matt, dude, you're screaming.
They didn't even notice. I was just kind of looking at I remember looking at Shane and being like, they're called Dirty Harry. They're actually decent, dude. He's like, I don't fucking want them. I like what I like. Yeah, that was that standing in the track, getting picked up. It felt like an eternity waiting for the guy to come.
Of course, it always.
Then hopping in his. I was laughing at the fact that we were just laughing at like nothing, basically. Being like, we can't even get this. This guy was like, what the fuck? The guy. That's what we were laughing about. He had been driving for 20 hours.
Oh, that's right.
That's what we were laughing about. The guy was pausing. He paused the app. He figured out a way to pause the app where it would allow him to remain. I think they would let you do like 13 hours.
Yes.
He figured out a way to stay on the road for 20 hours. We're like, dude, what the fuck?
Just thinking of dude driving a van 20 hours a day. Just picking up stoned people. They're like, can you stop at Sheets?
Do you know how to get there? Well, you navigated it back too. You gave it old-fashioned navigation.
Which must have been crazy because I was.
Oh, dude. No, turn. No, not here. Turn right here. No, he passed like 3 turns.
Yeah, it was
a good sport, man. Past couple
Except when I got out of the car before I paid him. I got out of the car to get my wallet, and he was like, like he was like, and I was like, I got you.
That's what I said. I was like, we got you, bro. Don't worry, bro. I'm running.
Yeah. That was a dick move.
It's a good deal. But yeah,
Never do that to him.
getting home, dude, getting back to the house, I was crushed to think there was no more steak left. And then you're like, nah, bottom drawer. Unearthed, dude. I unearthed a piece of steak, like, fucking no lie. It had to been like 14 ounces.
So good.
I cut it in half. I was going to share it with Beezer, but he didn't want to use, Beezer only eats chips and So I ended up eating, that was the end of my night, eating like that 16 ounces of steak or whatever that was, and then just passing out to sleep. I was like, oh, man, that was great.
That was nice.
That was
Tried to get a game in with Wes Watson.
Wes Watson is looking good.
Wes Watson's my quarterback in my legacy mode. NCAA 14. Oh, dude, I didn't even tell you I blew it. I played Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl. Was up a touchdown with like 2 minutes left.
Start the game.
Threw a pick. Then they went down and scored.
Subconsciously, you think you did it on purpose?
No, I don't like Notre Dame that much.
Really?
They are French.
Are they really?
Big time.
I didn't see
Notre Dame is French. But it's just, I don't know. It just will never win. It's not like a pro team that like can draft somebody or like turn it around. It's a college team. It's just like, this is kind of as good as they're going to be.
Same batch of nerds all the time.
Same batch of nerds. We need less nerds.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fun though, man. That was good. That was good for me to get out. I let my hair down. That was
man. I was happy to see you drinking some cides.
I was like, I came up. Yeah, I had those two.
The goatee grew in strong from the trip to the Grove.
Come on, man. Activated all my fucking goatee molecules.
It's like a pig when it goes feral in like a week. If you go to a dirt track, you just grow a mullet.
Dude, I was emptying a couple mullets I saw up there. Yeah.
Where are they from? Well, I guess Central Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
It's a pretty easy one.
Dude, they're
again, it's literally like nothing but cornfields.
I told my dad where we're at. He's like, anywhere you tell my dad, you can name any city in America, and he'll name just another city. He'll be like, oh, up near Centralia? I don't fucking know.
Centralia's like an hour.
Yeah, that's up near Centralia. I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. He has to name. That's trucker stuff.
Centralia's Colby.
Is that where it is?
We're south.
That's what I thought. I was like,
Centralia rules.
It's not York. You guys are north of York.
North of York, south.
York's home. That's the home of the.
They get a little racist.
Do they? York?
York's racist.
Really?
Yeah.
So people from Mechanicsburg be like, nah, that's kind of racist. It's kind of racist.
We're more highbrow. Yeah. You've seen our people.
I've seen you guys about.
Mary, you're from round yonder.
Like, so, yeah, I was gonna say York's pretty racist for a place where a lot of Puerto Ricans.
A lot of Puerto Ricans in York? Or is that a chicken or the egg thing?
Which came first, the racism?
The people from New York, they're kind of like, what the hell? Who are these people? And why are their cars jacked so low to the ground?
Yeah, we should let the Puerto Ricans live there.
Imagine being from York, you're like, stay back, Tim. I don't know what the hell this is. They're not black.
They all have those decals.
They're not Chinese either. I don't know what the hell this is. Get back.
They have a decal of like a kid with saggy pants and a backward. It's like a baby wearing a backwards Puerto Rico flag hat. We don't know what to do.
Stay back. Their cars are excessively loud. I don't know if that's on purpose or a muffler fell off. Let me investigate.
Hey, got a problem with your muffler? They said no, Tim. Go. Run, their mufflers are fine. Lancaster's got a lot of Puerto Ricans as well. Lancaster's got there's a bubble around Mechanicsburg. Mechanicsburg says whoosh. Anytime Puerto Ricans come whoosh. But we got Somalians and Sudanese. We're like, you guys, hurry up. Before the Puerto Ricans hit it, we open the door for the Somalis. Oh shit.
I just love the idea of Puerto Ricans living in like the farm country.
They do.
That's awesome.
They're out in Amish.
They would love it. I mean, dude, they fucking farm out up in Kensington. We're in Poppyville, dude. It's fucking roosters. They keep like roosters and shit. They'll have like an 8 square foot backyard, and they're just like a full on chicken coop.
As you know, most of, Hispanic people come from a strong agricultural history. A lot of countryside.
True. Oh, you're researching for
Don't break the news.
I'm not breaking the news.
No, we got new. I'm working on a hardcore history.
Yeah, it's a good one.
We
Talk
should
about
probably
Spain.
change the name of that. Hardcore history. Softcore history.
History on the spectrum.
How about softcore? Yeah, softcore history.
It's like hardcore. Hardcore history.
Into stepmom history.
Stockmom.
Mature natural history. Stepmom mature history.
So they have a big. They're very.
Yeah, very aggro.
Yeah.
Agriculture-based society. Faux show. Nice.
We gotta get back to that. People should at least have one food.
But Comanches did think that shit was gay. Plains Indians did. If you were like, you need to switch to agriculture, they'd be like, you're gonna have to kill me, dude. You're gonna have to kill me. You think I'm doing lady work?
Again, just that whole eye movement you just did when someone mentioned something to you that's kind of gay, and you go. They must have did that back. It's just universal. They do the smile and a thumbs up, and then there's a.
Yeah, what do you guys think of farming? Yeah, you're gonna have to kill me and all my people. You know that, right?
What do? Like, yeah, you just dig a thing, you wait, like, and then your wife comes like, I work with my wife. Like,
yeah.
What is the word for dude? I can't. I'm just trying to think of. They're trying to think of the word. Yeah. But that's like when a guy. He's gay. Gay guy.
Yeah.
My name is Gay Guy. I'm the last of my people. Man who sleeps with strong one.
Man not deterred by Adam's apple. Sleeps with many men.
Didn't they love gay guys?
Comanche treated their women almost entirely as slaves.
Did they really?
Yes. Like fully, like you do all the work. We're fucking hunting and going to war. When we catch something, you clean it, you do that. We can share you if we want. Yeah, they enslaved them.
So it was full on, like.
It was dudes rock.
It was like we're stronger than
they were. Yes. It was, again, not every tribe did this. Some tribes had female chiefs and shit. But just like in. Oh, dude, I didn't tell you this. The end of Last of Us, I played a little further. How far did you get? You quit like right away.
After Joel.
Okay. Did you find out? So all right. So as Abby goes to hunt, or no? What's the girl? Ellie goes to hunt Abby. Turns out she runs into these two Asian kids. Did you get to this part? You know this.
The ones that were like going through the breakup?
No, she runs into two Asian children that escaped this one village that's also in Seattle. The reason they escaped their village is because the one kid was trans. So then Abby.
What did he do? Like Mulan into the army? Really?
Well, no, they cut his hair, and the village got upset. So the sister,
the hottest trans in the village, cut his hair.
The sister and the little sister, who was transing to become a boy, escaped the town. And the sister was like, they killed their own mom. The mom, when they went back to the village, I think the mom tried to kill the boy, trans boy, because the whole village was like, you gotta kill that kid. And the sister was like, you gotta be yourself. Fuck that. You did the right thing. They killed the mom, and then they were like, anybody who disagrees is a piece of shit. They like joined forces to like kill everybody in their village. Shit, it's pretty sick.
What?
Yeah, but the whole point of the game becomes then protecting a trans woman as a jacked woman. You're a jacked white woman that's protecting trans.
And is it weird that they
from bigot white men?
Yeah, does everybody live in villages, or like the white woman's like, are these Chinese people in America live in a village? They're transing. I'm checking them out.
No, I was just imagining how angry Lemaire would have got at that point. Playing this game, because first of all, the game's 30 hours.
Yeah.
Of you just trying to get out of a room every fucking 20 minutes.
Also, let me protect a fucking male to female trans. I'm not gonna protect a female to male. It's like, wait, you're doing what now? I'm protecting you. Get out of here. Beat it, dude. We might be the last two people on fucking Earth.
You throwing away all that good pussy?
Alright? We might be the last two people left.
You're throwing away pussy. During a zombie apocalypse.
I mean, imagine if it's the last two people left on Earth. You're like, I'm a boy, and it's like, well, I'm not gay. I'm not gonna fuck you. You're not fucking gay.
You have to say you're a girl. Fuck.
You think I'm a fucking gay dude? The fate of humanity depends on this. The fate of the world depends on me not being gay. If you're a boy, I'm not doing it. It's Adam and Eve. It's not Adam and Steve. God. Freak. Ew, what? Oh my god. That'd be sick.
Yeah, percentage-wise, if it is down to like, if we do get down to like an Adam and Eve scenario, they are going to be retards. They're going to be dumb motherfuckers. If you took just a random 2 people in the world, it'd be pretty funny doing that.
If they did the Adam and Eve generator, if you just, they simmed out what it was like
one guy, one girl.
Kids.
Yeah. No. I'm just saying if the human population drops down to like nothing, the remainder is going to be. Well, 2 random people in the world would be idiots.
It would be 2 trillionaires. It'd be 2 billionaires.
True.
That's when you're
$1 trillion industry.
When you're a billionaire, the thing you're doing is guaranteeing that your family will survive. Shit, most families won't. Your family will live through like the next cataclysmic event.
Which is pretty greedy.
Yeah,
I mean, it's biological for sure, but it's also like, I think the Gillises have seen enough. I'm not building a bomb shelter. Even if I made $1 billion, but look, if we get bombed, that's it. We had a good run.
Probably some billionaires who are out there just like, I'm just having a good one.
Yeah.
But there's some, like, I think like Bezos.
I need to save my name.
Need to go to space.
So I can get all the Bezos clan out of here. Come on, gang, we're getting out of here.
We're going to space. It's like, where are we going, Uncle Jeff? It's like, don't worry, my house has been a rocket ship this entire
Hop
time.
into the rocket ship. It just explodes on launch. All the Bezos are dead.
I started this in my garage.
Yeah.
And now we will go to Mars.
Turns out that nuclear warning we all got was a false alarm. In other news, the Bezoses did die in a horrific house rocket accident. They all locked themselves in, their house exploded. Rocket fuel.
And then Bezos, even in the event of that, has like a little egg that he floats out of. Just in case if my house exploded and I have this egg, I floated out back to Earth, where I still command the largest online retailer known to man.
You know about the Columbia, right?
The Columbia, the shuttle?
The shuttle that exploded.
Yeah.
You know the kids were in class watching you.
Well, you're thinking of the Challenger?
Challenger
also.
Oh my god.
Blew up the day before.
Because there was a teacher.
Can you just imagine being
Dude,
there?
I know.
Mrs. Little.
Dude, if I saw my teacher explode in a spaceship, I would have fucking been like, depending on who it was, I would have been like, Miss Mary exploded in the airplane. Like, dude, I used to pull up to my like multiple jobs. If the boss was late, in like my heart of hearts, I'm like, I hope they had a horrible car accident. In my head, I'm like, dude,
I'd be going places and be like, I hope I get in a horrible car. I'd be going to school and be like, man, I should just crash this fucking often.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, man, I remember just pulling up being like, oh, he's not here, where's he at?
He's fucking mangled on the side of
I
the
remember
road.
thinking, like, I'm dead, like, he broke his neck. I'd be out of work, chill, and probably still have to pay me.
Yeah.
Pure Bezos logic, dude. We're absolutely ruthless.
Quickly into the shelter.
Quickly, let's get in the Home Depot before the ball thrives.
Oh, God, there's a fire. Oh, God, the Bezos clan. No, come on, Bezos. Get out of that fire.
Yeah, that would be weird, too. Imagine if you survived that, and then it's just like you, Epstein's daughter, Epstein's, like, niece.
Don't get me started.
Hillary
How
Clinton. It's
sick
like
this
Hillary.
scenario is.
Hillary, and you're just like, all right, dude,
They have
get after
some
it.
decent days in there.
Yeah,
Some survival base.
for sure.
You don't think they're gonna? They're stockpiling caves.
Also, there will be just some regular people who just happen to be on like a weird mountain or something.
You got away with it, yeah.
So you come down, they immediately they'll shoot you in the knees.
Like, oh look, survivors.
Yeah, and so
It's good meat.
they have COVID. Like, what's that? Like, never mind.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's what I think being a billionaire for sure. Like, they'll
It's
survive
about-
some fucked up shit.
Yeah. You ever see 2012? That movie? That was about that.
About
Billionaires built like ships in China in the mountains. And when the world ended, they all just got on them. Yeah. The whole movie, I think, was about like John Cusack being like a normal guy, just sneaking his family onto the billionaire ships.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's like it's not a
I
documentary.
remember seeing the previews for
It's
it.
a documentary. I'm like, that's embarrassing. They're all you had like fucking Warren Buffett. Like, I'm just gonna try to get.
I'm in a China cave right now to save my family name. The Buffetts.
The buffets.
Jimmy, quickly.
Jimmy,
Get here. Quit horsing around.
get your shoes to get in here.
Yeah, baby.
Imagine if that was the only entertainer left in your life.
Like Jerry Buffett.
Stepped on a pine, blew out a flip flop. All right, dude, we're in a fucking Chinese mountain, man. No more beach shit. Nothing to do in this autocratic regime.
Wasting away in a prison camp. I sold my gold teeth
to the Uyghurs
for an extra ration. I got no teeth left because these damn Uyghurs.
Love Jimmy Buffett. The Chinese are, dude, if you're like a Chinese
aristocrat,
the
Chinese would love Jimmy Buffett.
Come on, man. I love that. Dude, partying.
Beach life. Look at the party in Wuhan. Dude, I guarantee that was Buffett.
Salt life, dude.
That was Salt Life.
That's how we're going to crack the CCP with enough Salt Life propaganda.
What would you call it if you were in China?
Salt Life. I'm purely customizing them. Yeah.
Salt
Life.
Salt what?
Salt Life, dude.
Salt Rife, dude. It's a lamb. Come on, man.
Come on, dude.
It's a Salt Rife.
Dude, you're like that girl on that date. You're no better.
It's actually pronounced Salt Rife. Maybe you can't hear me. Kapuda? Yeah, I think it's because you're Asian. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Asian people can't understand my speech impediments.
Anyway, he's not very good at video games.
We think it's like two magnets.
True.
Just totally blanks out.
Beta fish, dude. Just staring in the mirror like, well, you can't pronounce your R's, so. No, what? What? Man, Calvin ruled.
Dude, that guy.
He's your number one. It's gotta be Calvin.
Calvin's up there.
Mark and Michael.
Michael was like, I was pissed. They teased me with him, man. I wanted to see. I was like waiting for him to find his queen.
I think that's not Michael's first Find Love show.
What?
I think Michael's done more.
You think so?
I gotta look into this. I've heard rumors circulating that Michael's actually done more than one of these, which is a little disheartening.
Yeah, he's an old industry fucking hack.
Industry hack.
I love how he's just like, I'm finding my queen, my lady.
It's unacceptable.
I think black people appropriated that from us, like my queen.
No, they was king.
No, I think they appropriated like my queen.
My queen. That's what the Revolutionary War was about. They were like, we don't want any of these kangs coming in here. It's like the kang is coming. Do you think British monarchy is going to be like that? In a few years, they're going to get rid of the monarchy. Like they already are. You think they're like people getting rid of William quit. Like they're just a figurehead at this point.
Yeah.
But like, do you think in several years, British will be like,
who was king?
We was king.
We was king.
Was king today. Took him, didn't they?
No, for real. We was
the Bruce. They fucking took our king.
For real, we were really kings.
Literally, quite literally, kings.
My mama was a queen, like really. We was kings.
Yeah, baby.
I don't know why. I mean, dude, they're gonna what? They're gonna be like, we're leaving monarchy. So wait, I
think Prince William.
We're gonna keep
or was it Harry? I don't know. One of them got out of Dodge.
We're gonna take our
before the Epstein shit started.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, his brother was a bad boy. Apparently, and again, this could be propaganda, but Bill Gates was on the Epstein flight log. And
flight log was sick. Flight log was for cool people.
I mean, that's the people
who Michelle Wolf's on that flight log.
I heard. Is that real? Is that real?
Can't be real.
Is she on the flight log?
That means
you call her right now.
I should text her and be like, you weren't on the phone.
Just tell her that.
I did say that early because I told Soder about it. He's good friends with her.
Just warn her.
He's like, bro.
She has to go out publicly and tell her.
She's on the logs. What do you think of that?
That was definitely made up by a guy. That was definitely made up by a guy who was kind of like, he saw her, made fun of Trump. He's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure she
also that bitch Michelle Wolf was on there.
Back when she was an open micer, she somehow got on Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, in the last 10 years, she was a billionaire.
Yeah. But
true.
Back then, she might have been on the flight log, but
the flight log would have been.
She would have been at the age where she would have been like an employee of the airline.
When did they stop doing it? No, they did them pretty recent.
Then they brought her.
In order for her to be on flight logs, it had to be within the last year.
Or she did the speech, and they got a tap, and they're like, oh yeah, let's show her the sex slave.
That could be.
She's on our team.
She'd be like, man, she really slayed him. Anyway, let's get her some fucking statutory. Come on.
Do you know in the Philippines, they just they're like, I think the Philippines or Taiwan, one or the other, they're revolting, and they were like this out in front of, you know where they got this from?
Yeah, Hunger Games.
The Hunger Games now, dude. King must have been like, fucking dorks.
Yeah.
Fucking.
Like, I'm actually more of a Harry Potter guy. Anyway. Yeah, Expelleramus, which is, I just joke around, that's actually get the machine guns out. Mass Graves Aramis.
Yeah, man, that's yeah, Billy Gates, Bill Gates apparently was on the.
I'm excited for the term that Bill Gates is a good dude.
You think so?
I don't know. Anytime everybody gets behind something, I usually don't like it. And right now, it's cool to say Bill Gates is a piece of shit. I'm not guilty.
This was a story.
Say Gates is the man.
I was in the air.
That's tough to say.
It's also he's Mark Zuckerberg, dude.
Yeah.
Gates is if Mark Zuckerberg somehow doesn't die of autism in the next 5 years.
Yeah, what even is an autism, Max?
You just fucking Rubik's Cube. You just figure out everything. It's like when you get the Limitless at the very end. It's too much Limitless. So if Mark Zuckerberg doesn't die of autism,
it is Limitless.
For sure, dude.
What's your hobbies? You're unstoppable.
Bill Gates is Mark Zuckerberg. If Mark Zuckerberg were to get into like medical shit, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? He tried to get into currency, and I was like, Zuckerberg, chill, bro. You guys can't have Facebook money. Like, stop that. But yeah,
why can't they chill the fuck out and just get into like buy the LA Rams? Just do that.
Yeah, well,
quit with the drugs.
Well, yeah, I mean, the other thing too is I think there's kind of like a slowly. I could be wrong, but I think there was like a thing where like you're a billionaire, you're DJT, I just love these sort of European ladies. Let me buy a sports team. Now people are like, they get in there. Everyone's got a McAfee. McAfee went to Belize and did this with his money. He's like, we'll start funding the police here. So everyone now is like trying to like,
dude, McAfee. I've been following his work lately. He still rules. We gotta have him back on.
We do have to have him
because
he fucking rules. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's the thing with Gates. We were like, how fucked up would it be if you went around like saving the world? He apparently had like a bunch of antitrust things against him where he was dude, he's on. You gotta watch tapes of him. They're like asking him why he was trying to like shut down other firms. Like, what was your problem? Why did you find these other firms problematic? He was like, I don't know what you mean by that. They're like, the guy laughs. He was like, meaning like a problem, problematic. What don't you understand about the term problematic? And he was like, I don't understand.
You ever seen him jump over a chair?
Did he frill jumped over a chair?
Yeah, very actually extremely Zuckerberg-esque moment where he was on like Good Morning America, one of these like 60 Minutes or something. And they were like, here's a moment to make him very human.
That's what they said they did.
And he like leaped over an office chair. He's like, how about that?
He was like he apparently stole Windows from a guy. Like that wasn't his idea.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, apparently stole.
What that happened?
So Windows. So this guy was like actively dying of cancer, and then while this guy was dying of cancer, allegedly, Bill Gates tried to take his shares of Microsoft. So he was like apparently doing. The guy was on record being like, "This motherfucker, dude, I like basically built the thing."
So yeah, beat the cancer.
Not only he ended up beating the cancer.
Damn,
and he was like, not only like the guy, not only like trying to fuck me out of my idea, but he tried to take all the money that I would have gotten from it. And he was like, he was power nerding out. And then he did like it just hit a fever pitch. And then it was like all of a sudden Bill Gates is into medicine. So it's like. I mean, it's the same thing with Donald Trump as president. Everyone's like, "Oh, Donald Trump only like fucked a bunch of people out of money and didn't pay his construction debt. He loves us now." It's like, it's one of the, whatever. But
damn, Bill Gates trying to steal the stocks from your boy who's definitely dying of cancer, and then you get the news like he's doing well. It's like, surgery worked.
What's that? You're like, I'm gonna get into medicine.
He shows up. I was like, hey, did you try to take my stock? What?
I mean, like, what?
Yeah, well.
Literally, that's
Guys, gross. Did you try to take on my stocks? I'm going to feed my family.
The company I designed?
Yes. Should we go inside? Yes. I have your stocks. I have your female stocks. Same marmalade. Yes.
So you watch this, and then it's like you're telling me this. Like, again, allow people to even watch this and be like, "Wait, is this real or not?" They're like, this is a threat to democracy. You can't watch this thing about Bill Gates was an asshole. It's like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, who's saying that?
Even if it's not true, it's like, dude, how many of the things about Trump are substantially, like, totally true? That runs 24/7. As soon as something comes out, like, yo, Bill Gates is kind of a fucking dickhead. It's kind of weird that he's involved in medicine. They're like, this is dangerous. Take this out of here. It's like, hey, look, I'm calling some shots here.
Dude, I'm only here to listen to Julie Louis-Dreyfus.
True.
Whatever she says.
Eva Longoria.
Yeah. It's actually Mike Ponce.
God, America, we had a laugh track to that one.
Yeah, it's actually Mike Ponce.
Actually, I heard it's Mike Pence. Yang stabbed me in the fucking neck, dude.
All these people that were out publicly denouncing me for being not funny.
Shit, that doesn't look good. Yang's like, yo, it's pretty good.
Yeah, he's like, actually, I think that guy's great. He goes on there and bombs. I'm like, fuck, dude. Yeah, I got Rob Schneider and Ponce. Rob Schneider was like, he's great. I was like, shut the fuck up, Rob Schneider.
The animal? Is that the animal? Pauly Shore's
No, the animal.
Pauly Shore's
No, it's Rob Schneider.
Rob Schneider. He's a weasel, yeah. You got the animal.
First off, the animal ruled.
Animal fucking.
The animal was good. Rob Schneider he has some bangers. Hot Chick was good. You know, it was a good one that I used to like that I think probably sucks. You ever see Sorority Boys? It's good stuff.
What's it about?
These three dudes that pretend to be in a sorority.
How do they end up
They trans.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't understand what's the problem. They're women that started going.
They're dudes that, oh, true. I'm sorry.
What's even funny about
I
that?
like to think I'm a Christian man. Deep fly ball. That thing's headed to left. I don't know if I'm ever going to work again. 4-0 Reds. Yeah, that's, dude.
We're going to Kansas City. Kansas City? Fat capital of the world. Anyway.
Fat capital of the world. By the 5th inning, someone was like, yo, you were on air. I'm a God-fearing man. To my family, to listener.
I mean, that's just
to guys I work for. I'm sorry.
You're just back at the family party, just putting like roast beef into a roll, and they're like, "Hey, you said fag in the baseball thing?" You're like, "Yeah." Now I sell insurance. Now I sell insurance. So
to the Reds listener or to the Reds commentator, I can't tell you how supportive your family is going to be. They're going to be too supportive.
Yeah.
They're going to be so supportive. You got to be like, "Yo, I was kidding. Chill." So
he's gonna get sued by one of his family members. Like, actually, I said Kansas was fag capital. I trademarked that. Now I'm selling
T-shirts.
T-shirts.
We said it at the Christmas party last year. We all laughed at it. And you remember that.
You stole my moment.
You stole my funniest joke and said it on national air. Kansas City, fag capital of the world.
Of the world, dude. It's like, really? Don't like everyone have guns there? I was in Louisville one time.
Just be like, that's probably what he got. He probably got that out of like somebody doing the sound. It's probably like, yeah, all right. He was like fat capital of the world.
Testing, fat capital of the world, Kansas City.
He was probably like, that wasn't that fun.
Were they playing? Who were they playing? Kansas City.
Yes.
Oh, he was like talking shit on the other team.
I think he was talking shit.
Trash talk. Dude, love the trash talk.
Classic locker room talk.
I love the trash talk.
Trash talk. He didn't know he was on. That's all you had to say. I didn't. I'm sorry. The only people that I thought were going to hear that were my friends.
Yeah.
I would never say that publicly. I'm sorry to anybody that offended. Anyway, deep fly ball. That thing's out of here. Suck my dick, Fag City. Dude, it's 4-0. Good guys over the motherfucking gay men from Kansas. Alright, we gotta go. I gotta drive to gay New York.
Send it to the.
I gotta drive to the fat capital of the world.
Oh, boy. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, that's a fight, man. Where is it? I mean, is there a fat capital of the world? It's gotta be France.
Country-wise?
Yeah.
We're probably up there.
You think so?
America's very good.
America's good. Kansas City, I would say, is definitely.
I remember Harrisburg had one gay bar and everyone was like, it's so gay.
We get a strip club, they abandoned. Hello, Ari Shane. How you doing, man? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing alright, man. It's good to see
Episode
you.
312.
I needed to see it. I needed my rock. While I've been out, you were gone. I can feel it. I was drifting at sea. I've been Mr. Cool, bro.
Where were you being exactly?
I've been too cool. I've been too cool to answer.
Yeah,
I've been too. I just need to chill.
What have you been up to?
Wicked ways.
You went back up to the
Went to Big Apple and immediately fell into sin. First night I was there, I dosed my good friend.
Yeah,
Jason.
How integral were you to this plot?
I was 30% guilty of the. Yeah. So out of 3 people, I was 30%.
Well, with a dose, usually somebody provides the dose. That's part of
Lewis brought the dose to the table.
Gotcha.
So he's culpable for that.
Gotcha.
Tried to dose Ari. Ari deflected the dose and gave it to Jay.
How did Ari know he was getting
I told Ari.
Oh,
I said Lewis is trying to dose it.
Why did Lewis tell you?
Yeah, Lewis did it directly in front of me. And was like, don't tell Ari. And I was like, okay, I won't. I immediately walked outside and told Ari. Yeah. But my plan would have been to have dosed Lewis.
Sure.
Or no one.
True.
In hindsight, no one. But at the time, yeah. It was Rumpus.
At the time, it's Rumpus time.
It was Rumpus.
Years are going around. Someone had
Years are going around.
How much did he have on him? Like a little vial, like a little liquid?
I don't know. I only saw somebody. He was a tab. He handed it to him. Put it in a beer.
Like kind of.
Yeah.
I thought he had like a vial of liquid.
It was funny. I stand by that. It was funny. The episode was funny. But, then you feel bad. Once your friend's bummed, you're like, oh, maybe that was. And then every single person I told was like, what are you doing? Yeah. I was like, I thought I wouldn't care. I was like, I wouldn't care. And everybody I told was like, that's like really fucked up, man. That would be like a real problem.
Yeah, well, if you put somebody in a Nego prison,
yeah.
That's pretty tough.
Even if you get out of the Nego prison, then it's funny. Yeah. Once you're out of a Nego prison, it's like, damn, dude, I was.
How long was he in a Nego prison?
Jay was in. I was in a Nego prison. I felt so bad, which was funny because like the day after, I was like hilarious. This was so funny, and then I started telling people, they were like, "What the fuck's wrong with you?"
Yeah, man.
So I was like, maybe I'm an idiot. Ari was my rock there.
He was like, no.
Ari was like, it was funny. I was like, I agree, it was.
Yeah, dosing people and getting dog's eye or like a similar camp. People are like, no, it's legitimately funny to get a dog eye. And you're like, no, it's really fucked up.
Yeah, well, what happened was I did Metzger's podcast, and I like brought it up thinking it'd be funny. I was like, yeah, well, Jay got dosed. He was like, why would you ever do that? Who did that? And I was like, mostly Ari. I was like, look, man, it wasn't me. Just instantly backpedaled.
But what was he? I don't understand. So you just knew what was going on. You were just culpable.
I was like, why don't you fucking drink up to Jay? I was like, maybe you should chug, like stuff like that.
You chugged it along with him.
I did drink it after with him.
Wait, so he took a sip and then you're like,
he took a good sip, and then I drank it. I would argue I drank more of it than him, but it was voluntary. Sure. So it's not as tough. Anyway,
dude, it's also
just put me in a sad, like, damn, dude, is this what I'm doing now? It's like, man, I was close to like some pretty serious success. Now I'm just dosing my friends with acid and feeling guilty for like a week.
Yeah, you don't have enough evil. You don't have enough evil hippie in you to do that.
I don't. Ari might be the king evil hippie.
I think so.
He actually might be the king evil hippie.
But he deflected. If people are trying, first of all, if people are trying to dose you, you have way too much proximity to evil hippiedom.
Yeah.
Because that's their only threat. If you deal with like rogue hippies, they constantly threaten each other by giving each other mega doses of acid because most of them are kind of pussies.
Yeah.
So they won't like fight each other. I've dealt with people like this for a long time. And they won't ever like threaten violence, but they'll be like, I'll give you like 2,000 hits.
I'll kill you.
I'll drive you insane. It's weird. They like threaten each other with that. But the only thing that cures that is like, the only thing against that is like, I don't go to like Grateful Dead cover band shows. I'm like, fuck.
We'll never get him.
Inconceivable. How are we going to get him then?
Yeah,
they would all talk about that. I'm like, dude, unless you can get into my house. I was living in New Jersey at the time. I'm like,
you getting threatened?
I don't hang out with you guys. No, they were like, back in my evil hippie day, my own evil hippie day.
You had a bit of an evil hippie day.
I just was around them. I wasn't an evil hippie. I was just, I was just midi man doing.
It was like me. You were like me now. I'm amongst some evil hippies.
You have to be. They clustered you to some places. They somehow rise up. I mean, dude, when they're harnessing that.
Ari being an evil hippie. He is.
Nobody wants to accept they're an evil hippie.
No, everyone,
people get so
Christian. We call this one dude from Helium an evil hippie. Every time I see him, every single time I see him for like 3 years, he's been like, "I'm not an evil hippie, man." And then he says some crazy evil hippie shit. I'm like, he's like, polyamory's all right. I'm like, yeah, you're an evil hippie, dude.
Yeah, like your version of polyamory was like bully your girlfriend into a threesome.
I didn't say that.
I'm not saying he'll do that, but
not him, not a different evil hippie, different evil hippie.
Yeah, but that's the evil hippie. That's yeah, like come on, man, don't be so.
Yeah, like we should like open things up.
Or I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, classic evil hippie.
You gotta watch him, man. I'm telling you, I was in the belly of the beast for a while, and I remember, this is all for entertainment purposes. A long time ago, 10 years ago, I remember I was giving this guy a quarter pound of weed, and him and his friend were splitting it. Dude, they were like this.
Yeah.
And I watched him chintz his friend out of $50. It was one of those things where it was like, the guy was like, "How much was this?" And the guy was like, $900, and it was like $8. And I was looking at him like, "Damn, that's your boy, dude." Evil hippie dumb, and
that is evil.
They'll just like lie, steal, and kill, dude, just so they can follow some shitty band around all summer. They'll fuck people over. They'll sell you like shitty fake weed. They'll just fuck people over constantly, and then go sit at a music festival and be like, "Yeah, man, that's what it's about." It's like, dude, you're just devastated. You took a bunch of people's money. You're like, "Oh, I'll just mail this out." They just take it. And then they just fucking go and follow like the string cheese incident. And they're like, "Whoa!" It's like, you fucking assholes. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, stay away.
Pussy.
They get like
trick women via drugs into having sex.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sick move. Evil hippies also always tend to have coke or like something on the side that's like a little more nefarious.
Yeah, no, they do. Usually, the roads usually lead to that. Or dude, I remember being at a guy's house. He's like, "Yeah, I mean, I shoot H every now and again. It's not a good." I'd be like, "What the fuck you guys doing?"
Damn, bro.
Yeah, the roads of evil hippiedom lead pretty much to heroin.
Yeah.
So like, it's not a good path, dude. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I appreciate it. You've got experience. I'm new to the hippies. I'm new to the evil hippies.
I was very disappointed. I remember first meeting hippies and like, "Oh, you guys seem cool."
Yeah.
And you see their inner workings and you're like,
yeah, they're gross.
Again, once they link up onto the dark web, dude, it's over. It's over, dude. That's how all like the ecstasy gets into grade schools. It's just some evil hippie being like, "Whoa, nice, man. What is age?"
Yeah.
They're just committing horrible crimes.
You saw me asking what is age right before this episode started. What even is age? Dude, this girl is so hot. I hope she's fucking alright.
Well, you just uncovered a serious.
I uncovered a sick life hack. If any of you are also fucking fat perverts, look, you go on Instagram, click the location. You know, people like tag their location. Click the location. It's always, no matter where it is, it's always just hot chicks posing. No matter what. Dude, I clicked Vietnam, and it was just hot chicks. Hot pregnant chicks at that. There was one that was like a hot pregnant Asian. A whole thing dedicated to hot pregnant Asian ladies. Never saw anything like it.
Yeah, it's weird how information started kind of arranged now.
Yeah.
Why would we want to collect this specifically?
Click Disneyland, it was just hot chicks. Yeah, it's weird.
I mean, you showed me. If you type in if you were to type in right now like Maniac, it would just be like some hot chick by a river just being like. That's gotta be sad for the women who. That's like a viable thing for a chick to do right now, and it's just like when it ends, dude. Like if you spend your whole life trying to be a hot chick on the internet, first of all, dime a dozen. Second of all, unless you're doing something else, man, it's fucking. Me and Noah were talking on the way over here. We're talking about hostesses. He was saying his pay had to fill out a job application.
Hostesses are so hot.
That's what I said. He was like, "We were laughing. You had to fill out an application." I'm like,
"They have like a 3-year shelf life, dude."
No, did I not exactly?
Did you say that?
Well, it was basically like, why is there an application? Like, are you a hot young chick? Okay, you have the job. You do understand when you're 27, you'll get fired. Okay, yes, thank you.
Yes.
It's just hot young chicks.
They have the lifespan of like an NFL running back. Like 2 or 3 years of like heavy carries, and then it's like get them out, replaceable. Yeah, they fucking. Yeah, hot hostesses are nice. I like that.
Oh, if hostesses are hot. Or the restaurant's getting the hottest. It's like the hottest chicks you have access to. That's who you hire. Sometimes you'll see the hostess. You know, it's a good litmus test for the whole town. You'll be like, "This is your prima donna? This is who you present me? I'm here to dine.
I'm here to dine. I need to get hard before I eat chicken fingers as a 32-year-old before I order chicken fingers."
Yeah, so you think about the fact they lead you to the table. What are you doing?
Where you look at the menu and you just go, "Nah, I'll just get the chicken fingers. You guys have chicken fingers?"
right this way, and you're just like, sorry, no, I don't mean to put someone on your girl's name.
No, I've dated a couple.
That's a hot chick position.
Yeah, it's a good thing. If you're dating a lady that is a waitress, good on you. You're dating a hot.
I'm talking about the hostess. Hostesses are the
hottest waitress.
Hostesses are the hottest waitresses. That's when they start. You fall from grace of hostess.
Waitress is where
like,
that's when they put you out the pasture.
Yeah, like grab a fucking.
They're like, all right, you're done.
You're working.
You graduated. You're out of your hot hostess days. Now it's time they put you out to pasture. Then you waitress for a while until shit just really falls apart.
And you waitress at like cool restaurants, and then you hit like 35, 40. Diner dome. Diner. You're at the diner, dude. Diner. Better let truckers pinch your ass. You're fired.
Jeez. This is a dark world.
I mean, I don't think they let truckers pinch your ass.
I think they might.
They might say something about it.
Dude, then as a trucker, then you hit the showers. You ever see those?
What showers?
Dude, every fucking every truck stop has showers. You know this?
No.
Rest stops have showers. Dude, I drive a lot, and a lot of the rest stops, I've considered catching a shower just because of how funny that would be.
Are they like NFL type shower?
I don't know. I've never gone into the locker room. It's truckers. It's truck stops have showers, and then you'll always hear while you're in the first off. You've seen what's being sold. So it's just a giant shop of like walking sticks, like medieval snow globes, just garbage. And then all of a sudden you'll hear like shower B7 is ready, and you'll just see a fat dude walk to the back.
Oh,
and just
his ass is itchy as can be.
You know how shitty that guy's ass has to be for him to be like, all right, I need a shower at this Love's.
I like to think that they're all in
right
there,
past the claw machine. You gotta walk past like 6 claw machines to get naked at a gas station. Damn.
I just like to think of them all showering like in the football team. There's just a bunch of truckers washing up.
God damn it. Fucking 60's tough today, huh?
Yeah, dude, truckers, I mean, dude, they're just so tortured sexually. Like, they have to fucking shower with other men. They get people on the hookers on the CB radio. I mean, all truckers must be so sexually confused.
Man.
You have hookers going on like, I'm going to suck your dick, and then you just in the shower. And then
No.
I don't know what I am anymore. Oh,
fuck. Good time, though. I mean, I remember being a kid thinking being a trucker would be sick. That cabin, that bed in the back, that's the coolest thing ever. Now you see what it becomes. You see those dudes out there.
I mean, do you think trucks ever start rocking this when those guys like jerking off? You're truck rocking, you're like, oh, god damn it.
Wow. Yeah, those guys must be just. They probably pull over and jerk off. Anytime you see a truck at that emergency pull off, like on the turnpike, that's a beat. That was the guy who was driving. Was like, whoa! Yeah, he's listening to like Playboy radio on Sirius XM. Like, my panties are so wet. He's like, oh god, I gotta pull over. Listen to Howard Stern, some lady on a Sibian. Every dude, once a lady got on a Sibian, 1,000 trucks across the country. Burn.
They dropped the Jake brake.
Going straight up that fucking runaway truck. Ramp.
They should have like a pressure gauge on their prostate. So they look over like, prostrate's fucking at a 3-day event.
Man, those girls getting on Sibians on Howard Stern. Do you remember those days?
Yeah, kind of like vaguely. I remember seeing like blurred out boobs at nighttime at 11 p.m. going on there and being like, whoa, what's this guy about? Yeah, I was looking more of like my older brothers would watch that more, and I would kind of come in.
I was never really into Howard Stern that much until I got older. Until I got older, that's when I got to like O&A and all that stuff. But like,
I always found his stuff too problematic when I was like,
I really did. I swear to God, I did. Really? When I was a kid, I was like, this is crap.
You didn't like it?
Junk, dude. I've always done things and felt horribly guilty.
Yeah.
So like even watching like late night, if that came on, I'd be like, turn it, and then like act like, dude, like literally just flip through the channels just to see it real quick, and then keep going. Like I wasn't even looking.
There's a battle of good and evil. So
yeah, I've always had that, dude.
Really?
Yes, even today.
Dude,
to this day, if I do something, I feel bad.
You're a principled man. You're a principled man.
Yeah, but sometimes it's gay. Sometimes it's gay.
What do you mean?
I almost apologized to Godfrey. I took some shots at Godfrey towards the end of that. That was Mr. Cool, dude.
Oh, what LS?
Yeah. So you had Mr. Cool.
So you had like you guys.
Somebody brought up Godfrey, and that had been weighing on me a little while because he did a full episode basically calling us Klansmen, you and I.
Checked up.
He was like, I don't think that's a joke. I think that's actually how they talk.
Scottish Klansmen?
True. Maybe.
Bravehearts?
Now that I think about it.
I'll take that.
Yeah, he called us Bravehearts. He called us Bravehearts for like an hour.
Is he talking about the original use of like an African clan, hunter-gatherer? I'll take that.
True. But this is coming from a guy who got fired from SiriusXM for homophobic remarks.
Really?
Yeah, man, all these people.
So he's hot potato.
He did hot
He's
potato.
trying to trade like gay stuff. What did he say?
I forgot. What did he say about gay people?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably nothing. Yeah, it's probably nothing to get fired for. But yeah, I had a couple. Took some shots. No, yeah. Let's figure out what he got fired for, and I will condemn him publicly.
Yeah,
I can't believe he said bad words.
Godfrey got in trouble for it. We need to know. But yeah, that's
But yeah, then I felt
like he was saying like no, these guys like
yeah. If I remember
cameras
correctly,
go off, the hoods go up.
Yes,
They like
it's like they weren't kidding. This is a real conversation.
Yeah.
I Dan.
Finally have one.
Yeah, well, he's fucking jacked, dude. He'd fuck us up.
I did 200 push-ups today, right? 2 miles.
Dude, Godfrey will fuck us up. Godfrey will fuck us up.
Nah, because if I jump on him, we got
True.
Lemaire.
That's not good luck. Lemaire, you're gonna have to throw some punches if we jump Godfrey. We gotta get you in there.
So what happened? So you rode on him?
Rode on him pretty hard.
What happened?
I was just like, yo, he's 58, just signed a contract at Cat Digital, dude. He's done, dude. Fuck that guy. I know, it was funny. But then, like, you know, I'm sitting there, I felt horrible about Jay, because Jay wasn't talking to me, and I felt sad that I hurt my friend.
During the thing, he turned on you during the
No, after. And then I was like, man, I sound like a pussy for talking shit on the man's career. I should have just called him a hypocrite.
Yeah.
But, you know. I got it over. I was sitting there playing NCAA. I was like, I'm so gay. Just playing NCAA in my basement. Oh, Wes Watson.
How's it going?
He's doing all right. Not the career I thought I'd have.
Really?
Yeah, it sucks to have like an average career.
On a video game?
Dude, I was like 7 and 5.
I think they would give you some wins, man. They want to stop the mass shootings. They can't be letting people go 7. They got to like.
Nobody that plays NCAA has ever done a mass shooting.
You don't think so?
Literally never.
You think it's pretty safe?
That is not a game for shooters.
What do you think shooters play?
Shooters play
some COD, some GTA.
They love Call of Duty. Definitely. Yeah, but I think shooters are playing like shit we've never even heard of. Shit Lemaire would know about.
Like Dark Guardian.
Lemaire, what's like a dork game?
Guardians Realm 3. Dark Souls.
Shooters are playing Dark Souls.
They're playing like fantasy.
They're playing fantasy, yeah. Only true ballers play NCAA. Alright, what is it?
You gotta speak the mic.
You guys talk into the mic. Have you tried this? This is why you deserve an agent. Oh, there's a gay security guard who's probably like, fucking motherfucker. That fruity bitch. It's just Josh. Doesn't matter. Actually, look it up. It will be funny to make one of you read the transcript. Don't watch the video.
Yeah. So there's a gay security guard. How'd they know the security guard was gay? Halt. I'm gay.
Stop right there. I'm gonna need you to check in with your fine dick. Big old dick. Let me see ID.
Sign right there.
Ooh, you got good hands, boy. Damn, girl, look at those nails.
So he was accosted by a gay security guard. That's first of all, that's the funniest fucking beef of this.
Yeah. He got fired from SiriusXM.
I'd be so mad. Do you know how much money that is? Oh, I don't know. Probably a lot.
That gay security guard sent him straight to Gas Digital.
Sent him right to debtors.
Sent him straight through the fucking floor. Straight to Gas Digital. It's a tough out.
Podcast.
Yeah, you'll now be the 8th most popular podcast on Gas Digital.
Fuck, man.
But
that's pretty funny. So I need to know what happened. First of all, I wanted to see it happen.
Okay.
Here's a synopsis. Godfrey explained how a rant he did live on air after witnessing a security guard disrespect a Sirius XM subscriber. He said that the security guard was a gay man, but he was adamant that his rant wasn't homophobic.
You're teasing us, dude.
He was talking to he saw a security guard being disrespectful to someone who's like, I subscribe to Sirius, but they're being disrespectful gaily. And then Godfrey made fun of it, and then they fired him for that.
So he claims it wasn't homophobic, but in the rant he included somebody's sexuality.
All right. So what, the gay security guard disrespected a Sirius listener?
Yes.
And on behalf of Sirius XM, Godfrey condemned homosexuality.
No, I think you gotta have this wrong. The security guard was gay, correct?
Yes.
The listener was, who knows?
Bi.
Just bi.
Naturally roll bi.
Go ahead. I'm going to assume bi. And then Godfrey criticized the security guard. He criticized the homosexual man.
Yes. Over the air.
Shameful act, dude. That's very Klansman-esque.
Oh, for sure.
Got a Klansman on our hands. Godfrey.
You must be in the Ku Klux Klan.
After hearing this, I assume you're in the Klan.
He must be a terrorist.
I can't even imagine.
He's easily, he must be connected to Boca Raton or whatever.
Yeah. True. No, dude, I'm going to keep his name out of my mouth, though.
It's like bombed the whole
Godfrey's going to fucking deal. I'm going to get my ass kicked by the 7-Up guy. Bad, dude. Godfrey will fuck me up.
He's not gay.
Yeah,
he's playing gay.
True.
The final nail in the coffin.
While he's going to get me up.
He beats you up like,
He's going to fuck me up. I'm going to have to DM him and apologize after this.
What do you think?
I feel horrible. No, I didn't DM. I typed it out. And then I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
Well, you're a nice person. You know, when people, I love.
He took the first shot. That's the thing. He swung at us, and then it's like, I made fun of him back. And then I still feel bad because that is pussy shit. To have a podcast beef or a comedy beef is gay. That is gay.
That's pretty funny, yeah.
So maybe I'm homophobic by calling Godfrey gay for having a comedy beef.
Can you be gay against a homophobe? Can you be gay
homophobic against a homophobe? True.
Cancel out, dude.
Cancel out. Now we're just pies together. I'm pie.
If you and Godfrey kiss, they should reinstate your guys'
True.
You guys should be like, look, if we make out, fuck.
I gotta talk to Godfrey about this.
If you guys make out and then vote for Joe Biden, they should be like, all right, you guys are both reinstated.
That might work. If I start making out black dudes, I'm definitely going to be accepted.
You'll get something.
I'll get something. I'll tell you what I'll get.
What?
Never mind. Oh, dude, speaking of the joke I wasn't going to make, there's these pills that, dude, I was watching, I was watching some sport with Phil. I think it was just golf. And it couldn't have been golf because there were AIDS pills commercials. Anyway, there's HIV pills commercials, and I was like, Dad, you're going to need some of those. And he was like, what's that? What's that? And he started watching the commercial, and he was like, was it because you have gay AIDS? And he was like, he got so upset. It's so funny. Just be like, Dad, you're going to need some of this. I forget the name of the pill. It's just two gay dudes, like, sitting on a dock being like, we have it. We're good. You know, it's great.
It's great. Why wouldn't that be golf? Our golf,
no way they'd be advertising.
I think golf's strictly.
Phil's still anti-Tiger Woods, dude.
He got that movement down.
Yeah.
Him philandering.
Yeah. And I was like, dude, Tiger's the man. Tiger is the man.
He was saying he was a cheater.
And then he was like, I heard he fucked this other golfer, Duffner's wife. That's when it's fucked up. And I was like, this seems like a Duffner problem. Bringing your wife to a hotel with other golfers and she ends up banging Tiger Woods.
Is that Gillis says she has a Duffner
That's a Duffner problem.
For sure.
And then I looked into
Also, you shouldn't have been better
Duffner's wife. Duffner's wife also banged a couple other players.
Yeah.
So that's not a Tiger thing.
Yeah.
She's bringing a whore in.
Yeah, he married a
He had a whore wife.
And you weren't good enough at golf to
Duffner was nasty.
Whore powers.
Duffner, and then I looked up Duffner and he was a little chubby guy.
Really?
Real sad thing. I mean, dude, imagine if
cucked nationally?
Cucked by Tiger Woods and you played against him and he just fucked you up every week in golf. And you banged your wife.
Are golf wives typically sluts?
Yes.
Okay.
They must be, dude. They're only marrying white dorks.
True.
that are millionaires. They have to be sluts.
Yeah, and they're never golfers. We got actually some heat for making fun of golfers.
Like golfers get so dude, they have that Phil gene. I think golfers have gay AIDS. They're all like, what? Golf's a hell of a sport.
It's the perfect sport for you to get cheated on. You're gone reliably. Like nobody golfs and comes right back. You're gone 8 hours a day. The fucking walls are down, dude.
And Tiger's in the hotel. Tiger Woods is in the hotel.
Exactly.
Known billionaire.
Yeah, true. The thing you're doing every weekend, and you just watch it on TV.
Greatest of all time at the thing your husband does.
Yeah. Comes through the hotel, signs an autograph. It's a wrap. Just to get you back for being gone every Saturday. You should be home with the kids. You work Monday through Friday and you leave all day Saturday, unacceptable.
I'm gonna blow one of your coworkers.
Just hit balls in the backyard.
True.
Don't gotta go do it.
Duffner.
Just hit them.
Shout out Duffner. That might be my new favorite.
Yeah.
Little chubby guy.
Just getting
I
caught.
think he sucks now. I think after since the company.
Dude, I wouldn't be able to play.
I would. Yeah, you'd have to quit, or you have to kill your wife.
Or no, because he wouldn't get alimony. Yeah. Because I was saying, if they got divorced and he had to pay her,
They do get divorced.
and he's right. He doesn't have to pay her alimony, does he? I think you can get cheated on and stuff to pay alimony.
Probably.
If you're Duffner, if you got that much money. So he might just be
Because
great.
look at Duffner's hot wife. Duffner's the man.
Check pull up his bay. I mean, do you think Tiger Woods?
I've heard Duffner's bay is hot. It's very hot. And she's in there just fucking dudes in the hotel. That rules. It's actually cool. Tiger continues to dominate.
Is he still good?
And then I think he endorses Trump there. He's so funny.
Does he?
I believe.
I think Trump.
A lot of great athletes have endorsed the dog.
He's all about winning, dude.
He's all about winning, and they're also retarded winners. All these extremely great athletes are also retarded winners. So, like,